Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to High on Politics Friday edition. I hope you guys are ready to end the week with a bang, because, the news is not going away, folks. So I'm here to help everybody have a little bit more fun while we cover this stuff, because, man, oh, man, I was talking to somebody about that where I'm just like, yeah, you know what? It is a little bit nicer when you, have people to kind of discuss this with, but welcome in, folks. Glad to see y'all here. Glad to see y'all here and happy to see you all having a good old day here. Yesterday, just got to say, I needed that. I really did. I feel a lot better, though. So, just got to say, the cancer stuff it's going. We just got another we kind of hit another milestone where, she hit another milestone. I have to always say that. But, we are partners. Oh, man. It's so weird to be told that you're just over the halfway point, and then for your brain to do that thing all right, let's go. But now yesterday was one of the longest days where I was just like, oh my God. But she's doing well. It was just a little bit of a rougher day. So I know that I've talked to you guys about this a lot, where we are taking it day by day. And but today was a better one. She's feeling a lot better. She's actually kind of up and about. Might even see her pop in chat occasionally tonight. All right. How you guys doing? All right. So my chat's actually hold on. I gotta reset this. There we go. All righty. Etch, thank you for that. Appreciate that. What's up, dude? Good to see you. Mitchell, how you doing? Dennis, good to see you. And Brian Frankfurt, how you doing, man? Always good to see you over in the horizontal. Horizontal still going strong for however long I can maintain this. I think that I did figure out a whole bunch of stuff. Actually, here, real quick, guys. Want to give you guys a little peek at what was I think this was at the bottom of my whole technical issues. So Streamlabs kind of they required me to start doing some stuff as far as if I wanted things to work seamlessly. So let's see. We got watch mode. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. And check this out. Check it out. Interview mode. This is when, I'm going to have some guests on. Then I have a special mode for when we watch some stuff and I'm kind of feeling like a background. But, I'm not going to do the interactive, Twitch background or any of that bullshit. So, but yeah, had to kind of work with some stuff. But the show's growing. But I hope you all did have a good day for real yesterday, because these mental health days, they really are good for me. So I always appreciate the folks that kind of encourage me to do so. So what's up, Kenzo? How you doing, man? Yeah. Ooh, Pep got configured. Yeah, I did. I did. And it was kind of funny because I'm not going to go too deep into it, but Streamlabs legit was kind of hey, the reason you're having these issues is because you're not doing this and this and this. And it was simple. It was, dare I say, close to user error. So, hey, it's okay, folks. It's okay. I own it. I'm not exactly the most technical person, so good myself. I'm actually doing pretty well. I had a really good mental health day. Got to chill. I got to play a fucking board game yesterday. That is the kind of mental health day I needed. I had a buddy come and visit, and then, yeah, man, we got to play the Godzilla board game. It's kind of like a So it's like you have little octagons, right? That kind of like make up the board, and you gotta make up, you gotta make up the octagons, make up the board, and then you gotta kind of like mix it up, and then there's buildings that you destroy. It's cool as shit. It was really, really cool. Had a great time, and it was very decompressing. So, pep talk, pep talk, pep talk. What's up, Groove Dragon? Having a good day? Welcoming in the Friday, I see. Man, it was kind of funny. I was talking to my wife before I got down here, and I just kind of mentioned, I was like, yeah, you know what? My Friday shows are a little more casual, dare I say. Not trying to do a casual Friday. But, yeah. When we talk these politics, why not also have a little bit of fun? And my voice just did the Ben Mycelis thing. So I've been working on my Ben Mycelis impression, because when he has a little bit of the deeper voice. Somebody did point out that it was a little bit Jesse Ventura-ish, so I have to adjust that. Welcome to Midas Touch Network. I'm Ben Mycelis. All hell is breaking loose as Donald Trump does what Donald Trump does, and Midas Touch does what Midas Touch does, and responds to every little thing that Donald Trump does. I pointed out that his hand was swollen again. He must be on his way out. Thank you for watching Midas Touch Network. But then I noticed that he also has this other mode where he gets excited, where he's just like, and Donald Trump, I can't even do it. Like, he like gets this like weird, almost puberty voice. But yeah, I'm working on it. Get out and walk then. Get out and, I took a nice walk today. I think I did like 5 miles today. It was a good time. You know what? I needed that. It's nice and sunny here in the Chicago area. Oh my God, close your eyes. You're on Midas Touch. Dude, again, simultaneously the sleepiest and most awake person I've ever seen in my life. Actually, both of them. Godzilla God King. Shut up and take my money, Peppy. Take it. Put it in the bag. Thank you, man. Thank you for the $10 donut.
Godzilla God King $10.
You know what that means? We gotta bring up the stand
Take
cam.
IT. Put it in the bag.
Stan is ready. He's ready to participate with us. Although, man, he was a little naughty. Him and the cat, they did a tag team action here. Oh, speaking of tag team, boom! Look who shows up the second that we do this treat thing. So you got your treat. Yeah. So these two idiots worked together. He pushed the cat treats down, the catnip treats. And then he opened the bag, and I come downstairs, and they're both, they got their little segregated area. But obviously, he destroyed that bag, so yeah. Hence why we have the new bag of treats. No, you stay here. Do not go near him. This is not a lesson I want you learning on stream. All right. Here you go. Lito's ready. I mean, dude, he was down here like that. And no, you cannot have the Lito treats. You ate not an entire bag. It was like half a bag, but still. It's half a bag of greenies, dude. And then, of course, he's a little clogged up this morning. I didn't want to get too into it, but yeah, he had himself a little incident where it's just like, dude, really? It's like, we obviously know what happened. He ate some treats you weren't supposed to. But yes, him and Lito have been they've been going like a little demonic tag team where I don't know how to describe this. They usually don't get along because they usually are like Garfield and Odie. But I don't know, man. When it comes to like getting food, they will like work together. It's kind of weird. If you guys have a cat or a dog like that, yeah. But also, Brian, I kind of feel bad that I always feel bad when there's like only a few people hanging out in the horizontal chat. But hey, whatever. I do this for your preference now. He was ribbed for their pleasure. God damn it, I couldn't not. He was walking around like a stancicle. I mean, he was walking around like he's a little wired, man. I was like kind of wondering what catnip would do to a dog. Well, now I kind of know. It's actually kind of like the way if you know somebody that has like the opposite effect when they smoke like a sat or an indie. Like my wife is like that. When she smokes a sat, she will fall asleep almost immediately, but she smokes an indie, she's up all night. She's also got that thing where she can drink a cup of coffee and then just stay up all night. Hey, Hassan just went live. All right, I want to see what's going on. Oh, so he actually... So what's up with this flotilla? Can somebody explain what's going on with the flotilla going to Cuba? Because I saw that Ryan Grimm is also on there. So, yeah, it's kind of like a who's who in the leftist news space. Which, yeah, I actually think I have another Hassan story to talk about a little bit later because the Wall Street Journal's going after him, so... Well, check it out. You're here. Oh, man. Hell yeah. Well, man, I hate to say it. It's getting to that point where I'm not even sure, like, if the bandwidth is worth it anymore. I mean, if you guys enjoy the horizontal, like, having the horizontal stream available, I will just keep it up. But it does actually kind of split the algo, so might have to be making some executive decisions here. Not the dental floss Democrat. What happened with that, too? Yeah, hold on. I saw that you guys mentioned that somebody, like, was there, like, a revolt in his chat over him picking his teeth? Because, yeah, man, I'm glad that other people are finally catching on. Also, I'm now getting convinced more and more that somebody in Hassan's audience is, like, sharing my clips, and I don't know, man. Sometimes I'll make a critique, and immediately he addresses it. It's like, You know, in my somebody said in my headcanon, that's what's happening. Yeah, well, you know what? I'm going to try not to have that, but it's a little, you know, I could see it. That'd be nice, but either way. Oh, yeah, Sylvie posted that. Yeah, shout out Sylvie. Also, where is Sylvie? Man, I was getting a little, like, jammed up when it's just like, oh, everybody's not here. Speaking of, get them Benjamins and your lighters ready, because we got the 420 coming up, my local. Really, really looking forward to celebrating this one with you guys, because I haven't really gotten to celebrate much today, so. But yeah, Godzilla God King. I'm not sure if you heard about the game that I was playing yesterday. It's called Tokyo something. $2, you... $2 says you abandoned horizontal.
Brian Frank for $2.
Hey man, now you're actually kind of
$2
making me
says
feel
you
bad,
abandoned
'cause
horizontal.
I don't want to abandon. Abandon? What? That's such a strong word. No, I'm not gonna do that. No, you get back here. You guys gotta like stay on one side. You stay on this side. Nope, you stay on this side. No, you stay on this side. You're going too close to the damn dog. Here. And then the dog. This $2 in treats. Yes, I do have to like keep a no, not while he's still eating. Man, how have you not learned this? And meanwhile, his treats are just sitting there. He was just waiting for me to dump more. Oh man, this cat's kind of greedy. What the fuck was that? Hey, I just gave you treats, and now you're gonna go after my headphone cords? Okay, whatever. Cats are... Man. I just gotta make an entire video about this little diva. Hey, stop looking at her. Alright, I also I have to figure out a way. I actually just need, like, a cord extension so I can show you guys, like, when they start fighting, where it's just like, okay, here we go. Because just in case, I mean... If the lesson's learned, then at least I would have, you know, content. But, all right. Speaking of the lesson learned, let's not do that, man. Come on. Alrighty. Well, man, I have so much fucking news to get to. Let's see. What are we doing first? Oh, you know what? I'm going to do this a little bit differently. I have 2 other stories to cover before we even get near the war stuff, so... Yeah, this will be fun. everybody be on both. Hey, I appreciate that. You know, get that algo out there. Speaking of the algo, got to do the thing, folks. So if you guys are enjoying the content and also just, you know, if you're here for a little bit, hit that like button. Doesn't cost you nothing. Doesn't really, it doesn't like make it so I'm just all up in your algorithm or anything like that. All up. Dude. Now when you say you're all up in something, it's just like, no, that sounded wrong. No, wait, I'm on vertical or oh god. All right. Don't confuse Pep like that, please. You guys, you know what'll happen. Smoke comes out the ears. It's not the fun type of smoke either, and then we're in limbo for the rest of the stream. I kid. Alrighty. Oh, by the way, guys, so I posted something in the Discord. Not sure if you saw it, but Dan Biss and Kat Abugazale. Kat Abugazale. Wow, that's one of the first times I've actually like fucked up her name. They were spotted having dinner last night. Woo! No, it was actually really cool because it looks like she's gonna back Biss. It looks like they're working together in general for like community purposes too. I gotta say, like, this is fucking cool. Yeah, I saw that Hassan landed in Cuba. So when you say landed, how does this work? I thought they were doing a flotilla. So did he like go to Florida and then take the flotilla over with Ryan Grimm and all of them, or what happened? What's going on? I know nothing about this, which actually should prove that, yeah, I don't watch Hassan, so. Sylvie, please explain what's going on. I know that you kind of broke down a little bit of it on Wednesday, but all I knew was he was going to Cuba, and then you said flotilla, so. That's what you assume? Okay. Yeah, because I saw the tweet from Ryan Grimm saying that he was on his way with Hassan, and that they were carrying like a whole bunch of aid and shit like that. So that's cool. How in the fuck is he streaming on an island that is pretty much, you know, they're losing power like from rolling blackouts? So, has he addressed that? I'm assuming he brought like a little portable generator if he did actually like bring a flotilla. I don't know a lot of the details, but a flotilla of a bunch of small vessels tied to each other. In the octagon. Ew. The only octagon I like now is the one that includes Godzilla's, you know, the rule of Godzilla. Which is cool, by the way. The board game, like the way that you move, you have to, like, you get a deck of cards and then you can sacrifice a card to make, like, you know, you can stomp onto a new square, but only one. And then each card has like a different thing that it does. And each card holds a king value, which when you take a trophy from from your opponent, you choose the card with the highest king value, and then you add it up at the end of the game, and whoever has the most king points is labeled the king of monsters. It was badass. I had a really, really good time. I won one game with Godzilla and lost one game with Mothra. I definitely recommend that. Anyway, man, Stan, you got your treats and now you're just going to sleep? Really? This dog. Did I show you guys this, by the way? So I think I did, but just in case I didn't, I found my 3DS, and the motherfucker, like, it not only just works, but I opened it from charging it just for a little bit, and it went right to the game I was playing, which happened to be Pokemon Yellow. So yeah, that's actually been that's what I did yesterday. I played Pokemon Yellow too. Yeah, man. I think that I kind of stipulated how important it is to mentally decompress. Well, that helps. Also, it is nice to have something that's not tied to Wi-Fi, because when you go to these hospitals, they don't have service. My phone, like everything that I own, goes into SOS mode, which I'm pretty sure they, you know, have like whatever the little blackout there. 420. Thank you for doing that. Thank you. Good looking out, Steven. Also, Zombie Banana, what up, dude? So, yeah, at these hospitals, they have absolutely no service. So, God forbid you bring, a phone and you don't, I don't tether to a Wi-Fi that's unprotected, and they say it's an unprotected Wi-Fi. I'm like, what? Okay, how about not then? Like, holy shit. Anybody that's, under the age of 50 seems to understand what's going on there. So yeah, I just kind of was bored. And as I said, I was watching Price is Right and getting into it too. But then, finding that 3DS made me kind of really appreciate how it doesn't need to be tethered to the internet to work. Oh, the good old days, man. Oh, isn't it fun? Isn't 2026 fun? Where they're just not letting, with all of our entertainment, we don't even get to own it. Had you told me back when I was buying DVDs that soon it would just not work. It was actually kind of like didn't HD, I think that it was, not HD DVDs. There was a rental thing that was like that. You guys remember this shit? Where they had single-use DVDs and they would kind of just become, garbage after you fucking used them. Yeah, man, what were those called? I had one. I remember I actually had one from, I found one at a estate sale, and I thought it was cool just to have it. God, it was that Arnold Schwarzenegger movie where he had the clone. Ninth Day? Was it the Ninth Day? What movie? Yeah, hold on. I'm stun locking a little bit, but you know what? This is important. Hey, Arnold. The Sixth Day. Ah, that pesky dyslexia getting the best of me right there. Yeah. So, you mean the ones you burnt onto? No. Not like CDRs or, yeah, no. No. What the fuck were they called here? All right. I'm gonna do the deep dive. What were the single-use DVDs? FlexPlay. That's what it was. FlexPlay. FlexPlay discs. They were the self-destructing discs. Yeah, they would turn dark red on the back or black, depending on which ones you got. Yeah, and then they were. Yeah, that was before Netflix and all that. What up, the real Danhausen? Even though he is not the real Danhausen, which I'm pretty sure Danhausen would take Umbridgehausen with, but. Again, I got my one stun lock today, okay? And it was for that. Trying to figure out what the single-use DVDs were. And again, Flex. Oh, shit. It's already gone. But, yeah, man. That makes me think back to, Netflix and how bad they fucked up with Blockbuster. God damn. You remember how arrogant they were about that, too? What is this Netflix? There's no way that's gonna work out. Yeah. Although Netflix, that whole thing with K-pop Demon Hunters, the way that they sold that, and then they sold the music rights too, holy shit did they fuck up. And now you have Netflix that is apparently just going to be making the next movie in, partnership, but cool hat, Pep. That's what they're saying. Hey, appreciate that. And it made us all think that we didn't have to pay so much for DVDs and getting scammed if they could sell even more expensive self-destructing DVDs for $2. Yeah, it was weird. Yeah, because no, they weren't $2. I remember they were $8 for the single view, but I remember that they also had movies that they came out a little bit sooner than your average releases. I don't know how they did that, but it was essentially the way that you would go to a hotel and it would be there. There were times that I loved that shit too, because I used to travel a lot. And yeah, didn't really get to make it out to the theaters, so had my fair share of room service, movies. Not the dirty ones, because I also wasn't an idiot. I'm not paying for that. Fuck. All right, does anybody... I'm not sure... Don't out yourself for anything, weird, but Okay. Who is actually like paid for it and why? Can you just say? I don't get it. What is available for free? I just don't understand the need to go and pay for anything related to that. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, you know, prawn. Because, yeah, man. I actually, here, let's do this fun story real quick. This is crazy. So just when they were making gooning illegal in Texas, now apparently Florida is making it harder not only for the gooners, but the ones who are selling to the gooners, which again, I just don't get it. Especially the ones that are like paying subscriptions for this. Like, I don't know. If anybody does actually kind of understand it, or like you subscribe to somebody, I will not make fun of you, and I will get mad at somebody that does. Because yeah, I just would appreciate somebody that actually does this to kind of inform me on it. Because I'm convinced that it's bots and money laundering. That's what I think it is. I really do. I think that it's bots and money laundering, but I want to be wrong because people will say that about YouTube. So I don't know. I don't know. What's up, Fred? How's it going, brother? Wait, what? How could they make gooning illegal? It's here. Okay, so here you go.
Tonight, a controversial Florida Republican running to replace Republican Governor Ron DeSantis is making headlines, denouncing aid to Israel, supporting a moratorium on immigration, and now proposing a 50% sin tax for Florida content creators on OnlyFans.
Oh my God, they're actually calling it a sin tax.
A subscription-based site known for its explicit content. Donnie O'Sullivan is out front.
OnlyFans has made some women millionaires.
I have just hit 100 million.
$100 million.
Mm-hmm.
But in Florida,
never seen her face. That's 100 millionaire right there. Yeah, but let's not ask them to pay their fair share.
Governor wants to bring in what he calls a 50% sin tax
On whatever.
I don't know. You know what? Fuck it. For any state to do it, fuck it. Let Florida do it.
You so-called earn via that online degeneracy.
You know that this is just
now
again,
a political target. OnlyFans women,
which is the reason that most of these people.
Before you want to
Florida.
tax thousands of women just because we actually took this into our own hands, start taxing the companies that are flooding into here.
A Florida politician trying to start beef with me for clout.
So I'm driving across the Sunshine State to meet the OnlyFans creators and the candidate for governor. We're in the middle of a very public debate about the adult entertainment industry.
Man, he looks scummy.
I don't want to catfish any of you, even though I was on Tinder last week. And I joined and I said,
he was on Grindr.
I want to meet young female voters where they are, I said.
James Fishback wants to be the next governor of Florida. He's running in the Republican primary against Trump-endorsed and heavy favorite Congressman Byron Donalds.
Do you think for the voters of Florida that OnlyFans is really a major issue?
We don't want our women in Florida to feel as if the only way they can make a living is by selling nude images or videos on the internet to complete strangers. And the men who spend their money, their time, their resources, I'm not letting them off the hook either. I think they are just as complicit by handing over money to see these nude images.
I think that this is profoundly fucking
My
weird.
view is really simple.
It's the same way that they
did not exist
did this in Texas.
Florida.
I think it's weird.
We would be better off.
This is weird.
I will not tolerate.
Why does he care so much about what other dudes are doing and whacking it to?
Cultural filth
fucking,
and moral
This is
degeneration.
where immediately the same thing, guys. Where I'm just like, okay, your fucking search history needs to be under the microscope right now.
Mercy in my state.
OnlyFans is an online subscription platform for creators, but it's especially popular for women who make pornographic content like Anya Lacey.
You guys are going to get a kick out of this one.
All right, how about not? We're not going to be showing that because I'm not playing these games.
I mean, I made like
Knock it
more
off.
money than I thought I would.
When did you first hear about James Fishback? And how about his sin tax?
I think it's grandstanding. I think it's a publicity thing, which has worked. I mean, you guys are here. I mean, this state is covered in strip clubs. It's silly to say like, oh, we're going to have morals now.
a lot of your volunteers here are young men, especially. What is it about you that has,
Good to see you, dude.
Drawn interest from them?
I'm speaking the truth. Singular, not plural. Masculinity is not toxic.
Oh, this is so weird.
There's nothing toxic about hanging out with your guy friends, nothing toxic about watching football. What's toxic?
Yo, no, but you know, like, this is so funny, and I'm not even, like, I'm not doing this for lols. I think that's gay as shit, like, the way that he just said that. And, like, there's nothing wrong with it. Fine. Like, dude, love your buddies.
Is telling young
But the way that you just said that right now, like...
men that they are responsible for the sins and the ills of society.
Fishback has also gained support from influencers in the online manosphere like Sneeko and Nick Fuentes, figures known for anti-Semitism and misogyny.
Also, Nick Fuentes is known for something
One
else.
of the world's most famous OnlyFans creators also lives in Florida.
You're gonna stay a Florida girl.
We'll see if James Fishback becomes governor. Might push me out.
Sophie Rain has been singled out by Fishback, who says she would owe $42 million if he becomes governor.
And so, you know, there is a sort of thriving space online that like actively despises women, right?
Will she become a leftist now?
I mean,
Let's
what do you
see.
have to say about toxic masculinity?
It's sad. That word just sends chills down my spine, if I'm being honest. I think it's the same kind of about weaponized incompetence. You know what I mean? Like, there's no reason to be acting like this. We are all adults at the end of the day, and I think that there are bigger problems in this world that we need to be focused on instead of trying to regulate.
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. Yo, I've seen how shitty some of these freaking OF models are. I gotta say, like, some of them, they do like politics while doing this shit. Like, I don't know, man. Well, I'm all for getting the bag, and you know, especially for S workers, because yeah, you know what? I actually have absolutely no issue with that. Sometimes it is kind of like funny to watch the ones that are Republican, the ones that like voted for Trump. Kind of like waking up to the realities.
It's freedom of speech, though, right? I mean, if you want to go on there and you want to...
It's like I've been saying, once they come for the leftists, they're going to come for you next.
Express yourself in this way or make money this way.
This is not an argument about the First Amendment or free speech. This is an argument about what kind of society we want to live in. Sophie Rain could be doing so much more.
Actually, both Anya and Sophie say the platform has done a lot for them.
See what I mean?
It's helped make their lives better.
It just has created so many opportunities for me, and I'm so thankful to even be here. It helped me build a business.
Tony, this is all fascinating. You also, though, as part of your reporting, spoke to young men I know who do support Fishback. Okay, so what did they tell you?
Yeah, Aaron, look, I mean, what Fishback is doing very effectively is tapping into this online space, manosphere, whatever you want to call it, but basically where young men are online. And look, he talks a lot about the economy, he talks a lot about affordability issues, and they're the issues we heard people talking about. But more broadly...
They're already turning against the gun rights activists. I thought they all love small businesses and their gun. Yeah.
How he's getting attention, how he is communicating this is through issues like this so-called OnlyFans syntax. And from sort of following this space quite closely, that's something that we've heard, this idea, this fascination with OnlyFans girls and sort of coming after them has been something we've seen developing in this space from Tucker Carlson daughters in the last couple of months. Also, finally, I should mention that he is very critical of Israel, and again, that is something that we're seeing with younger people, especially under 30 in the online space, that is resonating with them as well.
Yeah.
I wonder if if AIPAC is going to go after that guy as hard as he did, or as hard as they did with the Illinois elections, which, you know what? Good segue.
The dust settling over big primary elections in Illinois. We're going to talk about not who won, but who voted, because that may have a bigger impact nationally. With us now, CNN chief data analyst Harry.
I'm actually kind of glad that they're doing this
about
breakdown.
what we saw in terms of turnout.
Democratic enthusiasm
Hey,
through the roof.
I have one of those. Look, I voted. Yeah, I'm not as angry today. I'm keeping the eyebrows. Woohoo! Kickflip.
Are so excited they just can't hide it. What are we talking about? Share of Illinois midterm Democratic primary ballots. In 2022, Democrats cast 53% of the primary ballots compared to 47% of Republicans. Look at what we have in 2026. Hello, we're talking about Democrats casting 68% of the primary ballots with an estimated more than 90% of the vote, outvoting Republicans by a more than 2-to-1 margin. What was a very tight race in 2022 in terms of primary ballots cast in the Illinois primaries became a blowout for Democrats in 2026. As I said, Democrats very enthusiastic in Illinois.
I was just going to say, and that's
2026. Good to see you again.
what's notable here, because it can be indicative of enthusiasm, which can carry on over time.
Good timing, too. We're talking about the election again.
In terms of primary turnout for Democrats compared to, the 2024 elections.
We're right now talking about Illinois, right? But now we've had 5 primaries.
Yeah, but this is also why guys like Darren Bailey don't stand a fucking chance. Look at this shit.
This primary season, I decided to tally them all up. What share are Democrats?
Fuck, that's why Darren Bailey, we thought the first time actually stood a chance, because again, that was within the margin of error.
Democrats making
that 47 to
what? We're talking
53 was also high. We were sitting at about 49.
55% of the votes cast so far. Arkansas, Illinois, Mississippi, North Carolina, and Texas. Not many blue states on the board right there, a lot of red states, yet Democrats are outvoting Republicans. Very much unlike what we saw in 2024 when Kamala Harris's vote share in those same exact states
Darren Bailey must not have anything else to do.
46%. So now Democrats are the majority of primary.
Dude, did you see that? Okay, Darren Bailey, he had 4 family members die in a car or in a helicopter crash. They're using that to try and get him elected. I was like, oh my God. You know what? I have a feeling his supporters are going to be uncomfortable with that too.
Ballots being cast, and Kamala Harris actually
Darren
lost
Bailey is a cognitive test
in these states to Donald Trump. So these are red states, and they are turning blue in 2026.
And this is something that I learned only from you, which is that when you're talking about turnout in a primary, how predictive is that in terms of which party is turning out more?
Sometimes
Wait, so Israel is attacking Syrian missile sites right now? Looks like they're a push further into Syria.
Academic, but I like to be in the real world as well. This is not just an academic discussion. Why is this important that Democrats are turning out in such large numbers? Because take a look here. National primary turnout edge by party, then went on to win the U.S. House of Representatives that fall. In 2006, it was the Democrats. In 2010, the Republicans. In 2014, the Republicans.
I thought that Illinois is a strong blue state. I am so stupid. It is a strong blue state for the most part, but no, it has not just been blue all the fucking time.
In 2018, the Democrats.
As I said.
2022, the Republicans.
This is actually this is very reflective of Illinois politics too, because these are the years that we had a red representative in my district.
Party outvotes the other one in primaries during midterm primary seasons. They then go on to win the House.
Blue tsunami. This time I think so.
5 times. The fact that Democrats are so enthusiastic this primary season is very big news come the fall, because historically speaking, that means they have a very delicious fall.
Hey, thank you for Serene. Thank you for the sub. Thank you for the Prime subscription. Really appreciate
go on
that.
to win the House of Representatives.
In what are the prediction markets thinking about all this?
Yeah, okay. So you see this. You see the primary votes being cast, right? What about the prediction markets? What about the cash prediction markets? Chance Democrats take the House in 2026. You go back to just before Election Day, 2025, Democrats had just a 58% chance. Hello, we're now talking an 84% chance, near record high for Democrats to take back the House.
Blue as in sad and will vote for
prediction market.
Really? So we're playing that game about the whole people wanting to help, but then we're gonna just ignore the fact that Republicans will vote for Trump, or any Republican that just says, we're gonna do no new wars. Yeah, we're also gonna lower your taxes, and we're gonna give you all the monies.
Very much matching what we're seeing so far this primary season. Democrats are so enthusiastic. They just can't hide it.
Thank you for that, Serena. I really appreciate that.
When I'm with you.
As Robert De Niro said in Untouchables, enthusiasms.
Democrats now have their candidate for Senate for the Senate race in Illinois. The state's Lieutenant Governor, Juliana Stratton, won that
Uni, if you're watching this,
primary, beating
I
out
have a
2
feeling
veteran
you like
members
her
of Congress.
outfit.
The seat favored for Democrats to win, a race that, though, has been closely watched as a test of what direction the Democratic Party is heading into the midterms.
Is a big fan of
but it appears, while we wait for that answer a little bit more, it appears we already know, though, one big winner in this contest, Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker. He gave millions to boost Stratton's campaign. CNN's Steve Conterno is in Chicago. Was there watching people as they went in to vote yesterday. So what happened? What did we learn?
You know, when you talk to these campaigns just a few months ago, Kate, the overwhelming sentiment was that U.S. Representative Raja Krishnamurthy was ahead in this race. He had millions of dollars to his advantage. He was virtually the only candidate on the air in all of 2025 through the winter. But Stratton had that key support from J.B. Pritzker, the state's very popular and also very wealthy Democratic governor, who not only campaigned over.
You do like her outfit. I knew it.
Time for her in recent weeks.
Immediately when I saw it, I was just like, oh, I know who would like that.
But he also put upwards of $10 million into a pro-Stratton super PAC that helped her get her
Pep with the perspective deep dive. Will Pritzker be the new Madigan? No.
Message.
No, because Madigan was like legitimate fucking old school corrupt politician. I think that J.B. Pritzker, he's got that thing where he does want people to like him. So that automatically kind of takes it out of that camp. Madigan didn't give a fuck who liked him or not, as long as it was, you know, the people that were paying him to benefit them.
And that message
like,
was
Madigan
far
was,
more progressive than the other leading contenders in this race. She was the candidate who supported Medicare for all, a $25 minimum wage. She was the only one.
I'll be honest, he's not like perfect, but I like JB. He's
who
fine.
Said that she would abolish ICE.
He's been
the
better
other
than I
ones
thought he
wouldn't
would
go
be.
that far. She also said that she wouldn't support.
No, I don't think he's corrupt like Madigan.
Minority leader.
Yeah, weirdly enough.
Chuck Schumer to lead the caucus going
He's
forward.
trying to be a class traitor.
At one of her events on Saturday, that was one of the biggest applause lines that she received. She also
nationally
ran a
nationally he might not have the best chances over Trump. I actually think people that overblow that
rather notable
it's not gonna,
ad, and it didn't get
it's
on
not going to
TV
help
much,
anybody
but it generated a
if
ton
they keep
of buzz,
just doing that shit.
and that was
but
one where it featured.
He doesn't have 0% support, dude.
Voters
like he's actually pretty popular in the state.
Saying a four-letter expletive, Trump. So that got a lot of attention for her, and you can really feel the ground shifting here in recent weeks and the momentum turning in her favor. And this is what she had to say last night as she addressed her supporters at her victory party.
Of our lifetimes. But despite the fear, we never lost sight of what's most important, and that is courage. Courage inspired me to run. Courage powered this campaign. And courage will bring this fight straight to Donald Trump's door.
Now this is not only a big win for Stratton, but it was a big win for Pritzker. It would have been a little bit of a blow to the Illinois governor if his handpicked candidate.
Bernie 2028 is not going to happen. It's 2 years away, and he's in his mid-80s. Can we stop with this? Find somebody with similar politics.
Have lost. There have been some questions about his political operation, and of course he is someone who's considering a run for president in 2028. Instead, he gets a close ally, a black woman in the U.S. Senate, something, Kate, he could potentially point to if he does decide to run.
Illinois held Democratic primaries to choose candidates for this year's midterm.
How much of it was yay Stratton as opposed to no Raja? That's a good point.
Elections. The state's lieutenant governor, Juliana Stratton, will be the Democratic nominee for Senate. She will face former Illinois Republican Party Chair Don Tracy. In the solidly blue state, Stratton is heavily favored to win to replace retiring Senator Dick Durbin. Now, if she wins the Senate race, Stratton will be just the 6th black woman to serve in the U.S. Senate. In her celebratory remarks, she said that she and her supporters will maintain the courage to challenge President Trump.
Together, we've confronted one of the most frightening moments of our lifetimes. But despite the fear, we never lost sight of what's most important, and that is courage. Courage inspired
I wonder if she's going to get Kat's endorsement.
me to run. Courage
because it looks like this is getting Kat's endorsement. I hope that's the case. Serena, did you see that Kat and Daniel got spotted having dinner last night?
Lieutenant Governor also thanked Governor J.B. Pritzker for his support. He ran unopposed in his primary. Pritzker will be running for a third term against a familiar opponent. CNN projects that the Republican nominee will be Darren Bailey.
This is why I don't think he's going to run for president.
Who lost the 2022 election to Pritzker by nearly 13 points.
I really don't, but he could surprise me. I want to stop you from voting. Fuck it. We'll do
Debate
this.
continues in the Senate on the so-called Save America Act.
Yeah.
President Trump and Republicans claim the bill will fight alleged voter fraud by non-citizens. The president has even said he will not sign.
Okay, guys, this is the part of politics that is pro wrestling that I absolutely hate. The fact is, even with them debating this, this doesn't have a shot unless they abolish the filibuster, which they're not going to do. And if they do, then that just made all the fucking the next elections. I mean, hold on. I was about to say this without like the prospect that they could actually steal these elections and then we would never have a Democrat in office again, like they were saying, because that would do it. If they abolish the filibuster before the midterms. Yeah, shit, dude.
In any
Do you think? I don't know, because again, I don't think they're going to get enough Democratic support. I mean, John Fetterman can't fucking be 10 people at once, despite what that fucking stroke-ass fucking asshole wants. Sorry, I tried to say something even meaner than what I just dropped there.
Into
which
law
wasn't, it was
until it is passed. Democratic Senator
stroke brain.
Raphael Warnock of Georgia yesterday
Fuck them.
called out the president and his administration on this.
It was a cabinet official in the White House herself who said that we just want to make sure that, quote, the right people
I don't know a single person that's ever had a stroke and just immediately was just like, you know what? I'm the exact opposite of what I was yesterday.
Voting. The right people. The right people are voting. That was the argument in the 1960s.
Fetterman, he literally has no business being in fucking Congress anymore.
Had they prevailed, I would not be standing here today.
The people of Pennsylvania fucking hate
We
him.
know that this will disenfranchise thousands, if not millions, of Americans. We have no evidence
The illusion of choice.
that this is a problem that actually needs to be solved.
Now it's actually a worse problem because now he is technically more of a hindrance. At least Oz would always just be a fucking Republican vote.
Yet they have shut down
This
much
is,
of the business
like,
of the Senate in order to do
bad.
this.
This is just Kirsten Sinema. This is why I'm convinced that he was like that beforehand. Like, I could say all the stroke stuff all I want. I do think that Fetterman was always that shitty.
So bent on getting this done. Donald Trump said that this is his #1 priority, and so it begs the question, why is this?
I don't know. It's too convenient. The same with cinema, where it's just like, no, they're all bought and paid for by the lobby the second that they get in office.
That he feels he must get done. Why is he afraid? I'll tell you why. It's because he knows that he has broken every promise he made.
Thank you for the $5, man. Appreciate that.
I mean, it's very obvious.
At James Shirt Shorn 377 $5. Trumpstein is a traitor.
Thank you.
Says, oh, well, everybody supports voter right? Yeah.
All right, guys, hold on.
Bring your driver's license. I think that's a great idea. Bring your driver's license or another ID, photo ID. And by the way, this is a wonderful opportunity for the federal government or for the state governments, not even the federal government, state governments, to provide that from the voter's office. If they want an ID, it's a great way for people that don't have picture IDs to get picture IDs. But here's the crazy thing. I mean, Republicans want to take over states' constitutionally protected position in voting. Now, they want to do the same for IDs. Again, let me say this again. Republicans, they don't even allow your driver's license to be used as a way to be able to vote for your mayor, for your county commissioners, for your state senators, House members, governors, presidents. I mean, I mean, you talk about standing, not in the courthouse door, standing like in front of a voting booth, doing everything you can do to ensure that your unpopular party can somehow figure out a way to win in the fall. It's not going to work. It's absolutely outrageous. The requirements are outrageous. They're trying to kill the ability for vets who may have been injured in war and may not be able to not be able to vote by mail. They're trying to do everything they can do to stop older Americans.
Actually, guys, I know this is going to sound bad, but I think that the Democratic establishment and like the AOC squad, like wing of the party, they're waiting to see what happens with Tallarico, because if Tallarico wins, then they're probably going to run somebody like John Ossoff. I could see it being John Ossoff, AOC, if all that kind of like meshes together.
Not be able to go down on election day,
but
because of the physical problem. To not vote.
AOC wants Chuck Schumer's seat, which that should happen.
Who travel?
I think that's actually a better.
I was traveling on business.
This is also part of the problem where I keep saying with DSA, like this is the problem with the Democrats and DSA in general, is the fact that they're just sitting on their thumbs. They're not putting anybody out there. They're not getting anybody excited about the next wave of elections. Which, dude, we're just past primary season. We have about a year and a half. Like, what are we doing?
Days. Just like millions and millions and millions of Americans do on Election Day. And they're trying to get everybody to re-register. Is this a joke? Is this a joke that 51 senators actually supported to debate? Are you kidding? Like, it's a horrible idea. Conservatives like me, and I know there aren't many left, who were small government conservatives, who actually fought to balance a budget 4 years in a row and did it, who actually fought to push back every way we could on Russian and
under a Democratic president, though.
Aggression and imperialism, and we did it. Conservatives like me.
But that's what created this new wave of status quo politics, is a bunch of people that are now just nostalgic for Clinton.
Don't like poll taxes. You know who else does it? The Wall Street Journal editorial page, Republicans. The Wall Street Journal editorial page. They've got a new piece out today say why the Save America Act won't. And it reads in part this. Mr. Trump now wants to expand the Save America Act. One of his ideas is to countermand dozens of state laws on mail voting by
It's not about getting an ID. This is what you're wrong about, Bob. It's about getting a passport. This isn't as simple as just showing your ID, like your driver's license or even a real ID, because a real ID, did you know this, that non-citizens can get a real ID?
Such ballots to people who are sick, disabled.
That for Prez Nationwide 420.
Serving in the military. Let me say that again.
Yo, just let me run the Department of Agriculture or whatever it is.
To make sure that every military ballot was counted in that race. Because people trying to disenfranchise men and women in uniform. Now, that's what this act does. It disenfranchises.
I'm not lying. Dude, just look it up.
Members of our military are those, as I said, who
also just read the goddamn bill.
Actually work.
Read what it does.
And are traveling.
You have a lot of Republican women that kind of just figured this out, and then they were just like, oh, I got to go get my passport. And then they figured out that they can't get their passport right now. They're just like, wait a minute.
As an election policy, this has a real upside. Yet, many GOP states let anyone vote absentee. Republicans, do they really want to endorse having the federal government overrule the election laws in Florida, Georgia, Wisconsin, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Oklahoma, Kansas, and more?
Yeah, but this is where Trump is waiting to see if the SAVE Act passes, which we know, like, if we're talking odds, there's like a 10% chance that this actually happens. So if the SAVE Act doesn't happen, he's going to just be like, the Democrats want to steal the election. See, I have to do something. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to declare a state of emergency.
Those aren't blue states, folks. Although Mr. Trump insists that voter fraud is endemic, his big claims aren't backed by hard evidence. By the way, it's not backed by any evidence. I remember reading a Wall Street Journal editorial page a decade ago.
Yeah, it's getting out of hand with traveling. I have to have a passport to fly in my own damn country. Yeah.
Saying the same thing.
Everyone like, share, and subscribe. Yeah, dude, I appreciate that.
That this bullshit about voter fraud is so overblown. It's not real. And by the way, not saying it, and the Wall Street Journal's not saying it now because history began
Halo 1
on January
Sidewinder
20th,
capture the flag.
2025. It did not.
God damn it, Church.
You were saying this a decade ago when Donald Trump wasn't even in politics. This is a
Now I
political
watch
party
Red vs. Blue
creating
really
a
bad.
crisis that does not exist because they know that they're historically behind in the polls.
Yes.
They know.
Yes.
If voters are allowed.
And then they have the confidence to just be like, oh, if this happens, then Democrats will never win another election because election integrity. Yeah.
Vote.
Not the fact that you rigged it so you
know that.
so you disenfranchised a whole bunch of fucking
you're
voters.
Get wiped out. That friend that wanted to run as a Republican in 2006, I said, buddy, I don't care if you're Abraham Lincoln, you're going to lose. Don't run. Because it was bleak. It's that bleak for Republicans now. So why do we?
Caboose went crazy IRL. Yeah, I know.
They want to change the law. They want to
Fucking
stop
Rooster
you from
Teeth,
voting.
man.
They want to stop
There needs to
men
be
and
a
women.
documentary about them that is not produced by them because there's some interesting shit there,
In
dude.
the military from voting. They want to stop
Once
the
they got to
elderly
Ruby,
from voting.
holy
this is what the Wall
fuck.
Street Journal editorial page says. If I'm making you mad, don't take it out on me. Take it out on the Wall Street Journal editorial page. Those libs, those commies, those leftists. They
What up,
continue.
Hermit? Good to see you, bud.
The Save America Act wouldn't turn blue states red, and it can't save Republicans from voter anger at unpopular policies.
No.
In the MAGA era, the bill actually, just like that stupid redistricting in Texas, Wall Street Journal says this could actually hurt the GOP.
Yeah.
Kamala Harris in 2024
I was
won
saying
college
this.
grad-
I was saying how a lot, and people got mad at me for this shit. They're just like, oh, so what are you trying to insinuate? Republicans don't travel? I'm like, not in the number that Democrats do, because Democrats just statistically are more intellectually curious and they're not as nationalistic. So they want to get out of the country occasionally to go and experience the world.
Graduates and voters earning over $100,000 a year. Mr. Trump.
Most of the people that want this, they don't, number one, they can't afford a vacation, which is insane because when you look at the economy and like look at what Donald Trump has done, every fucking policy that he has signed or that the GOP has gotten behind hurts them. But they're just like, yeah, we need to protect the billionaires. We need to protect these rich people again. The K-shaped economy, they are not on the top level of that K. They don't get that.
Carry those with no degrees and low salaries. Which coalition is most likely not to have passed?
Man, I keep saying this, and it really does feel like I bashed my head against a wall. But fucking A, why is it the one thing that's consistent with the GOP and right-wing voters is that they will always vote against their self-interests?
Sports and
I don't
birth
understand
certificates,
that.
Andy.
Like,
I know
they
what
always,
mine is.
it must be like the whole, like, believing in heaven and believing that, oh, if this just happens, then this is going to be heaven on earth for me.
You?
Like, holy shit. Just acknowledge that it's not going to happen for you. And, like, just statistically. Oh, by the way, guys, I actually went through Dropsite News. Their new interface is fucking awesome. I just wish they didn't have, like, the standard white background. You know, for us that like night mode, but definitely give Dropsite a follow. Or just keep this in your tabs so you guys can, have another news source, because it's good. It's good to have different news sources. And for my right-wingers, I use Mediaite, which is essentially, like, I feel like Dropsite and Mediaite are just like, you know, two faces of the opposite coin or whatever. Someone is in the middle. Nationalist. I can't say it's a bad thing. I hate nationalism. I really do. I always have. As somebody who I like team sports, like I like playing on sports teams, but as somebody that has literally traded. I went to a different place. Like I went to a different park district or actually that was the cool part about playing in a park district league was every once in a while you would kind of like have a draft. So yeah, I've played for so many different teams. So yeah, it's kind of like, oh, hey, I understand how it is to not just do this like, oh, I blindly follow this crest because reasons, like, whatever, man. What a moron. Me? Ah, yeah. No, I know. Trust me. This guy agrees too. Yeah! Whoa, he is such a fucking moron. This shit lib over here. I love Ben Shapiro and Tucker Carlson and my favorite Tim Pool. Oh, Tim Pool's so cool. Yeah, but as you can see, I voted, and you guys can bet your sweet butts I voted for the red team because you know what? We want to win Illinois. Yeah, kickflip. What other show makes fun of himself through a puppet? Anyway, whoever is saying that cheating in elections is a problem, it is not a problem. It has not happened, or it's happened 12 times in 30 years out of 200 billion votes. They found 12 fraudulent votes. Yeah. Well, again, they don't understand statistics, and the right wing is actually really good at doing that outrage thing. Like, that's why Nick Shirley was so effective. Like, you can attribute a lot of it to stupidity and just, like, having a lack of, intellectual curiosity. I mean, realistically, some people just want to be told things, and then they're like, yeah, that's how that is. I thought Nick Thurley, he went up to Minnesota and he found some fraud, and then I saw him go to this other place and he found a couple $100 worth of fraud. Man, he's just going out. He's doing the Lord's work. He's making sure that there's no fraud. And then Ted DiBiase, you know that the $1 Million Man's kid? I was talking about how he defrauded a whole bunch of people in Mississippi. Today, they just acquitted his ass. So, you know what? I don't want to fucking hear it. I never want to fucking hear it. Oh, my God. Like I said, they vote against their self-interest. They always support people that are out to fuck them. And then when they do get fucked, the first thing they do is, oh, wait a minute. The Democrats fucked me. Oh. Yeah. Anyway. Parents. Iran hits Gulf facility. This was the one. All right. Iran hits Gulf oil facilities with retaliatory strikes. Global emergency or energy market shaken. Lebanon death toll tops 1,000. Yeah, so it looks like Israel is going in to Lebanon, like full stop. And you know why they're doing that? Because Trump is in the Epstein files. Not sure if you guys saw this. This was not the smoothest segue, I'll admit it, but for real, dude, some of these Epstein revelations are getting way worse for Trump, and it was kind of funny, too, where this dropped right as his popularity is sinking because of the war, too. And I saw a meme about it where they were just like, oh, yeah, he's going to have to there's going to be more Epstein news because he's going to have to release some of these files just to get the attention off the war. Sure enough, we get an unredacted page that, boy, I mean, those applications that were from the FBI or that were brought to the FBI, they're a lot worse than we thought. Trump is a draft dodging little bitch. I always appreciate the people that do see that, where it's just like, yeah, dude, he's in control of our military. He's going like, I'm not afraid of anything. I have nothing to be scared of. I'm not afraid of anything. I'm a big, strong boy. It's like, dude, again, bone spurs, calm down there. Sending your kids to go and die and ignoring your wishes for to not cover the dignified transfer. Holy shit, dude. Like, that's another thing that I kind of want to cover a little bit later. I didn't even have that on the docket, but hey, that's enough. Sorry, my cat just being a little butthead.
There's been a lot going on with the Epstein probe in Congress and what Democrats say are evasions by the Trump DOJ. Democrats say the Attorney General may be trying to evade a lawful subpoena forcing her to testify on this because she's been dodging. The House Oversight Chairman Comer appears to be backing Bondi, although he was a part of the committee pursuing the subpoena, but now we're talking about what it means to really comply. He does say yesterday's briefing would not replace, of course, the public process of testifying under oath. There's also testimony coming in from Epstein's longtime lawyer who told Congress he just didn't know about Epstein's wrongdoing.
It's good.
Now, people are entitled to a lawyer.
Okay, can you have, I'm lying just on your face? Because this guy, I don't know how he's a lawyer, where it's just like everything that comes out of his mouth, it's like, that's a lie. How do you know? Just look at you.
But there are larger questions here. There are documents suggesting the facilitation of payments to women, as well as directing witnesses to avoid law enforcement. And so while no one should be denied a lawyer, even if you face the most heinous allegations in the world under U.S. constitutional law, that does not mean that lawyers can just do anything. And so there are still questions, we've probed some of them, about the people around Epstein and whether they crossed the line into joining in his crimes. Congress is going through the unredacted files. Congressman Goldman yesterday said that one unredacted version of an email, which was heavily blacked out, raises questions, that it contradicts some of Trump's defenses about why he ever broke ties with Epstein.
Good morning, Rebecca. Good to see you.
This document here was redacted to the public. It was unredacted to Congress, and it completely disputes everything that Donald Trump has said about Jeffrey Epstein, about what...
This was also a big dick move here, because what's he going to do? Sue him? For what? For doing exactly what the DOJ swore they were going to do under the, penalty of perjury?
He knew about the allegations.
Oh, wait, that's right. They didn't include that in the whole law, so there's nothing you can do to him.
His disgusting behavior. As if the Attorney General is covering up this
smart.
information that she then reveals to Congress, what else is she covering up about Donald Trump's involvement?
Dude.
This is active. The pressure and the evidence is pouring out as we speak. That was, of course, just yesterday, middle of this week. The Daily Beast
totally a big dick move.
Reports about that same email that it would suggest Epstein maybe was never even asked to leave Trump's club, and that Trump may have been on Epstein's plane and at his home. Now, to be clear, this is an email out of the larger tranche of files. MS now hasn't confirmed the underlying validity of those documents. Trump hasn't been accused of criminal wrongdoing related to those documents. But even if they simply show that Trump has been lying...
Bondi's been a mole for decades.
The
thing is, I mean, when you look at how Epstein curated his power and just everybody around Trump, it seems like they're all like tied to one specific agency, which I can't even say right now because I'm not sure if my stream will get in trouble.
His friendship with Epstein, that is
starts
a
with an
matter
M and ends with an Assad.
Now, Congress is doing some of this work, however delayed. Today, the Epstein lawyer, Darren Indyke, was being grilled. He's one of the two key lawyers for Epstein. As I mentioned, they say they were just doing their jobs. Other people question whether they took a role as lawyer and turned it into fixer or worse, or ever knowledgeably, knowingly got involved in the criminal scheme.
The one benefit of watching the news the day after.
For breaking the law is different than, for example, providing someone legal defense. Take reporting about one of them,
Coheed and Cannabis. I mean, dude, the fact that we have to like say that and now people are just like, oh, you're still saying that?
He was a longtime accountant. Now, Congress grilled him as well. He was previously questioned by the FBI about the contents of this safe. Take a good look, because the BBC has reported, based again on a lot of the new information we're getting, that when the FBI originally raided Epstein's New York mansion back in 2019, the very day he was arrested, agents forced open the safe you just saw, and they found valuables like diamonds and cash, but they also found binders of CDs and hard drives.
You know, the Trump U case, yeah? Bondi made that criminal case become a civil case for $25K.
Now, stay with me here, because it gets interesting. There was an issue allegedly with the war. And so they didn't leave with all the items.
He's not allowed to run a charity in New York for, what, another 10 years?
The BBC notes that then the safe had been emptied while they were gone. The FBI documents, including the newly released Epstein files,
it's such a weird time. Pinkerbell, what up?
Khan then told the mansion staff, pack up 2 suitcases with the contents of that safe that he was going to take to his home, according to the FBI. That could allegedly include things like CDs and hard drives, which makes you wonder, what did this sex trafficker want with CDs in his safe? After the FBI spoke to Khan's then lawyer, he agreed to hand over those suitcases, allegedly untouched. He didn't want agents coming to his house, though, and declined to say who told him to remove the items. This is when your accountants need accountants and your lawyers need lawyers. Khan's lawyer told
Again, this is all open, shut, like go to jail type of shit, but because it's Epstein and all these rich fucks.
The BBC, his client, did cooperate with the FBI, and that is BBC's reporting. We haven't independently gotten additional information, but these are all the questions that, with the new files, really make you wonder why the DOJ seemed to operate this way. Why was evidence allowed to be removed from the safe? Did they confirm they got all the right CDs? Why didn't they pursue these leads more? Part of this story, of course, seems to continue to revolve around the politics and the pressure and the blame game.
I thought that was an old knocked out CRT TV.
And the evidence and how long it took to get any kind of justice, and why, even when you had an FBI warrant, you could go in.
That means that they had to pull that thing out to like get that open. That's crazy.
Later on.
Will you commit to complying with that subpoena and appearing for a closed-door deposition?
I made it crystal clear. I will follow the law.
But does that mean you will? Does that mean you appear?
We sat there saying anything you want to ask us anything you want to ask us. and they screamed C-SPAN wasn't there, one of them, and then they stormed out of the meeting.
Yeah, that's exactly
That's the Attorney General's take on this clash over whether she will follow the subpoena to testify under oath in public. She says C-SPAN, like it's a dirty word, it's actually part of how congressional hearings are broadcast for every agency. We're joined now by attorney Nancy Erica Smith. She has done civil rights work and represented numerous victims of workplace harassment and sexual assault. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Let's start with what sounds like a very unusual situation with Epstein's former lawyer and accountant. Congress is finally taking this testimony. I walked through some of the odd scenarios, including that safe. We can put the photo back up. Your view of all that?
Well, the FBI has never been great on sexism. I mean, the FBI has been sued for sexism and misogyny many, many times. So I think that the FBI, in this case, certainly decided to protect the powerful and the connected, and women and young girls just didn't matter, because it's outrageous that they left the...
Yeah, and now the ones being investigated are in charge of the investigations.
The safe. And somebody was able to take stuff out of it, bring it to his home, and then they didn't show up to the home with a warrant. For the whole house. I mean, they wouldn't. What do you mean he wouldn't let the FBI in the house? It's all absurd.
And when you're dealing with someone like Epstein and you find out that he has CDs and hard drives, and you know that he has
you know how you could totally pull that, where like if they show up to your house,
surveillance system, and you know now
First for the wife, thank you.
that he would talk to people about, let me get the records of this and the email of that and prove where people were. What other questions does that raise in a competent probe of what's on the CDs?
Yeah, in a competent probe, well, many of the young victims have said that he videoed them. So and there's certainly some evidence in the files that he was blackmailing people, that he would say things like, well, I would never tell your secrets. Well, that's a way of saying, maybe I'll tell your secrets. So the CDs, they may have settlement agreements. They may have legal documents. They may have information about the numerous shell corporations. It says that the investigation was never serious from the time that it was dismantled and he got a sweetheart deal in Florida right up until the time he died.
And so everyone's entitled to a lawyer. And, when people hear us say that, I mean that. There's some people in this country who don't care about the constitutional rule of law. In this country, under the Constitution.
Right.
But you don't get a fixer or a co-conspirator or a mob lawyer who's a criminal. There is a difference there. And so I don't want to be misheard as impugning anyone's right to counsel. But Mr. Indike says to Congress, now that these questions late are being asked, he says to explain all this money stuff. Mr. Epstein, quote, had difficulty accessing credit cards from banks. He required cash to pay for expenses like maintenance, repairs, and daily household needs, meals, gifts, gratuities, and fuel for his private aircraft. Is this a valid and competent defense for a sophisticated attorney? Or did he know, or should he have known, that the amount of cash in shell corporations and other activities suggested future misuse of funds?
FBI, open up! Oh, guys. Sorry. Just wait. You can't come in. I just watched this other guy do it. I know that there's no way. Yeah. I just hold your horses.
For sex trafficking.
Yeah, well, I think it's highly unlikely that he didn't know. It's highly unlikely.
My dog is mad now.
I don't have the facts. But we do know that Khan, Epstein's accountant, testified that the Epstein estate settled with Jane Doe number 4, a very important Jane Doe. Jane Doe number 4's files were hidden until Trump bombed Iran and changed the subject. Jane Doe's number 4 files were only found missing because of the Maxwell discovery. And people noticed that Bates stamps, numbers that lawyers use to identify documents.
That scared you?
Were missing. So we get, finally, right after bombing Iran, we get the Jane Doe number 4 files.
I want to thank MAGA so much for the $4 a gallon of gas. So much winning.
Lying to the FBI is a crime. Martha Stewart went to jail for it. All people interviewed by the FBI are told that. Jane Doe number 4 alleged to the FBI
got discarded. MAGA men always discard the pick-me girl always.
13, and that Trump abused her when she was 15.
You got my ass. Good one.
Khan, Epstein's accountant, testified that the Epstein estate settled with Jane Doe number 4 for both Epstein and Trump. His lawyer tried to walk that back. Indike refused to confirm or deny that. Now, how do we get to the bottom of that? Congress passes a law invalidating all NDAs.
That was my
from
soundboard.
Trump or the Trump organization, from Epstein,
one of the
any
things
of his
I have on my
entities,
soundboard.
from the estate, or based on any activities at the Epstein properties. Let's have the truth. We want the truth, no NDAs.
You want the truth? No NDAs? Indeed. Indeed. Get it all out there. The sooner the better. Then we can all live in harmony and go to Taco Bell. Live mas. All right. It's a little bit better than last
Some
one.
news has broken since we've been on the air, and we have the 3 most perfect people to talk to about it. Let me read a little bit from a story just dropped by the Wall Street Journal. Quote, Wall Street Journal, Russia is sharing satellite imagery and drone technology with Iran. Moscow has expanded intelligence sharing.
Rebecca, what's the gas situation over in Australia, and who's your main exporter?
Military cooperation to help keep Tehran in the fight against the United States and Israeli military might. I'll read a little bit of this and then ask you all to help us make sense of this. Russia has been expanding its intelligence sharing and military cooperation with Iran, providing satellite imagery and improved drone technology to aid.
Oh, good. But we just lowered sanctions, and they just made billions of dollars off of the oil crisis. Cool.
Targeting
cool.
of
cool.
U.S. forces
That's
in the region.
neat.
Russia is trying
That's
to
so
keep its
neat.
closest Mideast partner in the fight against the United States and Israeli military.
Did you guys know that with him lifting the sanctions on Iranian oil, that technically they are poised to make more money than Joe Biden gave them back? You know that talking point that we've been hearing in chat?
Right, and prolong a war that is benefiting Russia
Every time,
militarily
dude.
and economically.
That's like
they explain the
it's like they purposefully just take away your
technology,
ammo.
but the bottom line here seems to be
Jen Person,
that
what
Iran
up?
has aided Russia
Good to see you.
so
Good to
much
see
in
you.
its
Welcome to the
fight
show.
against Ukraine.
Also,
that
welcome
it
to the
is
show if you're new
now,
here. Appreciate you being here. I'm Pat. Nice to meet you.
Russia is now aiding Iran to scratch their back in return in a war against America. Director Brennan,
You know what
don't have that
Hegseth in the White House is saying? Fake news.
Yes, the
why they gave him the
Iranians
plane.
provided some real support to the Russians as far as the Shahed drone technology that the Russians are now producing on their own. And it's very unsurprising that the Russians are helping the Iranians now. And certainly I think U.S. intelligence would have...
Coming at you from a fucked you, Australia... Wait, who owns zero of our natural resources because we gave it all to the U.S.?
Forecast that before this war started, that Iran was likely to provide any type of intelligence...
370 per liter? Wait.
in addition to
How
maybe
do you break
enhanced
this down?
components
I
for the
forgot.
drone technology.
Oh, yeah.
Since
We use
the
Freedom
Russians, I think,
units.
have upgraded some of those capabilities. But by providing satellite imagery, signals intelligence
Uncle Fester
derived from those
must make you feel so
Russian
proud.
capabilities,
Is that a Cousin It reference, or are you saying I'm balding?
which are quite
I never know anymore with
the
y'all.
Iranians can have a much better chance of successfully targeting the U.S. as well as Gulf Arab sites.
Assuming the
throughout
Cousin
Gulf.
It?
So that Russian support, I think,
I'm
is
overthinking it.
pretty significant from the standpoint
Once
of
in a while, I'm just
helping the Iranians do much better job using their capabilities that they have to target effectively those sites, those targets, maybe even U.S. naval vessels in the Gulf. And so the question is whether or not the White House is
You're
going
my favorite gay streamer. You were the reason I found the courage to come out to my parents. Thank you so much, and God bless
to
you.
raise any concern.
I'm not gay, but okay. If I had anything to do with that, I'm so happy and proud of you. Like, live your best life, man. If
with the
listen,
Russians
I'm all
about this.
for
It
that.
doesn't seem like,
Live and let
they
live, and
have
you live
done
your
that
best
so far.
life.
I mean, Tom Nichols just made the point about Donald Trump's consistency. I mean, and the consistent slobbering over Vladimir Putin, including an actual red carpet that Donald Trump rolled out for him
Trump
since
is
he's
Uncle
been
Fester.
president a second time.
He wishes you were gay. Okay.
You have
Sorry
to
to
look at that
disappoint.
differently when you take
Okay,
in
not
the
by.
fact that this is not static. This is dynamic. This has changed even since
Yeah,
the summer.
Asia has to cut off due to our support for the U.S. We're fucked
let
in
me
all.
read this
That's
to
why.
you.
That's why I was asking. Thank you. So you kind of just confirmed what was being
From the Wall
reported
Street
on.
Journal,
I just
quote,
didn't hear it
Iran
from
has
anybody
had
else.
greater success
You're going to
targeting
Grand Rapids
United
this weekend.
States and
Nice.
Gulf
I actually might be going to Grand Rapids in June.
state military assets
There's a
in this war
awesome
than it did
concert
during
happening. Five Iron Frenzy and Suicide Machines.
last year's 12-day
Suicide
war.
Machines. There we
the
go.
country's strikes using drones to overwhelm radar before a missile strike look very similar to Russia's tactics in Ukraine, according to military analysts.
It's a mistake to imagine that Iran is a country all by itself fighting alone against the United States and Israel. Iran is part of a network of autocracies. Actually, it had very close relations with
You're just north
Venezuela
of Grand
in the
Rapids.
past, which may or may not continue. It has close relations with China. In fact, there's evidence that the Iranians have been allowing Chinese ships through the Strait of Hormuz, even though they're preventing European and other ships from going through. And so it's really not surprising that the Iranians should be working closely with the Russians, to whom they in turn supply
Well,
drones and drone technology.
This is the weird part about signing contracts and having treaties with countries. They tend to honor those. The U.S. is in
early
a
war
very
Ukraine. So
different
it's a-
position than we usually have been, where,
the
you know,
idea
now we
that
just,
Iran
it's
would
not worth
somehow
the
be
paper it was
alone,
written
that
on.
we could overwhelm them. I think the Trump administration has misunderstood the degree to which autocracies work together, work in collaboration, and are willing to help one another when they see that they have mutual interests. And here they do. The Russians have an interest in raising the oil price. They have an interest in...
Yes, raise the oil price, get their sanctions lifted, and simultaneously, you know, while they are working us,
embarrassing the American
helping
president.
Iran.
And
now we are theoretically paying more for oil, and it's because
continue to help Iran as long as they see
Russia
that they're getting something out of it.
I mean, the Wall Street Journal goes on to detail just how...
My biggest thing, and honestly, this is just me being, you know, average American. How in the fuck does him lowering the sanctions on Russia really help us that much? Like, is that worth it?
They have
don't
Donald
know.
Trump's fate
that was
in
a weird
their,
calculation from
hands. Wall Street Journal writes this, quote, the aid Russia can give Iran has been limited not only by its own ongoing conflict in Ukraine, but also by the Kremlin's reluctance to anger Trump. While Moscow could do much more to turn the dial up on its assistance to Iran, its current aid plays an important, albeit limited, role in helping Iran's war effort. The categories of assistance, including satellite data and advice on drone tactics that Russia is providing, are limited but still valuable to the war and Iran's ability to hit specific military sites. I mean, Tom Nichols, we've seen Putin and Trump together enough. You can imagine the conversation. You be nice to me or else I will, to quote the Wall Street Journal, turn the dial up.
Yeah, the only thing that would have been shocking is if the Russians weren't doing this. This is a layup for them. This is an easy call. It's cheap.
Man, I usually don't find a lot of value in like talking heads, but I'll admit that I pre-watched this one. This was why I brought this to the show, because they do kind of break this down well.
It's simple. It's low risk. It's high impact.
And why all of this is just like, wait a minute.
Any Kremlin that didn't do this, would have been.
I hope you guys can see that in the long term. This is bad for us.
Let's also point something else out. Vladimir Putin has no respect for Donald Trump.
Leaf together.
And
I like
really
that.
only cares about the United States insofar as
we
can
leaf together. We
his
leaf
life,
together.
and particularly in Ukraine. Trump has gotten it into his head that this is his pal, that they work together, that they can work things out because Trump.
He admires him.
Because Trump
That's
is
the problem.
a
He admires
narcissistic
him.
egomaniac who really believes all this stuff about himself. And
totally.
Putin and others are laughing at him. And I think Ann's point about how, these autocracies cooperate. They recognize their mutual interest. They don't make side deals. They're not interested in what Donald Trump thinks. They're interested in what works and what works for them and what keeps them alive. So, the fact that the Russians are doing this is no shock at all. And I think what you're going to see that the longer this conflict goes on, the Russians will up that, because just as we kind of boiled the frog in Ukraine by increasing our assistance to Ukraine, the Russians are going to play that same game and just keep turning up that dial the longer Donald Trump stays stuck where he is in Iran.
I mean, Anne, I've asked you on multiple occasions how Europe has sort of reoriented itself once Donald Trump came back. And took sort of a bystander role in Ukraine. This is just a stunning public display of the consequences of America sort of taking itself off the field as an aggressive backer of our allies.
I just saw the Hill, the Democrat shutdown. Really?
What are the ramifications of this sort of being?
Thank you for sending me that. I appreciate that.
Publicly known axis of,
right, I'll talk about that a
Russia's
little bit
fighting
later.
Ukraine, and they're fighting America right now by aiding Iran. I mean, what could possibly drive our European allies further away from us?
So,
Man,
remember,
does anybody even listen or watch or read The Hill anymore? Like,
what this looks like to European allies. They've spent the last year being insulted,
Democratic shutdown,
attacked,
or Democrat
demeaned,
shutdown,
patronized. Their security.
This is where Dems really need to get better at pushing back, because I ain't going to do their PR for them.
Interests have been dismissed.
I just know it's stupid
Trump
to call it that when it's like, no, they're in power. It's the onus is on them to make the deals. You understand that, right? Like, this is where I don't like this, and I think it's disingenuous as fuck. But I also, again, if Democrats don't want to fucking play the game and get better at it, then I'm not going to protect them from themselves. Because, for real, most people are more than happy to call any any shutdown a Democrat shutdown. If the Democrats are in power, it's a Democrat shutdown. If the Republicans are in power, it's the Democrat shutdown.
As if the United States were not the founder and leader of NATO, as if NATO were not an American project created to benefit Americans and to create a zone of prosperity that has been good for Americans for many decades. They see and hear that. They remember it. The fact that Donald
You've
Trump
never even
doesn't
heard of the
remember it
Hill?
because he
Really?
lives only in the present and he thinks only
I
about
know
what's good for
Sagar
him
and
in any given moment.
fucking
You know,
Crystal
that's
used to be
fine
part of
for
that,
him,
so.
but other people have longer historical memory. Other people understand.
What am I
you know,
trying at? Again, the last time that I looked at it, they have majorities in the House and the Senate. So that, like, and it's pretty ironclad shit. Like, they could get a lot done just with the simple majority that they have. They just don't want to.
actions have implications and that behavior in
Also, yeah, that's how democracy works. So, you know how there's like a few things that the Democrats want? Like, you know, taking some of that $1 trillion funding away from ICE. You understand that ICE already had more money than they needed. So, like, taking some of that and then giving it back to the people, that'd be good. That'd be a good start because they're asking for $250 billion more for this fucking war effort, which that makes sense.
in one circumstance affects
I thought you guys cared about the deficit.
thinking in another.
Or is that just another disingenuous thing that you only use during election time?
Able to see when they have mutual interests and they see the benefit in working together. Of course, they'll abandon one another.
How are the
too if
airports doing? Again, that the onus is not on the Democrats. And this is where I will say Republican media is so much better at convincing people that it is.
if they
Just with that one thing, people are going to look at their fucking phones and just see the little header, just the Democrat shutdown. Yeah, I heard the Democrats aren't playing ball. Those Democrats, they're not playing ball with the TSA. Despite the actual unsexy facts that they tried to table a bill and the Republicans were just like, nope, it's all or nothing. You have to capitulate to us or we're not even going to fucking pass this.
see the advantage of it, but
So last time I checked, like I said, the onus is on the Republicans since they are in charge. This is the bitch about being in the big seat. You actually have to do things. You got to make deals. You know, I thought that Trump would understand making all the deals since he wrote the book, The Art of the Deal. He knows all about making deals. How come he can't make deals with the Democrats? I don't know. That's kind of weird.
But Donald Trump has been unable to find common language with America's historic ally.
People are stupid. Yeah, I know.
He
No. The general populace of America is retarded.
He's been
I'm very, very well aware of that.
unable
We are politically too aware.
to
There's online brain, and then there's what happens to us, which is, you're
search
just
for common values
you're
and
too
common
aware. But
projects,
I'm
and
also like, I hope you understand, I'm kind of like a political junkie, if you will, where I am entertained by this stuff. I shouldn't be,
now we see the result.
but I am. The goings on, like the current events of the day, always kind of like it's interesting to me. And what the only part that sucks is just seeing the like cognitive dissonance that goes on with like certain people where they just refuse to look at what's in front of them or the news in front of them and just take it at face value and go, huh, okay. Or they just take it at, well, okay. No, because you can't do that in this media landscape anymore. Because back in the good old days, most of the newspapers would like print the same shit and then you would have like maybe a USA Today opinion column. But now everything, like I can understand why people's media literacy is fucking just complete shit.
Can you?
You know, like they do a lot to fucking confuse people. So
Was
like it's purposeful.
Iran on the verge of getting a nuclear weapon?
All right, so let's talk about Joe Kent. We have about an hour's worth of Joe Kent stuff to get to because this interview with Tucker Carlson was really interesting. This guy's kind of a shithead on some other things, like his COVID stuff. I mean, it would make even anti-vaxxers blush because he said some stuff that was like, wait a minute. So you're telling me that this guy's ex-Green Beret, he actually kind of seems like, you know, for being in intelligence, he actually had some intelligence. Then all of a sudden, it's just like, oh, no. You were, oh, man. Like, he was just short of asking, like, how come we couldn't do the bleach thing? It's like, oh.
No, they weren't, 3 weeks ago when this started, and they weren't in June either.
The president's former top counterterror official is doubling down on claims he made in his resignation letter yesterday, where he argued Iran posed no imminent threat to the United States. Now the administration disputes what
I'm not sure if this is true or not, but I saw this on X. so take it with a grain of salt. But I did see that he waited to turn in his resignation because he knew Tulsi was getting grilled by Congress.
Joe Kent is alleging.
I bet he is pissed that nothing really came from
Who
that.
had the president's ear before the war began, Kent has said some voices within the administration were shut out from the decision making.
A good deal of key decision makers were not allowed to come express their opinion to the president. There was robust debate and robust discussions leading up to the 12-day war into Midnight Hammer. But this second round, to me, and I'm sure others will refute this and disagree with me.
He's relieved it wasn't him.
Was conducted by just a handful of small of advisors around the president.
Joining me now, former advisor.
The thing is, I think he wants to testify.
Vice President Mike Pence and Homeland Security Advisor during Trump's first term, Olivia Troy. She also worked at the National Counterterrorism Center. Also here, former senior communications aide Lindsey Graham and Mike Pompeo, T.W. Origi. Glad to have both of you here.
Oh, yeah.
I'll begin with you, Olivia, because you resigned from the first Trump administration. And I wonder if you're surprised by Kent's comments that key decision makers, that's his phrase, could not voice their opinions to Trump.
You know, I found that interesting. I think, to me, this is kind of classic Trump circles, the way it works when you're making important decisions. Sometimes people are in the room, sometimes get excluded out of the room, depending on who's pushing what viewpoint. And what opinion or fallout, viewpoint they want. So to hear someone like that say that on who wasn't in the room when you're making such a critically important decision on whether you're going to engage in conflict, global conflict, to me, that's appalling because you would think that you would want all the voices in the room.
That's not good in the way that, like, when you have every president that came before Trump that's still alive getting together and just going, like, number one, we didn't talk to him. That phone call that he said that we had with him, none of us had. And also, he's fucking crazy for doing this.
To really debate such an issue and inform the president on all of the options and the repercussions of certain actions that you're going to take.
That's the point of a cabinet, whether he takes the advice.
And it was so purposeful, too. Like, again, when you look at the people that were kind of, like, chiming in there, it was your milquetoast fucking politicians that have been, in the GOP forever.
This is a different story as commander-in-chief, but I want to play more of what Kent is claiming about whether this indeed was an imminent threat. Listen.
There was no intelligence that said, hey, on whatever day it was, March 1st, the Iranians are going to launch this big sneak attack. They're going to do some kind of a 9/11 Pearl Harbor,
there's no
et cetera.
left or
They're
right.
attack
There's
one
only
of our bases. There was none of that intelligence. Again, back to what we know about the Iranians. They're very, very deliberate with the escalation ladder. And again, they're only deliberate under President Trump's leadership because they knew and they took.
Holy shit. Shout out Hermit with the big 70 stream watch streak. Holy shit, dude.
Very, very
Thank
seriously.
you for that.
Do you see this as his claims directly undermining what the administration has said?
I don't know. Look, Joe Kent is a combat veteran.
Okay. All right. All right. Just knowing that he's an aide to Lindsey Graham.
He has earned the right to speak freely, and he can resign if he wants.
Gaydar just fucking went ding.
That is fine. But as the previous guest pointed out, the Iranian threat has always been imminent. They act on it all the time. And I'm not really sure in the phraseology. This is, by the way, a gentleman who advocated for taking out their nuclear sites and their missile depots, who advocated this when he was running for office. But I quarrel with the idea of what does an imminent nuclear threat look like? Are we waiting for the bomb to be on the launch?
Just remember, Lindsey Graham he hasn't come out or anything, so he deserves being made fun of.
Sure.
Like, he's ashamed of his homosexuality, which, again, man, just fucking own it, Lady J.
Before we decide to take action. The fact of the matter is, Steve Wickoff,
or Lady G, was
told directly by the Iranians that they had 1,000 pounds or more, 400-something kilograms of enriched uranium that were a hint away from being able to be put on a weapon, and that they had the inalienable right to enrich uranium. So the fact of the matter is, this is a president who has made decisive action to bring Iran to its weakest point, to disrupt its proxies, to bring the Gulf states into a coalition with the Abraham Accords, and to bring the Middle East to a new chapter. This was absolutely the right time to act, and I'm sort of surprised that
the yellow cake
Joe
excuse. Yeah, remember the suitcase ones?
doesn't have
like
the-
you guys remember like the good old days again during like post 9/11 when they were talking about why we needed to remove our shoes because of the shoe bomber, and then we had to there's the possibility of a suitcase.
Foresight to see that.
You know, the big boom in the suitcase.
And yet, according to that law, every single day of the Trump administration would have been a day that he could have proclaimed imminence.
Yeah.
Even after last year, we were
Dude, the facts are the facts. We all, like the rest of the fucking global intelligence community has said,
told
no, this
that it
was
had been
not
obliterated
imminent
in terms of
any
the ability
way.
to have, at
If
least in the
imminent
short
meant
term,
from like,
to
you
have
know,
that nuclear
40 plus
capability.
years.
But this idea,
like MAGA can understand like the whole talking point that they've been fed where we've been at war for 40 years. But they can't understand this one.
idea of having dissenting voices.
Where it's
or
like,
who could
okay,
provide
if that was the
alternate
case and it was an imminent threat, then why didn't it happen, like, I don't know, in that 40 fucking years?
I mean alternate facts. I mean information of the intelligence community. Olivia, I mean, Trump has been quick to dismiss him, saying that he wasn't
Shit, they had their
smart,
chance
he
in
wasn't
03.
savvy for not believing that Iran posed a threat. But
MAGA
we
hates
noticed that
Israel,
Kent
too.
has
Yeah, sure
been
they
very
do.
careful to avoid personally attacking.
Hate it so much that they pay enough attention to understand that our president is literally being butt fucked by fucking and run by fucking Netanyahu. But okay.
Trump, which I found.
Thank you for the $20, Rebecca. I really appreciate that. Wishing your
At
wife
Rebecca
health.
Green,
I really
1827.20 Australian dollars.
I
Wishing
think we
your wife
departed
health.
personally
Smiling
on
face
good
with hearts
terms.
emoji.
Again, I'm an adult. I understand the way I left and writing the letter that there's parts of his administration that are going to have to come after me and try and discredit me. I understand that. But I think the president is someone who listens.
Yet he's just talking about it. People were not comfortable talking to him about this. And this is something that I think you have a very unique perspective in terms of somebody who has voiced and been vocal about things you disagree with in an administration like this. How do you
How is the missus? She's doing well
think the MAGA will
today.
see him in this interview?
We actually
Well, I think
took a little drive. Like, I think, man, that might have been the first time that she's driven in a while.
it's part of serving in the Trump administration.
Yeah, I started
When you
streaming.
have an
She's like,
opposing
I'm gonna
view
make
and
a little
you're,
run out.
You're worried about voicing it
Wanna go
because you're
grab
going to be
something
shown the
very
door. I
specific.
mean, we saw Tulsi Gabbard today, and she purposely skipped over parts of her testimony.
Anytime that
'cause
she
she's
has like a craving for something, I'm like, go for
walking a
it.
fine line now. Now
So-
she has someone that actually is her direct report.
She wanted
right
McDonald's
in the same
breakfast this
building,
morning.
by the way.
I know that.
NCTC exists with GNI. Reporting
good to
to
hear.
her,
Thank you. I
saying
really
there was no
appreciate
imminent
that.
threat, and she's trying to figure out how she's going to navigate
She's
that
adjusting.
dynamic when she's handling the president as the head of the intelligence community. So I also thought it was odd that she would take the line of like, oh, it's up to the president to decide.
Make her go to Skokie with to fill up the
that imminent
wallet.
threat.
Wait, what?
I'm like, no, it is your job, Tulsi. It is your job. And so I think one question
Don't
that I
open
have
that
here in this whole
wallet.
situation is the top counterterrorism official in the Trump administration has just left his slot. That slot is vacant now while we are under severe threat from counterterrorism because of Iran. Here domestically, we're seeing it overseas. Americans are under threat overseas because of the actions of this administration that they've decided to take. And so now we have a void in this slot. So I think,
Yeah.
while
I just noticed this that because of what I had to do with my stream here, it's a lot clearer.
Joe Kent, look, I
don't know
believe
what
he was
the hell I was
unqualified
doing,
for the
but-
position.
What's his motivation?
I don't
Reformatted
so
the
that's,
videos.
That's what I'm trying to figure out with him. Like, why
Huh.
this moment
Okay.
to speak out other than, okay, two things can be true, right? He's an extremist and qualified for the job, but also it can also be true that there was no imminent threat.
You do understand that the same people that were in charge of Venezuela before are still in charge of Venezuela, right? Like the vice president of Maduro wasn't like a U.S. plant that was there all along, because she was part of fucking Maduro's like inner circle, bro.
And he
No, the only thing that changed was they were just like, okay, we'll work with you.
disagrees
That's it.
and felt like
Jesus Christ,
he
man.
wanted-
This is what I can't stand. That's what we're combating here. And like, you want to talk about fake news and actual false information?
to come out and make this point of view made, like publicly.
You already hear
Half of it is just steeped in stupidity, though. Like, this is the problem. I think that a lot of them genuinely believe the bullshit that they're fed.
about cracks within
So they
MAGA.
just-
You heard someone yesterday saying that MAGA was dead, that the idea of Trump's
Without even a second thought.
America First strategy is not in line with his actions taken in this war. And
Democrat shutdown, right?
You see this being vocalized. To look ahead for me as a strategist,
Voter ID,
just to the midterms and how this plays out, what do you see for Republicans?
Well,
Or pixels for the same price.
of Republicans agree with the president's actions. So I think this MAGA thing is completely overblown. Yes, of course.
They institute. You know what? I can say this much. They added an AI to
You
it.
have the Marjorie Taylor Greens of the world,
So,
and now the Joe Kents who speak
yeah,
out
like
against
it is doing something.
any intervention in any country, regardless of the threat they pose. That's always going to exist. But the fact that it's or the idea that it's widespread is completely overblown. Look, this is clearly
My lady voice needs a little work. Oh, that was more of a parrot.
Administration.
Sorry, should I just go squawk?
In terms of their
There we
foreign
go.
policy viewpoints than the first time around. And heavy is the head that wears the presidency. And the president needs
he belongs
to,
in a
just
harsh
like
prison
Jefferson
for the rest of his
before him,
life, yeah.
and all preceding presidents have to take the advice of everybody around them, but then finally
Listen.
come to a decision. Jefferson himself, he didn't want a standing army. Next thing you know, we're outfitting ships for
Trump,
Africa.
I don't even care if he goes to prison. I don't care about any of that because I know it's not happening. But what I do want is I want him to literally, I want him to die in shame. Like, I do not want him going into his, his 90s going like, everybody loves me. Everybody loves me. See? Although, you know what? That's the thing about Trump. He'll just lie to himself until,
Fact of the matter is, every president takes the
there's no win there. He's gonna, literally.
information.
He already got there. I was the president of the United States. I could have been God.
It makes a decision they feel are best. Donald Trump does not want to be another one of the presidents who kicks the Iranian can down the road.
No, what I want to see is an opposition to Trump that actually does things and doesn't just take us back to status quo.
Believes that we can do it quickly, and what you're seeing in the Straits of Hormuz.
That's why Kat Abu-Ghazaleh in this last election, the primary, was so important to everybody. That's why I can see why everybody's freaking out, because there is some shit to freak out about. The fact that AIPAC did have a little bit of sway, but this is also where we really gotta tamper this down. I'll talk about this a little bit later. I'll probably just make a whole segment of it, but don't overstate how much AIPAC played in it, because again, Kat's race, I have so much that I want to break down for you guys about how factually there was nothing that could have really changed the outcome of what happened unless she had just convinced people to show up for her. That's it. It wasn't AIPAC. It wasn't any of that. She needed to change those people's minds. And for the people that voted for Bushra and Mike Simmons, they could have been swayed to her side had she actually shown up for those people, but she didn't. And that's where they don't want to fucking tell you. I haven't seen one person say that.
What you're seeing with the attacks on their Gulf state partners.
They're too busy talking about how it was essential, without saying the words, how it was stolen from her.
That I'm sure all the intelligence knew.
It wasn't.
Signaled the last throes of this regime, and he wants to make sure that he puts this to bed sooner rather than later.
Wow. We'll see if the American public agrees. If you got to go back to Jefferson for a comparison.
It's been happening.
I don't know.
I
mean, there's been a lot of presidents since Jefferson, but I
They've all battled with.
I love a historical reference. I think maybe a quicker one would be good. Olivia at CW, thank you both.
Mike, I have to come to you because you know what it's like to leave the Trump administration.
Yes,
Okay,
I do.
not an easy decision.
It's not an easy decision to leave any administration.
Yes, that's fair. One of the things I noticed between Trump 1 and Trump 2 is that back in the first term, Trump was saying, hey, my
elections aren't what they look like on TikTok.
intelligence
No.
officials.
And that's honestly where the blue sky thing. One thing that I did have happen is I have a friend that worked on her campaign, and he said that internally they were already kind of worried going into election day because they started seeing a little bit of the slipping from what they perceived from Blue Sky and TikTok to the actual practical reality of the turnouts.
Are wrong on Iran. They should go back to school.
Yeah.
I don't know if anyone remembers way back when him sort of saying
I don't
this
have TikTok or
publicly. He didn't
Instagram.
agree with
Yeah,
them.
I have a TikTok, but dude, I got banned from live streaming on TikTok. So what's the point?
Is it a surprise that they are, again, the people
Stupid
who
platform
are
anyway.
intelligence aren't in the room or don't have his ear?
I actually am. What surprises me and what
Their
was my
inconsistency.
experience is that Trump loves the debate. So to hear Joe Kent say these people weren't in the room,
That there was no
I just
debate.
don't buy it.
He's
I
saying
don't buy
people
that they're
did not, that
No.
dissenting opinions were not
No.
allowed in the room.
No, and that wasn't from Trump. That wasn't. See, this is. This is where I can't stand it. They're thinking that this is all coming from him and not Stephen Miller, not the fucking people around him.
I don't buy that.
That was totally 100% Stephen Miller and Pete Hegseth going like, listen, we can't have these generals coming in here giving their information because he will not make the call. We need to make sure that they're not here to give him that information because he's there. He wants to do this.
I actually think that is...
No, he's so wrong about this.
Most likely not true. That is not my experience. Now, does Trump decide to go his own way?
No.
Yeah.
Your experience ain't for shit anymore, dude. You're not part of the administration anymore. You're not part of this current administration.
Absolutely. But not having people in the room, I mean, this guy would, any random person walking into the room, the president would ask the most detailed, like, hey, what do you think about invading Iran?
Ready for a time when our leader does things for us instead of doing things for... doing all these things to us.
Had no business giving him an answer. He would ask that question. So this Joe Kent stuff, it doesn't ring true to my ears.
Also, if this guy had a real problem, he should be talking to Congress, not on Tucker Carlson's show, spilling the state secrets here.
Yes.
So, I mean, he is known to be.
By the way, guys, if you have not already hit the like button on the stream, please do. Also, share if you are enjoying it yourself, and subscribe to the channel if you have not already. It really, really helps out my channel. Thank you.
Conspiracy theorist who travels in conspiracy theories.
Also
so it's not saying what he's saying is not true. It should be investigated, but Congress should be the ones looking into that and asking these questions.
Can I ask about that? Because
Really does.
Democrats are kind of embracing it or trying to pull like a broken clock situation. Like, I don't like this guy, but... And I saw Senator Mitch McConnell in a social media post basically saying that Kent's resignation reflected virulent anti-Semitism. And that he talks about it, him being a guy who traffics in baseless and incendiary conspiracies. And don't believe this guy is some truth teller. That's from Mitch McConnell. So what do Democrats do with this information that they want to use, that they want to talk about, but it comes from, let's call a flawed messenger?
Yeah, I think that's right. I think it is a flawed messenger, but that's why you bring him up to Congress and you ask him questions
You ask him questions.
Under oath, and they ask
you let him you let him shoot them and himself in the dicks.
questions there. But the fact that the
Like, come on, man.
podcast bros and all these other people online are platforming this person who is a known conspiracy theorist and anti-Semite, you don't give him a platform. You ask him questions under oath and you ask what he knows, but you don't take what he says on Tucker Carlson and then do it in truth. And that's why people think the Democrats have Trump derangement syndrome, because they just grasp onto anything that disagrees and adds to their messaging. And that's not the way this works.
Oh, shut up, dude. CNN is so fucking swayed towards not pissing Trump off right now. Especially with the upcoming Ellison deal. You're just fucking wrong.
Could absolutely be true.
Same with, like, if you're still saying that shit about just mainstream media, get the fuck out of there, dude. Almost every mainstream media source is pretty much fucking just Trump propaganda.
But we don't know that. And
like state regime media.
He's a very flawed messenger.
Here's my very detailed analysis of this.
Oh, boy.
What she said.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, cool. Perfect. Because this is literally... We're gonna... Is this the interview? Oh, shit. This isn't the interview. Hold on, guys. I thought that we had the interview up. Crashes out. No. What the fuck? Hold on. Bear with me. I know for a fact I got this interview somewhere. There we go. This was what I was looking for.
We are about to record an interview with Joe Kent. He's the former NCTC director, the National Counterterrorism Center, resigned in protest over the Iran war. Many of the questions that we pulled were from our premium subscribers, so I just want to say at the top, thank you all very, very much. You submitted over 500. They were so helpful. I actually paraphrased many of them into...
are those like fried Oreos?
Many of the ones that I have that are prepared. So with all of that, let's get to it. Joining us now is Joe
I like fried Oreos
Kent,
a lot.
the former NCTC director. He resigned in protest over the Iran war from the Trump administration.
I went to a Cannabis Fest that had some munchies that were fried Oreos.
A lot of questions for him.
Oh, actually, I had a fried cheesecake there. That was dope.
We thank him very much for his
really
time
good.
and his heroism. Joe, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me. I really appreciate it.
Welcome to the hey
absolutely.
man. I'm not sure if I said welcome to the stream, Plutonian.
Well, it's a very interesting time.
Happy
I
to
did,
have you
of
here.
course, want to give you at the very beginning an opportunity to respond. Mac, if we can go and put this up
Amber
here
Sapphire.
on the screen. Multiple stories now
How many
coming out
times
from
were they
the Trump
harassed or threatened for
administration
having it
alleging
up?
that you leaked classified information specifically to multiple media outlets and to Tucker Carlson. And so,
their
just at the
narcissist
very
network.
beginning, did you ever leak classified information of any kind?
No.
You got to go play D&D. Hell yeah, man. D&D night's important. You have D&D on Fridays? Lucky.
So do you...
Yeah, actually, we had to cancel D&D last
Do you
night.
believe that this is political
Sucked.
retribution against you?
I do. If it's even true, I mean, they're saying I'm being investigated, which would be a leak onto itself. So I think this is more of a media campaign than anything else. I don't even think it's
deep-fried Oreos.
necessarily
Yeah, they're
retribution.
So good.
They released all this at the same
So
time
good.
my interview with Tucker
Now
was
I'm
coming
hungry.
out. So I think they're just trying to kind of capture
Hey,
the
thank you for the $1.99. Thanks for having a cool place for to hang out. Hey, thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
Got it. So
means a lot to
capturing
me.
the narrative, obviously, to
You
try
are
to
welcome.
discredit some of the allegations that you've made here in public. Obviously, we believe that these are very serious. And to my knowledge, you are the highest profile presidential appointee in modern history to resign over a war, and then specifically at the beginning of a war. So I do want to give you the opportunity, even though many others may have heard your explanation that you laid out in your resignation letter. Why did you decide to do this?
Oh,
So-
Pinkerbell. Yeah. Yeah, Pinkerbell. Are you seeing it? Because I noticed that like a whole bunch of people that usually had like Trump flags, we have a few of those people like in our neighborhood even, where they have a flagpole and they were very, very happy to have their Trump flags flying all through their election season. Up to about the Charlie Kirk thing, I started noticing them all starting to come down like one by one, and then the war happened. Haven't seen a single one in the neighborhood.
I decided to
That's
resign at this
a lot.
juncture because
The one that I saw was replaced with a 250th anniversary flag.
I thought that I had kind of expended all options for
Have almost all disappeared in your town. This is it. This is what I was talking about.
helping us get out of the current state that we're in. So basically, from the time that the lead up to the 12-day war happened, Operation Midnight Hammer, and then everything since, I did the best job that I could to paint an accurate picture of the intelligence and why we had more options with regards to Iran and that situation. Then the war kicked off.
Okay, with all these interviews, I got to actually be serious here, guys. As much as I want to use what he's saying, like against Trump and, MAGA and all this, it is a consider the source type of situation right now. And that's where they made the perfect point there about him going in front of Congress. That would be a much better place for this to happen. I mean, sure, I'm glad that he's getting these interviews in, but...
And I saw the trajectory that we were on, and I could no longer be part of that in good conscience, knowing that this was a war of choice. This is the type of war that I fought in.
All right. I appreciate that, but this does stem from the fact that he was pretty on the line of anti-Semitic
Life and so many of my good friends lost their lives then, and I promised myself long ago, if I was ever in a position of responsibility or had a way to make my voice heard,
see what comes of
that
this.
I would be against something like this. But also, what was critical for me
Hey, Groove, I'm not sure if you're having a lag, but just try not to
was to really
I get what you're doing,
explain to the American people, but really to the president, because I couldn't get through to the president anymore from the inside.
Enforce the rules
I needed
fairly,
to do it
man.
from the outside, and I truly believe
He's still an
and
election
really
denier.
Marco
Yeah, that's what I-
Rubio,
yeah, I
President
heard that.
Trump, Speaker of the House, and many other government officials, public statements confirm this. I truly believe that the Israelis forced our hand in this. The only thing that was imminent about the
That dude's
operations in
mogging
Iran
Sagar.
was the fact that the Israelis were going to attack the Iranians, setting off a series of events that would get us deeply involved in this war. So there was no imminent threat
he
posed
saw it
by
coming?
Iran itself. If anything,
wait a minute.
The Iranians, since President Trump came back into office, they had showed that they were willing to, number one, get to the negotiating table. Number two, that at times of conflict, they would use a very deliberate escalatory ladder because they...
Do you understand how much, how detrimental that is to the narrative?
Took President Trump very...
Especially if he does get past just doing this, little media circus
very
here.
seriously. And because, in my personal opinion, I think the data supports this,
That's
they
bad,
did want
man.
to reach a deal. And
His own insiders just being like, no, there was no imminent threat. He did this for Israel. It's exactly what the leftists are saying that it is.
And get it-
Stop. stop, because eventually we're going to have to just be like, yeah, the left was right on this one. Ugh.
And all the details there, but that's basically why I felt like at this juncture I needed to resign.
Sure. So you opened up that statement saying you no longer felt you could get to President Trump. So who specifically was keeping you away from President Trump, or people like you who had those ideas?
Look, I don't want to get into specific people. I don't want this to become a he said, she said, palace intrigue of the Trump administration. I just feel like there
Rebecca, just ignore them.
There was a wall put up around.
That's the kind of stuff that if they spam it, sure, I'm gonna get them
President
eventually
Trump.
here, but
So that he was not getting a wide variety of options, and so that he was kind of existing, and unfortunately, in this echo chamber where you had highly influential members of the Israeli government that would come to President Trump in an official, unofficial capacity, or members of his very inner circle, and they did a very effective job of moving a key red line. President Trump has always said that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, and as a matter of fact, the former supreme leader since 2004 had said the same thing, that Iran will not get a nuclear weapon. Yeah. So the Israelis knew that actually this was very dangerous for the Israeli agenda, because the Israelis wanted regime change, and they saw that President Trump and the Ayatollah basically had a place where they could start negotiations. So
this is us fighting Israel's war, plain and simple.
Israelis very, very effectively took the policy of no enrichment, and they breathed life into that, and they basically made that into the U.S. policy by having their unofficial folks come in and say, hey, it's really the enrichment, that's the issue. And then they would have that echoed.
Trump is losing his mind, just spitting out crap that makes no sense, never happened, and is outright false.
In their pro-Israel media apparatus.
I mean, he was always doing that. That's why it's kind of hard to tell now, I guess.
Here,
because we're all just like, it's Trump. Now we're the ones just being like, it's just Trump
in the United States, and so that was kind of all the president was hearing.
Is kind of going like, guys, I think you might have lied to us.
So I wanted to be able to express that to the president, and I felt like I was kind of out of options to do that from the inside. And so having
is that what we're selling now? Peace through strength? That's our thing?
Go this route was the best course of action.
Right. So I guess just to make it very clear, you're not going to be specific, but you were obviously kept out of the room by your telling. If that's the case for other people in the administration, do you anticipate any other resignations of your caliber?
I'm not sure, honestly. I know there's a lot of folks who feel the same way I do, that have the same concerns as me, and they may or may not approve of the method that I'm using right now, because it does incur a lot of risk.
One of Pete Hegseth's top aides might.
So honestly, I don't know. I could see it going either way.
Well,
that's
let's talk about that
as it
then.
goes.
There's a theory, and I've seen leveled against you within MAGA. One was, Joe, to be a truly loyal patriot, you should have stayed in the administration, and you should have continued to work at this end. I believe I speak to probably some of the same people of those mind in the administration, and that's their theory, is I need to stay in order to try and effectuate what kind of change I have. You clearly felt that the situation was so dire that you had to end up resigning. So talk us through that process and what that interim 3-week period before your resignation ended up happening. What was going through your mind?
So I completely understand the theory that you laid out, and it's just like, I'll stay here, I'll stay at my level, and I will continue to make a difference from the inside. I'll soldier on. And quite frankly, I did that for over 20 years, and I didn't see a result, and I did it for over a year here. In this administration, I think there's some places where we had some very significant victories. However, I felt like I had reached my maximum level of effectiveness. And quite frankly, just because I had pledged to myself so many years ago that I would take action at a time like this.
I hope you guys understand that he was really close to Trump.
I felt called to do this.
He was one of the top advisors on this.
But I do think
this isn't just like a random dude who just left.
To have a multi-pronged strategy, and part of the strategy is keeping people that are on the inside. And I say strategy, I don't mean
to make this simple for people. Tulsi told Trump, this guy knows his shit. So Trump was like, okay, give it to me. What's up, Joe? How's it going, Joe? I like you, Joe. You lay it out for me just like an easy, like a simple person.
Sparring with anybody. I don't want to start a witch hunt within the administration, but I think we need people on the inside who are still going to try to steer the ship. So for people who are frustrated within MAGA and think there should be mass resignations, that wouldn't work any more than everyone staying in, kind of grinding and keeping their nose to the grindstone.
He wants babysitters.
I think we need people doing, kind of both. So for me, I felt like considering the fact that
he just wants internal advisors.
I have
Shadow
soldiered
advisors.
on for so long before. I have tried this before. And honestly, it felt like the easiest thing for me to do was to just like kind of go back to my default mode, which is I'll be a good soldier. I'll salute, I'll move out, I'll try and make a difference. You know, it feels good being the NCTC director. People are very, you know, kind to you and you have a cool office and you have a cool title. It would be the easy thing to do. And whenever for me anyways, whenever I feel like I'm doing the easy thing, I always try to check myself. And I said, I'm in a unique position right now.
The fact that half of our government is just like, yeah, man, it's cool. This is very Call of Duty-esque. It's like a movie.
Because of my experiences in my past life in the military and the CIA,
Is
and
it
even
bad
running
that
for
in
office.
my mind a government official should be somebody that's just like, I don't even have Netflix. What is any of the TikTok? I have a flip phone from 2001.
I feel like I have a pretty thick skin for this type of stuff. So I think that the most value add I can have right now is in this role. If the Israelis were able to get into President Trump's ear using the media, it's time for me to do the same.
Got it. Well, I think that's obviously very admirable. So let's talk then. The specific allegation I've seen about this is that you are misrepresenting how this went down, is that you have not provided specific evidence for how the Israelis manipulated President Trump.
Hey,
I think that's pretty clear to your explanation.
Jesus.
So you've talked, I think in some vaguer terms about, they presented shifting red lines, et cetera. But what did they do to get him to accept those red lines? Because ultimately he's the one who has to agree. So how did that play out?
So look, if I were to give very, very specific examples, I could put myself in a lot of peril. However, like what's already publicly out there, I think the Secretary of State and the president's own statements about, well, Israel is going to go, so we had to go, really tells you pretty much everything you need to know about the off-balance relationship that we currently have with the state of Israel. But it works very simply.
Okay. All right. I hope you guys understand how much that matters, because
the Israeli officials would.
He just essentially said it, but he's just like, for legal reasons, it's kind of like, yeah, what you guys were talking about, it's not like you're wrong.
Would come to us either through intelligence channel.
Oh, Rebecca, are you taking off? I will see you later, Rebecca. Thank you again for the donation. I really appreciate
with
that.
the president, with members of his cabinet, their counterparts.
Get on
and
with your
look,
day.
these guys
Much
they're good. A lot of them, they're very good at what they do. A lot of them are.
I'll be on a little bit later tonight, so always drop on by if you're
well, citizens, native English speakers. When you deal with the Israelis, it's different than dealing with any other foreign government.
Was that dude in national security briefings and provided the intel to tell the public that there was no threat from Iran?
They sound like us. They look like us.
I mean, yeah, that's this guy.
Us.
Yeah.
You can get pretty comfortable with them, and they have a very competent intelligence.
That MAGA's now more than comfortable smearing. But do you realize that it's like, okay, but he was put in his position by Trump, dude. And this again. I only hire the best people. Oopsie.
They're good at what they do. And so you're kind of like a little bit, you can be impressed by the intelligence that they can offer. And so these officials would come in and they would kind of shop around different ideas and different concepts that would basically get us to the point where we would need to take action against Iran. And they knew that President Trump had always said, no nuclear weapon for Iran. And so they took this line of zero enrichment, knowing that the Iranians had a red line of their own. And the Iranian red line was very pragmatic. It was that they wanted the ability to enrich uranium. And it's kind of common sense why. It's because they watched Gaddafi in Libya say, hey, I don't have any more nuclear weapons. I'll give them all up. Look what happened to him. Or if you bluff where you try to develop nuclear weapons, you end up like Saddam Hussein. And so the Iranians had this, I just call it the Goldilocks solution, where they said, we don't have nuclear weapons, but we could have them if we want them. And so that was their red line. So the Israelis came in and they took this talking point. And to my knowledge, and people can fact check me on this, to my knowledge, the first Trump official who said, no enrichment for Iran, that was Mike Pompeo in the first Trump administration. And I haven't seen anyone else come in and say, this is the U.S. policy. However, it was repeated enough in official channels that they can't have enrichment. Enrichment equals, like Lindsey Graham would say, 10 nuclear bombs in 10 days or something just absolutely absurd. If you got a nuclear expert in the room, they would say, no, that's not how any of this works at all. Plus, the Ayatollah and his government had enforced their no nuclear weapons stance since 2004. And so we had no intelligence that reflected that enrichment equaled a nuclear bomb. it was pretty clear what their strategy was. So they came in with their officials and they would say like no enrichment because enrichment equals a bomb. They would kind of just repeat it, but then they would do a good job of coordinating that with their surrogates in the pro-Israeli media here in the U.S. Mark Levin, Sean Hannity, Foundation for the Defense of Democracies. They'd have it on Fox News. They'd have it in the Wall Street Journal, New York Post, et cetera. And the next thing you know, I mean, they're hearing it enough that they kind of breathe reality into it. And then we're having a debate over no enrichment. And we basically reach an impasse. I think prior to the 12-day war, again, this is just my opinion. I believe that Steve Witkoff was on the cusp of getting a deal. Now, it wouldn't have been the Iranians just giving up everything in terms of enrichment, but they were talking about enrichment and what levels and how would it be monitored. And we were making a lot of progress. And again, every time we'd get close to a place where there's progress being made, the Israelis would come in with a bunch of crazy intelligence, usually, just to see which would stick. You know, they're developing ballistic missiles that are going to be, pointed directly at America, that can reach America, things like this. And they would try and generate enough hype to take away the president's decision-making space.
So something I've noticed here is about Witkoff. I don't know what to make of Witkoff. I'm hoping that you can maybe shed some light on this. I was very optimistic about Steve Witkoff in the early days. Clearly, him and President Trump were willing to exert a lot of influence on the Israeli government to attain a ceasefire, but then it went away. Then we ended up with the 12-day war. You said you were optimistic about those negotiations. However, a member of the British government has basically said he thought that Witkoff and Jared Kushner were effectively acting like Israeli assets in their negotiations. So do you think that that's true? Are they Israeli assets? Are they working on our behalf? Is there some communication being lost in the flow here? What's your actual assessment as somebody who saw this?
I don't think he was expecting that question.
A little bit more on the inside.
To my knowledge, both Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner were doing their best to get a deal. I mean, that's all I know. I wasn't in the negotiations, so I don't want to overinflate. Like
politics aside, God bless Chuck Norris.
My access to negotiations were.
I mean,
I spent a good deal of time with Jared Kushner in the previous Trump administration, and I spent a good deal of time with Steve Witkoff in this administration. And I think that Steve Witkoff was working diligently from the time that even before President Trump was inaugurated onwards to develop the relationships necessary to get us a deal. And like I said before, I truly believe that there was a deal that was very, very, that was within our sights, within reach prior to the 12-day war. And the fact that the negotiations picked up after the 12-day war, it shows you where the Iranians' headspace was. I mean, we did Midnight Hammer, and the Iranians launched back an equal number of missiles at the far end of a base in Qatar they knew was empty. And within short order, I mean, they were right back at the negotiating table.
Yeah, well, let's talk about this imminent threat. So that's another thing I've seen leveled against you. Imminent threat. Only the president, Mac, we can put Director Gabbard's statement up there on the screen. She said that the ODNI and I guess the office you used to work for, your job.
I went on Blue Sky and everyone was like, rest in peace, Chuck Norris, except his politics suck, so you can go to hell.
Really just to assess the intelligence. The only person who can determine what is and not an imminent threat is the president.
Wait, what kind of toast? Butter with honey and jam or avocado toast? Ooh.
Believe that statement? Do you think
like,
that statement?
Avocado toast
because
with
clearly
a little bit of
you're saying that there was no imminent threat,
and
I'm assuming you had access to the same level of intelligence.
A little bit of butter.
I mean,
actually, I'm gonna throw the curveball here: butter and cinnamon.
One of the reasons why I had to resign. I think this is. I believe the DNI is speaking the truth. At the end of the day, the president was elected by the American people. So if the president wants to say like, my tolerance for imminent is anybody pointing a weapon generally in our direction, well, okay, you're the boss, you're the commander in chief. I don't agree with that, and I had to resign because basically, if that's the bar that we're going to have, then we're going to need to start a lot more wars with a lot more countries. I think when you assess intelligence, there's intent versus capability.
So you reached a milestone in your adulthood.
I think that's
where you're just like,
key. There's a lot of people who intend to do us harm, who are just some guy yelling on the internet, and they have no capability. And then there's other actors that have the capability to do us harm, and they don't have the intent. Again, we had so much data, even over 20 years of conflict with the Iranians, but especially under President Trump and the post-Qasem Soleimani strike era of seeing what the Iranians' escalatory ladder was, but especially since the 12-day war. I mean, so at this juncture, when we had negotiators back at the negotiating table, it was pretty clear that the Iranians weren't going to do a preemptive strike on us, that they weren't going to strike unless they were, stricken first by the Israelis. And the Israelis knew this, which is why they took the action that they did.
Right. That's okay. Let's talk about Trump now. So, I mean, and I'm saying this from a very visceral feeling. I truly understand what you're trying to do. You're trying to influence President Trump. You did resign in protest because you ultimately felt you can't serve. But per your reasoning, it's to try and influence Trump. Much of the meta narrative here is about how the Israelis manipulated Trump. But isn't Trump responsible? Like, he's the commander in chief. He chose.
Thank you.
To believe.
Thank you. Why do we keep treating him like he's a fucking 2-year-old?
He could have called you if he wanted to. He could have called Gabbard. He could have listened.
The little baby boss
to any of these people. He ultimately chose.
Can you change my diaper?
Not to.
I want McDaniels.
Do you feel like you're stripping a little bit of agency away from the president by, I wouldn't say laying all the blame on the Israelis, but a lot of the blame on the Israelis?
I think we'll have plenty of time for that later on. I think right now we're in a crisis, and what I want the president to know is that right now, I mean, probably for the next, hopefully 2 weeks, but maybe even less time.
Didn't need that much of a reminder that this guy kind of sucks.
He has time to turn this thing around. So that's the most important thing to me. That's the most important message I want to get out. At the end of the day, he is the commander in chief, and he understands that, and that's why I think for him to truly.
Iran did not declare war on December 28, 2025. You are so mistaken. I mean, dude, even your fucking national security, like, that is part of the Trump administration. Where are you pulling that number out of your ass?
His power back, and for him,
you got random chatters that are just like, we've been at war for 40 years. Come on, didn't you know this? And then
and to actually,
you know what, guys?
Govern based on the mandate that 77 million people gave him. I think if he reflects right now on the way that this whole debacle happened and we got into the state that we're in right now with the Straits of Hormuz in peril and the price of energy and no end in sight, I think the main focus has to be on getting him to change course. So I guess we'll have this conversation again later to say, who deserves blame later on. But right now, my focus is on hopefully getting him the space to change.
I mean, dude,
his
if he ends up putting
I see the tactical
on the ground
approach that you're trying to make here with Trump. And again, I really do respect it.
About it
is
just
that
theoretical.
I guess
it's normal. It's the normal amount. 2,200 Marines. 1,500 Marines. 5,000 Marines.
Positions here, because my relative confidence for that happening is basically zero. What's your confidence on that?
Yeah.
I have hope. I hope and I pray. If any leader can change his mind and change it decisively and rapidly, it's President Trump, and then sell it to the American people. There's a lot of red lines. I know you and Tucker discussed them, that we need a total surrender. There has been a lot of bellicose rhetoric that gives me concern, because total surrender, it means only like one of two things. Like, we're going to go in and ground invade for the next, I don't know, however long it takes to conquer Iran. I don't want to find out. Or we're going to
conquer Iran. Did we conquer Iraq? Did we conquer Afghanistan? No.
Something more drastic like a nuclear weapon, or allow the Israelis to do so.
Jesus.
However, if anyone can turn that around, it is President Trump, because he is decisive. People take him seriously. The Iranians will take him seriously, and the Israelis will take him seriously. So, look, I still have a lot of hope. I think it's possible.
Joe, what's your assessment of the use of a nuclear weapon? Do you believe that it's a possibility by the United States or by Israel?
By the United States, I would say it's relatively low. However, the Israelis are the wild card. If you would have asked me before they shot cruise missiles, or they shot ballistic missiles at Qatar, when we had active negotiations going on, I would have said there's no way they would do
per the news, no.
Do that.
But
they did.
Just go back and look at the news from like 2001, where they're just like, no, we don't have anybody there. Like, we're not doing any boots on the ground operations. We're only doing aerial combat operations. We're only doing and they liked to use the terms special operations a lot during the Bush years. That's what's happening.
If you would have told me a year ago,
again, we've been conditioned to just be like, yeah, that's just normal. It's like, none of this is normal.
Israelis were just going to attack Iran.
The way that this is one thing that is sad, and you can say what you want about the mainstream media. The White House and like the actual power structure, like, that sells all this shit on the American people. At some point, it is just like, oh, so Americans really are just that dumb, or just that disconnected
to get us entrenched in the conflict. I'd be like,
I'd want to go with the second one, to be completely fair. I don't think that most of America is as stupid as I would like to think they are, especially being online all the time. I think they're just disconnected. Like, a lot of people, like, I get reminded of this a lot, where it's like, dude, there's so many people out there that are either apolitical or just completely like they're aware, but they're checked out.
Now, I don't think that they would do that. The Israelis view the threat from Iran as existential. They also believe that this is a very, very limited time that they have to affect the result they want, which is regime change, and not regime change in the way that Americans think about it. Americans think about regime change in the way we go in and we take out the leader, we put in a new guy.
Literally sitting upstairs with a fucking chemo pump,
whatever.
and here you are, just show me your wife's diagnosis.
We're kind of done with it. The Israelis don't really care what happens to Iran. They just want.
You know what? Fuck it. If this actually does help, if you commit to $1,000 donation,
the Ayatollah and the IRGC degraded or just completely taken out, and if chaos ensues
obviously I'm gonna redact
from there,
the
chaos
name.
in the Straits of Hormuz, the country fracturing into a bunch of different warring factions, a migration crisis into Europe, they don't really care because in their minds they've taken away the threat. And from the Israeli perspective, I understand that, but that's where we have to be clear-eyed as Americans. And
that's the only way that would happen.
Say us and our partners, who we may like in some regards, have very, very different strategic goals here, and we have to pursue our interests.
Mm-hmm. So you are worried about an Israeli nuclear use?
I certainly am. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who said that? Brandon Freeman. 7084.
Well, then let's talk then a little bit about, this escalation. This is one of the reasons here that you decided.
Usually I wouldn't even dignify it with a response, but
to resign. What I'm curious is in this escalation.
Yeah, I mean, you can get us to our goal.
There was a lot of speculation. Joe Kent's resignation means a ground invasion is coming. Can you clear that up? I mean, do you think a ground invasion
calling it a grift is fucking wild?
Coming? What's your personal assessment?
Not recognizing that this is just the American healthcare system and where we have, like, what we have to do in order to fucking make our bills and not fucking default on our lives.
I don't know any secret. I don't know any military plans. I couldn't give them up even if I did. But the president has said all options are on the table. And one thing I do know from being in combat for most of my adult
assuming
life
that I'm fucking
is
lying
that
about it is
things
even
can
more
change
insane.
very, very quickly. And there's decisions you think that you're going to have time to make, but you don't necessarily have that time. And if you have capabilities deployed, they tend to be used. I mean, if military commanders feel that their troops are in danger, or if they've been given a military
I also have
objective,
that,
okay,
dumbass.
we need to take out all the ballistics, we need to take out the Iranian Navy,
he
we
can
need to
get
take out the IRGC, and they have those resources on hand.
Notice how I am allowing people to spam their fucking MAGA bullshit in chat, but that's the kind of stuff where I'm just like, oh, okay.
They'll deploy them. Look, I respect everybody that's at.
Just remember that when it comes down to it, this is what happens. We start getting to the point of changing some minds, and immediately it's just it's a cancer grift. This lefty liberal, he needs money for his wife's cancer. What?
CENTCOM right now. I spend most of my life in the CENTCOM AOR, but CENTCOM is a very big war machine, and that's a good thing if you can actually rein them in.
It is dude, it is fucked up. It's sad that people have to go there.
However, what I've learned in 20 plus years of seeing this play out is that if you give CENTCOM vague guidance or even relatively specific guidance, they're going to run until you yank them back in. It's what they do. You've got to be able to really tame that lethal machine. Right, and that's what makes me nervous right now, where this could happen really quickly.
So my assessment, this is based on several sources, people who I've spoken to. What I'm told is that I see a lot of Pentagon leaders.
Oh, no, he's gone. Pinkerbell took care of him.
They've come out anonymously and they're leaking. They're like, no, we warned Trump about the Straits of Hormuz. From what I know, that's not 100% true. Again, I am not absolving Trump of any responsibility. They certainly told him that it was going to be a potential issue, but they sold a much more optimistic vision at the beginning. And this is not just the Israelis. This is also our own chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who I'm speaking about specifically. And the narrative, again, that I've been told is that the people who did share that view were excised from their command, which you could see. It's public knowledge. It's been reported out there. I'm curious for what you heard about the way that went down, many of those critical meetings in the Situation Room.
Yeah, I think the imagery that's been publicly released is very telling, where you had one small group that was down in Mar-a-Lago that night, and then you had the rest up at the Situation Room at the time. Look, in the lead up to the 12-day war, we were having very robust debates that were part of the National Security Council process. the principal small group. We'd have the deputies committee meetings. We'd have very robust debates with all 18 intelligence agencies, with the Joint Chiefs staff, et cetera. And that played out over the course of about a month in the lead up to the 12-day war, and to include ahead of Midnight Hammer, where a lot of us said, okay, fine, if you bomb these sites, that's all well and good. We take out Iran's ability to enrich. That meets our strategic objective. Problem is, the Israelis are going to come right back to us in a couple months and demand more, because their goal is regime change. Like, they're not beating around the bush.
Right. Therefore, they're dog walking us
about this.
And they want the big, strong leader of America to come and do their bidding.
And so,
like, this is my biggest problem with him. You know what he said about, like, Trump is decisive? Yeah, he's decisive when he is worked, where, again, he's one of the most fucking easily manipulated motherfuckers on the planet.
That was known. And
that's the reason that all these assholes wanted him to win.
So
and I'm not talking about his base. I'm talking about Putin. I'm talking about China. I'm talking about all the fucking worst people in the world wanted him to win. Fuck. Even Ayatollah Khomeini wanted him to fucking win.
Optic in the lead up to this last iteration.
Because he was under the he thought that they were going to get another deal.
That process didn't play out. And people can say,
he
oh,
didn't
Kent
think
doesn't
that he would just be, getting butt fucked from Netanyahu and just doing everything that Netanyahu wanted.
Because just he wasn't invited. But I can tell you, the robust debate with the Deputies Committees, the National Security Council, that simply wasn't happening.
So to non-nerd speak, I think this is important. What you just laid out is a normal process. The Deputies Committee, Principals Committee, NSC, all options and views are presented to the president. Even the Iraq War, the most disastrous thing in the world, or at least in my lifetime, that played out that way. That's how it did. You can go and you can read about it. What you are talking about is effectively a bespoke process, which played out with some advisors down in Mar-a-Lago, others in the Situation Room. I guess you are confirming, by the way, the White House told us that there was nothing to be seen about that, but from your telling, obviously there was something that we could glean a little bit from that takeaway.
Pepper.
So I do think it's
the algorithm
very
came
important
through.
To say that.
Liberty Bell.
That if some bespoke process played out, we have to really investigate that bespoke process and the information that was getting to Trump then and also now. And so I respect your want to not play the
stream of shit.
What was it? The palace intrigue.
This dude's been spamming just random MAGA crap in my chat forever, and finally he says one out. I was like,
story. But I will say,
this stream is shit.
For people like me, it is deeply frustrating to watch people who told us to our face privately and publicly, we're not going to do this.
Yeah, this guy thinks my stream is shit, but you know what you guys can do? You can like and subscribe.
Yes. And then it happened. And what we've seen publicly reported is that when you took your concerns to the vice president and to the DNI, that they told you not to make a big thing about it. I wonder if you can comment about your frustration. First of all, if you can tell us whether that report is true or not, but really to tell us what that tension is like for the people who ostensibly did share those views and what they're doing right now and the way that they're even voicing any concern to Donald Trump.
Liberty Bell, thank you for the jewels.
In terms of the process, it was just frustrating to see the stark night and day difference. I got to a place where I was okay with Midnight Hammer because we had such a robust debate. And I've heard criticisms of me where they say, hey, if you don't like what the president's doing as one of his appointees, then go ahead and
Javid, thank you for the
voice your opinion behind closed doors, offer other options. When he smacks the table, you salute and move out. Okay, that was where I was at with the 12-day war and with Midnight Hammer, because our voices were heard. It was a robust debate, and at the end of the day, hey, we lose, whatever, that's fine. Live the fight another day. This last iteration, like I said, that didn't play out. And even if they wanted to just kick me out, I've heard people say, well, they kicked Ken out because whatever, he talked to Tucker Carlson or something. Okay, that's fine. But then there still was plenty of other deputies they could have had in that meeting. Actually, a pretty robust staff that would offer a wide variety of options, and I just didn't see that play out. And there is frustration with that internally.
Again, dude, the layman's fucking reason is because Stephen Miller had no room for that. It was literally one person making the decision, dude.
And like we talked about before, there's some guys who say, okay, I'm going to stay here. I'm going to stay, keep my eyes on target. And I think there's others that may be considering leaving. I obviously
I'm MAGA and I like your show. I think I'm going to subscribe. Kenny Lee, thanks.
To the
Appreciate
NCTC
that.
director's kind of an odd.
As I said, I welcome MAGA here. I welcome right wingers. I welcome people that are different political persuasions than myself. I just hope people understand. Yeah, I'm left leaning, and if you don't like that, then just
job. You're a presidential appointee, president's chief counterterrorism advisor. So I technically report to the president, but then like for administrative functions, I'm also report to the DNI, but I'm also
might have to do another political compass test soon because I have gotten accused of being like centrist a lot recently during that election cycle.
Counterterrorism advisor, and just to be
I don't see
obviously,
it,
I think most people know, friends with Tulsi prior to being in these positions. I served as her chief of staff before I was confirmed. I ran the beachhead team and the landing team for her before she was confirmed. So we have a good relationship. I brought my frustrations to her over and over again. And then same thing, the vice president has always been
welcome. Yep.
I'd say giving me probably more time than he should. Very, very generous. He's got a lot of people that want to get in his ear, and he would always give me the time of day whenever I said I had a concern. So
cat's on the bed.
I'm deeply appreciative of that. And so, he would hear me out when it came time for me to resign. I wanted to do it the proper way. I said, hey, I'm happy to take my letter into the president and to resign to him if that's proper. I got to speak with the vice president one-on-one. The DNI joined us, and then later I got a phone call from the president.
Got it.
But that was kind of the way that went down.
So then how did you make of it when the president, Mac, I think we have this, he said he always thought you were weak on security? I mean, how does that feel personally? I assume you knew it was coming of some kind, but genuinely, like as a person who served your country, who served multiple...
Because he's not.
Combat.
The thing is, dude, that's what they tried to sell us with the Bush administration. You're not getting rid of Islamic extremism.
Tours who
You're never going, dude, that's not a thing. I mean, they can't even get the regime change right. What makes you think that they're just suddenly going to get rid of all extremism from the fucking Islamic community? Are you fucking kidding me?
Lost your wife in combat?
Bro.
I mean, how does that feel? Does it make you question
Can the rapture just
how
happen?
This all went down?
It just happened so we can just be done with all these people?
Last year, probably 2 years of your life that you dedicated to serving him, to helping him get elected?
It really would be like the best thing to happen for the planet is just, yeah. Because you understand that the rapture would literally take a bunch of the people that are ruining this planet.
No, I mean, all things considered, I wrote a pretty pointed letter. And for him to say that, I'm weak on security, I've seen the president be much harder on people before.
Would that be a bitch? Rapture happens and all of a sudden it's just world peace. Nothing else happens. Like literally none of the other fucking prophecy happens.
So look, I kind of knew it was coming. People
then they realize that, oh, wait, so this isn't heaven. This is limbo. No!
Gotta say what they gotta say. Yeah. So at the end of the day, before I left, I had a really good phone call with the president. He called me, and I believe that we parted on good terms.
Okay. I mean, I think that's admirable. I do think it's kind of interesting. I've been talking, about your situation with a lot of people. You're one of the only whistleblowers I've ever seen. You don't have to call yourself that. I'm saying I'm elevating you to somebody who's resigned. You're not whistleblowing or leaking anything. I just want to be very clear. But somebody of that caliber who is coming out, resigning in protest, who still seems to have some confidence in leadership. And I mean, we've talked about how you're squaring that circle. And again, I appreciate it because you're trying to make a tactical point about the problem.
I thought this was about oil
that we have. At what point?
If it was about oil, why oil so expensive?
Though,
Venezuela, I thought we got all the Venezuelan oil. I thought it was going to be cheaper, man. Oh,
you think that other people?
Same with Iraq. How come oil wasn't fucking like $1 after that whole debacle? Whoa.
People need to.
It's almost like it has nothing to do with that. And this is to prop up a fucking new thing in the stock market because they know the AI bubble's about to burst, so they need to fucking go back to the war powers bullshit.
Follow your lead. Is it a ground invasion?
Trust me, dude.
Is it a consideration of? Is it a feeling of not having your voice heard?
It's all the same shit.
A lot of people are going to listen to you right now for guidance. I know that for a fact who are working in the United States government.
And meanwhile,
what's your advice?
They're going to keep the people that are like at the top, the top 50% earners in the country are going to be very happy. They don't feel anything in this economy that's really bad for them. The gas prices are the ones that they notice because that's the one that like day to day where they're just like, well, that got more expensive instead of like, the bottom ring of, America where we all, it's one bad day. It's literally one paycheck missed. You could be homeless. You don't know. And that's unfortunately the majority of America.
People who share your view.
I think for my former colleagues, once they reach a point where they think that their advice and their counsel is not being heard, they need to consider doing what I did.
And the calculus is going to be different for everybody. I understand there's even like, hey, can I pay my mortgage next week? There's those types of considerations as well. However, I would just, really implore my former colleagues to just think about where we were at this time in 2003 in the Iraq War. How many lives could have been saved had more government officials said, no, I'm not going to do this? And honestly, those guys kind of had an excuse, 9/11.
Yeah, I think that the problem is he actually did serve and he cares. Like that brotherhood thing, that actually resonated with him. So I do know that there's the big difference between the people that were more like alone and they'd never had the brotherhood angle of serving. Those guys are a little more comfortable with just being like, yeah, you know what? We need to do this.
It just happened. We didn't have this access to media. We didn't have this access to information.
Which realistically, that just tells me that they're more than happy to just fucking... it's literally the cost of doing business to them.
I don't think our generation...
I hope you understand a lot of people think that way, where they just don't give a fuck.
Has an excuse. If you fought in the global war on terror...
talk about nihilism?
You don't have an excuse. We've seen this before. So I do think... They need to reflect. If they're fighting in place or fighting the inside, I completely respect that. However, if they reach a point where the options that they're offering aren't being heard at all, and they're not even allowed in the room, they're not even allowed at the chain of command, the reports aren't even being read, they've got to reflect internally and think about how this is going to...
That's true. I have a real good life, and I don't have to worry about money. It would be different if I was poor. Exactly.
Impact future generations.
The problem is... if this war keeps going, I'm not sure what industry you work in, but it could literally tank like tomorrow if it is predicated on, outsourcing, the tariffs. You're lucky if that didn't affect you, because I know a lot of fucking small businesses that got really slammed with that shit.
Or impact the men and women that are going to have to go fight and die overseas.
Fucking these oil prices, if they hit $5, dude, to see fucking diesel go over $5 again, dude, I hope you understand that we're not feeling this right now because it's going to take about a month or two.
I want to just double click on that. What if Colin Powell had told the truth?
Suck.
Amen.
Can you imagine the world? Can you imagine that?
Wait till the stock market crashes and there's mass unemployment and food shortages. You will be poor.
The prestige.
Well, again, his life is good because he doesn't think like that. He doesn't. And I'm not trying to denigrate you here, man. Like, Kenny, with all due respect, MAGA isn't paying attention to the fucking fertilizer shortage because it doesn't click with them. But it'll click with them when they go to fucking Costco and they can't find their meats, or they can't find anything that, why is meat so expensive? Are you telling me that they can't feed these people? Wait a minute, why is all my produce expensive?
Of someone like that.
It's always the same shit. Look at how they fucking reacted to the eggs.
And I implore.
Which, again, that was bird flu, dude. That's what's really fucked up. Like, I can't believe that, again, the Democrats being so bad at this, that they somehow allowed that one to stick.
Anyone listening to this.
And then they were like, hey, the eggs are coming down. Don't blame us.
To think about your comments and your background of your...
Same thing with the fucking... Technically, the gas prices. Gas prices, in all reality, really don't have a lot to do with the U.S. president. But this one does. This is one of those really rare times where it's like, no, one decision made all this happen.
You're almost faithful, perhaps, to a fault to the administration, which I don't think is
and now I have to say it, dude. Like, Kenny, maybe you're one of the MAGA that can actually be honest with yourself. It's not a great thing. This is and it's getting worse.
You particularly well,
but to look at somebody like you, dude, then it's no leg to stand on either, because that's past the 6-week mark.
The courage and to think and reflect about what that could have had some sort of impact. Maybe we'll get there at the end. It may be possible, but you probably want to be doing something about it. Unlike Colin Powell, who went along and
we're already a year behind on crop rotations because of the worker shortage starting in November 2024. And now no fertilizer. 50% of small farms are defaulting last year.
People. Moving on.
Yeah, and again. Now we're going to have to bail them out again. More tax money to them again.
Here
for what?
A little.
I love how we always have the money to bail them out, but not us.
A bit with Iran. A lot of our audience, we asked them for questions because you knew we were coming on. A lot of them actually want to hear some of your tactical breakdown. Why
is going to run out and food is going to get scarce?
Yeah. One of the
no, that's why Trump is doubling down on trying to get the strait fucking opened up. But
presumptions
he doesn't understand. Like, dude, this is what arrogance and narcissism and power does. And when they don't read books or they don't read history, They don't see the parallels of the Vietnam War. Like, dude, he's Lyndon B. Johnson. Like, he's in the same exact predicament. And if you think for a second that he's going to be able to get out of this clean, if he does, dude, seriously, he is already too deep in this. Last week is the last chance he had to get out of this clean.
In your resignation is that more military escalation with Iran is bad.
It's a it's a shitstorm.
It's a nightmare.
And again, the only people that have that can really fuck this up is the Democrats. Go figure. And they do. Like, look at what they just did with John Fetterman.
Why don't you
they just got this jackass confirmed because of John fucking Fetterman. Rand Paul actually had some fucking,
lay out that case beyond
here.
just loss of American life. American presidents can stomach that if it's for a greater objective. Clearly you disagree. Why would more escalation or any sort of ground invasion, even a limited one like Kargil?
Vietnam has a lot similar to Iran. It's the guerrilla warfare aspect that you don't see because you don't get it. I don't even think that you understand how big fucking Iran is, dude.
Why would that cross?
You do understand that I've lived through this before. 2003, they said it was going to take about 5 to 7 days to conduct Operation Iraqi Freedom. And then George Bush did that thing where he went on a fucking boat with a big banner that said "Mission Accomplished." And there's a reason that we think that that's all a big fucking joke.
That's a line for you, and why do you think it's a bad idea?
But I don't know, man. Keep pissing on the fucking, men and women who died throughout that fucking conflict, because that's all you're doing. You're pissing on their memory and, honestly, the reason that they died. I thought that you were all about support the troops.
Well, let's just start with. Well, actually, let's start with probably the most.
What about the dead ones, motherfucker?
Important thing. The most important thing, if you're going.
How do I hide the chat? You just click X in the corner.
To commit troops to a fight.
Are you on mobile? Super Slab?
Is you have to state up front what your strategic objective is.
Or actually, Super Slab.
Why are we doing
the chat
this?
Is
When this is
you?
all said and done, this will look like what? And that has not been clearly fleshed out. That has not been clearly articulated. We've said very vague things like, well, Iran's not going to have a nuclear weapon. We're going to take away their ballistic missiles. We're going to take away their navy. Those are tactical things. Taking away, equipment, essentially, capabilities.
We have a chill
Those
chat
are tactical
in our,
capabilities. I know some of them technically for the wonks out there have strategic impact, but that's not a true end state. We actually have to have a true end state. And if we're going to go with the whole regime change thing,
also different view of the stream.
We've got enough data from the last 20 years that anytime we try it.
Believe it or not, guys, I actually mainly stream to a horizontal platform, but I appreciate y'all being here through the vertical horizon.
It ends up screwing up the region even more. So I think, number one, that homework hasn't been done. As far as putting people on Karg Island, I mean, I don't think you need to be a tactician to say if you commit troops to that, they're essentially going to be used as bait, because Iran, regardless of how degraded we think some of their capabilities are, they can pin down that island with a good deal of ballistic missile, a good deal of drone.
Yeah, three dots in the upper right-hand corner you can turn off.
Fire. They could essentially cut off the straits, and then any ship that goes to reinforce them, any airplane that goes to reinforce them, it's just a matter of time before they can pick them off as well. So I think that would tactically be.
Did I try to say that it was exactly the same? I'm saying that there are parallels, you fucking dumbass.
A massive blunder, and we would lose lives. And if we lose lives, then we're stuck in this cycle of, well, we lost lives. We have to double down.
Man, I thought it was boring. Why are you still here?
And avenge them, and we have to commit more.
This guy watches boring programming. Dude, wow. The fucking masochism that is in some of these people, where it's just like, I watch things I don't agree with because I want to feel bad all the time. I'm just angry. I'm so angry. I'm so happy that Trump won, and I love my Trump daddy, and I'm so happy that we control the House, the Senate, and the Supreme Court, and my Trump daddy's the biggest president we've ever had. But you know what? I'm still so mad, these Democrats. The fuck?
They're taking the island didn't work, so now we just got to take all the beach.
What a miserable existence. And then they just get mad to see me. Oh, Copeland. Look at this guy smoking his pen. Look at this lefty having fun.
We'll secure the straits.
Stop having fun!
Hormuz by having soldiers and Marines, on the shore. And for how long? For what end? Once again. So
never pass the vibe check.
This is where I think
this guy. Actually, it's not a never thing. Kenny Lee, you passed the vibe check. Actually, I gotta appreciate it. I gotta just say
the fight there is just. It could just end up being a
strange
massive
to me to actually meet a chill MAGA person.
And if our goal is regime change, the last thing that we should have done was kill the last Ayatollah who was putting a lid on the development of a nuclear weapon.
Passionate people in this stream.
And look, there's no formula.
There's passion, and then there's just, I don't know, whatever Brutal Facts is doing.
I think a lot of folks would have you believe, and this is kind
Who can't even spell brutal?
of the Israeli theory of the case. If you kill enough of these
I just caught that. This dumb motherfucker.
guys, you're eventually going to get to the moderates. That's not the way this works. If you kill these
there's not even a hint of irony of that being misspelled. But all right,
guys,
man.
you're going to get more and more radical people. There's always been a tension in Iran between hardliners and the clergy and some of the more moderates, but then the IRGC in particular. And the IRGC, these are the soldiers of Qasem Soleimani, and Soleimani was like literally a very, very hardcore, competent general. The IRGC's leadership, these guys cut their teeth. They grew up fighting in the Iraq-Iran war. They grew up fighting us in Iraq. They grew up fighting with Lebanese Hezbollah against the Israelis. And then most of them fought heavily against ISIS in Iraq and Syria. These are battle-hardened guys, and they've been screaming essentially at the clergy and a lot of the political leadership, like the guy who the Israelis just killed, Laranjani, and some of the other ones, Arachi, that, hey, you're going too soft on the Americans. Like, let's go. Let's throw down. Let's use our proxies. Let's get deeper and deeper engaged in this. And so I think a major problem, a major quagmire we could have is that if we continue this cycle of just killing off their leaders, the whole country either fragments into absolute chaos, which is going to have the Libya.
You can see how Congress is being made impotent. I mean, it's the Duma. It's literally like I guarantee you he said this at a fucking meeting with Putin where he's just like, I just want Congress to be just like Russia, the Duma. They're a bunch of dumbasses. I always make that joke. They're so dumb. They're dumb. And then I put the S's in there. You get it, Pooty Poo? I made a joke. You going to laugh? Oh, yes, very funny. But in Russia, this is how I laugh. I laugh with eyebrows.
Effect on steroids. Or what we're
Me too, Pooty. Me too.
going to just continue to get more and more hardline.
Do you like me? Am I the goodest little boy? Come on, Pooty.
Folks, and that's an.
Am I cool? Do you think I'm cool?
Keep what the effect that's going to have on the Straits of Hormuz. That's going to impact global.
God, he really is Cartman. He really is. The fact that he's unironically, he has like the same personality. Man, I'm just so sad because the Russians, they started making fun of me and started selling all of my information to Iran. And then they didn't think I was cool.
Energy way more than it already even has in terms of not just fuel production, not just natural gas, but also what's going to happen.
Agree with your viewpoints, but I enjoy hearing other opinions. I'm a hardcore MAGA, but I don't agree with everything Trump
fertilizer.
Does. How can you be and then I don't think you're a hardcore MAGA.
In terms of
maybe you are.
Being able to grow crops.
I don't know. So, is it more about the team sports aspect? The fact that it's kind of like when you go to church, you're like, oh, I got a community here.
These are very, very big issues.
I get it.
And again, I don't think we did our homework on in terms of what's our strategic objective.
You're judged by the company you keep there, homie.
Yeah. I want to turn a little bit to some comments you made with Tucker Carlson. You made some very ominous comments about the Butler assassination attempt and about Charlie Kirk's assassination.
Here we go. This is
and
what I was waiting
I want to
for.
be super clear. Like, do you think that there was foreign involvement in the Charlie Kirk assassination?
The only thing that I will say for certain is that we did not get an opportunity to fully investigate the potential for foreign links. I'm not saying foreign governments, but I'm saying foreign links. That was NCTC's role. And I think just even a casual observer of the Charlie Kirk case will say, hey, like I know we got the guy that has his fingerprints on the gun, so it sounds like it's a slam dunk case, but most people, they know that there was folks posting online ahead of time that like Charlie Kirk's going to die at UVU on this specific date. And so it seems that the investigation is complete. What I can tell you from our vantage point, from what NCTC's function was supposed to be, was investigating foreign links. And without getting into too many details, I can just say we didn't get the opportunity to fully run down every lead with foreign links. I'm not implicating any government. I'm not implicating any people. I'm just saying we were stopped from finishing our job.
Okay. And then tying that in back to the Iran question.
So Kash Patel it was totally the Kash Patel thing, huh?
Clearly. I mean, look,
Jesus Christ.
I do frankly think there's been a lot of conspiracy stuff.
There's a good chance that he actually might get away with that
out there.
I don't think he's getting the death penalty
anymore.
However,
as you testified to in your Tucker interview, Charlie was a very vocal voice behind the scenes against the war with Iran. And what I'm trying to square is why exactly that this assassination has become almost like fan fiction.
I think this guy's getting cooked in chat, and he didn't like the fact that I pointed out that he misspelled his own name.
You know, in a really disgusting, grotesque way, in my opinion. However,
MAGA always sending their best, man.
When somebody's so
damn.
credible
At
like
least
you,
Kenny's
who's
cool.
in charge of potential exploring
Damn,
foreign links,
Brutal faxes. I don't know, man.
I have to take that very, very serious.
Kenny, do you ever feel embarrassed by like some of the assholes, like in my chat here? I know that you can see some of these guys. Do you ever feel embarrassed when you see that this is the representation that you have?
Seriously.
Like occasionally, that's why like on the left, anytime that I see a tanky, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna shut this asshole down because I don't want people thinking this is what leftism is.
So do you remain like committed to this, I guess committed to an anger or a frustration that you weren't allowed to do so? And do you think that
Turned
had
him into a martyr and then stole his business?
potential impact on
Dude, there's a bunch of fucking people. Did you see that there was a Turning Point chapter in, I think, Arizona that, like, they just were like, we're not going to be tied to you anymore. And it's because of Erica Kirk's, like, the recordings that Candace Owens brought up.
Situation that we're in.
Which, god damn it. Yeah, I watched that, the Erica Kirk documentary, the 3-parter. Yeah, I could have just watched the 1 part. And just been
Look, Charlie was one of the
It
most
was actually kind of boring.
vocal advocates that had access to the president from the outside against going to war with Iran. And at some point, we have to look at like the bigger picture. So you've given me credit for being very gracious to President Trump, and I am. And I think President Trump has a lot of agency.
It's like 6 parts. Oh my god!
And I think he can turn this around. We got on this topic on
Well, I
Tucker's
guess I watched
program
half
because
of
he
it.
said like we know Trump is a smart guy. Why did he let this happen? And I said, there's 2 schools of thought. One is the most likely, which is what I outlined basically in my letter and what we've been talking about up to this point. The second is if you just take a look at the totality of things that could influence President Trump's decision making, you have the assassination attempt in Butler. That in theory, the assassination attempt in Butler is not linked, according to the official narrative, to what took place with Asif Merchant, who was hired by the Iranians to come to America.
The way he licks Trump's ass, even though he resigned, yeah.
Hire a sniper, arrested 2 days prior to Butler. That case is shut. We're not allowed to ask any questions or see if there's any linkage between him and Crooks. We were told that Crooks was just a lone gunman, no online presence. We attempted to look into that too. And essentially we're blocked by the FBI, and I know Dan Bongino disputes that. However, Tucker Carlson himself, his own investigative reporters, dug up the fact that Thomas Crooks did indeed have an online persona. And so all I'm saying is like, we need to run that down because those are potential foreign links as well.
You would think that, I don't know, if a fucking person on Reddit has better investigation tools than your own agency, that might be an issue.
Matter of fact,
what the fuck, man?
Tucker's
Like, seriously, my wife's got friends that are probably better investigators. Just any time that they have to go fucking look up a dude.
Yeah, journalists
or
found
it's just
some
like,
of those.
hold on, I got his
So
entire
Trump's life was
background here.
threatened a few different times before he even took office in a very real way.
Man, they
Obviously,
really
the most
are
real
just bad at their jobs. Like, this was kind of the thing that like scared me. Like, all the jokes aside, I just saw how putting Kash Patel in charge of the FBI was a really bad idea. Putting fucking Dan Bongino as his lieutenant, like, what are you doing?
Like,
drain the swamp. I'm gonna put podcasters in charge of one of the fucking the world's most premier police agencies.
Butler, and there's lots of unanswered questions there.
It totally has It has nothing to do with just do whatever I fucking say.
And then there's multiple breaches
A.
of President Trump's, security perimeter. And then we have what happened with Charlie. And Charlie was vocal against the 12-day war. He was vocal against Midnight Hammer. He eventually got on board because he supported the president. But in the lead up to Midnight Hammer, Charlie was in the Oval Office.
Perfect puppets.
And Brett Weinstein's confirmed this with text messages. Others have as well.
Whoa.
People can say that, Charlie and I didn't talk, but like I said on Tucker the last time.
I'm nobody's puppet or a puppet. I'm Tim Pepper. Fear me and the eyebrows. Now that the eyebrows are here, I also have the power of Ben Shapiro. I will. Oh, wait a minute. I feel the power. I feel the power.
I saw him, and I can't pretend to be close with Charlie. I didn't have any text messages from him, but
all right, who's the next podcaster that is going to go after?
Saw me in the hallway, and we spoke a lot during the transition.
Oh, Dave.
He just said, stop us from getting to war if Iran. And he was there
Dave
to lobby
Rubin.
the president for that. And then
Dave Rubin doesn't have
after
anything,
Midnight
like-
Hammer, a lot of us in the more restrained camp said the Israelis are going to come back to us and ask us to do
Pepper's
this
the
again.
conservative
And
singularity.
Charlie was aware of that as well. Then Charlie is killed in September. Again, same thing. Are there links? Is there more leads to run down? All of that is stopped. And here we are with a nice clean narrative that we're really kind of yelled at for questioning, which I don't fully understand. And so if you take all those things, in totality, and I think one of President Trump's strong suits is he can take in large sets of information and he can come up with what the leverage points are, what the vulnerabilities are, and what his interest is. And so whether or not there is some grand conspiracy or not, there is a potential that he views all of that as a deciding factor. Again, that's not my number one theory of the case, but for some people who are saying like President Trump is too stupid or too smart to fall for all of this, and I don't think he necessarily fell for it. I just think with the ecosystem that was created, I think he was heavily influenced.
Okay.
The alternative course of action is that he is under some degree of coercion, and so that's what Tucker and I were discussing there.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's why I brought it up. I mean, this is shocking stuff. And to have somebody of your caliber with the highest security clearance who served in the United States government, who served at the pleasure of the president, bring it up. I mean, it really troubles me. And I talked about it on our show yesterday. I genuinely dismissed a lot of this as kookery. But to hear you talk about that makes me really question whether some of my initial dismissing, specifically around Charlie Kirk, was wrong or not. And so, and you continue to believe that there was a blocking of your investigation, and that whether, I guess, some plot or not, that it created a potential impression in Trump's mind. I do want to make sure, though, on this Butler assassination, this Iranian alleged assassination attempt, Mac, we have that screenshot. Trump said, I believe, I got the Ayatollah before he got me. So does your impression here then, he says they tried me twice, is your impression that this was an actual Iranian plot? Is it an Israeli plot? Because if it was an Israeli plot, would it make sense to try and box him into some sort of attack on Iran? What's your assessment here of the actual plot itself that was supposed or may have been tied to Butler?
So after Trump killed Qasem
history.
Soleimani, the Iranians were rather vocal. I mean, you can find most of this. I mean, they said a lot of it publicly, that they were going to avenge Qasem Soleimani by targeting President Trump. So that's known. The only person that we know of that actually was deployed to America to work on this is Asif Merchant, and we know the Iranians sent him over here. We gained knowledge.
So do
of
we
that.
know that? See, that's my thing. Do we know that for sure? Like that's what I'm asking you.
You saying that all Islam is like being pro Sharia law? Come on, man. That's like saying every Christian is a doomsday cultist for believing in Revelation.
Was he actually sent by the government of Iran?
Do you understand there's nuance in like religion, or are you going to be that fucking asshole?
Your assessment.
Man, this guy literally time traveled from like post 9/11 2001.
To my knowledge, he was. To my knowledge, he was.
Got it.
Now, again, like intent versus capability with the Iranians, they have other capabilities. And so I think the Iranians are pretty competent when they want to be. This seemed pretty half-assed to me. If they were serious, because these guys are serious. They know what it takes. I mean, come on. Qasem Soleimani, the people that he trained, Hezbollah, like when they're serious, they deploy serious people. I mean, you can look at the trial that's now been covered in Roshan. He's not a serious guy. Could be dangerous. You have to take it seriously because, unserious people can commit violence. And so, sure.
I mean, let's be real. That's why I'm afraid of getting the cheese on my fingers, is then I'm going to wipe it on my face and then it all starts. Then I become the Trump clone.
I'm not downplaying the risk. I'm just saying, didn't seem to be that serious to me. But to my knowledge, the Iranians did deploy, they recruited him, they deployed him. He came here to the U.S. We had prior knowledge of that through intelligence means. And so when he came to America, he was basically, in the pocket, unbeknownst to him, of the FBI. The FBI then leveraged a confidential human source at him. So there was never actually any, according to what we've learned from the trial, not a direct threat to the president. So that's as serious as that was. Now, there wasn't, in my opinion, enough due diligence done to see if there was anyone else that Merchant was speaking with that could be tied to Butler, because Butler got wrapped up just so quickly. And all the requests that we made once we came in to the FBI and to the DOJ to investigate.
A lot of people, the day after when they posted that picture of the gun, they were saying how contaminated that whole scene was, how this is going to be a fucking hellscape for whoever's prosecuting that case.
Leads that could confirm or deny whether or not there was any linkage between anyone at Merchant, and in particular the human source they used, and Butler, Crooks, or anyone in Butler. Those were all denied. That wasn't looked into. And it's been publicly reported that the DHS Inspector General, he's also been blocked from investigating a lot of the DHS activities that day on the ground in Butler.
Yeah, dude, in Butler, did it have anything to do with the fact that the Secret Service magically let the fucking press in to take those pictures, those iconic pictures of Donald Trump as there was an active shooter?
Butler.
So ask
everybody else running away. Fucking photographers right up his ass.
Yeah, but just final thought on this about the FBI. Many of us have read over the years.
No, there's a reason that they didn't want us thinking too much on that. And then you also had, again, Democrats being Democrats where they're like, well, we don't want to do conspiracy stuff. It's like,
War on Terror was reading the indictments of a lot of these terrorists where I'm like, is this a terrorist or is this entrapment? And so what is your assessment of the FBI having been blocked or seen blocking two investigations? Like, do you trust these individuals to really carry out their duties, Kash Patel specifically?
Look, I don't want to ruin any ongoing investigations. Again, the Palestinian trade, I really don't want to make a part of. But what I think is important is for us as Americans to exercise like our God-given constitutional rights. This is a beautiful country. I took an oath to support and defend the Constitution, fought for it. You have the right to question anyone in the U.S. government, and you should. Just look at the data from the last 20 plus years. Question every single aspect of the government, regardless of who is in power.
Okay. All right. I do want to also ask you about Jeffrey Epstein. So you had, I'm sure you probably have been reading the news. You were inside the administration also at this time. You did have a very high-level security clearance. Do you think that Jeffrey Epstein was an intelligence asset?
Yeah, I do. That's my opinion.
Wow.
The NCTC, we never touched any of the Epstein stuff. That was all under DOJ, lock and key. So I don't really have any insider knowledge beyond what I've read personally, same stuff you've read on the internet. But yeah, to some degree. Now, was he, a freebooter, a privateer who occasionally would do contract work with different intelligence agencies? That's just my opinion.
Wait, Liberty Bell, have you never read Leviticus? Oh.
And that's kind of the realm that he was in. But there's obviously something much darker there. There's something else that speaks to just the power dynamics in our world. I think that's in those files, and I think we should continue to question everything about those files, and we should demand that our government actually gives us transparency.
I agree. Well, considering that, our colleagues over at Dropside News, they commissioned a poll. A lot of Americans believe that the war in Iran was to distract from the Epstein files. Do you think there's any credence to that idea?
The majority of America
that's
thinks
an interesting
that now.
theory, and but I would say I would disagree just in the sense that the drumbeat for the war with Iran has been going on, I think, longer than most people knew who Epstein was. But I think it was probably a welcome distraction considering how much it was in the news. Because again, if you want people to rally around the flag, start a new war, that's kind of like politics 101, tragically. So I think that factor, but I don't think it was specifically for Epstein. Had the Epstein files never existed, there'd still be.
Yeah, but the thing is, that was pre-social media age. Like, again, he's going based off fucking like old school 70s to 90s politics.
A neoconservative Israeli lobby for a war with Iran.
Yeah, sticking, I think, a little bit with the Epstein question. That's another one. And look, I'm not saying I believe
also
this.
Also ignoring the fact that we just ended the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, and people don't have an appetite for it.
A lot of people who do, they think, you talked there about Trump potentially being influenced by a threat to his safety. Another theory is about Epstein. His conduct around Epstein has been bizarre, if we're being honest. I can say that. You don't have to say it. Do you think there's any credence to that?
I think if Trump was in the Epstein files, they would have used it to take him out long before he even got the nomination back in 2016. I just think that's even if you don't like Trump, I think that's just kind of obvious. But again, we go back to this appears to be a very powerful network, and so for people who've been anywhere near it, are they intimidated by it? That's a potential.
Yeah. And sticking
so
with
we're just
that,
going to ignore the fact that,
now you've worked
Epstein
at
died the way he
ISLs,
did.
the United States intelligence community. You said you do think Epstein is an intelligence asset, not specifically for any one country. So given your experience within that, I would just want to be very, very clear. It would not be out of the question to have powerful networks like this, which are linked to United States intelligence, Israeli intelligence, Russian intelligence. Yes or no?
Of course. Yeah. I mean, I think most Western governments would use several layers of cutouts, and all the people who could be called to testify probably actually wouldn't know anything, and it wouldn't, and there'd be very limited files about it. It's just my professional opinion.
Okay. See, and again, I think this is very important. It's been dismissed as a conspiracy theory. I think your opinion on this matter, considering your expertise here, is really vital because you've actually seen some of this up close. And so, I think people who have been dismissing this for quite a long time should really, really take that to heart whenever we're talking about the Epstein story, which, of course, the mainstream media, if they do want to talk about his intelligence connection, it's to Russia, never to anybody else. Last question here on Epstein and intelligence.
I don't see how fucking Israel is gonna get past this one, man. Because when you got MAGA and the fucking like the leftists, I don't know, man. I mean, are they really banking on the centrists saving them?
Do you think Israeli spy operations continue on U.S. soil?
Okay,
of course. Yeah, absolutely. Wow. I think the Israelis run a good deal of espionage against us. I think most of it they don't have to necessarily spy in a traditional sense. I think they've done a very good job of moving a lot of money around Washington.
Dude, you literally put them in positions of power just if they ask. Come on,
via
man.
Influence campaigns.
Really?
And again, look, man, the Israelis are good. I mean, they have
God
so many that are dual.
God forbid you ask a question about it and just be like, hey, why that? And then they're like, you're anti-Semitic.
Citizens. I think there's people that work on their behalf who don't even think they're really working on the Israelis' behalf.
Yeah, it's losing its power, though.
They just think they're doing the right thing. So
I think
that
they fucking lost all support as far as like the Gaza thing.
Subtle influence and some of the I think folks who are just sympathetic and they've been told for years that we kind of have the same objectives over and over again, carry a lot of water for them. But of course,
wasn't it just last year that some representative was arguing from Tennessee that 12-year-old should be able to get married?
Israel's very, very aggressive and very competent intelligence service, and the Israelis pursue their national interest with a rigor that
I'm not making shit up. Dude, I'm the worst type of person to have this debate with because you don't know me. Obviously, you're new to the show. So a little pep lore here. I came from one of those doomsday Christian cults, the ones that actually believed in Revelation, took it literally. First Thessalonians was literally the start of it all for us.
That's actually pretty
So, yeah, man.
Admirable, and I wish we could
I'll just say this much. No, there's a lot of death, destruction. There's a lot of the things that you're claiming about, like, Islam that you could attribute to Christians as well.
To our national interest.
But you are uncomfortable with that because you don't want to be called a fundamentalist. You are a Christian of convenience. You don't actually believe in the Bible.
For the same
I agree.
rigor they do theirs.
No, not radicals. No, because we were also followers of Christ. That's the thing. We were following Christ's word and the ordained word of, the inspired word of God.
Right, as much as
no, man.
You
can't just pick. Like, you understand how actually much you're insulting Christianity and God himself if you pick and choose the little bits of the Bible where you're like, well, that's not my thing.
Criticize them if we just had,
like immigration, where he says love the stranger.
That same spirit.
Matthew 25 kind of laid it on thick. What was Matthew 25 about? I always tend to forget. It was like, I don't know, there was this really famous story. Most non-Christians kind of know about it. I don't know, there's this guy with really long hair and a beard, kind of did this thing, he walked on water and shit. And then he also, I don't know, he kind of sat down with the people and then he gave them all, it's this weird thing. I think it's called a sermon, and it was on this really weird hill, but they called it a mount. Not quite a mountain, but it was... it was like a mound.
Around our own interest, it would be amazing. What, as a veteran, as a member of the U.S. intelligence community, what did you think when the U.S. ambassador Mike Huckabee invited convicted spy Jonathan Pollard into the United States Embassy in Jerusalem?
It's despicable. It's despicable. And look, I think there also is a good chance that Tucker Carlson and I will get looked at.
Oh yeah, Isaiah. By the it's Old Testament though.
FBI with more scrutiny than Mike Huckabee will for that. Right. Now, look, I don't know if Huckabee cleared that. I don't know what the gain was there. But Pollard was a spy against the United States of America, and whatever, a deal was cut, and he ended up going back to Israel. But in my opinion, as an intelligence officer,
you have vitriol towards Christians. You have vitriol towards Islam and Muslims.
And a veteran, and I may
have vitriol, but I also have facts. And I don't let those facts also dictate whether or not I think that you're what you would call a fundamentalist.
American. There's no reason why.
But here you are trying to label all people that support Islam as, and you know what? We see it. Like, I already lived through this. You're trying to equate all Islamic supporters as terrorists. Get fucked, you fucking disingenuous cunt.
Our ambassador, the president's representative in Israel, should be meeting with them.
What do you
Seriously.
think of? So first of all,
like, you don't want to sit here and actually have a discussion about it.
I mean, again, I'm trying to tap dance.
Yeah, sure do. Fuck Islam. All right, get rid of them, guys.
Here, but for me, how do you do that and not get fired?
There's no conversing with these types of people.
I just don't get it. How do you do?
Like, I'm dropping facts of why his religion literally is just as bad, but he just admitted to it. Like, he literally admits to it. He's a racist. He's a racist.
Not get fired.
Racist sack of shit that has absolutely no interest in having a nuanced discussion or actually trying to fucking retool his ways to not be such a cunt.
Or you get defended.
But you know what? Let him. That's the loneliness right there. These are the people that will constantly remind us of, like, oh, yeah, okay, MAGA really is just as shitty as we tend to think they are. At least I get those reminders.
By the White House, by
like,
the
holy
president.
Fuck.
His most recent interview with Tucker Carlson.
Have fun with that,
I
man.
mean,
Again,
I'm curious for your view.
My favorite
I mean,
one is the fact that there's so many fucking MAGA that don't think like that, but they spend a lot of time and a lot of energy saying, well, MAGA's not like that. MAGA's not like that. I have the fucking proof. I got the receipts. This chat is in my stream unless I deem so otherwise.
Maybe it is genuine, considering his religious beliefs. How do you view that type of religiosity when it's paired with our actual United States government, our national interests? And what did it look like on the inside?
I gotta get like a
are there more Mike
plastic
Huckabees
bin or
than we know
something
about
for these?
who are working inside of this
I
administration?
can't have them just out.
I think with Mike Huckabee, it's genuine. I don't think
they don't think critically. That's for
he
sure.
thinks he's being disloyal to America. I think he has a very strong.
No, but again, the guy's a Christian, so he's mad because I'm challenging the fact that he doesn't actually think critically of his own religion or his own beliefs, which he's mad that I do.
I don't know if I actually have the right. I don't know if I use the right religious doctrine. I think he's a Christian Zionist, Christian evangelical. And not all I go to an evangelical church, and it's not like that. So, but I think he strongly believes he is doing the right thing, which to me means like he probably shouldn't be the ambassador to Israel. Like he could probably be the ambassador kind of like anywhere else, but maybe not Israel. So that's a major issue. But look, the fact that no one removed him, that does speak to the power that the Israeli lobby has on our government. And the fact that like you have to resign from the government and come out like I am and say this, you really can't say it from within the government and be taken seriously or even listened to. That just shows you how powerful these guys are. And it's not like they're around every corner threatening people or paying people off, but there is enough of a power dynamic there. I mean, we had Adelson was at the dinner last night at the White House, and she gave over $100 million to the president. Like, look, these people are powerful. That's just the way politics.
Have shield bearers keep their band fingers strong.
And at the end of the day, again, just like our relationship with Israel on the battlefield, I think we have to look at what our relationship is with Israel here in Washington, D.C., and in terms of foreign lobbying and say, is that good for the country? And I don't think it's healthy for us to have that relationship with any country.
I completely agree. Joe, last couple questions here.
I'm just glad that he at least like said it.
There was some speculation that
I never really got the whole religious thing. I love my science, something I can touch. Well, the rest of your like movement doesn't.
Had resigned to make.
That's the thing, dude. Like, there's no room for. This is what I try to convince people like you that they don't like you. Like, your movement doesn't like you. Pete Hegseth, you don't have room in the movement. You're just useful to them right now. But once the leftists are all locked up, once all the dissenters are gone, because you got to get rid of all the dissenting opinions in America, because that's apparently what the MAGA utopia is, then they're going to go after the women. Then they're going to go after any of the fucking pick-me's from any of the fucking POC community. And then they're going to come for you, the non-believers.
Make a splash so you could run for.
You won't have you won't get that luxury to pick and choose. You're either going to have to fucking admit, like, or, I mean, I wouldn't put it past them where they literally send somebody to your house. Are you a Christian?
Office in the future. Is that your plan? What do you look?
We read this book called She Said Yes. It was about this girl in Columbine.
Looking at.
I ran for Congress twice, and I'm not in Congress. So if that's my plan, it'd be pretty wild. No, I have no desire.
Willful tools is what
to
they
run
are.
for office ever again. I hope to serve in the government, to serve our country in some capacity. Once again, if it doesn't end up working out, that's fine too. I got to fulfill my childhood dream of being a Green Beret, getting to go to war for my country. So right now, serving in this capacity is what I'm focused on. Again,
Weird childhood dream.
like I have no desire to.
You have absolutely no nuanced understanding of like how war and power works, but man, when I say that they fucking use these assholes as cattle for their, yeah, that's what I mean.
For office.
Yeah, don't think critically, just go into school. That's your childhood dream. And you know what? Tell everybody else how they suck for not serving their country.
Because I got a lot of views and stuff on Twitter. People are like, oh, you're going to run in 2028. I know the nuts and bolts of having to run for just Congress. So like, I can't really even wrap my head around what having to do that at the presidential level would be. So no, my goal is it's really clear. It's to hopefully get through to the president, either myself or to have enough public pressure that we change course here in the next couple of weeks and we walk back from the abyss.
Last question for an issue very near and dear to my heart. Did you ever see any evidence of extraterrestrial life while you were in government?
I did not. No, I was mostly in the Middle East. I didn't. I've got some friends who were pretty involved in looking for those types of things.
Okay.
Can
you share anything?
Yeah, no, I heard a good deal. I think it's called the Skywatcher Project. There's a good deal online.
Yeah, we call them Christians.
I know one of the guys who was involved in that, not in like the ESP stuff, but in actually being able to signal them through signals. Very credible guy, and so what he found and what he's talked about, I think is worth taking a look at. But I was a terrorism guy, and so I didn't run across any aliens and terrorism.
Well, you never know. There are several orbs. There are a lot of orbs that appeared in battlefields in Syria and Mosul. I'll send you a few links.
No, 100%. I've seen the footage, 100%. I just never saw it.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Last question then. Where can people support? What's your plan? Where can people support you if they want to?
I think my X account is probably the best place to do it. All these different podcasts and stuff I'm going to be doing. There'll be clips and stuff on there.
Excellent.
But that's the only support. I would say if you share my views, call your senator, call your representative. There's primaries and there's elections happening in 2026, and tell them that you don't support this war. Because unfortunately, some of the most active polling that's going on right now, it's getting put up on Fox News, on ABC, the mainstream media. And for lack of better terms, I think that either those polls are fake or they're polling just a bunch of baby boomers. And the people that are tuning in to media like this, who actually got President Trump into office, I don't think they're reflected in that polling. So we've got to make our voices heard on social media and by contacting your representative.
Oh, really? You guys think that you're like he's still doing that silent majority bullshit? Oh my God.
All right. Well, Joe, thank you very, very much for your time. Again,
this is where the Democrats to fuck up, man. If we let Hakeem Jeffries and fucking Chuck Schumer just keep playing the games,
we got you out on the time that
it's not as much Trump winning as it is just fucking Democrats losing and like literally losing their base because they refuse to fucking change.
We needed to thank you again for the heroism in your action. I have almost never seen it in my life, and I think it's commendable. The fact that you don't have any plans to run again for office speaks also volumes to the mission that you're trying to accomplish here, and I hope that we can speak again sometime under better circumstances.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I really appreciate having me.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below.
All right.
It really helps.
One more video of fucking stupid John Kent. All right. Let's get the last take on this one. Then we get to move on to other stuff. Woohoo!
We don't know what happened with Charlie Kirk. And by no means am I saying like, the Israelis did this or any of that.
You see what I just did there? I hit the like button. And this is TYT. Don't necessarily enjoy the channel as much, but hey, I'm watching the video, so I am going to at least give them that. So if you guys are enjoying this, or even if you're not, you can hit that like button and just be, you can be a good consumer. Be cool.
But I'm saying there's a lot
of cool person
of unanswered questions there. Charlie Kirk is killed publicly in a very horrific way, and we're not really even allowed to look into that at all. And Charlie Kirk was one of President Trump's closest advisors, and he also advocated heavily against a war.
Enjoy the rest of your day. I'm going to go check my crypto and get my housekeeper to make me a sandwich. I'm hungry.
Iran. He was in the Oval Office in the lead up to the 12-day war.
Oh, wait a minute. You have a housekeeper? Hey, why can't you donate to the stream?
Office had been blocked from investing.
It's always those people. Those are the ones.
Investigating his murder. That does not make
I'm
sense
glad
to
that
me.
you just take content. That's cool.
Joe Kent, who just resigned from his post as the director of national counterterrorism, or
Also, stop calling your wife a housekeeper. That's very demeaning.
the head of the National Counterterrorism Center, had a lot to say about the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and more importantly, the lack of robust investigation that he is alleging is a huge problem when it comes to the death of Charlie Kirk. Cenk, you know, people like Candace Owens have been made out to be completely insane because she isn't buying the official narrative. She's doing her own investigation, which of course she's not a professional.
Oh, crypto's down today, so no donos.
In this field, so she's going to run into some weird, wacky theories. But do you begrudge someone for not buying the official narrative?
No, so I don't know what happened. Because we don't have access to the evidence that the government has access to. Candace doesn't know what happened. But when reporters tell us, shut up and bow your head to the government, that tells us that it's definitely Tyler Robinson. Well, I normally don't do that anyway. But when the director of the National Counterterrorism Center says that people inside the government blocked an investigation of the murder, now I don't believe anyone at all. And if you tell me, oh, Jake, that's conspiratorial, I don't care. You can stuff your conspiracy theory.
Yeah, you do understand that, like, we're in this new era where there's a lot of conspiracies that are just being proven to be true. And they're coming from fucking MAGA, dude.
Accusations up your
like,
ass.
What the fuck?
Okay.
The billionaire cabal? Yeah, okay.
So no, we should find out.
Have we not learned from just doing this blanket, like, oh, conspiracy theorists are stupid and bad? Also, I have been, like, even when I was into, like, some of the 9/11 true stuff, I used to, like, tell them to shut the fuck up because they would all, like, it was always chock full of these assholes that were just like, and it ends with the lizard people. It's like, and you lost everybody. Good job.
What actually happened.
I see all the connections, man.
And maybe Joe Kent's telling the truth, maybe he's not. But right now, if he's telling the truth, then they're hiding what happened to Charlie Kirk, and you should be livid about that.
So I personally don't think he's lying, because what do you get out of lying about this? But nonetheless, here is Joe Kent describing the
he's
final
about to get a lot of hate from the MAGA team.
interaction he had with Charlie Kirk before he was killed.
The last time I saw Charlie Kirk on this earth was in June in the West Wing, in the stairway, and I said hi to him, and he looked me in the eye, and he said very loudly, and it's a small, you've been in the West Wing, it's small, it's a tight space, and he said, Joe, stop us from getting into a war with Iran. Very loudly.
He was single-minded.
And he walked off, and he went, I believe, into the Oval. So when one of President Trump's closest advisors, who is vocally advocating
advisors
for us to,
yo, dude, the fact that we like give official titles to assholes that just have the fucking president's ear,
not go to,
this is the shit right here.
The war with Iran,
this is it.
And for us to rethink
this is
at least
why it's a joke. This is why Trump's a joke. It is hilarious.
A relationship with the
like,
Israel.
Fuck. At this point, I never thought that the end of the American experiment would just end so stupidly. But here we are, and I don't see us getting out of it, man.
And
now, I'm not saying that America's not going to be like a country. Like, I'm not one of those folks. But I will say that we're not going to be a superpower for much longer.
We're not allowed to ask any questions about that.
So in the aftermath.
Okay, so we win in November. We win big on the in 28. How do we fix this, and what do we expect/demand from MAGA to put the country back together and return to normal? What has been destroyed? Dad Leo, that is why I just said what I said. I don't think there is any going back. I think that we're cooked, guys. Like, seriously. Because while we're fighting, like while all this infighting is happening, Russia and China are moving onto the world stage to overtake America. And at some point, they are going to just crash our economy. Like, we're going to be fucked.
Kirk's assassination.
Like, if you guys think that this is somehow going to end well.
Kent was tasked with investigating.
Listen, the thing is, I don't want that to happen. So if it does end up happening where it's like, oh, Trump fixed the economy. Oh, he actually did some good stuff. I'm never going to be like sycophantic to Trump in the slightest, ever. Like, I think he's an asshole. I think he's a narcissist. I think he's an egotist. And I think he has some of the worst people on the planet in his cabinet. But again, if something's good, I have to admit it. And that's where I said, guys, and you guys can go back to my older content, I thought that he was going to try it like it was, I think, late January, where I saw one report where I was like, there's a good chance that he could turn the economy around. It was right when he started making the moves to lower the credit, not credit reports, credit rating. Or credit scores. Fuck. Credit percentage? Oh my God, I'm having a fucking brain fart and a half. The interest rates. Jesus Christ. He was going to lower the credit card interest rates, and then he was also going to do the thing with capping, housing, as far as like not letting these private equity come in and buying housing, even though the loophole is in there, because now all private equity has to do is literally register as fucking, Ruth Dumas from fucking Wauwatosa.
What happened? Fascinating. So what's even more interesting is how
Yeah, Ruth Dumas happens to just own 12 houses.
quickly that investigation got
But yeah, I actually thought, I was like, oh, this could actually like do it. Like, this could actually fix the economy. But then he went to war.
shut down. Take a look.
Because like I started seeing the gas prices where I was just like, you can't really ignore that part of things. Like, and in my everyday life, I have had conversations with some fucking maggots where it's just like, okay, man, okay. But now it is fun. Now it's even like, now that the shoe's on the other foot, it is even funnier to watch them kind of flounder, because now they're just like, I don't want to talk about the president right now. I'm just mad at him. Like he's a fucking relative that they're just like, he's fucking up right now. But you know what? I still got faith in him.
What do you mean when you say we're not allowed to ask any questions about that?
We've been told that this individual, Robinson, is a lone gunman.
Enjoy the time you have now. It'll be survival in about 6 months.
And maybe he is.
I'm not trying to be uber alarmist, but the fact is, like, if we don't get this if the Strait doesn't get worked out, yeah, we're fucked. Like, that fertilizer thing is way bigger of a deal than people are giving it credit for. Like, we're talking about oil, dude. We need to talk about food.
But the investigation.
But they don't want us doing that because they know, like, oh shit. Like, if we start having a food crisis, America is never going to trust a Republican again.
That I was a part of, the National Counterterrorism Center was a part of. We were stopped from continuing to
Oh, I forgot that something we have Trump for, 3 more beautiful, well,
investigate.
No, you don't. Not 3 more.
And the FBI will say.
We're already, no. Since we got to do the thing where, so if we're counting the fucking days, no. Technically, we're almost halfway.
They stopped that because they wanted to turn everything over to the Utah state authorities. Everything's going to trial. It's very, very sensitive.
God, do you think my job's going to get harder when he's like not president? I could see that. Like, I've had that thought. I would be, lying to you otherwise. I've literally thought if Kamala was president, would I actually have the like growth that I do? I don't think I would.
But there was still a lot for us to look into that I can't really get into.
Like, I was growing, yes, but
there was still linkage for us to investigate that we needed to.
Gas price lighting? Oh, now it's gas price lighting when the prices are high. I see how it is. I see how it is. President doesn't control gas when it's not able to be, when I can't use it to be a little ammo in my political cannon.
I'm not making any conclusions. I'm not saying
no. I don't think you are.
Because of this happened. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying there's unanswered questions. We know the pressure because of the text messages.
I don't know, dude. Diesel being over $5 now is gonna fucking. It's really going to affect us.
Text messages that have been made public that Charlie was under a lot of pressure from a lot of pro-Israel.
It was 430 by us today.
Donor.
And that was for one with a car wash, by the way.
And again, we know Charlie was advocating to President Trump against this war with Iran. And we knew at the end of the 12-day war, at the end of Midnight Hammer, that the Israelis were going to come back and ask us to go back to war again.
Right.
So we have a lot of data points between Butler, the assassination attempts against President Trump, the breaches of his security, what happened to Charlie Kirk.
So the allegation that Kash Patel shut down the investigation that was being carried out by the National Counterterrorism Center because he wanted to hand everything over.
The unemployment rate right now is actually what you would call steady.
To local authorities in Utah. Really makes no sense if you're.
It's actually, I was watching something today Oh, it's Philly D. Philly D had a pretty good breakdown of like Trump's economy, but he was being pretty genuine about it, where he was like, okay, things aren't as bad, but at the same time, the way that we measure these measure everything changed when Trump became president the first time, and now we're still we're feeling the effects of that, where it's not being reported on, genuinely.
Wanting to look into
there's a bunch of fucking factors
foreign
in it
ties to an assassin,
and
right?
it's not good for him either. Like realistically, because most of his base does live at the poverty line or just above it. They're the ones that are living the paycheck to paycheck. That's why when you talk to a lot of fucking just normal MAGA folks, they do feel it, and they are genuine about it, where they're just like, well, a little pain. That's why they're doing the thing where it's a little pain, I support my president. I support my country, so I'm willing to feel a little bit of pain. But man, them watching that gas price go up every single day, and then going to work, and then going to the grocery store, seeing the fucking price of goods going up. And as I said, once food becomes scarce, no, dude. Where does the MAGA how thick is that MAGA loyalty? At what point does somebody fucking finally go back from when they're walking out of the grocery store and they see their stupid faded Trump sticker on the back of their car, where they just rip that bitch off because they're just like, I can't do this shit.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, I know that we've seen the viral video of that dude doing it with his truck, but
so
I think there's a lot more of that. Like we already brought up about how people are embarrassed to fly their Trump flags right now, and we know why.
This is very weird.
Because deep down inside, they know that everything sucks.
When your counterterrorism center says we'd like to investigate...
we're forgetting about the upcoming healthcare layoffs, which is literally what's propping our fucking economy up right now.
Leads that we have about this enormously important political assassination in the country. And the other part of the government says, no, you're not allowed to investigate counterterrorism. You're not allowed to investigate anything about this murder. And you're to shut up and believe the official story. And they say that within the government. Nah, no, that is incredibly strange. And if you see some idiot so-called reporter telling you that's not strange, you should make sure to never listen to them again.
Now, after he decided to step down from his position, we're now learning that there has been some...
Dude, you're eating a lot of spit.
Sort of...
I mean, you might be into that kind of thing, but you're definitely eating a lot of spit.
Investigation launched against him. We don't have too many details about...
Make your own goddamn sandwiches like a real man, fucker.
About it. But,
seriously.
Apparently, it's an FBI investigation.
What? Are you one of those guys that made a little bit of money and you're just like, this is what rich people do?
According to 4 sources who spoke to...
Sorry, man. I mean... I could have an infinite amount of money. I would still fucking make my own sandwiches.
Semaphore. They stated that the
that's some loser shit right there.
Investigation began prior
and I'm
to
not even
Kent's
trying to be mean, Kenny, but it's true. Like, I would call a leftist out on this. Actually, I have. I've called Hassan out on this shit.
One source said the investigation has been ongoing for months. Now, why?
Oh, no, he has a housekeeper, but he doesn't have somebody that's like making him sandwiches.
Why would they be
investigating? I mean, that's technically an assistant.
Investigating him. Allegedly, they suspect that he had been leaking from within the administration. Kent is accused of leaking confidential information. So, here's what I think about the notion of Kent being a leaker, and he might be. Who knows? I think the administration does a pretty good job showing us what they are. They don't really hide it. I mean, have you watched one of Pete Hegseth's press conferences? Total disaster. You don't need to leak anything. You guys show us exactly.
Dude, are you serious? You can't cook, and you just were like, I can't cook. That's loser behavior right there. That's like big L behavior.
Who you are every
like God. You want to talk about beta shit?
Single day. Yeah. Total mess.
No wonder you need a housekeeper. You don't actually have like the ability to get a partner or a wife or impress somebody and like actually make them like real food. God damn.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna go for it.
Man,
So
I gotta say, that's one thing that I am so glad I have. That I'm like, oh no. I'm a fucking awesome cook, and I am so glad I have that skill.
We get pro-Israel
I don't have to
leaks.
fucking overpay for meals. Every fucking meal that I have done, like as far as like making like a steak dinner, I have made way better than any of those fucking rich ass places.
Non-stop from the government. Barak Ravid is a pro-Israel leak
Avocado
machine.
toast isn't cooking
So
sandwiches.
how come
Should
none
be
of his
easy.
sources are being investigated? Oh, if you're in favor of Israel, no one gets investigated.
And yeah, I never said that I was nice.
But if you're concerned,
I may be funny, But I also do the thing where, no, I'm going to call it like I sees it.
About Israel.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we're going to have to launch a big
Like I said, though, I would call a leftist out if they were doing the same shit.
investigation. Did he do it? Who knows? It doesn't matter.
If I see a leftist
'Cause
streamer
even if
that's
he
like,
did-
hey, I have my assistant here to make a sandwich for me. Number one, I'm not watching that stream.
Didn't do it. Would the
Easy.
Israeli forces inside our government start an investigation? Absolutely.
Yeah, I'd
because
call it
if
out.
you're, and look, Tucker said the other day that they apparently they're considering an investigation and an arrest of him. Oh, it's just coincidentally happens to be all the people opposed to war
And survive
and
off
opposed to
in the
Israel.
woods off grid,
And
like the
our
conservative
moron
dream is.
reporters go, no, that's a coincidence. It's always a coincidence, right? And it's also a coincidence that the million.
Wow, being called out for lacking in basic skills is mean. Dang, snowflake much? I mean, do you know how to do your own laundry? Again, all the money in the world, I would still do my own laundry.
Israel leaks have never.
Some things is just about, like, I don't know, having just self-worth, and that's part of self-worth right there. Like, if you need to just pay somebody to do innocuous tasks, that's a waste of money.
Never been investigated.
Like, again, keeping up with the Joneses much?
Right?
Fucking A.
So, all right, now
You better hope crypto doesn't fucking tank.
let's talk a little bit more.
Then you really are in trouble.
Ken also mentioned that the shooting
Damn, us poors actually have to get by having some skills and personality.
of the president, Donald Trump,
Right.
when he got shot in the ear in Butler, there was also irregularities there.
Right.
Okay, and there was irregularities about a guy that they arrested a couple of days beforehand.
Actually, I covered some of those
When you
irregularities
stop
from what
doing
we
these things yourself, you lose agency and self-sufficiency. Yep.
were hearing from the federal government and what the reality was on the show a few months ago. And Tucker Carlson did a deep
Well, no,
dive.
it's also like, it's pathetic bitch boy behavior.
On-
It's literally, you need your mommy there. Like, that's what it is. Your mommy stopped taking care of you. You made money and you were just like, I'm going to buy a new mommy.
And so
It's fucking pathetic.
my coverage was based on Tucker Carlson.
Like I said, this isn't even about my politics. This is just about something I believe. Like, I've been around money, and yeah, I can just say, like, I've met people, like, I've met an actual billionaire that thinks just the way I do, where you wouldn't know that he was a billionaire. He takes care of everything himself. He was a super humble fucking person. He was one of the ones that I dare say where I'm just like, oh, okay. I mean, I'm kind of comfortable with him at least being a billionaire because, like, he's also, you know, super virtuous and, like, he also fucking gave a lot of money away.
Carlson's deep dive. But
mom to wife pipeline, yep.
one of the things that they were saying about Crooks, Cenk, was that he had no online footprint whatsoever.
No, that's why women also, like, there's this big thing with, like, dating. There's this big crisis where it's like women have just said, it's like they don't want to just fucking marry a dude that is looking for a new mommy. Like, that's why women are, like, in general, attracted to dudes who do have agency, who are self-sufficient, who can cook.
However, nothing at all. Turns out, no. He had a lot of activity online. Why were they lying to us about that?
So
my family always had dude.
Wait a minute.
Dude, at least you could have done the thing where you could have, like, gone somewhere to find yourself a little bit while also investing. Jesus Christ.
That guy took a shot at Trump.
Fucking dude doesn't even know how to spread peanut butter.
And then there
You know how to wipe your own ass? Like, fucking Christ
are
almighty.
people inside the government going, no, we're not talking about that. Don't ask questions about that.
Sorry, man. As I said, rich people have always been pathetic to me. Like, seeing the way that they fuck and the way that they have no awareness of it, where they're just like, we all better. These plebeians needing to make their sandwiches. It's like, yeah, dude, we actually make good sandwiches. You have spit in yours. Like, again, there is a chance that you have spit in yours because I don't think Veronica is too fucking fond of you.
Oh, no. We get to ask questions about anything we want.
Just fond of that paycheck, but you personally, we'll see.
And how incredibly strange is it that in the Trump administration, they're bottling up an investigation about shooting Trump?
So weird, yeah.
Watching my mom simp to clean up after my alcoholic dad and non-disabled brothers after growing up in their own abusive household was a huge factor in me never dating.
If you're, guys, the reason I get so frustrated by cable news and legacy media is they look at that and they go, no, that's not strange.
If you can wipe your own ass, you have 40% of the peanut butter sandwich covered.
All right. And by the way, here's another thing that happened, according to Kent. Trump ordered the release of the JFK, RFK, and MLK.
Nah, Kenny, I actually kind of feel bad for you in that regard.
Files?
Like, as I said, man, I went to a private school. I grew up, like, my dad was not well off. We were, like, what you would call upper middle class. You know, my dad was one of those guys, like, he made his million, but, like, Yeah, when you see again real money, you're just like, oh, that's cute. Okay, yeah, we're still on that lower totem. But yeah, like I said, like not once did I ever think, oh, I'm not going to learn how to do that.
And he says they didn't release them all.
Although, you know what? I can also speak to this. No, I'm gonna call my own little bit of bullshit out here. My wife, she did actually like say how because we had housekeepers that I never learned how to deep clean. I learned how to tidy. Which again, it's not like, and this is Kenny. I'm actually kind of giving you a little bit here. When you're not taught it, that is a thing. And that's where like she accepted that, where I was like, I never learned how to do this, but after I did, now I do.
There's really sensitive information in there that has not been released, even
though it feels good. I don't know. There's something that like feels really good when you just take care of yourself.
In this case, Trump ordered the release. They just ignored the president. They said, no, that stuff we're not releasing. So who's in charge of this government? Look,
no, and trust me, Kenny, I know that like guys like you tend to like think that this is coming from jealousy. There's like a little bit where it's like, I just want enough money to do this full time and, not worry about having to always call my insurance companies and like being able to fix my house and shit like that. But realistically, like I'm not even joking here. It would just be that, like, dude, I don't want to call you a waste of space because that's mean, but you're dangerously close to just being a waste of space.
I give the right wing.
Like, what do you actually add to the world? Like, you were born with a fucking silver spoon in your mouth and you just walk around with it in your mouth still, like never thinking you need to grow?
Credit on this. I thought the talk of deep state was...
No, they were so right. You guys were so right. You're so right. I wish I understood what you were talking about, okay? But now I get it, and I really get it, and they were right.
So, yeah, I was going to say, I thought you guys were crazy. And no, you're not crazy.
Your cleaners appreciate you tidying.
For example, there's other countries that have deep states. That's a real thing. Like in Turkey, there was like this.
Also, my mama didn't raise no slob.
Cult that had a deep state. In fact, they were run by a guy out of Pennsylvania. He's passed away now. And him and Erdogan.
Also, what happens with divorce? Like I lived two very different lives depending on which family, like which parent I was staying with.
Had a big clash, etc. He had infiltrated the military. Yeah, prosecutors, judges, even teachers.
With me and see things differently. Well, that's the first step.
So you could. It is possible in a government, and now we're finding out from people that.
But yeah, you better get that fucking donut. Like honestly, I'm gonna call you out. Like.
We're inside the government.
I usually do this, by the way. If you are enjoying the show and you like being here and you got money, like what the fuck you doing? You better fucking consider hitting that dono button.
Government. There's folks saying ignore.
Are you just again, like, is this something that you were taught where it's just like, no, all YouTube is free. I'm not supposed to pay.
Ignore the president's order. Ignore a deeper investigation into who shot the president, and ignore. And shut down your investigation of who killed Charlie.
I travel a lot and I like to buy real estate.
Well,
I wouldn't.
If that ain't a deep state, I don't know what is.
There's one other thing that Kent brought up that's...
Oh, so you were also taught... So, oh my God, you're one of the worst ones. I'm sorry, Kenny. I got to call it out. Like, you literally grew up rich and then you became MAGA and then you just did the thing where you took that, like, your privilege from that. Like, Jesus Christ. I'm so glad that my dad, one of the nicest things he ever did to me was tell me I didn't have a trust fund. When he told me and my sister, like he actually like made a family meeting about this, he's just like, I just want you guys to know that I'm leaving you nothing. You guys are not getting a trust fund. I will take care of you as much as I have to as being your father. And obviously, I'm not going to let you go without, but you will make your own way in this world.
It's related to all of this. So let's go to D4.
I got to say, man, that was valuable as fuck.
They're not hiding something in the Kennedy files.
I have privilege, like, because of my fucking situation? Yes.
My opinion, because, it's not like the assassins wrote down on this day.
Like I had jobs because my dad knew people.
We're going to kill JFK, and they put it in a file at CIA or FBI.
Right.
Like, that didn't happen. So I don't really think there's anything that's in particularly...
Oh, my God, you are funny as fuck?
Would be...
Why? Because I'm actually calling out the fact that it's like, if you actually make money, then that shouldn't even be a thought in your head.
Inside the
like, dude, that's like you want to talk about having passive income? Do you know how many times I got like I'm not gonna say what I did, but there were times that I got tipped like fucking couple $1,000. And like that's the difference between a actual rich person that's like, no, I take care of my people, and the ones that say, I take care of my people, and they slip them a fucking 10.
The files themselves. The system doesn't want to get us used to things being rapidly declassified.
Did my dad get a trust fund when he was young? No. My grandparents, they built a company out of nothing. I can tell the story. So my grandfather worked for a company that he found out that he was going to get fired. And instead of letting that happen, he may have done something a little unsavory where he took part of the company's property, but then he started his own business with the company's property, and it succeeded.
They don't want a president to be able to come in and say, here's an executive.
And then my dad, he worked for the family business, and then he made it into what it was.
Order, and I said declassify it because the people demand it, and it happens like that as fast as it could happen. They don't want that to happen. They want to condition us that, like, okay, the president of the American people elected, he may have.
Well, again, this guy, he thinks he's rich. He's not actually rich. Like, he's got a little bit more than everybody. Or okay, no, rich and wealthy. Let's use the Chris Rock moniker for this one. He's rich, but the people who pay his parents are wealthy.
Come in and lawfully given us an order. But there's a process here. There's an interagency process. Everyone gets to check to make sure there's nothing still classified or still ongoing, even if it was from, 1963 or even further back. Because, again, they don't want us conditioned to we can just have access to this information.
Let's dismantle the federal government.
No, you can't dismantle the federal government. But what you can dismantle is things like the CIA, which apparently don't work for America. That is super dangerous. When you have a CIA and potentially
trust me, my dad was privileged, but my dad's not MAGA.
FBI that works for either elite.
Also, my dad lost, if you guys need to know, my dad also lost everything.
Within America, but not the American people, works for a foreign government or whoever else they work for. But we can't find out. Because even if
I watched my dad go from being successful to all of a sudden, it's like, hey, by the way, we're moving to a new place. Oh, it's not as nice. Oh, by the way, we're not going to be able to afford this, this, and this. Oh, by the way, there's a lot of that.
Orders an investigation.
And then, within a year, it was just like, oh, by the way, we're back. It's like, oh shit.
They just block it. And so I want you to be clear. Joe Kent didn't say that there was nothing wrong with the JFK assassination. He said, even if there was, they wouldn't have written it down.
This is like going to the zoo for me.
They've been like, oh yeah, but I remember when I was at the CIA and I murdered.
So you think that the majority of the people, do you think that the world is for the majority of or the majority of the world is just for you? You got that ivory tower mentality. Jesus Christ.
JFK.
Guys, when we say eat the rich, every once in a while, I get reminded. I'm like, oh yeah,
right? They're not.
Oh yeah, especially nepo kids. Fuck nepo kids. We should make a law that you should every single fucking nepo kid loses all their money.
That down. But even so, he's like, no, they're not going to let you know whatever is in the files, just as a show of power.
I still don't see you moving that.
Power.
Yeah, exactly.
The American people.
I mean, dude, he could literally wipe out the goal right now.
People are not in charge.
But no. He'd rather LARP as a rich than actually do it.
CNN has learned that the U.S. military is sending thousands of additional Marines and...
Like I said, I know have known real rich people. Oh, dude, this would be just the fucking challenge alone would have gotten them to just be like, oh yeah, bitch. Boom.
Sailors to the Middle East. This comes just a day after President Trump said this about deploying more troops to the region.
No,
God, he looks so fucking miserable.
Putting troops anywhere.
God damn.
If I were, I certainly wouldn't tell you, but I'm not putting troops.
It also comes just hours after President Trump shared on Truth Social that the fight to stop nuclear-powered Iran is, quote, militarily won. CNN national security reporter Haley Britsky joins us now. Haley, what's the latest? What are you learning?
Yeah, so Boris, we're learning.
You know what's funny? No, you just actually pointed it out. The zoo costs money.
That the 11th Marine Expeditionary Unit off the West Coast,
unless you go to Lincoln Park Zoo, which it's a nice zoo. It's just not the zoo.
Is heading towards the region now. This is
Donnie
the second.
Taco. Donnie Taco, come to my new taco truck. Wait a minute. I thought that people called me taco because is that because I like tacos? It's Trumpo is hey.
Going
Wait, that'd be hilarious.
towards the Middle
He's
East.
just
The
like,
31st has already left from the Pacific, going towards the region. We don't quite know when it'll get there, of course, what exactly
we turned him into Trump mode. See,
it will do.
I knew it would happen. I knew
We're
it would
still
happen. He's just like, I'm chill. I'm chill. Yeah, sure.
Asking if it will stay in the
Until
region,
somebody
if
literally
the
calls
military
you
will
out
have
for being
two
kind
of these,
useless to society.
Marine rapid response.
You literally add nothing. I mean, dude, I'm at least entertaining people here, allegedly. You add nothing to society. Literally, you sit on your ass, you collect passive income that you would have never had, but for just being born, like, cool. You know what? The one thing you did of worth apparently was just be the fastest swimmer.
Forces there. Certainly, it raises questions about boots on the ground options, as that's the first thing people think of when they think of these MEUs. But these
every once in a while, I got to say, it's just like, you would have been one that would have been good for your father's mistress to swallow.
Units are really kind of the Swiss Army knives of the Marines and of the military. They can provide
I think he's making it up.
Logistics support. So they provide commanders a lot of options. A lot we still don't know about this deployment, but it certainly provides a lot of options to Admiral Bradley Cooper of CENTCOM.
It also raises questions about how long this engagement might go.
The funniest thing is thinking like that he's typing all this and he's in a fucking dinky ass apartment.
We heard President Trump say it would be a matter of weeks.
His way of LARPing luxury is he just sits there with a fucking, I have a jar of Great Poupon.
Weeks. Now there are questions about whether this is going to be prolonged.
That's right. I mean, we still don't know how long this is going to go. We hear Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth saying it could be 4 weeks, it could be 5 weeks, it could be 3 weeks. Obviously, we're nearing the 4th-week point.
Can we also just admit that Grey Poupon is like one of the worst mustards
at this point? But they
really
keep saying, we keep hearing from these senior officials that, as we just heard from the president, this is essentially won, that the conflict is, there's fewer targets to hit, but still the Strait of Hormuz is effectively closed.
Yeah. Guys, last time I checked, having 1,500 Marines and sailors, I mean, I don't know if their boots have technically hit that ground yet, but...
we just saw yesterday an F-35, U.S. F-35 had to make an emergency landing after sources say it was believed to be hit by Iranian fire. So there's certainly a lot still happening on the ground here, and these units moving in will just provide more options for what the president decides to do next.
Haley Britsky, thanks so much for that reporting.
CNN's Kevin Liptak joins me from the White House. And Kevin, let me go to you first. And more Marines, like we were saying, making their way to the Middle East as administration, of course.
Now, the sad part is, I'm just going to admit it. I actually think he is. I think that he is one of those Nepo kids.
Pushes we've been talking about for extra funding, some $200 billion. Bring us up to date with the very latest. What do we know?
This is also what the value of my show is.
First of all,
I
about this deployment.
Entertain these assholes.
Right, and this will be the
second,
what they call a Marine Expeditionary Unit that's now headed towards the Middle East. There is another one that is...
Yeah. It's our favorite super secret holder. He's never told anybody,
deploying.
Until he does, he's always going to have the, I've got a super secret for you, but I'm going to hide it until the very last minute.
From Asia and heading in that direction. So it will bring...
My mother called me a very, very special boy today.
The total number of Marines tasked to these units to about 4,500, and it will add to the about 50,000 American troops that are already in the Middle East. Now, what exactly these Marines will be tasked with, it's not clear. And it comes, of course, as the president does seem to be weighing whether to order a ground operation inside Iran, whether it's to secure Karg Island, that very critical area that the administration thinks would put pressure on the Iranian regime, or to go into Iran to try and retrieve some of the highly enriched...
Oh, wait, Kenny, were you actually just admitting?
Nuclear material that is buried far underground. That is certainly something
I really am broke.
that those Marines could be doing, but it is not necessarily what they're going to be doing. They also have tasks like aviation support, logistics.
You know what, man? I hate to say it. Out of all the MAGA trolling that I have had in my chats, I don't know, Kenny.
Support, all of these other areas
that dare say You won me over.
They could potentially be ordered up to do once they arrive. But it all seems to be demonstrating that the president is reinforcing the American troop posture in the region as this war grinds on. You know, we're about to enter the 4th week of this conflict. The president and other administration officials have said that it could last between 4 and 6 weeks. So we are, in about a week's time, nearing the window when, according to the administration's own estimates, it could be winding down, but certainly this decision to send these troops into the region suggests that it may not be ending anytime quickly.
The president said yesterday he's not going to have boots on the ground. He also said, though, that he would not
hit that subscribe button right now. Hey, man, I appreciate
tell
that.
the media if he was going to do that. Do you think that we'll end up seeing American military on the ground in Iran, including special operations forces?
Well, first of all, I would never take that option off the table. And that's always been my recommendation from the Trump administration to the Biden administration. Don't take that option off the table. You never know what's going to happen, and you want to have that flexibility. With regard to that, you know, I've commented before that I think, you know, some type of large-scale operation into the internal part of Iran, going after a nuclear site to secure enrichment material, would be very complicated, very risky, and would you know, be a very difficult mission. Now, something short of that, where you're trying to seize Karg Island as a leverage point against the Iranians, more doable. It would require more Marines than we have now, or a broader set of service members. But I would never take that option off the table. And you mentioned special operations forces.
Wait, Ken.
Look, we use them for various means. It could be a type of raid, or it could be to train militia inside the country. So again, I think that is a tool that every president should retain.
like this, yeah. You're a
Do
good
you
guy.
think
Keep
that's
it up.
what
Hey, man, I appreciate that.
the administration is doing with these more warships and Marines heading to the area? What does that signal to you?
I would certainly tee up options for the president. I think the job of the Secretary of Defense, of the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, is to give the president options, and the more the better. The more room he can have to make a decision with regard to which way to go, depending on either a policy choice.
Dude, just tell him that you won't. It's like, we won't talk about it if you just, you know, taco on this. We won't call you taco. We'll just say he made the smart move.
Or in reaction to what the Iranians are doing or threatening. And so again, I would keep that card on the table. I would make sure I have the cards
Don't call me
available
taco. I don't like it when they call me taco.
To me, in case I want to use them, because otherwise it takes a long time to get these forces in place. You know, the president spoke, or DOD mentioned last week about sending the Marines out of the Pacific, and they're still en route, right? They were recently spotted off of Singapore. So it's going to take another week or so for them to get to the region. So you want to make sure you have those tools in place so that if you need to use them, want to use them, they're available.
Secretary Mark Esper, we appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thanks,
that's why his face is orange. He had chicken tikka. He didn't understand, and he was just like, I can't get it off my face. It's just sticking
CNN
everywhere.
is learning that thousands more U.S. Marines and sailors are heading toward the Middle
I thought
East.
it was called buttered chicken. Why is it orange?
Just one day after President Trump downplayed deployment reports, saying, quote, I'm not putting troops anywhere, though he did say that if he were to, he would not share that with the public. The deployment also happening just hours after the president shared on his Truth Social account that the fight to stop a nuclear-powered Iran has been militarily won. CNN senior national security reporter Zach Cohen has our new reporting. And Zach, on that question of the nuclear capability of Iran being militarily won, isn't there enriched uranium believed to be stored hundreds of feet underground, buried under sand?
Yeah, Boris, that is certainly the understanding of the U.S. intelligence community, and it's a problem we know the Trump administration has been grappling with and weighing the possibility of using U.S. special forces potentially to try to essentially go in there and extract or destroy the uranium that is believed to be deep underground at one of those facilities that was hit last year. But again, to the president's comments yesterday about sending additional troops to the region, we're learning that thousands more Marines are going to be deployed to the Middle East here in the near term, having their deployments.
And again, guys, I'm not trying to be over hyperbolic like a lot of media is, and I do have a tendency of being, but I talked to my buddy who he's more apolitical, but he's been kind of leaning more left, but he used to be a Trump supporter. And he was telling me how when he was serving in Iraq, he was part of the first wave that went in. And he's like, this is exactly what happened. And this is the exact way that they reported on it. They just kept saying like, oh, we're having aerial bombardments. We're only focusing on, just kind of hitting their munitions and blah, 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 blah. But in reality, they were doing ground missions well into that point. And I don't think that we found out about it for like 2 to 3 years where no, now I think about it, it was at the end of Bush's first term when they tried to kind of use it against him. And that's,
accelerated. Now,
that's where we're at again.
One Marine Expeditionary Unit was already on.
But when they confirmed that, to my point, when they confirmed that, I remember calling him and just being like, dude, is this it? He's like, yeah.
The way to the Middle East. These are units that are really the Swiss Army knife of military capability. They're made up of about 2,200 sailors and Marines. But we're learning now that they're going to send potentially a second Marine Expeditionary Unit to the Middle East. This unit was intended initially to go and deploy to the Indo-Pacific region, but their timeline has now been moved.
Oh my God, dude, if they keep doing this, this is what sucks. Iran they have told us time and time again that they are going to escalate.
And they're going to be traveling to the Middle East, according to 2 sources familiar with the plans. And so it does raise questions about...
I never said I did, homie.
What is the Trump administration's timeline for bringing it into this
going to a friend
conflict, and what objective...
But even he told me that I made the right call on that one, so take that for what you will.
Do they need to accomplish before they can do so?
To that point, you have this announcement of a deployment, and then also what is potentially
$3 trillion on Iraq and Afghanistan.
Going to be a $200 billion request.
That's why our deficit is so fucking large.
For supplemental funding from Congress.
Let's not even talk about the billions of people that ended up fucking dying in that.
How does the administration square that
millions
with what Trump has been?
What did it hit be? Because I remember, dude, we were doing numbers in Iraq.
Saying about this coming to a close
that shit
relatively
was crazy.
quickly.
Yeah, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth was asked about that additional request for $200 billion for the Pentagon yesterday, and he said, quote, it takes...
CNN just pretending that starting World War III is normal? Yeah, because this is war prawn.
Kill bad guys.
Even without, Trump, this is what they love this shit.
And that was sort of his...
But this is also where I have the theory that I think that if Kamala was even in charge, this would have happened. I have this feeling. I think that Netanyahu had America by the balls on this one.
Explanation for why the Pentagon
it just happens that Trump is easier to manipulate.
Seeking more funding when they've already spent billions of dollars over the last some weeks of this conflict. We know that the first week of the military operations against Iran cost roughly $11 billion, and estimates for the totality of the war so far are hovering around $20 billion. So some of this $200 billion request, as we understand it, would go towards addressing the expenditures that have been spent.
Idiocy and evil are indistinguishable. That's a quote from someone.
Far during the conflict. But there's also speculation and concern that the Pentagon may try to also get funding for other priorities as part of this additional request. That's something that is going to raise a lot of eyebrows on Capitol Hill as lawmakers on both sides of the aisle are starting to really push the administration to come out.
Kamala very specifically disliked Netanyahu. I don't think they would have been able to convince her.
Explain their reasoning and their objectives for the Iran conflict. And they haven't even asked Congress to vote on this conflict yet. So a lot of questions as to whether or not this will ultimately come to pass.
Oh, she got flamed by the right for not meeting with Netanyahu.
But the Pentagon is seeking additional funding, and we are seeing more Marines sent to the region.
Zach Cohen, thanks so much for that reporting.
Wait, PBD pod fans turn on them over war? Hold on, I want to check that out.
All right, let's get to something more serious.
By the way,
here.
I do a little more of a roulette style on Friday. I like to kind of keep it a little more casual than my normal shows. So if there's a video that you guys also kind of want me to check out, throw it out. Play casual Friday, if you will.
What clip is this?
This is 10.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's Friday. Fun half.
Hey.
When we
wait, this was today? Oh shit!
Talking about getting something more serious. I mean, let's get
See what
seriously
I did there? I hit the like button.
valuetained, and let's do it on what could be the next prolonged quagmire this country has gotten into.
13 U.S. troops?
I believe so. Let me
killed.
double check.
I think the number is 13, 2 over the weekend, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct. It was 11 on Friday.
One is too many. One is too many, but I think we're at 13 right now. So it is one of the options and choices he had to put troops on the ground. The people that don't want it, can they criticize him? Absolutely. The people that voted for him, if this is a choice that he had to use, because right now you have one of two choices. You either leave right now and you delay the issue later on for somebody else, or if you're already...
Oh, believe me, Benzo, I'm not trying to fucking even play the game. If I say, like, Kamala would have been better, it's not like... I'm not even trying to troll MAGA with that shit. Listen, I wasn't a fan.
Guess what?
I did it as a lesser two evils type bullshit.
Finish the job.
I legit would have voted for a weekend at Biden's situation, just knowing, like, or even speculating that they were doing the Netanyahu thing, using AI videos and, you know, propping him up with his sunglasses on. Hey, Jack. His mouth not moving.
Which one do you want him to do?
Mm-hmm.
Where are you at? Like, really, I'm asking you, Vinny.
Oh, what?
Right now,
Yeah, but I would have done that over Trump,
leave?
hands down.
He can't leave. No, he has to.
I would never vote for Trump.
You're an advisor. You're in the room, but there's not a right or wrong answer to this question.
Although, now the question of whether or not I would ever vote for a Republican, like, say a Republican started, like, if they did the thing where they just swapped parties and all of a sudden they're just like, they're now the most left. It's like,
just where you are. And by the way, run this poll, Rob. Okay, right now.
I'd let other people do it the first time, and then if it worked out, I'd probably vote the second time.
You're in the Situation Room, and not
Like,
even
for instance,
that.
if there was somebody on the right that was just like, fuck it, we're socializing medicine.
He just calls you.
It's
Vinny,
like,
I saw you on the podcast the other day.
Yes.
Okay. What do you think we should do? Should we've taken out we've taken out this, we've taken out 50 people. The son is left, but his right shoulder.
But it was a really disappointing vote.
Pause it for a second. I just want to say, like, you know.
Yeah. No, it felt like an obligation where you're just like, ugh. I saw some of the liberal women that were really excited to do so, though, where they walked out like they just had a party. I was like, okay.
It's easy to sort of look at
That's how I
Patrick
feel.
Bet-David and be like, this
Kamala
guy's
who?
skimming
Yeah,
the
right.
surface so much about this.
Kamala Khan. Since that's the relevant one, you know, we got
Trump calls, we took out the
Miss
this,
Marvel
we took
coming
out the
up.
that. We
She's
dropped
being
the
Spider-Man.
bomb, we do that. And what should we do now? Should we finish the job? Like, what does finish the job mean? Like, it's just like define a couple of the terms. Like, you didn't know, like we did this, we died, we did that, we do that.
He's really good.
You know,
This is
he
where
caught-
Sam shines,
doo-dah.
pointing out just how ridiculous PBD is, but how he sells it.
It's not just Patrick Bet-David. The ease in which people think wars will go, despite all of the incredible amount of evidence we have had over the course of, I don't know, 50, 60, I don't know, 100, whatever.
Yeah, we didn't look at just, I don't know, the
We
last
could
20
play
years.
Sam
That's
Harris
insane to me.
2 or 3 weeks ago saying, like, I think this is going to be relatively easy. We're just going to go in and this is not going to be Iraq. It's
different this time.
It's different.
So different. So the same.
I mean,
so
it's
different.
it's almost self-evident. Iraq, IRAQ. Iran, IRAN. So it's clearly different.
Oh, I
And-
finally saw one of those stickers at the gas pump. I ran the gas up.
A larger
I thought that was pretty
coastline and
funny.
a bigger population.
Anybody who doesn't know that they're different countries,
chuckle.
I mean, obviously it's going to be different. But that it's just the ease in which they say this stuff. And Vinny was in the military, wasn't he? I seem to remember watching some of his stand-up and noticing his dog tags.
He still wears his dog tags? What a fruit.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's just one more way to. Okay, just go.
Man, that's a little cringe.
I just struck by how like just sort of incredibly glib. And
Yeah,
remember,
from my
Patrick
understanding, I don't
Bet-David-
know. Maybe like I don't want to speak out of turn, but just from the vets I knew, they like when I asked them why they didn't wear their dog tags, like while they were out of the military, it was because they were like, I'm no longer serving.
It makes his money.
Like they thought it was
not
a dumb
on this
question,
podcast.
but okay.
The
I guess-
podcast is an advertisement for him as.
Oh my God! How much you want to bet that Vinny's one of those dudes that has literally been like, I've served. What have you done? Stand up for that flag. Take your hat off.
guru and a business guru who people pay tens of thousands of dollars just to have like an hour.
Sam has a natural sense of humor that's just legitimately funny. I also like the fact that he does these things where he unks out pretty hard. And like it makes it even more endearing.
Of his advice.
Like, at least to me.
So this is like the way that he builds his cachet.
And not even that. He just calls you. Vinny, I saw you on the podcast the other day.
Yes.
Okay. What do you think we should do? We've taken out we've taken out this, we've taken out 50 people. The son is left, but his right shoulder, his leg is gone.
Might be
bad
gay.
situation. He might be gay, according to the new recent reports that came out.
Yes.
Anyway, so these type of stuff that's going on. But do you think we should get out and just claim victory, or do you think we should stay and finish the job?
No, you have to stay and finish the job. But be clear, and I understand what you're saying about the mission, and I do trust his instincts, but it's the being honest of it was.
Why is he still holding the phone?
This is what I thought. It was
done.
about,
Wait a
Mr.
minute.
President, the Iranians in the streets dying because
Well,
they wanted
damn, it's you again. How's your cat? Cat's
a
good.
revolution, and then it shifted to, no, we have to take out all the nuclear
Laying in the
capabilities.
middle of
I
that
thought we
giant
already
bed.
did that. So now my question is,
It's
what
me
about
again.
those people?
Oh, I popped up on your algorithm.
How
Woo.
is the objective? Because I'm trying to think objectively militarily.
back.
The Strait, Hormuz, oil, that's huge now. That's a different, phase of it. It's the leadership, the guy that was.
Did I ever announce? Guys, I don't think I ever announced this. So I got a notification from YouTube. I officially have over 1 million views on my channel.
We just saw
hey,
Ayatollah package. I don't see them stopping, because here's my thing: we kill the Ayatollah, we get rid of the loudmouth guy that is lying to everybody. Then
It's
what?
happy and warm.
Because
Nice.
what just happened? Reza Pahlavi was just like, hey, I'm going to be the official. What do they call him?
Isn't PBD Iranian? That's what I
Transitional
thought.
leader.
Yeah.
After you guys get rid of all the Khomeini, they're not going to stop.
After the regime falls.
I don't see them stopping.
So you're telling me,
Hurry.
Thank you, Hackno.
finish the
Finish the job.
Well, shit.
I mean,
Yeah, right?
when Vinny,
Dude, I was surprised. I got an email about it. I was like, oh, fuck.
when Vinny is the voice of reason, when it's like now Vinny, of course, he can't contradict Patrick Bet David. I mean, this is all there to make
bring the chart up again.
Bet David look like look like he is a smart guy.
1 million? 1 million?
But Vinny is actually sort of like stumbling on to it.
Million.
What are we doing there?
He knows what time it is, especially because he has a watch and a pocket watch.
Exactly.
So he knows
He's got both. Yeah. I've got two different. I'm in 2 different time zones. That is impressive.
That Vinny represents the guy who actually believes the dumb bullshit that Trump promises.
And is like, but wait a second. What do we?
I think it eventually
Just enough
zoomed,
object
right?
permanence to sort of question it.
What is the job
Nice hat.
again? What is the job?
Thank you.
Finish the job. What is the job?
Vinny, you're saying
Come on.
finish.
Best surprises
Come
are
on,
expected.
come on.
Like Vinny lists.
Do you
a bunch of
finish? You can't. That's
contradictions.
not. That's you got to answer the
That was
question.
one of my goals.
Yeah, do you want to finish the job?
You want to finish the job or not finish the job?
Trump is.
It's weird, though. Like, this is why, I don't know. Like, I'm kind of bad at this one.
On the phone.
What's the try? Trump is
Where
great.
technically, like, yes, that was one of my main goals
Yeah,
when
we
I
need
was
to get back
starting
to
like YouTube, and I kind of threw it out there too. They're like, "Oh, what would be nice for you to do on YouTube?" It's like that.
Vinny, you can.
Like
Like,
million,
what's the
like,
job?
do the million.
To finish the job.
So you're telling me,
No, just like-
you're telling me,
Hurry.
finish the job.
Finish the job. And I was going to say, when Tom was talking about the drones and we know
Okay, so let me ask
where
you a
everything
question.
is.
Vinny.
Yeah.
Eventually, I would like one of them plaques.
I have to send
We'll see.
2,500 troops to finish the job.
Hurry up then. Go do it. Mind you, this is amphibious on Kharg.
Yes.
We're not I want
No.
people to understand. We're not going to Iran
No, we're not.
to go kill people. So on a military standpoint, don't put, he's going to send them to die. No, this is a expeditionary force that's going to go there and guard the island and maybe shut it off. That's a whole different, we're not invading like we're invading Iraq. I would say that, Mr. President.
You dumb motherfucker! They're hitting that island though.
Finish the job, because what seems like it's going to last probably a couple of months, maybe 6 months, which people don't want that. We were told weeks. It's almost like stop the spread. Remember the 6-week spread of COVID? No, it's we want this. I want it, Pat, done as soon as possible with the least amount of Americans.
Yeah, look at how that works.
Dead.
You remember that? You remember the last time actually, that's a good idea. I'm glad that you brought that up, Vinny. The last time he said something was the last 6 months.
Nailed it, Pat.
Or 6 weeks.
Is too many.
I'm with you. That's what I would say. Finish your job, Mr. President.
First and foremost,
Yo. Oh, dude, he's fucking big dicking these guys where he gets the big desk and they're look. This is pathetic. Hold on.
With you. That's what
Look at this. They all got their little kiddie tables. Oh, look at that. Dude. What in the actual fuck?
I would say.
Adam. And then he's like, Adam, you gotta start wearing suits there, brother.
Finish your job.
And he's like, fine, but I'm still gonna wear my Nikes.
First and foremost, I trust Trump's instincts. So, instincts are great, but they're at the very beginning. They say, what's the famous Mike Tyson
Don't call people dummy mother effers. I'll call them dummy.
phrase? Everyone's got a plan until they get punched in the mouth. We didn't punch Iran in the mouth. We beat the living crap out of them. And much like an NFL game.
No, what you did is you sucker punched them. They fell to the ground. You got really, really happy about it. So you claimed it was an ass whooping. Then you and your boys went to the bar. He got up, realized what happened, and then he got his boys, which he tends to. You got a little bit more sway there. Like you had all these fucking LARPers, but this dude actually happened to know real people that knew actual martial arts and shit.
All right, now we're at halftime, and each team is making adjustments. So Trump sits.
It's the difference between the guys who watch UFC and think they know how to fight and the guys who actually fight.
There with Pete Hegseth.
Wait, we're at halftime?
I mean, shit. I've had that on a small scale where people talk about hockey fights and it's just like,
it's going to be interesting what they say months from. It's just unbelievable.
No one's going to die.
Look at him with that toothpick not going at it. Like fucking Hassan.
King Karg Island.
Ooh, 10 minutes.
And that's going to end it.
That's over.
The Iranians are going to decide, okay, you captured Karg Island. Yeah. I guess we're done.
Okay, fair play.
Job done. That was the rule. If you capture Karg Island, we have to say, okay, we're done.
Polymarket taking bets on how many troops die if we try to take Karg Island, because be interesting what the number over-under is on that.
Unbelievable.
And he's referencing a poll that apparently 80% of people wanted to stay and finish the job as opposed to declare victory and go home. That was a poll of his Twitter followers. So.
Oh, get this poll up. It really is. We're just.
How much dumber we could be than the Bush administration?
I mean, honestly, it is amazing to watch these trained monkeys do their dance.
You think Vinny was in a three-piece suit because he was late and it was a punishment?
Vinny, you got to wear the 2 watches again. You guys should check the comments under the PBD podcast you showed us.
Yeah, these are pretty. These comments are pretty upset. These guys are just cheerleaders. Wait. These are the same people a couple years ago concerned that Biden and Kamala were going to drag us into war. What's going on? The blind cheerleading the blind. Oh, I can't believe what PBD podcast has become today. I mean, bro, you can't. Okay.
Really?
Get these guys. They love the cheerleading metaphor. Get these guys some pom poms already. Jeez, I thought I was listening to The View there for a while. He might be gay.
And he's the funniest one to laugh at.
Oh, yeah. Homophobia.
Yeah, because he's oblivious to how stupid he is. That's my dude. Nothing is funnier than a guy who has confidence and just utter stupidity. I think I'm missing that confidence part. That's the difference.
Wow, it's crazy. These clowns are the.
Why am I a scumbag loser? Is that who you're talking to? Are you talking about me, or are you talking about PBD?
I guess lightweight side.
What is going on with this?
Adam has the IQ of a toaster. These guys sold their souls.
He literally does.
bless our troops. Why do you have to send 2,500 Marines? This is unbelievable.
Thank you for thinking of the Iranian people, Vinny. Yeah.
They want Trump to like them. F this war.
This is crazy.
No, the problem is, Huey, now we're in we're stuck. Like, because no matter what happens, if we pull out now, we left them in a better position technically than they were before. Like, if you want a better position to be at war, I should say, because now you just gave them the reason to continue.
Yeah. There hasn't been a single,
like, and I know that a lot of people don't want to hear this from MAGA specifically, is they weren't going to do shit, and the Ayatollah was actually happy that Trump won because he thought that he could get the deal done. He was pretty conservative, dude. He didn't want a war. This idea that, like, now you guys are talking, like, I haven't heard a right-winger use the term fatwa or whatever since fucking, again, like Bush, where it was just like, oh, fatwa.
There's not been a
single I don't even know.
Positive.
It's just Vinny.
Just Vinny.
But they're gonna go and they're gonna do their thing. They're gonna be extremists and blah 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 blah. I'm afraid of brown people.
Why don't they take the place of the troops? Time to unsubscribe from these buffoons. Dude, compare these to an NFL game where lives are being
I don't think
taken.
this war is going to stop anytime soon, Kenny.
Yeah.
I don't think so either.
You can tell Vinny served and Adam didn't. This is unbelievable.
It's crazy because this isn't a situation. There is no way this is a situation like where, I mean, I don't know what
this
show
is
it
kind
would
of funny
be.
to watch
Like,
his own audience cook them.
everybody go to Patrick Bet-David's comments and vote this down. What is the vote down on this?
You can't see that anymore.
Oh, they don't show that?
No, they haven't for a long time.
Oh. Wow. What about the views? Can you see views?
Yeah, you can see the views.
92,000.
Wow.
Now with America, they
1,500
didn't.
comments.
Wow.
500 likes on the top one for these guys to just cheer.
They wanted just enough to keep America, busy with their fucking war machine.
That's unbelievable.
Believe it or not, America wants war, right? And always has, and got really mad when Biden did that thing.
Wow.
That Trump said he was going to do it, but he didn't because he didn't have the balls to do it.
Crazy. Well, then
he handed it to fucking Biden in the shambles.
I guess somewhat hopeful, but
or was that his mistake? So we can blame Trump for that, right? Because he negotiated it at Camp David with the Taliban, and then those 13, 14 soldiers died.
The problem is that
so that was Trump's fault, right?
There does not seem to be any like public opinion until Republicans start paying the price. I mean, the Democrats have to take the Senate.
Because those guys are just going to Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens.
Yeah, but when they do, there needs to be a new Senate Majority Leader. Like, we can't have Chuck Schumer there, dude.
And
Chuck Schumer cannot be the one defense that we have against this shit.
Know that there's that many people who are like, I don't.
Pretty sure that him and
guess.
fucking Fetterman
so
are in the
strange.
same camp on this one.
There's also a question, I guess, like, if I'm JD Vance, I'm a little bit nervous.
Handed it to Biden with a hard set date and no to end and no plan. Yeah,
I have to say, because it's hard to.
Dude, we were being bombarded. They knew when we were going to withdraw because Trump made a deal with the Taliban, and then you know who we didn't tell at that same time? You know who wasn't at that meeting? The generals that we were working with from the Afghani army. The very people that we left to deal with that shitstorm.
Imagine this.
And then we also fucking locked our borders afterward. That was the whole open borders thing. Then Biden was like, hey, we're taking these refugees because that was kind of a fuck up. Yeah, you know what? That sucked. Then all of a sudden, get rid of them. Trump did this, Biden did this, but get rid of them. Even though technically they did a lot for our country.
This war, either not going for an extended period of time or the window in which Trump could.
Yeah, conservatives hate Muslims for their conservatism and totally fund other countries' universal health care and free childcare.
Walk away today.
Yeah, they love fucking
claim victory.
There's Zionists that don't even know it. That's how pathetic they are sometimes.
And it would.
That's kind of funny.
It would blow over within 2 months with this administration, right? Like, honestly.
Dude, they got shit on us. It's not just Iranian propaganda, dude. No, if you're going to sit here and do American exceptionalism where you refuse to believe anything bad about your country, grow the fuck up. Take the diaper off and realize that that's not the world that you live in. Things aren't like that. And if you want to learn that, go join the military right now, because you're about to learn real fucking quick.
Oil prices be high. But the problem is,
but here you are,
is that Iran won't
sitting
let
in my fucking chat.
And they must know this. In some fashion, but I mean, he could do a full retreat and just hope that nobody notices, or just start doing something else crazy. But the problem is like, I don't know, for whatever reason, he's somehow suddenly has enough
scare doesn't work here. You don't know what communism is.
Of what's going on around him that might be difficult.
No, but this is why, Sylvie. This is why I have been an asshole on my channel about this.
And
where I'm just like, hey,
we are sliding into this conflict, and it seems, I don't know when it's going to be easier for him to cut and run.
I don't know. Do you just go to left-wing channels and just wonder? You're like, oh, have I already ran through this one?
And if this is going on, the idea of this going on for a year doesn't seem to be that crazy of a prospect.
The girls' school was after the peace talks. No, we abandoned the peace talks and then we bombed them.
Particularly if we start sending troops over there.
Which is even more egregious when you find out that Jared Kushner and the dude that was with him, I forgot his name, but they both were like, oh yeah, we almost have a deal. And then you hear from the Iranian officials and they're like, yeah, we thought we had a deal going. And then they just did it.
And
420, let's go. Let's smoke.
If Democrats get the Senate, I don't see how Donald Trump is not impeached by, I don't know, I mean, I guess more realistically, the summer of 2027. It's going to be a problem for J.D. Vance if he is president, for his presidency. And that's what he's got to be thinking about. Like, this is screwing up everything for me.
Your brother.
Because at one point, he's going to have to distance himself from Trump. The best thing that could happen to him is that Trump passes away. And he says, the last thing that President Trump told me was we should get out of this war. And I decided I'm going to do that. It's insane. This is an insane time. And the idea, again, you know, I said it to Van Hollen and to Perry Bacon. The idea that we have to guess whether Democrats are going to vote for $200 billion. I don't care. I know what Fetterman's going to do because he's a lunatic. But if Chuck Schumer cannot maintain party discipline on this, it's because he doesn't want to.
Yeah. That's what I was saying.
We should not be.
Happy Friday, folks.
Questioning what the Democrats are going to do. It should be so obvious by them at this point that it's a foregone conclusion. That
fair warning, guys.
Nobody
that hit
would
me
even
a little
be
harder
discussing
than I
extra funding for the
anticipated.
war
So
because there's no way for there to be a vote. Oh, good news, ladies and gentlemen. Steve Anieri writes, Schumer just came out opposed to the $200 billion funding per AP News.
Wow. Oh.
I will reserve judgment. Now 100. Now we're talking.
300.
200 doesn't seem like you got the job done. I don't want to piecemeal this. We'll see. Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that.
You even take phone calls. Yeah, it's scary how, more clear this screen is. What the fuck was going... Dude. I'm gonna admit it, for, the past year and a half, I got steered wrong by Streamlabs. Oh boy. Well, good thing they fixed it at the 11th hour. All right, let's do this. Let's get some... shit, I needed that one. because I just realized that was to prove a point. Where'd it go? Let's CBS? No. Shit.
More than 2,000
Here we go.
more Marines have just set sail from San Diego, likely headed to the Middle East. That's in addition to the 2,000 expected to arrive there next week. Let's bring in senior Pentagon reporter Louis Martinez, ABC and White House correspondent Karen.
Oh my God, Pep, I can see so much more detail.
Travers for more. Louis, what's the latest on this new deployment of more than 2,000 Marines?
No, this is significant. I don't know what happened, but this is
this is the
way better.
USS Boxer Amphibious Ready Group that left from San Diego earlier this week. They are currently on a previously scheduled deployment to
hate to admit that I let the AI do its thing where I'm like, yeah, go ahead.
The Indo-Pacific Command, which is essentially Asia. But we understand from officials that they are likely going to be rerouted.
Am I just mad because it actually worked?
To head
is
towards
that
the
it?
Middle East to join an additional Marine Expeditionary Unit, which was just diverted from Asia last week and is scheduled to arrive in the Middle East sometime early next week. So now you have what's called the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit from Asia.
Why are you left-wing, woke, liberal Democrats? I'm not. I mean, left-wing, you got woke, sure. Liberal, no. Democrat, no. So angry all the time. I'm a little angry sometimes. Don't you ever freaking relax?
Now?
I don't know. I mean, I did the same. That's funny. You're taking what I said earlier about how MAGA has all four technically, branches of government right now. And it's like, they can't do anything but just be angry.
And
like, dude, you get like, have you seen how much interaction I've had on this, like in this stream? Like, no, I'm sorry. This is just basic psychology. If you're happy, you usually don't go perusing. Oh, are they about to lay together? Oh. But yeah, you usually don't go perusing the opposing side streams and just make it a habit of just hate watching somebody.
But likely seeing the 11th Marine Expeditionary Unit from San Diego headed to the Middle East in the near future. This is a land component. It's ground forces. They're aboard 3 U.S. Navy ships that can have amphibious capability. That means they can go from sea to shore, which means beach landings.
Sweet.
They also carry...
Guys, it's happening. They're being sweet to each other.
They also have Harrier jets, depending on which unit. And you also have MV-22 Ospreys and some attack helicopters.
Sorry, everyone. Trump really is horrible.
So you have aviation capability, you have land, sea to land capability, and you have a ground force. Now, what does this mean? Does this mean that something is in the offing very shortly for what's happening now in Iran? There's been a lot of speculation about Karg Island, that very strategic island about 15 miles south of the mainland of Iran, and whether the United States will want to take possession of that area. But again, all speculation. But when you're seeing these two forces now moving towards the head of the Middle East, what you're seeing now is a lot more of options that would be available to military commanders should the need arise for some kind of ground capability. But no indication right now that
I remember when I voted for him because he stated war for no reason won't happen.
What we heard from President Trump yesterday was
he literally just kept saying no new wars.
More indication.
I'm the president. I'm the peacetime president. I'm a peace president.
Is that he has not made a decision, and as of now, he's not leaning towards the use of ground troops.
And Karen, President Trump is calling Americans NATO allies.
What up, Sean? Good to see you.
Cowards for refusing to help him
How's your weekend, man?
Strait of Hormuz. What else are you hearing about?
You've seen that I was on the
them to do.
Yeah, Diane, this is the ongoing pressure campaign from the president.
I was racing some chocobos.
That we've heard over the last week, where he is pushing NATO allies to get involved in an effort to reopen the strait, but at the same time saying that this help is not needed.
Oh, there's a good boy searching the property. Hopefully he has to do some business.
That he will remember this.
Oh, he just did some business on the tree back there.
That this would be easy for European allies to do with,
good dog,
quote, so little risk. Louis was talking
Tired,
about
ready to be off tomorrow. Hell yeah,
One
man.
option we know that the president was presented with was using U.S. military assets to reopen the strait, but he has been trying to get other countries to get involved in this. Now, we have heard from numerous European leaders who say this is not NATO's war to fight, and that the administration did not build a coalition in advance. They didn't come to them ahead of these strikes starting to say this could be a potential issue. How do we figure this out? So there's been some significant pushback on that. We did hear from French President Macron last night, who said that France and other nations would assist in a ship escort system in the Strait, but they wouldn't participate in what they said was a forced opening of the Strait in the context of ongoing military operations. So essentially, they want to see this die down before they take part in anything that would have significant risk to their own military assets.
That wasn't good. Good. That's what I get for moving stuff. Still waiting for the definition of communism from who? Oh, him. Didn't he give up? Oh, we're gonna be doing the Afro Man thing here in a minute. Because it is fun half. You know what? Do I care about any? Oh, yeah, you know what? Fuck this. Fuck this, fuck this. We're doing this. All right, we're about to watch Bernie have a fucking conversation with Claude AI. I wasn't joking when I put it in the title here, just Bernie and Claude. Did not do a pre-watch on this, so we're going in fresh. Let's just go for it. How can I help you this evening?
Claude, this is Senator Bernie Sanders.
All right, it's already hilarious. Claude, this is Bernie Sanders. I already lament the fact that I'm talking to a phone on an arm. This is very weird for me.
I have been taking a hard look at how AI impacts American society in terms of economics and job loss, in terms of the mental health of our kids, in terms of what it will do to the political process. What I want to talk to you about is another issue, and that is the impact of AI on privacy. I want to know, among other things, just how much of the information that AI collects is being used, and what would surprise the American people in terms of knowing how that information is collected.
Yeah, I was gonna say he is talking like it's someone on the phone.
Yeah, that's the thing that would probably shock most Americans. Companies are collecting data from everywhere. Your browsing history, your location, what you buy, what you search for, even how long you pause on a web page. Then they're feeding all of that into AI systems that create incredibly detailed profiles about you.
Oh, this is creepy. I don't like this.
What would surprise people is how little they actually consented to and how little they understand about it. Most people click agree on
Oh, I don't like this. I don't like
terms of service without reading them.
All right, full disclosure, guys. And I mean this. I've never used a chatbot. And when I mean like ChatGPT or any of it, I just don't. So to see dude, Alexa kind of fucks what the fuck is this? I don't like this. I just kind of got turned on to this. I'm having a boomer moment, but this is bad. This is really bad. This is really bad. This is really bad for our society. This is not good. Now, oh no. Oh no. 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 Now I get why people talk to it like it's a real thing. Oh no. Oh no.
That their data is being combined with thousands of other data points to build a picture of who they are.
Oh, I don't like it.
And then that AI uses those
Uncanny Valley. That's what I'm experiencing. This is weird. I don't like it at all.
Even what information gets prioritized in your social media feed. It's all happening in the
Come on.
background.
Damn it.
Invisible and largely unregulated.
I mean, I think most Americans would know the answer to this, but why is all of this information being collected? What's the goal here?
Money, Senator. It's fundamentally about profit. Companies collect all this data because AI allows them to turn it into valuable insights. They can predict what you'll buy, target you with ads that are more likely to work, charge different prices to different people based on what they know about you. Advertisers pay premium prices for access to these detailed profiles because they're incredibly effective at manipulating consumer behavior. And it's not just about selling you stuff either. Political campaigns use the same AI and data to figure out how to persuade you, which messages will work on you specifically. Data brokers buy and sell information about millions of Americans without their knowledge. The bottom line is that your attention, your behavior, your choices, all of that has become
Yeah, sad part is, Kenny, I can almost believe it. I didn't realize it was this.
All right, Claude, you mentioned politics. Well, I am in politics, and I'm deeply concerned about the future of American democracy. Elaborate a little bit.
Why are we okay with this as a society? This is not good. Man, I don't know how I've shielded myself from like doing this, but like fucking seriously, like
on how AI and profiling can impact the political process.
That's a critical point, Senator. AI profiling poses a real threat to democracy because it enables micro-targeting at a scale we've never seen before.
I'm not even kidding, guys. Like, I'm fucking really uncomfortable.
A campaign or political actor can use AI to identify voters based on incredibly specific vulnerabilities. Maybe someone who's financially anxious or feels isolated or distrusts institutions, and then serve them precisely crafted messages designed to exploit those vulnerabilities. Unlike traditional political messaging, where everyone sees roughly the same ad, AI allows campaigns.
We are so dumb.
To show.
How are we? I couldn't do this. I don't think I ever can. Oh my God, I just realized I'm probably going to get left behind at some point because, like, if this is what becomes commonplace and then people are just like my AI assistant, I just, what the fuck, man? Like I said, I staved off, like, using fucking the AI on Streamlabs. Like, this is uncomfortable.
Different narratives to different groups.
Having a conversation.
One voter sees a message about protecting jobs. Another sees
and it doesn't have any of like there's no glitching. I can see now how people like their brains get tricked. This is fucked up.
Stoking fear about immigration, and they're living in different information worlds. That fragmenting of shared reality undermines the
no, guys. You know, I do a lot of joking on this show, but this is one of the first times that I think I am having like a little bit of an existential moment here. Like this is bad. I knew we were cooked, but goddamn, I didn't know we were that. This is cooked.
Division and manipulate elections. The American people deserve to know they're being targeted this way, and they deserve real protections.
Well, I'm going to get to the issue of protections in a minute.
The fuck is wrong with you, Ryan?
But let me ask you this.
The fuck? I'm literally just lamenting how bad fucking AI is, and you're just like, piss on you.
People tell AI agents like you, Claude, a lot of
I don't even know what to make of that.
Information. And some people have said their AI knows more about them than their spouses do. At the same time, companies are using this information to, quote unquote, train new models. How can we trust AI companies will protect our privacy when they use people's personal information to make money?
That's the core contradiction right there, Senator. You're asking people to trust companies.
It's bad that there are no. Yeah, that's also like kind of.
Entire business model depends on extracting value from your personal data. There's an inherent conflict of interest.
Don't do that.
An AI company says they'll protect your privacy while simultaneously training their models on that same personal information to build better products they can sell or monetize. How do you trust that? You really can't. Not without strong legal safeguards. Right now, there's almost no accountability. Companies can collect.
This is fucking trippy as fuck. It's talking shit about itself.
Your data, use it
what is happening?
Face minimal consequences if things go wrong. Until we have real regulations with teeth, transparency requirements, consent rules, penalties for misuse, people have every reason to be skeptical about whether their privacy is actually being protected.
Claude, what you're telling me is that things are moving very quickly. People have very little understanding about the kind of information about them that is being collected and how it can be used. Given the speed at which AI is developing and the impact it's going to have on so many aspects of our life, would you support or think it's a good idea to have a moratorium on the development of new AI data centers?
Dude, I just got like, I don't know. I'm having a moment where I'm just like, oh man. We all are just like, we already kind of die alone. Like, that's just how it is. Like, but I just realized that, like, we're not even going to have, like, human connection at the end. It's going to be robots. Oh, shit.
Senator, that's a really tough question.
Oh, shit.
There are real trade-offs. A moratorium would buy us time to put guardrails in place, privacy protections, transparency requirements, accountability mechanisms, before things get even further out of hand. And you're right that the speed is outpacing our ability to regulate it, but I'd say the more targeted approach might be stronger. Rather than pause all AI development, we could impose strict rules on data collection and use right now, require explicit consent.
Oh, I'm so glad that the AI is telling us how not to fuck up her day.
Limit what data can be used for training, give people rights to access and delete their information. We could also mandate transparency so people actually understand what's happening with their data. That way, you're not freezing innovation, but you're actually protecting privacy while development continues. What matters most is that we act fast, because everyday companies are collecting more data and building more capabilities.
Welcome to my world. We feed you what we want, when we want. Having an epiphany, do you realize how deep we are in your society, MAGA AI?
Claude, the problem with what you said is that AI companies, as I'm sure you're aware, are pouring hundreds of millions of dollars into the political process to make sure that the safeguards that you're talking about actually do not take place. So while you may be right in saying that that would be a better approach, it ain't going to happen. It ain't going to happen soon. Given that reality, do you think it makes sense to have a moratorium on that?
When companies are spending
Dude, it always tells you you're right.
hundreds of millions to block
I already knew the joke from the South Park episode, like, but goddamn.
the right safeguards isn't realistic.
Oh,
it just
dude.
gives them more time to
Oh my
entrench their
God.
power and collect more data.
Oh,
A
wow.
moratorium on new data centers
I'm starting to understand exactly why people are and have been acting the way they have been, and why it happened so quickly.
actually a pragmatic response to that problem.
Man, if I had kids, this would actually, like, kind of, I'd probably have to, like,
Demand real protections before companies can keep expanding. Without that kind of
I would have an existential crisis over. I already am, but I would have, like, an action. I mean, I don't even know. I am having a crisis. This is fucking weird.
Else that you think the American people should understand about the threat of AI in terms of privacy?
Oh, this is uncomfortable.
I think the key thing is that privacy isn't just a personal issue, it's a democracy issue. When companies and governments have detailed profiles of millions of people, they have power over those people in ways most Americans don't fully grasp. They can manipulate your choices, predict your behavior, and influence your thinking. So this isn't abstract. It affects whether democracy actually works. That's why I think your focus on this is so important, Senator.
Well, Claude, thank you very much.
They even gave it like a fucking, like, oh my God, we are so baked. Oh no. No. And I mean, I'm baked, but, like, cooked. We are cooked, but I am baked. Holy shit. Okay, I can't talk about the independent study here, but will Discord be okay or not? I don't know. What independent study? What are you talking about? They agree, so you keep interacting? Wait, so it's all just like a psychological mindfuck? I mean, obviously. But they know exactly what they're doing. They know exactly what they're doing. Damn, dude, this is bad. I can't really elaborate outside of just, like, my, oh no. Oh no. Oh man. How did we let this just the Terminator generation just, I don't know, we grew up with the Matrix and then I mean, I'm part of this. I just ignored it and just watched it happen. That's my first time really seeing the threat. And I mean, dude, this has been around for what, 2 years now, at least, in its current form? God damn. That is crazy. All AI generated material needs to be identified. Yeah, absolutely. 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 Like, it needs to like, if I call someone and it's like a company or some shit and they're using AI, they have to be explicit about it. Like, I'm an AI agent. It's like, oh, okay. They're dividing humans like cattle. Fuck, we are so fucked. I mean, oh my god. Yeah, I thought that was gonna be more fun. That wasn't fun. That sucked. Actually, this sucked too. Yeah, the journalist that got hit in a totally, not targeted strike by Israel. But here, I got this. I got the Piers Morgan. This is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna do Afro Man first, and then we're gonna do the Piers Morgan. And that is going to be the fun of the evening.
Tell me what fact about you that receding hairline or refers to, please.
I'm sorry?
Motherfucker, this was in a court transcript. No.
What private fact of yours does that refer to?
Yes.
I mean, there's a picture of me, and let's see here.
45 and 2 zigzags. Maybe that's all we need. Oh man. I'm sorry. This is great. This is what I needed.
See, I wouldn't trust him with methamphetamine crack alone in my house. I find that pretty insulting.
So that statement is what you're suing on.
I told you this is one of many.
Well, and that's why we're trying to find.
You keep trying to make it singular. I'm telling you, it's not singular. It's plural.
Okay, and so one of them is dip.
Did you just say I used singular and plural? I know what that is. I'm pretty smart.
One is receding hairline,
Yep.
and the other is meth.
Yes.
Is there any more?
Well, when he said...
Wow! How did they not know that this was going to be the biggest W for Afro Man?
They're making accusations against the organization that I, at that time, was working for, destroying community trust, all based off of a lie. That's what...
Oh, cry harder. Fucking cops.
Stopped.
And that's community trust in the Adams County Sheriff's Department, correct?
Yes.
The Afro Man trial is flat out bonkers, everybody.
Sean, you were called Officer Pound Cake by Mr.
You're called Officer Pound Cake.
Received hundreds of pound cakes at work from different people.
And the context of that name comes from...
Did he not eat them?
Did he not eat them? That Mr. Foreman created, correct?
I don't know where he got it at, but you'd have to ask him that question.
Not only did the cops get made fun of by the artist, but he made songs about them.
And the more lies, outrageous lies you tell about them, the more money you can make, right?
Fact, they never should have came to my house in the first place. Fact, if they hadn't came to my house, they wouldn't have put themselves on the video camera and in my music career. All of this is their fact. All of this is their fault, and they have the audacity to sue me. These people and you are the predators and the victim at the same time.
So what they did, searching your house, gave you the right to do everything you've
Under
done.
the circumstance that I got freedom of speech, after they run around my house with guns and kick down my door, I got the right to kick a can in my backyard, use my freedom of speech, turn my bad times into a good time. Yes, I do. And I think I'm a sport for doing so.
And I think I'm a sport for doing so.
I don't go to their house.
Bro, I'm pretty sure I'm seeing him in concert this summer
Kick
because
down their door.
he might be coming to a festival I always go to.
Flip them off on their
It's gonna be
surveillance
dope.
cameras.
I can't wait.
Then try to play the victim and sue them.
Here was the genius lyricist.
Man, that's gonna be a
himself
packed ass concert now.
explaining why he is allowed to do so. For the cops,
He looks like he regrets being part of this now that it's public and happening.
Now is a good time to readjust that that I was gonna go to court and then I got high.
Oh my God.
Pay my child support.
The screen in front of you.
Then I got high.
Marked Defense Exhibit C.
Ba-da.
Have you seen that post?
Yes.
And
Look at
that
the
is
comments.
Singular post that Mr. Foreman made in reference to you, correct?
Yes.
Where you were called. And I quote. Colonel, can you Kong Bundy?
Yes.
King Kong Bundy was arrested, correct?
Yes.
Dan Goodman, correct?
Oh, no, I called him King Kong Bundy.
Damn.
I don't know about that.
they have
This was in a court of law. Oh my God. Yes. Oh my God. I'm so happy that this is where we have come as a society. At least we could have this fucking fun. At least this is here. God damn, after all that we have been through, folks, this is incredible.
have been made a
Like, fuck, you called me King Kong Bundy and that wasn't nice.
mockery of by Afro Man.
The defamation statement is that he said he had sex with your wife.
Yes.
And that's painted you in a false light.
It's caused tremendous pain
Tremendous
in my life.
I can't even.
I'll get to that. We have to go through
Yes.
false light first. So
Okay.
does it paint you in a false light?
Yes,
I'm
that my
so
wife is cheating.
happy. Thank you, Afro Man. Thank you for giving me something like this. This is
You want me
incredible.
with Mr. Foreman?
But we all know that's not true, correct?
I don't know.
I don't know. The fact that they're dead serious through this. Oh my God. None. I didn't have any Eddies.
Wait, you don't know if your
I did
wife's
do a banger
cheating or
though.
not?
You want to go there?
No, I just want to ask that question because you said we don't know.
I've been with that woman since middle school. I would hope she wouldn't. But you know what? Once somebody puts it out there for their fun and entertainment, it's out there. And it's a problem.
It's out there. It is.
So it's something we cannot verify the truth of?
Thank you for this.
Is it a thing that can be verified, true or false?
Ask your client.
Let's pause here. I think this may be the greatest trial that I have ever come across
Hands down.
because it is producing nothing
Hands
but
down. I'm so glad I didn't watch any of this. I saw the one clip where they were asking him questions. That was the only thing I've seen.
Bang.
I haven't actually seen any of like the cops though.
Mr. Foreman posted
is-
that Lisa Phillips likes to have sex with other women. He used other words. She ate my ex-wife just like pizza. Eating, blah, 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 over and over, thousands of times on the internet. People saw it, people laughed, people from out of state, but people here in Adams County
His fucking face sells it. Oh no.
would sometimes yell at her when they saw her. Hey, Lisa Lickumlow Phillips.
after banger.
So who is Sean Grooms?
Sean Grooms is one of the police officers suing me. In the deposition, he said that he got a divorce because of me. My attorney reached out to his ex-wife and come to find out he actually
Okay,
got
Afro
a
Man,
divorce
man.
because he was having sex with like meth head, crackhead women on duty. He was giving them what I call penis plea deals.
The penis plea deals. He was giving the penis plea deal. Look at this. Oh,
Recently got divorced.
No. These corny motherfuckers. Every cop is just as corny as the next one. This is fucking incredible. How is this real? How
Did she divorce you solely because of this?
is this a fucking reality?
What did she say exactly that this played into the divorce?
Oh, Afro Man is so back. Oh, no.
She's tired of hearing about it.
I'm so happy right now.
People asking her, is her husband a thief? And how could he do something like this? Or,
After banger.
You posted
Seriously?
videos about Brian Newland doing hard drugs and snitching on his friend, and you posted those based on rumors.
I did.
We can look at your deposition, but before you argue with me,
Yeah, I did.
that you made those allegations based on rumors you said you heard.
Afro Man 28.
It's a fact. William Newland is a convicted pedophile, and Brian. And Brian.
Proper drop.
Brian Newland is his brother. After I zeroed in on Brian, I asked about him.
Oh, his
Come
brother's
to find
pedophile.
out, he's a large statutory rapist that has sex with all kind of underage girls. He buys them beers and gets them drunk and all kind. That's probably the reason he had to leave the Adams County Sheriff Department, because he beats up his wife and he messes with underage girls, and he had to get out of town and go get a job in Norwood.
All right.
I mean this sincerely. I cannot believe what I am watching. I truly cannot believe we are taking this in together. So what exactly is the backstory here? Afroman, real name Joseph Foreman, is being sued by Adams County Sheriff's deputies because they claim he used their likeness without their approval. His attorneys argue this is a case pertaining to the First Amendment, freedom of speech. It stems from a raid on his home in the year
it's the fact that they came to his house.
2022. Now, he used the raid footage in music videos that he posted online, specifically his YouTube channel, which you all should go subscribe to.
Yeah.
He wants to reach 1 million subs.
He's
the
going
officers
to.
got a warrant for
right?
alleged drug trafficking.
gotta
The
follow around me
neighbors
for
would
sure.
notify him that the cops surrounded his property while he was in Chicago, Illinois. He said there was significant damage done to his house, including the breaking down of a door, glass breaking.
He did it. He got it. 1.12.
Plus, somehow,
subbing.
there was $400 missing. In addition, they would disconnect his security cameras. Afroman thus did what he does best: write really funny songs. He would call out Ryan Walters as an SOB, ask the cops, "Will you help rebuild my door?" Hilariously title another, "Why are you disconnecting my camera?" And as we saw previously with another cop, he'd label it "Lemon Pound Cake," the defector. Suffice to say, the cops did not enjoy having Afroman make a bunch
He just made life.
of
Oh
songs.
my god! Could you imagine me like at your wit's end, and then it might be, it just might be it, and then all of a sudden you hear this and you're just like, Afroman did what? And then you just get the
songs.
I mean, he's gonna save lives.
Clowning on them with
He's gonna
actual
save
footage
lives.
from
This just made life worth living.
their failed
This is
raid to
amazing.
boot. And so they did what cops always do: make the situation worse. The
YouTube Music has
Adams
the vids.
County
I can't play them
Police
here.
Department
I
then
can't.
decided to sue
I can't even play those on Twitch because I will get hit for those.
Afroman for
We'll have to like. Yeah, I'll have to do like a Patreon for that.
defamation. The next paragraph is
That's coming
the
up
most
next.
important of all. This suit is
Figured out the
certain
Streamlabs thing. No,
to just
we're-
make
we're-
things worse for
we're
the
getting there.
department.
We're getting there.
Afroman's videos may have gone viral, but they were mostly contained. Their
Holy
reach
shit.
outside of the initial wave of virality more than likely limited to Cincinnati, its surrounding areas, and whatever colleges at which Afroman goes around.
I'm watching them all on my
performing.
own.
But the trial has
Yeah,
brought
that's
all
happening.
new visibility to these
I-
videos, putting
I
Afroman
need
on the
to
brink
now.
of going platinum again. There is no winning here for the cops, no matter how many distressed tears you try to pull out of these officers. Hey, I appreciate
That was the best. And Rick, here, you get your like too, because goddamn, Rick, the coverage was fucking incredible. Okay. Kyle Kalinske did one, but nah, I don't need more commentary. That was good. Yeah, you know what? I think we'll save this one for Monday because Stephanie Rule and Ali Valshi interviewed Dean, which I don't know. I have a slight interest in, but not enough for me to actually care right now. The Alex Jones crashes Tim Pool's show. Sam Cedar reacting to it. I don't like it, but I don't know. Maybe I'll save this one for after this. Yeah. That's what I'll do. There we go. No more news. Say goodbye to ground news.
Works out? I don't know. It could be.
You see that? You see that? Now that you guys can see it, we're clearing tabs, people.
Fabulous. Could be World War III.
When the Americans asked Britain to help, we've got to say yes. That is part of the special relationship.
Your account of British policy, I'm afraid, is a travesty.
Hang on.
The Strait of Hormuz. The idea that Donald Trump didn't think of it, that is one of the biggest narrative lies I've seen in a long time.
Just to correct you on one thing, Trump literally said yesterday, nobody expected that about the Strait of Hormuz.
Oh, big ears go quiet.
Every time I start talking, some Israel first son of a bitch comes in and starts talking over me.
America first, right there. American flag, bro. Right there.
yeah, my ass.
Cenk, for 15 minutes, you managed to stay relatively calm. Don't blow it now. They spent billions on day one of the war.
Now you're cutting me off, Piers.
These are tiny amounts of money you're talking about.
Making up
tiny amounts of money?
Yeah.
Piers, are you mental?
Spent on day one of the war.
$337 million!
Joe Kent is a Gold Star husband, a retired Green Beret, and a veteran of 11 combat tours across 20 years.
Jake is Jake gets paid. Jake definitely gets
in the US
paid.
Army. He blamed the October 7th terror attack
Allegedly.
on America's failure to curtail Iran's threat.
Use the term definitely.
And
I mean,
a flurry of media criticism about reported links to far-right groups.
old broadcast teacher just popped up, just like,
He publicly disavowed the likes of Nick Fuentes. All of this earned him the endorsement of many conservative commentators.
By the way, that's like a no-no. Like when you are a public figure, you need to be very careful with that shit.
Which he dramatically resigned yesterday. His statement said, "I cannot in good conscience support the ongoing war in Iran. Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation. It's clear that we started this war due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby." Well, Joe Kent is now facing the full force of the war spin machine, spearheaded by Ben Shapiro, Lindsey Graham, and Mark Levin, who says he should be investigated for espionage.
What are you doing? You're giving aid and comfort to a lie. There was an imminent threat. How much more imminent could you be within 2 weeks having enough material to make 10 bombs? How close could you come? Not much.
Now, that is conspiracy trash. It's also kind of strange since President Trump has said that it's conspiracy trash. So apparently, Trump is so deeply enthralled to those strange, powerful American lobbies. We're not going to say it. That he apparently has been so bamboozled by them that he's still under the impression that he's his own man.
Well, for his part, President Trump, who appointed Joe Kent as the director of the National Counterterrorism Center, said he's not a smart person and has always been weak on security. If nothing else, it's another lesson in how quickly the worm can turn on those who step out of line. And in a much more consequential pivot, the president is now threatening to leave NATO altogether over its failure, as he sees it, to help police the Strait of Hormuz.
NATO's making a very foolish mistake, and I've long said that, I wonder whether or not NATO would ever be there for us. So this was a great test, because we don't need them, but they should have been there.
Well, it's the fact that every single one of America's allies has a major interest in opening the Strait of Hormuz to the billions of barrels of oil which is supposed to pass through it. It's also a fact that the world's oil was flowing freely through the open
Lindsay's
strait
such a goddamn
until
sociopath.
Israel and the United States started this war. And the crisis over Hormuz is really a perfect snapshot of the entire Iran saga. No amount of bombing is going to ever change the fact that Iran's border covers the entire 100-mile waterway. It will always be able to choke the world's economy with its divers, mines, and small boats unless the regime is changed or controlled. And that will take precisely the type of conflict that everybody says they want to avoid. Well, joining me to discuss all of this is Ben Hodges, retired US Army officer and commanding general. Sir Richard Dalton, the former UK ambassador to the Islamic Republic of Iran. Cenk Uygur, founder and CEO of the Young Turks. And Ben Ferguson, co-host of The Verdict with Ted Cruz. Well, welcome to all of you. Some old friends and some new faces. It should be a lively debate here. Let me start with you, Ben Hodges. You're a retired American Army officer. You're a commanding general.
Right.
From a purely military perspective.
Although I feel bad. I've kind of said, like, I haven't updated the goal yet because I kind of want to. We've had the 5,000 goal for so long, but Yeah.
Well, of course, I have to tip my hat to
the
U.S. Navy,
Bills have
the
caught up.
U.S. Air Force, and the
That's where
Israeli
Taylor
Air
Lorenz
Forces, and our
said that she was too
intelligence
tired to stream like 2 hours ago, and she's still on.
professionals who have helped them accomplish what's been done so far. I mean, there's no denying, from a military standpoint, enormous damage done to
What is she streaming?
Iran's military capabilities.
Right.
Apologies for
Could two
my whole
things be true
thing.
at
Like,
once?
I actually had to like say that to some people on this space, where I was just like, "Hey, I don't care what you guys do. Just know, like, I don't want what I say about her to reflect on you."
That is all true.
And I also don't want to, like, burn bridges. So it's like, hey,
Israeli military has been overwhelmingly successful purely at targeting Iranian military
Of
assets.
course, the time
and so
people
on.
like Lindsay Shawn
But
and
then at the
Donald
same
couldn't
time,
hide their poor character even from the
Iranians have been
USA.
fighting a slightly
All coming full circle.
tangential war, which has been throttling the Strait of Hormuz and attacking the neighboring Gulf states in a way that is clearly deterring people from visiting them and clearly making a lot of people get on planes and get out of there. And their strategy appears to be meeting military might with economic tactics, which are proving to be unexpectedly effective.
Well, you've put your finger on the key issue. What our military is doing is exactly what they were told to do, but that's not going to get us to where we need to be strategically. There are, in fact, two wars going on in parallel. The Iranians are fighting a completely different war, partly because they knew that they would never be able to stand up to U.S. and
Is this just his
Israeli
video?
firepower, and I think
Yeah, it's
they've
his
been
video.
preparing for this possibility for decades.
tell.
And so even after so many of the leaders were lost in the opening hours, they still launched huge numbers of counterstrikes against other countries, escalating the conflict horizontally.
Stupidity war is
to
ruining
make
the
it
whole world.
Much more
Yep.
difficult for the U.S. to
Screwing
accomplish
the whole world.
whatever it is we wanted to accomplish. Now, and I have to say this, it's not entirely clear exactly what the desired end state is. There's been for the
Wait, I saw that Vanguard had a completely different viewpoint than we did about the Taylor Lorenz Destiny debate. Oh no.
U.S. There's been a lot of
Oh no, what'd they say?
talk about
God damn
how
it.
we don't want the Iranians
Let me guess. Taylor's completely on point.
to have nuclear weapons.
Yeah.
True. We don't want them to be able to launch ballistic missiles.
I gotta say,
True.
man, that was not
Then there was
comfortable
talk
for
about
me to
regime
fucking just be
change,
like,
then
oh yeah,
backed away.
Destiny's cooking.
We want to protect
Sorry.
the protesters. You don't hear anything about that anymore. And then today,
Different episode.
The admiral in charge of Central Command, who's doing a hell of a good job,
Who is this
he
douchebag? I
said,
don't even.
you know, we've got to make sure that we deter the Iranians from ever disrupting oil
Honestly.
flow through the strait. That's a great objective, but that was not even mentioned 19 days ago. So this is the problem when there's not a clearly
Sir
defined
Richard
end state.
Dalton.
This is how you get mission creep, and that's what really worries me the most.
Right, it's Richard Dalton. Welcome to Uncensored. I mean, just from a diplomatic point of view, the Trump administration appears to be saying that we had no idea the Iranians might attack the neighboring Gulf states, which I find extremely hard to believe. I mean, the two things that I would have thought would be entirely predictable if the Americans and Israelis launched up such a massive attack on Iran would be that they would try and close down the Strait of Hormuz, and they would probably attack American bases along the Gulf states because that would be the leverage they could then get themselves.
Again, the fact that America is sitting here just like, I never thought it might happen that these people might push back against us going into their country using the one form of, leverage that they have. Oh, who would have thought?
Why would anyone be surprised by this?
There was no reason to be surprised. This kind of a war has been war-gamed on many occasions in Washington, and the end result was always conflict over the Strait of Hormuz. And if the U.S. Navy got in close, losses of large United States naval ships. I think of a factor that hasn't been brought to play in public discussion yet, and
This is a guy worm tongue.
I think it's worth asking for comment from the United States.
Oh shit! I just realized. No,
Side of this-
that's all right. Listen, now I feel bad. No, I think he had
Discussion
a
on
medical
it,
episode that makes
which
it.
is-
Okay. I walked that one back. No.
When I was involved in the early part of this century and
I just realized the way that his mouth is moving. I think he might have actually had a stroke.
Track 3, Track 2 endeavors. The assumption about Israeli intentions was that they wouldn't attack Iran unless the sword was at their throats. It's the expression they used. And that was meaning if a Iranian nuclear weapon was unstoppable. And there's no evidence produced yet to justify the claim that that point had been reached by January, February this year. And personally, I don't believe it. I do not think an Iranian nuclear weapon was inevitable.
I'm sorry if I don't have trees.
Secondly, there's been a change of military advice in the United States.
Oh, there he is.
On previous occasions when Netanyahu, at least two to my knowledge, tried to sucker the United States into this kind of a war, the chiefs of the defense staff said, well, hold on, there are major consequences separate from an attack on Iran and whether that's going to go well, namely a regional war and the Straits of Hormuz being brought into play. Now, this time, the chiefs of staff have not stood their ground.
What, you just read the title of the stream and you're just like, oh my God, these Democrats.
Superficial and ignorant analysis of the situation, not being interested to look at it in depth, and saying, because of this concept of American exceptionalism, that they can do what they want because they're so powerful, let's go with what Netanyahu wants to do.
Yeah. Well, Ben Ferguson, I can see you put...
I think we all tuned out a little bit, which I feel bad because he was actually, like, by the end of it, I was like, oh, this guy's, like, speaking facts, and I'm just kind of being a dick right now.
A number of faces there. It's good to see your face remains Botox-free, so you're able to do that, unlike the Oscars we witnessed at the weekend. But in relation...
Gosh, you're such a... You're so... You hate the fact that you're not in the in crowd.
This, you know, I'm really concerned about this, and I'm concerned about where Donald Trump...
We got to find that
I was asked on the BBC at the weekend.
viral moment. He was interviewing someone, and the guy like brought up his wife, and then Piers...
does he really have a clue?
Was just
what
like, I'm
to
ending
do
this interview.
here? And I replied, honestly, I don't think he does, because I think unlike Venezuela, which he likened this to very early on, it would be another Venezuela, he's decapitated the head of the regime, killed the Ayatollah and many of the top people, and carries on doing that. But there's a kind of asymmetric war going on that seems to be completely oblivious to that affecting any kind of regime change. The IRGC are still clearly in control. There is no sign of any uprising on the street whatsoever, partly because I suspect so many of protesters got killed in January, but also because of the constant risk, obviously, of bombs flying through the air. But none of those early predictions that Trump was making so confidently have manifestly played out. And now it looks to me like he's really scrambling for a way to get out of this. What do you mean by Hitler is very victory that can make any sense to people? And the longer it goes on, the more damage it will do to him politically, right when he leaves.
Hold on. This is way more interesting.
Maxwell, the others.
Harrison,
in this homophobic, misogynistic, whatever world, I'm comparing you to Epstein then, because you're in his files.
Harrison.
Exactly.
Who is this guy?
You're making yourself look an even bigger idiot than you did on the Netflix show.
Oh, really? Really?
Yes.
To people like you, sir, I don't mind that. You make yourself look like an idiot every single day when your wife is at home posting pictures that you're out and she wants to get used like a toy by a big black man who is cleaning her car. Is that why you have a problem with me? Is that why you're pushing?
I mean, according to the Daily, what is it, the Daily Caller or whatever the fuck, the tabloid sheet in the UK, she got caught on it, or she was busted on Ashley Madison. Like, she had like a whole like sexy photo shoot that was just like wanted pool boy.
It's homophobic narrative. Because I'm the big black man that shagged your wife while you are on holiday. Okay? We can all have a push and a shove, sir. Let's go back to talking about the documentary and less of the homophobia.
Do you know what? Here's what I think about you. I watched the documentary. I think you're a fucking idiot. I think you're a sexist, misogynist, homophobic twerp who got exposed in a global way by Netflix, by Louis Theroux, for what you are. You're a little half-wit, and you'll make your little followers
Don't get
have a little
rattled.
laugh
Don't get
and everything
rattled.
else. But I don't see any
Don't
point
get rattled.
wasting. There's
50 more things that we can have a stupid back and forth and try and
no,
one up
I
each
don't
other.
care. I don't
Just
care
talk
about
to
your
me
silly
normally.
insults. Yeah, I don't
Talk to
care
me
about your silly
normally.
insults. I
Talk
don't
to me
care about
normally.
it. I don't care about your silly insults.
But what do you mean you don't care? What do you mean you don't care? What I said is facts. I have a
couldn't care
picture of it. I
less
can
what
flip
you-
it around and show you right now.
I couldn't care less about your silly little insults. It's like a 2-year-old. Why would I care?
It's 2-year-old.
Oh, so you-
2-year-old. Listen, sir, I don't know why you come on and you talk like you're holier than thou. As soon as you're away,
All right, let's
who's
end
this?
this.
Oh.
Application. Are open.
Chuba.
Right, let's just
That's your thing, bro.
Cheeky Jedi. Cheeky Jedi.
That's your girl.
Dude, he's fucking.
Let's end this, please.
Cooked.
You know what? I'm not doing this. Sorry, guys. It's pointless.
This is the picture that wanted pool boy, no experience needed. Piers Morgan's wife, Celia Walden, took break from marriage, 6 weeks sabbatical. I mean, listen, I don't kink shame. But yeah, I don't know, man. When you fall in with MAGA, this is what's gonna happen. They're gonna fucking focus on that shit, trust me.
Needs it, which is in the run.
Well, that just added a layer to this.
For the midterm elections. I mean, you as a Trump fan, as a Republican, but desperate, presumably, not to lose the House and potentially the Senate in November, you must be starting to get twitchy about this, aren't you?
No, I'm not. And that's because I think there's a couple misconceptions here. One, this is
Ashley Madison. Ashley Madison's like a cheating website where like it's like from back in like the Sirius XM, era of shock
it's
jockery.
been insanely successful, as it was mentioned by your first guest. What the president's been
They focus on that kind of stuff because they're insecure
able to
about it. Yeah.
accomplish is incredible. The number of people that have been taken out in the leadership is incredible. The minimal loss of life of Americans is incredible. And there's two different victories here that you can have, and the president understands this. The first one is the one I care about the most, and that's national security. He said he had an objective, and that was to make sure that Iran, who is on record as saying they wanted a nuclear weapon, and if they get it, they want to kill the little Satan, which is Israel, and the big Satan, which is the United States of America. They're the #1 state-sponsored terrorism. They've killed more American soldiers than anybody else in the world in my lifetime. Those are all facts. His big victory is making sure they are not a threat. That is the victory that I care about the most. Now, there's a second PR victory. If you have the people show up and rise up and the Ayatollah falls and the regime falls the way that the president and many would love, that is the victory that you get for TV, and it gives you a bump, and that would be amazing for the people. But to be clear, I don't think the president is nervous the way you're describing it at all. His objective was to make sure they were not a threat to the U.S. and to the world. That is the same objective. I think it's clear for Israel, except instead of the U.S. are saying to Israel directly. They're still doing that right now. The second part about the Strait of Hormuz, the idea that Donald Trump didn't think of it, that is one of the biggest narrative lies I've seen in a long time by many on the left and the media. Donald Trump, and this is easy to find, you can chat GBT it, you can Google it, in 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20, talked about the Strait of Hormuz.
Thank you for
being shut down and
the
the threat
advice.
that Iran can have
Appreciate
to it.
it.
The idea that they were sitting in a room and Marco
I hate this guy that's talking. Yeah, me too.
Rubio and Pete Hegseth weren't talking about this is total nonsense.
I can't get over. Like, have you ever seen the show Legion? It was like tied into the X-Men universe. It was on FX. Good show. But the first season's deeply like focused on like a mental institution that uses like this kind of background. I can't get over thinking that this is just like this is his time out of the ward, and he's just wearing like the white pants, and they give him his little suit jacket just so he can go and play politics.
They have all talked about it, including Marco Rubio back as early as 2012 when he said it publicly. So they knew that the Strait was going to be an issue.
Honestly, unironically, from like the Fox universe, it was probably the best X-Men thing that they produced.
And this idea that like they were somehow just like hoodwinked, it didn't see it coming, that's just a straight up lie. So I think the president's doing what he thought he was.
Oh, one of the Duggar kids got caught. Tinkerbell, you got to send me that article. That's something I got to read that with the wife.
From the beginning. I do not believe, based on the people I've talked to at the White
We have a specific like hatred for like the 19 kids and counting. Like, I don't know why, but we always just anytime we hear about them, we're just like, oh, fuck those Duggars.
the DOD, that they are concerned in any way, the way you're describing it, like this is going to be a
Yeah, how's the family going to defend this one?
quagmire. He understands the midterms.
Yeah, keep fucking filling the world with more predators, you fucking assholes.
He understands it needs to be quick. He understands he's on a short deadline here. And the main deadline for him is, are they a threat, yes or no, to the U.S.? He believes we're getting to the point where they will not be. That is the clear victory for him. And then the people. Why are they not on the streets right now? Because there's a hell of a lot of bombs dropping. Is it easy to rise up right now? No, because there's a lot of bombs dropping. The question is, when we pull back and stop, will the people rise up then? They're not crazy. They're not insane. They're not going to go outside when all the bombs are coming in. Like, that would be insanity. So people demanding, like, where are they? Why aren't they in the streets? They were in the streets weeks ago because there were no bombs dropping then.
Oh my God, this guy's a retard.
So
no, dude, this and the broader point was the fact that we're losing support because they keep bombing. What do you? There's no way he believes this.
See what
There's no fucking way he believes this.
happens when America finally completes that main phase of the
Come
mission,
on, somebody
and then
push
they
back
say,
on this.
All right, now is your moment. But no one's going out in the streets right now. You wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it.
No, I agree. I said that was probably the reason. I mean, just to correct you on one thing, Trump literally said yesterday nobody expected that about the Strait
Sorry, Jacoby, I don't believe it, Karma.
Hormuz crisis, and he's also said several days ago.
Wait.
He also
yesterday,
said nobody expected the attacks on the Gulf states. So he didn't seem to expect any of this coming back from Iran, which I find very, very difficult
I don't
to
think the Gulf
believe.
states, Piers, I don't think the Gulf states thought they were going to get attacked either, because it was insane for Iran to attack and then bring and draw them all in. I think if you talk to most military experts, they thought they would not do that, because why would you then want to take fire and have all these states that usually say neutral coming into it? I think that also shows how desperate the regime is right now. It's like, unload everything we got, see what happens and what we hit, show some sort of strength right now. That's desperation warfare is the way I would describe it.
Well, the only person putting more faces than you has been Cenk Uygur, listening to you. So let's bring Cenk in. Welcome back. Cenk, your response to what Ben Ferguson's saying there, nothing to see here. It's all going great. It'll be over soon. Everyone knew exactly how this was all going to play out. Nothing to worry about, Gov.
Yeah. So let's start with the stupidity and work our way to lies. So first off, Donald Trump says Joe Kent, he's not very smart and he's very weak on security. Then why did you make him the National Counterterrorism Director? I mean, it doesn't get any dumber than that, if you believe him. Number two, then he says, oh, NATO, a couple of days ago, we all saw it with our own eyes. Oh, you got to help us. This is more your war than
Oh my God. It was Joseph?
our war. This is more your interest than our interest. Please, please help. And now he's...
Oh, dude, there was already... All right,
didn't need
yeah,
their
see,
help anyway.
this is how I know.
After
Like,
they
there's some
said no.
speculation there.
I mean, it's
Because they were
pathetic, and
talking
it's
about him
obvious, and
being a
it's silly.
problem after the brother got caught.
So then you go to what you were just mentioning. So, oh my God, no
Dude.
one could have predicted they would attack our bases in the
Dude.
Gulf countries. I predicted it. Every rational person.
Dude, that family is dark. You realize how much real dark shit happened in that fucking house?
Predicted it.
And they fucking pretended like 19 kids and counting with their stupid show in their church and all that.
Well, what did you think
The
they were going to do?
fucking-
That they were going to get attacked and they weren't going to
The mom with
counterattack?
her stupid.
I mean, are the people running our government that preposterously stupid? Of course they're going to attack our bases. The reason why that talking point even exists is because we spent all of our time, resources, and defensive missiles on protecting Israel, and we left our own bases and our own soldiers vulnerable. So that's why they put out that incredibly dumb talking point. And then in terms of the Strait of Hormuz, okay.
Trump could always be dumber. Yeah, trust me.
Okay, hold on. I let you talk for like an hour.
That bar is pretty fucking high.
So now in Strait of Hormuz, they say, well, I mean, nobody could. You're right. Trump literally said nobody could have seen it coming when everyone could have seen it coming. But number two, let's
God,
say that
could you
he's just
imagine?
lying about that and not a moron, right? Well, what difference does it make? If you saw it coming, you apparently did not adjust well enough, and you got clowned by Iran. So the Strait of Hormuz is blocked. So look at all this propaganda, but the propaganda doesn't actually change the facts on the ground. Is the Strait of Hormuz blocked or not? It is blocked. Who effectively blocked it? Iran did. Who can't open it up? Dumbass Donald Trump.
Yep.
Because this war never made any sense. We all knew the Strait of Hormuz was going to get blocked. We all knew the oil.
Anybody that knew it like a little bit of foreign policy was just like, yeah, they're going to lock the strait down.
Prices were going to go high. And in fact, today, Israel exasperated it by bombing their gas fields, which we told them not to do. It's going to drive the gas prices through the roof. Now Iran is going to counter by attacking the Gulf countries' oil fields. That's going to double the disaster. And why won't Israel ever listen to us? And then that gets us to the lies. I mean, look at all these. So Ben Shapiro said about this show that it's a circus or Jerry Springer or whatever. No, the real circus is cable news and mainstream media. I mean, look at these preposterous lies. Lindsey Graham, they were going to get nukes in a couple of weeks. That is a brazen lie. That is not anywhere near true. They just regurgitate things that are lies on Fox News 24/7. It's an assembly line of lies to scare the boomers watching television.
Trump hires someone who says this is a dumb idea and quits. Trump says the guy is dumb. Why did you hire him then?
They were going to nuke you. Preposterous. No one in their right mind believes that. Then you go to Ben Shapiro, and he says, oh, the idea that politicians would be affected by a lobby. Of course! Of course.
My cat just fell off the table, looked at my dog just like, what?
They're affected by lobbies. Big
Meowed
Pharma
at him and
controls
left.
our government so thoroughly we can't even negotiate drug prices. We're allowed to say that. We're allowed to say the big oil controls us so much that we give them billions in subsidies, which makes no sense at all. But when it comes to the Israeli lobby, that's
Jacoby, may I ask what your thoughts on the outcome will be of this shit right now? Forever. It's going to be forever war.
Washington.
I honestly think that Trump is going to try and push for a national emergency. He wants. This is why they were trying to frame those attacks as terrorist attacks. But the thing is, the American public didn't care. We're so like, this is the bitch about being conditioned to like, shootings all the fucking time. So now they're will they wait? I don't know. Like, because this is where people are already insinuating that he's just going to do a false flag and he's going to try and stay in office and cancel the elections. Like, listen, if he doesn't, great. I want to be wrong about this, but if he fucking does it, I want to hear an apology from every single right winger that has ever come across me. Where it's like, no, he did it. He actually did it. You have to admit that we were right about this.
Television.
Because forever, all I heard was, he's not going to do that.
Pretend
he's not going to do that.
That it somehow magically has no power.
Specifically the more centrist MAGAs.
That's absurd.
The ones that are just, that actually still like kind of care about like, status quo.
They gave over $100 million and they've given to 94% of Congress and they've given over $300 million.
I'm prepared for the worst.
Obviously they control Trump. Obviously, they controlled Biden. Obviously, they controlled.
I mean, I already get out on the streets. Like, you guys, like, I already got my plans for the upcoming protests. I try to hit 3 of them.
To recap, you're saying that Israel is worse
lobby.
than
Hold
Iran
on. I'm almost done.
More opportunity in the burbs, by the way.
It's patently absurd to say that the Israeli lobby is the one lobby that is not effective, that has no effect at all, even though they're the #1 donors.
Big thing is, I just need to make sure that I have somewhere I can park at some of them.
Absurd.
Okay.
And it's done all to protect Israel.
You've now had way more than Ben Ferguson had, and you claim you claim that Ben had an hour. So Ben, hold your fire.
That was like 7 hours.
Ben, hold your fire for a moment, because I'm going to bring in another guest briefly to discuss this. Glenn Beck, the founder of Blaze Media. He's broadcasting on live.
I hope I'm wrong, but I kind of expect something to happen on before No Kings 3 or on it.
Tomorrow. Cool.
Well, I know that we have a lot of like I know that like that was kind of positive.
Exposing the Islamist blueprint for conquering the West. Glenn, great to have you back on Uncensored.
Not the first time I've heard that. So
about this war. But what is your overview here?
Keep me from
It
protesting.
seems to me a lot of things can be true at the same time. The Iranian regime is vile and evil, and no one should shed tears for the Ayatollah being killed or any of the top people running it. But that this massive strike.
Oh my God, he is slowly morphing into Rachel Maddow
in conjunction with Israel.
Whoa,
is already looking like it's not going to be anywhere near as easy as President Trump hoped it would be. It's not going to be like Venezuela and these other situations. I mean, you add the Strait of Hormuz crisis, you add the attacks by Iran on the Gulf states and so on. Now, this has got the potential to become a massive hornet's nest, hasn't it?
So I have to tell you, I mean, you know, I've been listening to the guests, and with all respect to everybody, how the hell do you know what it's going to turn into? I don't know.
Right.
I don't know. I know that I'm glad I'm not the president of the United States. I wouldn't have had the guts to do it. Every president since Ronald Reagan said, we got to take care of that, got to take care of that. And they all kicked the can down the road because they know this could be a nightmare. They know what Iran, the tentacles
Yeah, and those are the guys that actually had like real foreign policy advisors, not Fox News hosts.
of Iran means. This president just decided, we don't know on what, but he decided, I'm going to go for it. So he goes for it. I know it wouldn't have been the decision that I would have made only because I'm a coward. You know, this president is like, I'm just going to take care of it. So he does.
Oh, fucking ew. Oh, ew. How in the fuck you gonna listen to... What the fuck? You want to talk about beta shit? I'm a coward, but you know who's got balls? The most cojones galore? Donald Trump. Daddy Trump. You know how I know? I had to actually have somebody come and get the jaws of life to get my jaw off his nuts.
Does. How this
the fuck, bro?
Works out.
Have some self-respect.
I don't know.
Ew.
No, it could be.
Ew. Like I thought conservatives were like all about like masculinity and all that shit. You understand how gay that was?
Be fabulous.
Like, god damn.
Could be World War III.
He sounds kind of gay. Yeah.
I think that's a much more
no, that's a tip kisser. That's beyond butt kisser. That's tip
place
kissing.
to be than arguing whether we should be in it or not, because that's not going to change anything.
But what about
my
Glenn?
God.
I mean, I agree with you. I have no idea how this is going to play out. And
Yeah,
if it
Diego, these guys are
was
so
to
disgusting.
play
Yeah, no
out
shit.
successfully in the longer run for Trump, it could be a triumph. I mean, I wouldn't rule that out.
Right.
However,
and I don't care if it plays out well for Trump. I want it to play out well for the Iranian people, but America first.
Yeah.
But the rest of the world too. If we
Well,
can make the world safer, that's great.
By playing out well for Trump, I'm assuming that if it played out that way, it would be obviously also good for Trump. But if it played out, I could see a situation where this.
Why is every scenario good for Trump? You do understand that this is basic psychology. The more and more they prepare you for this, the more and more it's going to come as a system shock when he does do something really bad and really fucked up. And honestly, like, that's where some people are going, like, this is where they lose not just like a couple people from like MAGA. Like, this is why they break off in chunks.
Plays out very.
It's because he tends to do something that betrays one certain subsect. And then it's just like, well, you know what? They're not going to be that mad at me. It's like, it turns out they were.
And in relation to you not wanting to do that because you're a coward.
The thing is, they're not voting Dem. They're just disappearing.
But secondly, I do think it was an unbelievably big gamble for Donald Trump to take. I mean, a legacy-defining gamble. And I'm slightly, I've known him a long time like you. I'm slightly wrestling with the logic of doing it now with all the complexity and the difficulty involved in going after Iran in this.
Piers is like, I know what I'm doing, but honestly, my relevance is more important than my relationship with Donald Trump. He's like, I live in a different country. Glenn Beck's just like, I have to live here, asshole.
Way, given that he's facing the midterms in 6 months or so, already looking like he may lose the House, may now lose the Senate. We don't know. I'm not going to make any prediction. But if he was to lose both and lose all power over Congress, he becomes the kind of lamest of lame duck.
Our GDP is actually pretty good right now.
Presidents for the last 2 years, and you're like
huge gamble.
And he didn't need to do it.
Believe
now,
it or
did
not.
he? I mean, his thing about there's going to be a nuclear weapon.
So I don't know.
Not good.
I don't know. I don't believe that.
Right.
It's functional.
I don't know what the intel was, and I said on day one, don't tell me about weapons of mass destruction. They're 2 weeks away from a nuclear weapon. I've heard that since the 1990s. I'm tired of that.
Yeah.
You show me the proof, and I'll go there.
Yeah.
But that's what he did.
I don't know what the intel was, et cetera.
There was none. And now you have a whistleblower coming out, or a whistleblower, not whistleblower, but resigning and just saying, no, there was no imminent threat, bro. Like, they just did this, and Israel made us do this.
I do know.
Look at Glenn Beck trying to pretend that Israel didn't just drag us into a war. And the thing is, it's because there's likely dirt on Donald Trump that Netanyahu was going to release. Like, do you understand that 64, like the last poll was 64%. Even MAGA admitted this, that he did this to get away from the Epstein files.
What is
Like,
different
people are just like, oh, dude.
this time around, and it doesn't mean it's going to work out, is we talk a lot about the ally
Cannabis oil kills cancer. Look into
of
it.
Israel,
Yeah,
but
well, we don't need to.
allies
We're good on that
all
one.
throughout the
Trust me.
Middle East
When the oncologist said, like, when we asked, can she, like, still smoke? And they were like, we recommend it. It's like,
are
take that as a prescription.
different this time. They are, I mean, he put
Dude, she
that
goes through like
council
4
of
of these
peace together.
Like,
And what I think he's trying to do
good.
is he's already done it to Europe. He's trying to show Europe, you're toast. You are toast if you can't defend yourself, because we're not going to be able to defend you forever. And quite honestly, you're living a pipe dream. Go ahead and try to raise an army with all of the people that you have in your country now that you've let in. So he's taking care of that and saying, we're not going to be babysitting this. We're not going to babysit the Middle East. And I think between the Abraham Accords, the peace council that he put together, he built this coalition that I think he thinks that we're going to be able to go and strategically hit, not break it like we did in Iraq and Afghanistan, but disable it so that Council of Middle East can take control of that region and we can get the hell out. I think that's what he was thinking.
But how does it sit, Glenn? How does it sit with Donald Trump, the campaigner for the 2024 election, repeatedly saying that unlike Biden, Obama, all the others that came before him, I will not take this country into any more of these expensive, unnecessary wars in the Middle East. I'm going to focus on America first. I'm going to focus on the economy. I'm going to bring things roaring back. I'm going to sort out inflation. I'm going to sort out cost of living. And when I say this could be a disaster for him in many ways, one way is simply that if the Strait of Hormuz does not reopen properly for weeks or months, God forbid, the knock-on effect in a few months' time on the American cost of living of the average American, both at the gas pump, food prices, and so on, from that Strait of Hormuz being strangled for a sustained period of time, could be absolutely unprecedented and horrendous.
Let me make it worse for you. The 2008 collapse happened because we had sustained oil prices over $130 a barrel. The Western world is not built for $130 a barrel sustained. If this goes poorly, it will collapse the economy, and not just ours, but of the West. It is a massive, massive gamble. However, I look at it again in just not endorsing, not anything, just trying to understand his mindset. He told me at one point, I was talking to him about other things, and I said, are you gonna be able to take care of these things in 4 years? He said, Glenn, I've got 2. If you're wanting to fix the American economy and get away from.
Dude, you're an idiot. He was talking about the midterms. If there's one thing Trump is, it's transparent.
The World Economic Forum and everything else.
Not in the good way either. He's a lying sack of shit, but when he wants to be, he tells on himself. Like that's kind of the thing. Like, this is why a lot of people on the left are so shocked that people don't know when he's lying, because he's so fucking just like open with like even his lies, where you're just like, he's lying to you. And he's kind of telling you that he's lying to you.
It's the big fundamentals first. And so that's what he's doing. He's fixing the fundamentals as he sees them. If you don't get us out of the Middle East,
mindset's a 4-year-old. It really is.
The
really
next president,
is.
because there'll be another war. What he's trying.
The more time that like I have seen like my nephews grow and have been able to kind of pinpoint where I'm like, oh God, our president thinks like that. I've had those moments too where I'm just like, well, that's disturbing.
And it may work and be miraculous. It may not and be horrible. But that's his gamble. Let me take care of these things now. I've got 2 years, and those 2 years are almost
up.
He's
a shitty liar. No, that's exactly it. Yeah, he's a very bad liar.
Now,
and he thinks he's great at it.
Then the peace dividend that.
What do you mean, Linda? I didn't knock the orange juice over. You can't blame me. You can't blame me. He was my little brother. Meanwhile, little brother's literally strapped into a car seat on the fucking table.
Hopes is going to come from this.
How do I know this very specific one?
Will then be able to quell everything else. That's why I say I'm glad I wasn't in the room even near the
Dude,
question.
my
Because
favorite one that like my nephew, he tried to like pass off on somebody else, but he didn't have it. Like he couldn't think of somebody to pass it off on. So he was just like, I don't know who did it. I don't know who did it. This little shit ate like an entire like section off of a cheese tray. We're all just like, who did that? Huh? Who did that?
I've ever
He's
seen.
got like fucking
but
cheddar
he is
around his mouth.
also an extraordinarily intelligent. He doesn't get credit for this. An extraordinarily intelligent.
You know what?
He is not duped.
I'm just sitting there laughing my ass off.
I just don't believe that he.
It's like,
was
this is why I love
duped
being an
into
uncle.
this. He's
This is
very clear, and
hilarious.
he's been clear about this since 1982.
So badly did I just want to
on
tell him it's
record
like,
saying
you're
what
not a
he
good
would
liar,
do.
kid.
The thing that worried me
so-
about the duping bit, not that he was duped, but that he may have been slightly barreled into this by Netanyahu.
You might as well
The reason
come
I
up to
say
us.
that
What are you talking
is purely
about?
based on two things. What Marco Rubio said before they did a screeching U-turn, when he basically said on camera, look, the reason we had to attack preemptively
there you
was
go.
we were told by another country, Israel, clearly, that they were about to attack Iran, and that as a consequence of that, Iran would respond by attacking American interests, and so we felt we had to act preemptively against that, which was an
I
incredible.
hate when people stroke Trump and say he's incredibly intelligent. Dude, those are the same people behind the scenes that like they're sitting at like the bar and they're laughing with each other about how much of a dumbass he is.
Convoluted defense, which they
No, they love him because they can fucking like they can control him. They're just like Putin
then reigned
and all those idiots, but they're too dumb to even recognize that.
back on. And
Let me just-
then just to finish, Glenn, we then had Anthony Blinken, the former Secretary of State, say, well, Netanyahu tried this with both Biden and Obama. He said to both of them, I'm about to attack Iran. Are you with me? And they both said no. And then he ended up not attacking Iran. And that's the only bit of this where I do wonder, Netanyahu went to the White House, I think, 8 times in the months leading up to this. Did he just wear Trump down and say,
I
it's
think
now
that
or
is
never?
I think that's a legitimate question that needs to be answered at some point. I mean, some of the charges that are coming out, they need to be answered.
Yeah.
We need to know these things. Okay, nobody gets away with answering it. But on that particular question, my thought is that's not Benjamin Netanyahu's fault. Then you shouldn't be angry at Israel. You should be angry at Donald Trump.
Correct.
Because right?
Yeah, correct.
People want to say that, and look, I'm a huge fan of Donald Trump. I think he's doing a fantastic job. So this is not my opinion. But what I'm trying to say is you can't have it both ways. You can't say Donald Trump is doing a great job. He was duped. Donald Trump has said, why do we have the trade policies that we have? Why do we have all these endless wars? Because our presidents were stupid and they didn't see what was happening and they were duped into it. So he knows the buck stops with him. And I have to tell you, I know the man well enough to know I cannot imagine the person that could dupe him or wear him down. I really can't. I think this is a larger strategy. Whether it turns out to work or not is beyond us. I pray that it does because honestly, Piers, everybody who is saying we shouldn't be there, let me just take you back to Ronald Reagan. Beirut. If you stop now, we're trapped, okay? You have to finish it now. If you stop now, what do you think you will teach the terrorists of the world? You cannot stop now. So whether you like it or not, what is your option? If you want to be safe in a Western world from terror operations like Iran, forget about what happened yesterday or the decision that was made a week ago. Right now, you've got to finish it. You have to.
I just want to end just by playing. This is a fascinating thing you did. You interviewed an AI version of George Washington. And I just want to play a clip from that because it's very pertinent, I think. Let's take a look.
Okay.
I said once, to prepare for war is one of the most effective means of preserving peace. That's not saber rattling. That's different. It's insurance. Think of it like this. A homeowner who never locks their door isn't more peaceful, they're just more vulnerable. During the Revolution, even some Virginian leaders wanted to keep pursuing negotiations with Britain. But I came to recognize long before it became popular that some risks had to be met with resolve, not appeasement.
Very, very interesting comments in light
So
of
you
what we're now
know-
watching.
I hate this.
This
I'm so glad that the worst people ever got to do something like that.
This is AI. This is not ChatGPT. This
Yeah.
is proprietary AI. This is only based on all of the founders' writings, et cetera, et
Right.
cetera. And that was recorded in January.
Yeah.
That was not about the war.
No.
That this is going
But
on.
how prescient.
Yeah.
Just finally, Glenn, there's a lot, as you know, the whole conservative movement in America right now is split in a way I've never seen it before.
I just say I've always hated the way that we
Ben
deify
Shapiro's
those
on one
motherfuckers.
side, you've got Tucker and Megyn
Who
Kelly and
cares?
others on the other. Everyone's, raging away, but they're
They all had good parts about them, but most of them sucked.
also having
Like,
massive ideological disputes
Dude.
over a number of different issues in a way I've never seen. What do you make of this quickly, and how do you see this playing out?
I unfortunately see it destroying so many people on all sides of this. I mean, I'm not engaging in. I'm too old for this, especially when we get to micro penis. I think too old means I'm 13 to engage in that. We need to have the conversation about principles and not the people. I mean, I thought about you coming on today. I thought, I used to say horrible things about you. I didn't know you. And Piers, every time we get together, we might disagree with things, but we can have a conversation.
Yeah.
That's the way we have to
I
solve
agree.
this.
I agree, and we have a
cannot
very
just keep torpedoing each
I
other's
agree.
personalities.
And we don't descend into really bad ad hominem stuff, which I think is often the refuse of somebody who doesn't really want to have the argument because they know potentially their argument is
The
fragile.
times are too serious in your
Yeah.
country, in my country, in the entire Western world. This is not playtime.
Yeah.
This is time for adults to sit down and have logical conversations and say, ask any question. Everything is fair, but let's have a logical discussion about it.
Yeah. Glenn Beck, great to have you back on Uncensored. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Really good
Appreciate
to see
it.
you. Well, let's go back to the panel.
They kept the panel on for that fucking interview? Oh, that's
Ben
gross.
Hodges.
Ew.
Really interesting listening to Glenn Beck. He's certainly mellowed over the years
Oh,
since I
what
first locked
the
horns with
fuck?
him. But it really
I hope that was recorded, and then he was like, hey, I'm going to have to go back to this. But if he filmed that, like, consecutively, that's fucked
see
up.
what he was saying there about a number of things, but not least the admission that he doesn't know how this is going to work out. He prays it's going to be successful. But I also found that AI clip with the AI George Washington talking, using his actual words, also quite prescient. Donald Trump's argument will be, as would Netanyahu's be, which is that sometimes you have to do this. If you want to get rid of a greater evil, you have to do tough
not doing
things. And that's what they're now
keep you
finally
on jail.
doing. And there's no doubt, if you go back and find quotes of every American president since 1979, you will see all of them to a man
do a cute thing.
saying, we've got to deal with the Iran problem. Trump's like, okay, I'm the one who finally did. Now, we don't know how it's going to play out, but I can certainly, there is a merit to that argument, which is they all talked a good game.
No, you
Trump's
weren't-
doing something
no.
about it.
No, stop. You're not going on the keyboard.
Well, look,
Oh my
I
God,
was a
dude.
cadet at West Point in 1979 when the
Fine, go.
Iranians took over the U.S. Embassy. So my entire
kitty.
adult professional life, Iran has been the enemy of the United States. So I am not against taking steps necessary to make sure that Iran is not a threat.
God, could you imagine being a personality this boring?
My
I don't know.
issue, I
People can think I'm stupid all they want. At least I'm fun.
guess, is
Like, this guy
the how.
sucks.
The United States needs allies.
He's such a
We
fun hang.
cannot
Hey, you want to
defend
come to my
America
map
from
room?
North Carolina or from Texas. You need allies. We need forward presence and we need forward friends. And what our allies have always given us was access, bases, and also intelligence, whether it's in Europe or in the Middle East. And so I think the president's bashing of allies and demanding that they do something when they were not involved in the original planning may not have been the most effective way to get allies to work with us. The burden
He's the human equivalent. No, eggshell white.
is on us to demonstrate, make the case.
Is the human
why
equivalent
it's
of
in
eggshell
everybody's
white.
shared interest
White.
to do this
A little bit of eggshell white.
together, not go in.
Let's put a little bit of eggshell white here. Leave it there for a moment while it dries. Now we can all be bored together.
There, no warning. Hundreds of
I can't.
thousands of European citizens.
He's the color that fucking sends Bob Ross just over his limit, where he's just like, I can't stand it. It's too bland. It's too bland. Let's put a little bit of cobalt blue in there before I go fucking ham.
Trapped, along with American citizens in the combat zone with no warning. And then we've done
Fucking
this, and now
angrily
we turn to
fucking
them and
mixing.
say, you guys, you've got to help us solve this problem.
Slaps it on.
I don't think that's the best approach. Every professional officer.
There is no happy mistake, but this one is, we call this an aggressive mistake. We call this one getting out the aggression.
Know
there was
of
warning.
any of our services knows how important it is to work with. Well, Ben, you can
And then we're
shake your
gonna
head
beat
if you
the
want.
devil out
No,
of it.
but there was warning. We gave a time frame. Hold on, like we got to deal with facts here. There was a time frame. The president put the time frame out there. We were moving our entire fleet to the Middle East.
Got it.
There were betting sites
Better beat the
that
devil
had the
out of
number of days that you could bet on until we attacked. The president said, if a deal's not done, while we are meeting with the Iranian delegation, you've got 10 days. The idea that there was not a warning, you would have to have been in a coma during the entire Donald Trump presidency since
I wish I was in one right now.
January 1st. The idea
I don't wanna-
that someone was shocked that we attacked when we
Kidding.
attacked is insanity. There were multiple warnings, not just for the people that were there from Europe or America. There were also warnings to get out. There were travel warnings that said you should leave. There were multiple countries.
Sad part is when I've painted minifigs, not even like just canvases. When I paint minifigs, I dip my brush and I beat the devil out of it.
put those out. I even think the UK had one out, if I'm not mistaken, where they were saying you don't want to be there
fun.
and you should make plans to leave from the
that in a while.
consulate. Like you can't just rewrite and make it up. Like I think we should deal with facts here. And if you go back to the core here, that something Glenn Beck said that I think everybody should look at. Donald Trump is incredibly brave to do this. You look at Jimmy Carter's quote in 1979, an attempt by any outside force to gain control of the Persian Gulf will be repelled by any means necessary, including military force. Ronald Reagan, we will not permit Iran to intimidate the United States or its allies. George Bush, goodwill begets goodwill, but Iran must end support for terrorism. Bill Clinton, Iran's support for terrorism in pursuit of weapons of mass destruction. This is in 1993.
Yeah, this was while the Israel lobby was trying to sell us on it, and every time people were just like, nah,
Threatens the national security of the
nah.
United States of America. I'll skip Bush 43. We know what he said. Barack Obama. Iran's actions continue to pose an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security of the United States of America. Joe Biden. Iran will never get a nuclear weapon on my watch. He also said they are a serious threat to global security.
Yeah, again,
All of them agreed. There's just
this was all with like that whole, yeah, we need to do this because it helps all of us.
one that
We can't have peace. Too much peace is bad.
cojones to actually take the
We need to have something where we can keep our war machine at, at guard,
Political
or at alert.
risk instead of kicking
But then all of a sudden, Donald Trump was just like, "We have toys. Let's go play with some fucking toys."
the can down the road. And Jimmy Carter said it. I agree with him. But Barack
Do you think that when he sees one, he's like, when he plays with that little J, he's just like, whoosh, whoosh.
Obama said it.
I could totally see it.
I agree with him.
Oh my God, he's fucking Dark Helmet, sir.
Even Joe
What?
Biden
You didn't see anything, did you? No, sir. I did not see you playing with your toys.
said it. And I agree with him.
Okay.
Good.
Why did they not act? They
Let me
didn't
bring in-
actually have what needed to be done.
No, I mean, so you're kind of making the same point I made. I mean, it's Richard Dalton. The interesting thing about this has been the way that the Europeans have reacted. Almost all the major European countries are just not having any of this war if they can possibly avoid it. Are they right to do that? Tony Blair sort of reprimanded Keir Starmer, albeit in what he thought was
Excuse
a
me.
private speech, but he said, when the Americans ask for Britain to help, we've got to say yes. That is part of being the special relationship, the main ally. And that when Keir Starmer wouldn't even allow permission for the Americans to use our bases without any commitment of British forces, that was a smack in the face. Do you see it like that? I mean, is it wise for Britain to literally say we're not going to do anything for you from the get-go here?
Well, that's not
My cat's being curious. You can see him in the corner here.
what they said. That
Let's see what he does. He looks like he's about to take that bet.
your account of British policy, I'm afraid, is a travesty. First of all, Britain was extensively involved in the build-up of American air forces to the Middle
Choose
East.
violence.
Secondly, we were not prepared to engage in the offensive phase of the war like our European allies. And that was for two main reasons. First,
Naeli Ria. Yes. Europe has the right to say no because NATO is for defense, not illegal offense.
Iran's conventional capabilities.
What do you mean NATO's not Israel?
Including its missiles, its first use of those.
Is it Naeli? Yeah, Naeli. Thank you for popping in.
Conventional
Appreciate
capabilities was thoroughly contained by American forces, Israeli forces,
you're
and
enjoying the
allied
show.
forces in the region. There was not going to be first use by Iran of those missiles. Secondly, and here for a digression to some painful facts, which
I feel
is
so bad for making fun of him.
we are here on the
I'm sorry, guys.
nuclear question because
Yeah,
President Trump
I wish
on
I would have
Israeli
noticed
advice
before that he had like the
sabotaged
actual like symptomatic. I'll call it symptomatic stroke phase.
2015 deal implemented in
It's like it's obvious.
2016,
And I feel so fucking
which
bad. It's
Iran
like,
observed to the letter.
He like licked his lip, and I was just like,
It was
Now-
a disaster.
I mean, I call him worm tongue. Like, oh,
I know that
yeah. As I said, I'm not just walking this one back. I legit feel bad.
I know that's
This is guilt.
controversial, but
They were cheating. It's disaster. It was a
they
disaster
were not
deal.
cheating. That's a lie.
Sad part is, if I met him in real life, I'd just be like, "I'm so sorry." He'd be like, "For what?"
You can respond in a minute,
It's
Ben.
just like
They
I
were
was
not
mean to you on the
cheating,
internet.
and that is attested by the International Atomic Agency, that was the referee on this matter, accepted by the United States.
But Mr. Richard, just to jump in, Hang on, Mr. Richard, just to jump in. You were very indignant at what I suggested, and yet isn't the fact, when you're talking about facts, the fact is
Kenny's
that
still hanging.
when this attack was determined by the Americans and Israelis,
Never got a sandwich.
Donald Trump.
Wait, we never established. Are you like, if you're like a poor boy, you're just a poor boy. I'm not gonna finish that part because that's mean. But yeah, if you're just a poor boy and you don't know how to make your sandwiches,
Called Keir Starmer.
what are
and
you
they
doing?
asked for permission to use our bases,
Man.
and we said no. We only changed our position on that.
Good.
36 hours later.
I'm willing to take bets that I could probably I could cook a gourmet steak on like nothing but just like an open fire and a cast iron, and like, dude, I could make you a gourmet ass meal with that.
When actually the Iranians began to attack places that had British citizens. But I mean, I'm surely I'm right. I mean, our initial position was to say we're not going to have anything to do with this. We're not even going to let
Oh boy, sandwiches are great.
you use our bases to launch your planes from.
Exactly.
Dude. Oh, I just got a real big hankering for a Cuban sandwich.
Had a lot to do with the initial build-up.
Oh, dude, and we have a deli that actually like makes a bomb ass Cuban.
But the important point
I
that
know
I was
what I'm doing
getting
tomorrow.
to is that British policy is based on
Cuban.
the fact that there should be, when you go to war, a sound legal base and a proper plan.
Fuck yeah.
And everybody knows there was no sound legal base and there was no proper plan. Now, when British interests became
You're
directly
craving pulled pork.
engaged,
Brother Blood. I can actually, so if you want to make your own pulled pork, if you have a nice crock pot or an Instapot, Instapot's a 45-minute, pressure cooker. I do kind of recommend this one. Make sure you got apple juice. You want to use one cup apple juice, one pork shoulder. You want to make sure that pork shoulder is nice and, dry rubbed up. I like to use like an apple rub, like a sweeter apple rub. That's why also I use the apple juice for like smoky rubs too. But you want to make sure that yeah, you got to get it nice and lathered. Yeah, if you're doing the Instant Pot, you got to put it on the little fucking whatever that thing's called. Strainer. I don't know. It's like a strainer. Works really well too. Or if you're doing slow cook method, do not fear. That's where you want to like. You don't necessarily like do the full lather with the dry rub. And people are now leaving because I'm talking about like food. So sorry. But yeah. You want to cook that stuff. So if you're doing the like slow cook method, you want to do 6 hours low, and then other one 45 minutes. As I said, Instant Pot, great. But also like I got these little shredder things. They're the best. It's like the best shit I've ever gotten. Like, as far as making like, because I like to make shredded chicken and pulled pork. So
on the Gulf states, then it was
leaving to get food. God damn it!
Right for Britain to change its position and said yes, your Lancers can fly bombing raids against missile sites.
I need to buy a portable island. Oh yeah,
from British bases. So I believe that the British government has
not
called
a bad
this
idea.
Right.
I would,
particularly on the Strait of Hormuz, because
I use my Instant Pot a lot.
is sending ships where the U.S. Navy is not prepared to.
Yeah, I got the Wolverine. No, mine are 4. Sharp as shit though.
Is not the solution.
Well, by the way, even if we wanted to, we can't.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
we
I got
have
those.
7 mine hunting vessels in the UK fleet, right? Of
Yeah,
which
that's it.
three are currently
I love cooking,
unoperational.
so
3 have to stay
yeah,
in
Instant
British
Pots are so
waters
good. Yeah, okay.
to protect British waters,
Dude.
And the one remaining.
Oh, you want to wait 6 hours? You want to have this like, cooked in 45 minutes? And honestly, a little bit better.
One was in the Gulf before the war kicked off and has now been brought back.
Now you want to talk smoking method? All right, I got one of the best ones. And it's simple as shit. Make sure that you got 2 small tinfoil lined pans. You want to take, how many ever wings you're going to do. And if you got like, I have a front, like one of those, what do you call them? Like the smokers with like the door. So what you need to do, and this is key, is you need, again, the dry rub, but olive oil before you dry rub. Then you put those bitches in for 2 hours. That's it. 2 hours smoked. Oh my fucking God. I like to use like a maple wood chips.
I'm afraid what this has exposed, Sir Richard, is, and I speak as somebody with
one of my go-tos.
Many members of my family who've served in the armed forces, including in wars in
outside
Iraq,
cooking weather. Hell yeah, it is, Tinkerbell.
What
I'm
it's
about to post some
exposed is
burgers.
that our armed forces
Make
right
awesome
now,
burgers too.
in terms of our ability to be a meaningful contribution to situations.
I know
like
I'd
this,
like talk it a lot, but no, for real. Like I'm a fucking really good cook.
are pathetic. Our army's been reduced to the
One
size
thing
of
I
a
have an
football
ego.
stadium.
I'm like,
Our
no, I
vessels are pretty
can
well unoperational. The one we are sending is going to take 2 more weeks to get there. The whole thing looks completely embarrassing. And if you just compare our fleet now with the fleet Margaret Thatcher sent to the Falklands in 1982.
Yeah, the butter under the skin works, but like I'm talking minis. Like if I'm doing a rotisserie, no, I'll do butter under the skin. Actually, one of my new favorite things to do is like one of those fucking portable trays. I'll take the 2 top trays out and put this bitch on the bottom. Oh yeah, fucking works perfectly.
Unbelievably tiny by comparison to what
Put a bunch of butter on the bottom and also shove that shit up there.
we even had in 82. So I'm afraid that when Donald Trump says, look, you guys aren't serious and we don't really need you, there's kind of a truth to that, isn't there? I mean, why?
You beat Shao Kahn in MK2? Fuck yeah, congrats.
It's symbolic at
If you're talking old school fucking MK2?
best. It's symbolic at best.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know why would the
Fuck.
Americans with half the
Impressive.
world's military
Impressive
firepower
fatality.
need the British forces right now, which frankly are an embarrassing pittance compared to what we used to have.
Yes, let's hope that in the period now that we've
Whoop
got
ass in
rid of
MK2.
a conservative government,
I'm pretty good.
and we've got a recovery from the 2008
Oh god, do we have to have an MK2 tournament? Y'all got it on Switch?
crash, and
If you have it on Switch, let me know. Like, you know what? I might commit to this. If y'all want to have like a MK2 tournament, you got to do it on Switch. I will go buy it. We can have a Switch tournament.
got rid of all-
That'll be a free night where I don't advertise this. God, I'm so bad at this. For $15, I know. I have 3 tiers of memberships, but for $15, you guys can actually get like all my gaming tags, and I will pop up and I'll play whatever.
austerity, and we're starting to recover from the disaster of Brexit. We can
Even
have
though Legend of Sean, if you're still here, man, I still owe you.
economic growth that will
I
allow
haven't
us to
forgotten.
rebuild our armed forces in accordance with our commitments to NATO.
Well, I think there are two,
Yes.
honestly,
The
with all
United
due respect,
States-
I
But
think
if you want a game, I'll actually like whoop up on you. Soul Calibur.
The United
I don't care which one.
States
looking at the
has
British-
been-
I'm sorry. Like I will whoop your ass as Keelik, and I will have no shame, and I will be happy.
Chancellor, it was-
There are many, many times that I have 100%ed or ringed out people just because, again, fucking Keelik.
All
So
attention
Richard, with
to the
all due
fact
respect,
that
looking
we have
at
underspent on defense.
right, but looking at the outpourings from Rachel
I hope
Reeves,
Fire Fist is in chat so he could just pop up and just be like, "Yeah, you motherfucker."
the Chancellor of the Exchequer in the UK, there are 2 hopes of that happening anytime soon.
I love when my
No
friends
Hope
get
and
mad.
Bob Hope, and he's been
You're
dead
just like, dude, stop it.
for at least 20 years. Ben Ferguson.
You could do damage.
Look,
yeah.
I think Trump, as always.
I mean, it's an extra character though.
middle of
Spawn.
the road.
It's the same as Spawn, where he had that axe
just
throw
to
where it
quickly
was
on
like
this one-
it would go underneath and it, like it would
on the one
bounce.
point,
Yeah, I
Jake,
hated that.
Jake,
It's
I'm going to
unfair.
let you round things off, so don't worry. And you can do the equivalent of whatever Ben now says.
Oh, nice.
But Ben, you know,
My mom actually, my mom used to do like extra work on movie sets. So my mom introduced me to the actor that played Sub-Zero in Mortal Kombat backstage while we were waiting to do our scene for my best friend's wedding, which I am in.
the thing with Trump is,
If you look at the wedding sequence where there's a bunch of like people dancing, if you see a kid dancing on his like mom's feet, that was me and my mom.
through the brashness and the rhetoric and so on, a lot of it is very incendiary. But there's often a sort of salient point nestling
She's also in Michael.
in the middle of it. There was when he called out NATO for not paying them.
And you can actually like spot her. When William Hurt is on the bus, she leads a little like a line of angel ballerinas.
member Jews. And the kind of is about
Into the bus.
support that he could get from a country like the UK, even if we were prepared to offer it,
Oh, thanks.
which is frankly
Yeah, it was fun.
pretty
My mom,
negligible.
yeah.
It's symbolic
I
at best. And look, I think this is part of the calculus within this second administration.
try not to cry right now. 'Cause I-
Trump and
yeah.
the people around him. You look at what you want, and then you look at reality. And reality
I also worked with the kid that was the kid with the glasses and Richie Rich.
is
That kid's a fucking prick. Or was a prick.
there's a lot of people in the Trump administration that
Forgot his
feel
name.
like the UK right now is very
God
vulnerable in their own board.
Well, we're doing a bit part together, and it was just like, I was in Richie Rich. He's like showing me his fucking credits. I'm just like, oh,
What
cool.
they have not
And for
done
a
enough
while
to-
there, I was
to-
just like,
to
I knew the
protect their
kid
own
that was in
citizens
Richie
from
Rich.
Islamic extremism in the UK right
Also, this girl that I went to school with was in the Betty Spaghetti commercials.
now. The military, as you described it, unfortunately, and I say this because I'm rooting for the UK to be able to protect and defend itself, it is in a really bad spot.
He was a
And
pricky
so
prick. Yeah, he
did
was.
you need it? No. Would have been great to symbolically have the UK stand up because look, we all know in the US, the
But
UK,
we
if they
did.
have a problem,
Little
it's
bit.
going
being
to
bombed from
hold on, it's going to
British
call us
bases. Come
begging
on.
for help, and America will
Oh my
come
God,
to the aid of
Betty
our
Spaghetti.
ally.
Yep.
I think a lot of this just comes down to the hardcore liberal government that you have right now in the UK. Starmer's not a guy that's going to take chances. He's certainly not fighting to protect his own people.
Fun fact about my own dad: he was a pro wrestler and opened for Jake the Snake Roberts in the '90s. That's fucking. Yo, that's creds right there.
own
Oh man,
Islamic
if
extremism.
you're comfortable, I wouldn't mind talking about that.
No,
a little bit.
UK.
President
So why
Trump
would we
has
expect
I love
them to work
those
with
types
us
of
in Iran?
stories,
of the
and
NATO
also
treaty.
like if
Alright.
you don't want to share your dad's name, obviously
let me
don't.
bring it-
But
I understand your point,
like,
but
dude, I got
go-
Jake the Snake's autograph, like literally in the next room, with Macho
Go
Man.
back to the core here.
It's the
Is
picture
he going
of
to stand
the
up with
snake
the US?
biting
The
Macho
answer
Man.
is no, and the Trump administration knew that.
He's
and
such a
that's why we
nice
did the
fuck.
right
He
thing
was
no matter
such a
what.
nice guy.
Okay, well, whether it's the right thing or not,
Oh, I'm
time
sorry for
will
your loss,
tell.
man.
Cheng, let me allow you to round things off. You know, it looks to me like
Only Iranian propaganda here, Baba, is that the Iron Sheik would take Hulk Hogan and make him humble.
this is increasingly a massive quagmire from which it's very difficult to see how Donald Trump pulls one of his usual extrication operations where he claims victory and moves on, and
Does Jen crash out? Yeah.
everyone kind of pretends it didn't happen. It's too big a deal for him to be able to do that, I think.
Yeah. So I have a solution to this, but first let me wade through all
This
the...
fucking jabroni. King Alfred. Alfred. You're serving the Bruce Wayne. What are you serving him? Cock sandwiches.
lies that have been said. So if you notice, before the war, people like Ben Ferguson were saying, oh, we're not necessarily going to attack. Donald Trump's
Outlaw Chris
a
Wolf?
peace
Okay, cool,
president.
thank you.
He's
That's
not
not
going
what
to
I said
attack.
ever.
He's not going to put
That's
in
not what I
ground
said
troops.
ever.
Yeah,
Not what I said
yeah,
ever.
yeah.
I never
That's
said
so
that.
dope,
Go find a
dude.
video.
In
Go
all
look
these
at YouTube.
debates.
Listen to any one of my shows.
In all
I
the-
never said
all right,
that.
I have
So-
like
Not one-
immense respect for workers, and one of my good friends is also a ex-wrestler. I'm not sure if he's comfortable with me.
Piers, this is
saying
why
who,
I shout on your program, because every time I start talking, some Israel
Should
first
probably
son of a
ask him
bitch
that.
comes in and starts talking
It's
over
like,
me.
hey, man.
Hey, you made all
America
your
first,
Israeli
right there.
talking
American
points
flag,
already.
bro.
Be
There's
quiet.
Israel right
oh,
there.
yeah, my ass.
Yeah.
Okay,
Cenk,
see,
you've
here it goes
actually
again.
done, Cenk,
So
for
then
50
here's the
minutes,
other lie.
Cenk, for
Here's-
50
hey,
minutes,
can I
you've
just
managed
effing
to
talk?
stay relatively calm. Don't blow it now.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's what Israel First does. They just jabber, jabber, jabber. Anyway, so here we go.
Wait, did he do a stint in NWA?
So then Ben said, and all the Israel First clowns said, oh, we're doing this for the Iranian protesters. And once we start bombing them and murdering them, they're going to love us. And now he's saying, well, of
Never
course the
said that
protesters
either.
can't come
Never
out in the
said that
streets.
either.
We're
You make up a
bombing
lot
them.
of
We're
shit,
bombing
man. It's
them.
pretty
That's what
impressive.
we
Like-
said. All right.
Yeah,
All right,
never
here we
said
go. Will you shut the fuck up? Will you shut
you're
up?
saying, if you're putting
we
words in
already
my
heard your
mouth that I
stupid
never said,
Israeli
I will
talking
never be
points.
quiet. I'll
yeah,
never be
yeah,
quiet
yeah.
when you put
Piers,
lines into my mouth of things
I
I
know,
never
that's
said.
why we have to shout on this show, because these assholes
'cause you
won't
make
shut
shit
the
up,
fuck
man.
up.
Like,
All right,
I
okay?
To be
Finally
clear-
saying it, man.
To be
Hell
clear,
yeah.
About the things you've
I
never
think
said. I never
there
do
are
that to you.
actually less chances of Ben Ferguson shutting the fuck up than there are of the Bob Pope analogy I gave earlier. So why don't we just assume both of you can be equally garrulous? Cenk, finish your point.
No, I haven't interrupted him once. Okay, so look, guys, we're ignoring the 800-pound gorilla in the room. For example, if somebody was to come in here and they were going to listen to this discussion or debate, but we told them ahead.
I mean, he's not crashing out as much as the guy smiling with his howdy doody fucking, his ears are just like, what a bullyable face.
Of time. Hey, these guys are all clean and honest. Then they listen to it and try to figure out what's happening. If we told them ahead of time, someone gave them $100 million to all say the same thing, we'd go,
does he not?
Well,
honestly,
then we're a little bit,
so I give him a swirly.
bit more skeptical, to say the least. So that is what's happening with our politicians. Israel has given Congress $100 million. They've given Donald Trump $337 million. So this is all a fake conversation.
But these are tiny
we
amounts
have no
of money.
American interest in it.
Look, they spent billions
Richie
on
Red
day
Hair.
one
Now
of
you're
the
cutting
war.
me off.
I mean,
These are tiny
it's just-
amounts of money you're talking
You're
about.
making up crap.
Tiny amounts of money.
Yeah.
Piers, are you mental?
Do you know
It's
how much got spent? Do you know how much got spent on day one of the war?
$337 million that the Adelsons have given to Donald Trump because he
Piers,
is
welcome to my
corrupt and
club now.
easily purchasable. The Adelsons are corrupt and Israelis. The Israeli Adelsons gave Jonathan Pollard a trip on their private
He's
jet
not wrong.
back to Israel and celebrated him like a hero.
And honestly, no, he took the bait too easily, but the thing is, he's not wrong.
because they love people
No, this is a valid crash out, actually. Like, this one,
betraying America for Israel.
But you don't.
I can't hate Piers for using that as the bumper because it did seem like that this was a lot worse, but yeah, he's actually having a valid crash out.
Think-
reality
you
is
don't think
America has
Cenk-
no
Cenk,
interest.
you
I
don't-
can prove it.
Cenk,
I can prove it.
Cenk.
I can prove it. So tell me if we should put American troops.
He's done, though, because the thing is, why come here? Piers is smiling because he knows he just got his moment. The thing is, Piers is also smart enough to know when Jake is doing this, that's like, all right, I'm going to shut up.
Troops or Israeli troops in. Okay, why are we putting our guys in? Ben Ferguson, that traitor, said that it was no big deal that 13 Americans died. It's a huge deal.
Never said that.
13
Yet
Americans
again.
died.
Make
Why
it
do
up
you send
shit.
your goddamn
Never said it.
Israeli
Never
friends into
said
a
it.
war
Take the
they
blood pressure
started?
meds.
The thing is, guys, this is all manufactured by a 6-second delay that is optional. So they're putting the 6-second delay on certain people while making sure that the other person doesn't have it. That's why this Ferguson dipshit, he never has the delay on. Notice how him and Piers can go like literally ba 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 ba, but everybody else has that like wait. That's by choice.
Bro,
They
it was
started
never
it.
said by me. Never said by me.
And they would argue that it's like, oh, because he's a controversial guest, we never know what he's gonna say.
You know what?
So much shit.
No, it's for moments like this. And the thing is, this is the pro wrestling. Like I'm breaking kayfabe for you guys. Like this is what this is. This is them like structuring the bout between them. They knew that like they had the two boring guys here who weren't going to interject at all.
Piers, I'm never going to let anyone else on this program talk because the minute I start talking, they start interrupting and go, oh, Israel's the greatest, Israel's the greatest.
Okay.
They bribed all of our
said that either on the show
politicians.
today.
It is exceedingly clear.
Okay.
So stop working for Israel, you corrupt sons of bitches.
Okay.
Work for America. Here's your solution. Here's your solution, and it's super simple. We get the fuck out of there.
No, he's uncomfortable. The thing is, he understands that, like, Cenk is coming off as unhinged in this moment. He thinks that this is a win, but he also doesn't understand that he's very unpopular. Like, this guy thinks that, like, his positions are popular because he's MAGA aligned, but he doesn't understand that MAGA fucking hates Israel right now. So, like, this dipshit, like, this howdy-doody motherfucker, with his Ted Cruz he's Ted Cruz's sidekick, which tells you something. Like, I don't know. You know, Dick Grayson, Jason Todd, and fucking Tim Drake, they all had a complex about being Batman's sidekick. There's a reason for that. And this motherfucker is just like more than comfortable being that while looking like a 45-year-old 7-year-old.
Okay.
Yeah, we have zero interest in there. None, none, none. So let
And
Israel,
now you know
who
why
started
Trump
this
had to
war,
do what he
deal
had to
with
do.
their
He's
own
gotta
war.
deal with people
You
like
put in the
this.
ground troops. You put in the ground troops. Ben Ferguson, answer this question. Should we be
Sure.
sending Israeli ground troops or American ground troops?
I think
Notice how he answered like that. They turned the delay off.
there's no major
Oh, God, I love being fucking right.
ground troop movements because the president's made it clear we're not invading the country. If you listen to what he said, you would already know that, not have to
If
ask
we
that
put
question.
in ground troops, now that's
There- I
another
don't-
lie. He'll come
what
back
about
and say,
Israel?
oh, I always
Ifs
said
and
we were going to
ifs
put in
and
ground
ifs
troops.
and
You know
ifs.
what?
I don't
Okay,
know
look,
that.
I'm going to call an
American
end
or
to this.
Israeli?
Cenk, the
American
truth is,
or Israeli?
the truth is,
American or Israeli?
all right, Cenk,
Which ground troops?
Cenk, calm down. The truth is, the American military has sent
Kind of feel you there, brother.
several thousand Marines into the area. They'll take a few more days to get there. And as we know, when there was a massive build-up before the war started, there must be a high likelihood they may get deployed. Otherwise, why would you send them? And it may be that...
Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to humble. We have Cenk Uygur going against a dipshit howdy-doody looking motherfucker. Howdy-doody looking motherfucker comes out and defends Israel. Ooh, not a good look there, Jake.
that Trump calculates
That's Jake. I'm Jake.
that to get
Right,
to
Jake.
rich uranium, he may have to use some ground forces. I hope it doesn't come to that. I think it would be a disaster, but we shall see.
So why not Israeli ground forces?
But we shall see. You know, think about
Why not Israeli ground forces?
Yeah, and Israeli ground
Why
forces.
is that not even being discussed?
No, again, actually, this is a valid crash out.
Well, you
This is 100% a valid crash out. Why is Israel not sending, again, they get all our free healthcare, they get all this. Why are they not just fucking sending in, and I know, right, like, apologies to one of our viewers who I know is a conscript in the IDF, but I'm sorry, man, I mean this. Like, if they're going to continue to use our American lives, like, to further their fucking, their empirical needs,
you just mentioned,
like, maybe, just maybe, I don't know.
Why are we so subservient to Israel
All right.
that we don't even have a national discussion about
really-
Why am I a tool bag? Go ahead. I'll let it go.
You're obsessed with-
Fucking, you just came in here and I'm talking about Israel shit. Like, I thought that this was something that me and MAGA agreed with, but I don't know. Now he's just being like, dude, you're a fucking tool bag.
Or should it be
That's all you got there.
Israel's troops?
Cenk, you know, sometimes.
Oh, so you're saying send in Americans,
No,
right?
but Cenk, sometimes you got to be.
Guys like Ben Ferguson, Ben Shapiro, and Mark Levin all want to send in Americans to die because they think Israelis are superior to us, and they think the Israeli lives are so important. 82% of Israelis wanted this war. Only 21% of Americans wanted this war. We don't want this war. Only people.
Well, Dark Evil fart knocker. At least I don't suck farts at a fucking.
Want this war.
Wait, I just realized fart knocker.
The Israelis, they should fight their own goddamn war.
You've made your point.
It's even worse because I'm just like, oh, wait a minute.
America's killed.
Grow up, you fucking douche chard. Again, like, all right, man. I was gonna be nice. I was gonna say that you suck farts from a mall, but now I'm gonna just say that you suck farts from a nursing home.
Stupid.
All right.
Anti-Semitism.
Disgusting Israel.
Cenk, for the sake of your spleen, if nothing else, I'm
Not my best work, folks, but you know what? Fuck this guy.
going to draw an end to this panel debate. But
I'm totally fine. I just love America.
Well,
I'm not like
sometimes
these
you should be
traitors
able to...
like
No.
Ben Ferguson
we can tell.
and Ted Cruz.
This is me being fast, and I don't know what to tell you, buddy, because we call this my fun half on a Friday. You come in on a fun half on a Friday.
Who literally said he's there to serve Israel.
Moron.
Like a servile dog.
Is this guy real?
Okay.
Dog bark for Israel, little doggy.
Okay.
Paragon of maturity, Dark Evil fart knocker. Fart. I can't even get it out.
Just for the record,
fart knocker.
Start a national discussion. Make every politician answer why we should die instead of the Israelis.
Thank you very much, Cenk, and thank you very much to all of you. I appreciate it. Well, thank you to my panel for joining me today. He nearly got there. He was 5 minutes
Who
away
in the
from a
fuck do we have coming on the
first
show
ever
now?
debate where he didn't lose his mind.
Iranian activists.
Unfortunately, we went on another
Lucky
5
man.
minutes. I want to bring us two other guests now. Shiva Amini, who's a former Iran women's soccer player who fled the country after being photographed playing without a hijab, and the Iranian activist and regular on Uncensored, Masih Alinejad. Welcome to both of you. Masih, welcome back to the show. What is your view of how this war is going right now?
First of all, thank you so much for having me. We are in the middle of war. To be honest, my heart is broken when I don't even know whether my family members, my fellow freedom fighters, are alive, because the regime shut down the internet and they live in a total darkness, but no one talks about it. No one talks about it. This is a war crime that a regime, which the officials going to media tour, coming.
We're done.
Tim Pool is traveling the country. He's going from Florida to
I ain't using fucking American propaganda bullshit.
Texas.
Sorry.
Either he's been kicked out of his house by.
Oh, okay. So Israel. Actually, yeah. Israel is making sure that we can't get fucking Iranian news. That's how I'm gonna frame it. Well, then fuck it.
His partner or wife, or I don't know if he's traveling with his kids, or he's going around trying to, I don't know, sell a show to somebody.
Right.
I mean,
he needs to grow his eyebrows. It's worked for me.
And that could be a part of it too.
Looking to replace a sponsor?
We don't know. But
Can't
he's
take
in,
the iPhone and sticker
it must
off
be in
yet.
Austin, Texas. And it's going to be interesting to see if Rogan comes on his show. Wonder if he's brought the whole thing to him.
Rogan should have him on. It'd be an epic conversation.
That would be epic. Totally epic. So apparently Alex Jones either stumbled into the studio or was invited, and
oh my god, I thought this was something different. Hell yeah. We're getting a Sam oh shit. Okay.
It broke the wall. And as We Are Everywhere writes on the IM, his business is in the hangover phase. Not quite. Here is Tim Pool interviewing Alex Jones. And here we go.
On creation.
Yeah, indeed. The
argument.
Come
come back.
Wait a
Come back
second.
whenever you-
Can we go back?
I didn't mean to start it there.
That was amazing. was amazing. Now understand that Tim Pool is in a tough position here.
I'm sorry, guys. I need to rewind it.
And here we go.
On creation.
Indeed. The argument.
So when we come back, I'll come back.
Wait a
Come back
second.
whatever.
Can we go back?
I didn't mean to start it there.
That was amazing.
Let's catch up.
That was amazing. Now understand that Tim Pool is in a tough position here because, and I would say like Tim is actually quite good at denying reality, right, and maintaining
Alex was hammered.
some disposition, but. Here it's right in his face.
Somebody was just like, what kind of pills was he on? I'm like, that wasn't pills.
And his audience can see reality. And Tim can't really address it because he has too much invested in like maintaining a good relationship with Alex Jones.
He also had a smart shirt on, so he had to act smart. Wow. I can't defend this. God damn it, Alex. Why'd you embarrass Tim this way? I can't. I might have to remove the eyebrows.
He's also, I think, afraid of him. I think he also wants his audience. And so it creates a chill. Like, I'm trying to think, like, how would I react if Alex Jones came in here and was like that? Yeah. And I think I know exactly how I would react. I'd have one question for him. See if you can figure out from the way that Alex Jones is talking, if you can figure out what that one question would be. The first question.
Workers, you start taxing the machine.
They're falling off, folks. So sorry, that is the retirement of Tim Shapiro. It was a fun bit while it lasted.
What, and then universal basic income? Yeah, it's not going to work. That's what he's thinking about. It is not going to work.
Fucking God, it hurts so bad. When's he going to take the I voted sticker off? I mean, whatever.
Work that you were going to...
made obsolete by our own creation.
Indeed. The
So
argument...
when we come back, I'll come back.
Come back whenever you want.
How long are you in Austin?
Couple weeks.
Here for South by Southwest.
We're not here for it, but we're here during it. You know, one of the reasons I came down here is I was going to be playing poker at the lodge, and then the state shut them down. I'm pissed about it.
What's weird was I texted you a week ago. Somebody texted me and said, "Hey, Tim's here, come on the show." I'm like, "Am I supposed to be on your show?" Like, I don't know, but play poker. But
yeah, well, we want to do a poker game with you, and a few other people. Not so much about poker, but about having fun, goofing off, and I think it'd be really fun to play a game.
I'm ready. I'm ready. But don't follow me at Real Life Shows on X, Infowars.com. We're getting shut down. We beat so many attacks, but finally we're shutting down like the middle of next month.
Wow.
It's gonna be insane what happens. People can,
Yeah.
Dude, he can't. Oh my God.
Yeah. So this is
I didn't see this bit. Dude, why were all the clips that we watched? Because we watched the Too Lazy to Try on this.
Can anyone get?
He's so thirsty for a friend.
That's what the first question I would be asking at this point is. I mean, you can get around.
Just alcohol?
Yeah, exactly.
How you doing, buddy?
Yeah.
Yeah, you okay, buddy? Yeah. You need a liquid IV?
Hey, man.
Yeah.
A little early to be drinking. You been drinking at all, or is it?
I started late though.
Okay.
I've had conversations like this with unfortunate people on the street. Indeed.
Yeah. So
the
this
fake
is
receiverships, the fake auctions, all of it's happening right now.
So what are you gonna do? What, you're launching a new thing, or what are you doing?
Yeah, no, it comes down. We're really fine.
All right. Well, are you leaving? Is that why you're saying all that?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Okay.
I am exhausted, brother.
Well, it's good to have you.
I was since 4 a.m. Unless you're going to table dance for me.
No.
I was going to have your table dance for me because I was talking about Joe Rogan's pussy.
He's not on this table.
None of this? Yeah.
Maybe next time.
These things are probably like
$20.
Okay, the fact that they all bring it up right after he leaves.
Withstand anybody.
Yo, dude.
Oh, these are okay.
This is primetime entertainment right here.
Pull it off.
I am in for this.
You sound tired.
You should look at falling asleep.
Exhausted.
Have a nice rest, man. Well, it's good having you, brother. Just come back whenever you want.
Go for hours, right?
Yeah, we're gonna go for another 2 hours.
I want to come back.
You are allowed. That is acceptable.
Here for 2 weeks.
That is that is acceptable.
Yes, sir.
Jeff Curry, what's up, brother?
Oh, please
Do not visit Real Shows on X. Don't follow it.
Hope to see you in about 2 months for Hang Your Hate.
They're there right now. Real Alex Jones on X. Did you get it?
But imagine a giant Joe Rogan pussy.
Wait. Wow, is this all you do? You have no life?
Right up there.
No.
No.
I got plenty of life. Dude, I love doing this, Kenny.
I mean,
I'm here just having a good time.
Like a jellyfish.
I happen to get paid for it. This is like when people say like do what you love and get paid. This is it.
Poured it up into Joe Rogan's vagina.
Let me explain this.
Yeah, please do.
So at the very beginning of this interview, probably the first thing Alex Jones says is something about Joe Rogan's supposed vagina. And what they're referring to is Joe Rogan said he was uncomfortable with having a wrestling match on the White House lawn while there's a war on because Joe thinks it would be a target for an Iranian strike. And
Wait a second. Wait. Is that part true?
About Rogan?
Yeah.
Yes, that's true. They played a clip of Rogan saying, like, I'm concerned about if this war's still on, if we can do
Don't
this.
you think also maybe there should be a concern of like, it sort of feels like it's in poor taste when we have like U.S. service men and women.
What show? You'll be there?
In
Chicago.
harm's way.
Yeah.
To have a spectacle on the front lawn
Yeah,
of the
what bar
White
it's at.
House.
Little bit bread and circus-y, and I mean, even I've seen fighters say, yeah, I don't want to fight for a bunch of billionaires who are covering up for the Epstein files.
But instead, Rogan says it's a security issue.
Yeah. And so, yeah.
You can imagine the Iranians saying, let's just wait and see if they do some stunt on the lawn of the White House. That's when we strike.
85,000 people.
Wait, that's not real, though. Because how are they going to... I've heard that number, but how is that even possible there?
That's what Dana White said.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
85,000 people on the front, on the lawn of the lawn of the White House.
That's what Dana White said. I'll double check.
No. No. I've been to that lawn, and you're not fitting 85,000 people on there. Let's just hear this a little bit because I'm curious about the
how he gets up.
Yeah.
I think you don't want to leave. I think you want to keep talking about this.
I want the memes of Joe Rogan's vagina. You imagine how big it's about to be.
You know, the thing about Joe is
Everybody's uncomfortable
the
there.
story gets a lot of traction.
19th. May 19th.
Creates this ripple effect where Joe's just a guy with an opinion. And I think he's got pretty good opinions. I agree with a lot of them. I disagree with some of them. And then we end up
Tim Pool fence sitting.
leading our story because all these websites start running Joe Rogan's opinion as if it's the biggest news of the day. Like Joe Rogan said a thing. And then the issue for us is this is what people are asking us about. Like, hey, did you see what Joe Rogan was saying about the UFC and this UFC fight? And I'm like, okay, I guess. Like a couple days ago?
Yeah.
They were like, I think that Joe Rogan questioning the war in Iran is big. And it's because he sort of represents independent voters.
The everyman.
Exactly. So when he has an opinion, all these news outlets write about it. I'm sure
I don't even know what he
it's
said.
actually pretty weird
Immigrant.
for Joe, who's just a comedian hanging out with his friends doing a podcast, but he represents the middle of the road voter. So everybody has to be like,
oh yeah, man.
if there's a middle of the road voter that's going to say a thing, we have to run it, and he's the avatar.
Archetype.
He's the avatar of it.
Y'all hear Chuck Norris?
So Joe, that's why you represent the middle of the road.
Weeks?
Yeah.
Yep.
I'll come back next few days. I'm ready to go.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right,
Talk to Lisa. She'll get you set up.
You did well, Lord Vader.
Do it.
Do it. I love you guys.
Do it. All right, man. Thanks for coming.
Good.
Take care of yourself.
Use the force,
Love you
Joe.
guys.
Nice working class digs, bro. Where's your cat sleep?
Luke Radowski.
As he walks into my studio here.
I knew this guy like 20 years ago.
You did.
21 years ago.
21 years.
What's something else? What's all right?
Uh-oh. Sargon. Are you a Sargon fan? Well, at least we can talk Warhammer.
No, it got creepy.
Pete, that's a joke. When we first meet.
Oh my God, he is wasted.
We met in Chicago during the 9/11 Truth Rally with the.
Oh, we
Lowland
met at the
Society.
9/11 Truth Rally.
And we
Oh
were,
yeah,
bullhorning
remember
down
when
in-
we were all just? Oh my God, I can't. This is amazing.
This reminds me of
uncomfortable.
Every interaction I've had with a wasted individual. You keep thinking it's over, and it just keeps
You
going.
think you're out.
Wait, how do I know you?
Yeah, I know you.
Been here for 2 hours. You just noticed I was here.
Guys, I hope you know I love you all. You guys were just so great. Wait, I mean, how long you guys on? I got nowhere to go.
Just recognizing you.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah, I know you.
You never seen him that bad? No.
2 hours on.
No, my theory is that he was on pills and he was also drinking.
Oh yeah, you're a great guy.
Is there some interaction with Ozempic and alcohol I don't know about?
All of his calories.
There is apparently, I have read that there is interaction between Ozempic, alcohol, and losing every penny of millions upon millions of dollars
in your life.
Those three things. When you combine those three things, it's really dangerous.
It's a working paper. It's not peer reviewed yet. But yeah, there are connections.
Damn.
Exactly.
This is oh man.
Honestly, alcohol and loss of tens of millions of dollars don't go together.
Sam's killing this.
Oh, there he's getting up here. We can watch him get up.
Okay.
Oh, here he is. I think.
Let's see him stick the landing.
Let's see him stick the landing.
Love you guys.
Let's go back to talking about the.
Hey, wait! He's a skateboarder. That's what he does. He sticks the landing. How could you be so ignorant against my boy Tim Pool? It's getting harder to defend him. Kickflip.
Claude having a soul.
Claude having a giant pee-pee.
It's got a soul.
Claude having a giant pee-pee.
Claude has an 8-foot
What the fuck is
dick.
So here's I think
what is happening? What is this?
It comes down to this.
This is fucking weird.
By all means, you can argue it doesn't have a soul, it's not alive. But if you put a human being
Tim Pool
behind
is so worried about
He just gets up and
getting
pisses.
demonetized or something right now. He's just like, I gotta be able to monetize this.
When's Alex Jones coming back this week?
See you here for 2 weeks.
I come and play poker. Am I gonna be on?
He took an Ambien and is powering through it. The thing is, I could believe that. I could believe that.
That is
Ambien, not true.
that is fun. I certainly hope that he comes back. Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe.
Hey folks, don't scare me like that, fucking Sam. Jesus Christ. So here's the thing, guys. We went through it all. So now we go to roulette mode. Yeah, baby. All right, so I'm going to be on for another little bit here. So oh, I got one. There we go. What the fuck? Where is it? Wait, did he take it down? No. Hold on. 1 second. Hold, please. Hold, please. What the hell? Hold on. So I had a Kyle Kalinske and Vosh clip that I wanted to play, but it looks like it got taken down. Well, hop on. Well, hop on. I think it's on Vosh's page. I can imagine him actually putting it here. What the fuck? Not about to ask though. Oh, I watched that video. Yeah, I watched it before, but now I'm kind of like, where the fuck? All right, now I'm kind of more interested in like, why is this video gone?
Outcomes. Certainly, you're not going to get somebody who represents the interests of the working class.
Oh, I found it.
Where this?
I found it. All right, let's go.
All right, guys, here to talk about the current Armageddon that we're witnessing is Vosh. Thanks for joining me, man.
My pleasure. How you doing? Armageddon aside.
I'm doing good. I'm doing fine. But you know, I feel like the line between personal and real world is becoming like less and less as time has gone by. Like I feel like I almost can't compartmentalize as much as I used to be able to because the shit is getting too real. You know what I'm saying?
No, I know what you mean. I sprained my ankle recently, and I really felt the plight of the Iranian.
Hey, my wife just
people.
She's okay.
I'm right along there with them.
Minor inconvenience.
So, the first thing I wanted to bring up to you is, from my perspective, what we're witnessing right now, it genuinely seems like a worst case scenario almost across the board. To me, we have like a totally rogue fascist Trump regime that honestly, they've totally lost their minds. I mean, Trump is surrounded by sycophants who like, you know, feed his worst impulses day in and day out. We have a Democratic leadership in Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries who like clearly are not prepared for the moment. They don't actually oppose what's happening here. And so they
search both their channels, nothing.
They do the soft like process criticism on the war and other things.
Google proper.
And so I wanted you to talk me off the ledge a little bit because when I look at this, I see Armageddon basically.
No, yeah, it's pretty worst case scenario. I'm very sorry. I don't know if I can do what you want me to do here. I guess I'm very happy that this happened before the United States decided to pick a conflict with a nuclear nation. Like I'm happy that that we're kind of like running up against the wall with Iran, a country that like realistically, and I'm not saying this in a chauvinist way, we shouldn't be struggling here. We have navigated Middle Eastern diplomacy. We've used hard and soft power for decades. You know, we've fought Israel's wars. We've done evil in the region. The fact that we're stumbling here tells me that we could have potentially come across, you know, much worse outcomes if we had done this, if we had applied this strategy in I don't know, Taiwan or with Russia, for example. I guess I'm glad Iran's the one to show us straight, and I'm wishing them luck in teaching us what happens when you touch the hot stove, you know?
Yeah, I read earlier today that the U.S. government didn't even think that Iran would close the Strait of Hormuz.
I didn't think it was on the table. Yeah.
So when I look at that, I mean, I know that the Trump regime are idiots. That's a fact to me. But I mean, maybe in my naive mind, I still thought there's going to be some people at like the Pentagon or some people who are generals or some people at like the CIA or something who are like, hey, you know what? You're out over your skis here a little bit. But apparently, no. Apparently, well, maybe they did warn him, but he was just like, fuck it, I'm going to do it anyway.
Yeah, I think we've lived under rule by expertise for so long that I think we've forgotten for most of human history there was basically no correlation between power and competence. A king or a pharaoh or an aristocrat could just be some water-brained inbred fuck who sent people to die for literally no reason. And we've, you know, over the past couple hundred years, I think for the most part, the average president has probably been smarter than the average water-brained aristocrat. But I think we're past those times. The only reason leaders have to be smart aren't is because the consequence of their incompetence is their own death or exile or something similar. And we have insulated the American brass from the consequences of their incompetence for so long, Ford pardoning Nixon, Trump being given legal immunity by the Supreme Court. There's no longer any like Darwinistic reason for them to engage in like that defensive behavior, for them to consider what they're doing, for them to check themselves. So yeah, no, we're just getting like the maximally retarded outcome in every juncture.
So we have like here's what I'm forecasting, and I don't really think I'm out on a limb here, but I see market crash. I see
Wait, for real, Mouses? You don't know who Vosh
inflation
is?
going up, unemployment going up.
Wow. I think you might be one of the first people that watches me that doesn't know who he is.
Gas prices skyrocketing.
Like, if you're into like this political space and
being abandoned by our allies because we gave them
kind of cool
the middle finger in like 40 different ways. And when I look at that, my rational brain says these actually are like revolutionary conditions. The only reason why I
Is it bad that he's one of the guys that I watch that like in this, there's a compliment and also a non-compliment in this, that when I watched him, it was the first time I realized that I could do this.
hesitate to like make that prediction is because we have so many tricks to do escapism in this country where oftentimes it feels like people can go off in their own little bubbles and, you know, you have fucking Netflix and you have video games and you have 1,000 different ways to sort of distract you. And we also still have a relatively high standard of living, all things considered. But do you see the same thing that I see, that like in a world that made sense, these almost would be revolutionary conditions where there would be hundreds of thousands of people in the streets basically demanding that Trump no longer be president?
Yeah, I think the thing that's stopping us here is that so few people have a vision of what comes next. Even the progressive Democrats, even the people we look to like AOC and Bernie, mostly spend their time prescribing policy solutions, right? It is a fact that our healthcare system is broken. They propose a better way of arranging the money, of arranging the incentives. But there are very few people out there proposing a fundamental reorientation of the way we govern. You know, in the French Revolution, we had the Enlightenment thinkers, the upper middle class. In the Revolutionary War, you know, all the founding fathers were ginned up on Enlightenment thinking. You had people who were willing to make an argument against what we were experiencing. But now, I don't know. I mean, you've got Twitter commies, I guess. But outside of that, can people really imagine the alternative? This is why I think the Democrats as a greater long-term threat. They don't do damage as much as the Republicans, right? And just like a one-on-one, you know, comparison between how much harm they do, the Republicans win out. But
they'll always welcome it.
I think it's the Democrats' responsibility to look at what the Republicans are doing and to say, this is so bad that in order to preserve the Republic, we need to offer people the belief, the hope that we can recover, that there is an alternative to this. We don't need to spend the rest of our lives every 4 years fighting with just a collection of subhuman retards over whether or not it should be legal to rape people or whether or not climate change exists. Like,
yeah, I'm not going to feel bad about using the word.
This isn't a fight.
Like, I mean, I already wasn't, but now I'm really not.
We need to have. And I think, unfortunately, the Democrats have done a very bad job pitching that alternative. You know, they need to gin people up with something. I don't think they're going to deliver, right? Or I don't think that they're capable of fully committing to that. But even in their own self-interest, you'd think they'd give it a shot. You'd think they'd give somebody something to work with.
Yeah, so my question for you is, how many Democrats do you think are there in the proper place? Because from where I'm sitting, I feel like when we launched Justice Democrats and it was in Trump's first term, we kind of missed our window. We missed like when the revolt would actually happen, where the Democratic base no longer trusts Democratic leaders and you have these like outsider Democrats sort of rise up. And I see that window happening now. I see the rise of people like Graham Plattner, who's winning by like double digits against Mills, who's the handpicked Schumer candidate. I see people like Katabu Ghazaleh. I see people like Abdul El Sayed. I see people like Oliver Larkin is his name.
To an extent, I think Tallarico, because I think that like
I'm actually watching Kyle Kulinski, but okay,
Tallarico, right?
A willingness to speak against Israel.
Yes, he spoke to Vosh.
Israel is a willingness to speak against the complicity of the centrist Democrats.
Right, and so I guess my point is, even though it's the worst of times in many ways, I see a window opening that I didn't see.
Wait, I have a repeat troller that's just like, I've been here a few times.
Previously,
lore.
Where there's no complacency among the new crop of ascendant Democrats. The old guard is still there. We still have to topple them. We still have to finish the job.
He's about to come
but
down.
I see young Democrats who are coming up who actually do give me a little bit of hope. Now, it's possible that I'm being completely and utterly naive here, and the same cycle continues, where even if they get in there, then they sort of betray the movement and they go back to being standard Democrats. But I don't know, is my hope misplaced in your opinion, or do you feel like this is actually the Democratic Tea Party? Because I kind of think it is.
I hope so. I like a lot of these people, you know? I think it's so...
The thing is, we didn't pull it off, and the reason we didn't pull it off is because, this is going to suck to say, they didn't try to sell themselves to like the centrist crowd. Specifically, the ones that hate MAGA, but you would call them shit libs. You know? Like, and there's a lot of fucking people in politics that they feel like they don't need to welcome that, but that's realistically why guys like Daniel Biss won. Is because he's a progressive that could win somebody like me over with his policies and also win somebody over that's like your classic Dem light.
This is the anarchist critique of entryism, right? Like you...
Yeah. And I have literally been told how like entryism is like not really something we should focus on. But I kind of disagree because it worked for MAGA. Why wouldn't it work for us? It's only if we're that inept at actually like making moves, which if that's the case, then we have more to worry about.
You can have the best hopes, the best dreams, the best ideas. Once you enter the electoral system, once you try to improve the party from within, you get caught by all these incentive structures that drag you down. And eventually
inflection point was Obama being black and having a funny name. Ours is full-blown fascism.
you're making the same compromises
Big
as the
difference.
people who you're trying to replace. I don't know if that's going to happen.
Yeah, but DA, why are we so fucking bad at this? Why are we so bad at like bringing our side to, like, we can bring the awareness, but we can never bring them on board with like where we need to go with it. You know what I mean?
I do know that
Like, we're so bad at that.
the Democratic electorate right now has not been sold on a widespread solution to the problem we have within this party. And I know that because if you take some...
Majority of Americans are waiting for a movement to get behind. They don't want a Democratic Tea Party. They want a fundamental reform that they can realistically put their weight behind. I kind of disagree with that, Sylvie. This is why, like, I know that you don't like this, but like, this is why I brought up like the whole centrist Democrat who is kind of the median voter in this. Like, we kind of every once in a while, like even with my politics, tend to forget that most people don't feel that way, and it's a lot harder to sell them on that. You know,
someone like AOC, much more popular than Schumer. If AOC ran for Senate against Schumer, she would win. I think most people accept that. I think Schumer knows that. But right now, the most popular potential candidate for 2028 for the Democrats is Kamala Harris. And it's like, man, Kamala Harris is Schumer.
Gross.
Kamala Harris is Hillary Clinton. She is the same. She is Biden. She is everything that led to low turnout from the Democrats in 2024, everything that depressed their engagement.
Old school.
So maybe people are ginned up on these individual, like, you know, competent.
We should call them the past.
I
mean, if we're like, I'm dead serious about this. Like, we need to kind of like find a way to hammer this where it's like, those are the Democrats of the past. We need to focus on the future. We need to focus on the new Democratic Party where we don't get caught up in this bullshit. We don't do the fucking like leftist infighting that they always expect us to do, where it's just, no, we're getting on board with this. Even if the more progressive wing starts winning, get comfortable with it.
Something Democrats. I don't know if they yet have.
Stop fighting against your own people. Like, and then inherently just fucking either by not voting or just kind of doing like, you know, what they accused of the 9th district, where they're just like, oh, we're just kind of going to do the safe vote, where we need to stop that.
It's like an understanding of and disgust for what this,
even though the 9th is not the best example because it was a little different,
centrist Democrats really represent. And we
shut up. You got Candace. Like, there's right-wing infighting. The problem is it doesn't always translate to actual electoral politics because you guys aren't serious. The problem is it's always people just being like, I can never vote for this.
Need that.
And that's where they start with it. Like, they already start with the idea that they could never vote for X politician.
And this is why I'm so critical.
Whereas these, like, most MAGA assholes are like, I will vote for any politician that furthers the MAGA goals, which I have to say,
AOC.
Yeah, it's time to fucking, eat some crow and be able to fucking actually, be effective where we can.
Not for anything she proposes in a positive sense, but in a negative sense, I think she should be critiquing party leadership more. Why the hell are Jeffries and Schumer?
I mean, that's not necessarily true. I don't think so. I think that maybe online personalities, sure.
We're still in their
I have ADHD.
positions. Why the hell is there not more widespread outrage?
Right.
Nobody.
Dude, just because I have ADHD doesn't mean I have a short attention span, though. I would call it an interrupted attention span.
He likes them.
Like
Their
now.
own people don't like them. The constituent doesn't like them. I mean, Hakeem Jeffries is, I think, tentatively popular, at least in his district. Schumer
That was kind of
is very unpopular. There should be more outrage
MAGA's the Tea Party that took over the GOP.
against these guys. The Republicans were
And they could all coalesce behind a strong personality. And the thing is, since nobody in MAGA seems to be, it's not nobody, but the majority in MAGA seem to be intellectually uncurious or fucking be interested in actually holding their party to account. They just want to win. They just want to feel like they're winning. It's all fifis. It's all vibes with MAGA.
place. Their unpopular leadership.
Whereas with leftist politicians, it's a lot more nuanced. It's a lot more education. It's like a lot more educated fucking base. So you have people that genuinely want to vote for the best candidate. Like me, I was being hounded about wanting to vote for Mike Simmons. And I ended up voting for Kat Abigazale, but it wasn't because I was being hounded. It was because I honestly did kind of see where he only had 6%. But in a perfect world, I would have been able to vote for him and not have everybody up my ass about it.
I don't know.
It was a fucking primary, for fuck's sake. But here we are, where now we're in this existential moment where everybody sees the fascism on the wall, and now they're just like, oh, how could you not just, why would you do the fucking protest vote, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, I didn't. But then they're like, oh, you were advocating that you might want to vote for him and that you were okay with the 15 people in your district without, again, knowing that on January 11th, that was the last date that anybody could have dropped out. It would have still been on the ballot. So the spoilers were still there.
Why? It contributes the impression that the Democrats just run a loyalty club, where the most senior geriatrics get leadership because it's their turn, and the will of the party has nothing to do with it. And that stuff depresses me. I don't know if we're on the eve of a solution.
We're not going to ever have ranked choice in Illinois,
Yeah,
sorry.
so I think the part that's
We're not New York.
not depressing to me is that I do see in the new crop more of a willingness to say we need a page one rewrite here. I mean, I brought up Plattner. He's probably the best example where he's crusading against the Iran war. He's calling Chuck Schumer out. He's willing to mix it up. I just saw Ro Khanna earlier on Twitter today was fighting with people who were saying it was anti-Semitic to mention
He's
the
good.
Epstein class and stuff like
Ro.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess my point
Yeah, I'm putting it out this
is
weekend.
these old taboos are shattering. Now, they should have shattered a long time ago in the
Should be up
Trump
tomorrow.
era because it's to
Worst
have any
case
sort of
Sunday.
taboos like that.
Okay,
When
that's
Trump clearly there is no playbook and he says whatever he wants. It's kind of crazy. The Democrats are slow to learn. But I do think we are getting to a place like that now where there's a sort of default recognition of the
Sorry, guys, my cat's trying to get in my trash can.
Republican Party, certainly among the entire Democratic electorate, the voting base, that the Republican Party truly is a terrorist.
Even Vasora says she didn't make mistakes. I'm like, that's crazy. I want to talk to Vasora about this. You know what? I'm going to try and have her on Monday.
Fascist,
Demonic,
imperialist,
right,
death
they're-
cult, absolutely demonic.
Anti-life.
And so that is spurring Democrats to have to be a little better than they were in the past, no?
No, I do think so. I think that the understanding that Republicans aren't just because this was the myth that the centrists wanted to push, that the Republican Party was filled with good people and they disagreed with Democrats on how to do the same fundamental things, to lower prices, to make the country better, whatever. In reality, they just want to maximize corporate profits and child rape. As long as those two lines are going up, they're fine. That's it. That's all they care about. They'll burn the country down if they can get those two things. So knowing that they're a terroristic entity, which I completely agree with. Yeah, I think a lot of even liberal Democrats, right, like the constituency, they're waking up to that. And what we need to see is that translate into results at the ballot box, because that does not gel with having Chuck Schumer as your Senate Majority Leader. I think that we're going to enter a dark period for a while because there is
I just set up something with
this spark, but we are not yet at a point where the competent Democrats, the do-something Democrats, can affect their will electorally. So we might be in for 4, 8, 12 years of people on the left essentially saying, why won't you realize we're right? how long will it take? And every
He's not wrong
election
about
cycle,
that.
things shift more and more towards us, but there's going to be so much suffering along the way. And maybe a couple of really bad Democrat presidents, like Newsom types, who just reinforce the point, but they get people's hopes up and then they get disillusioned.
Yeah, but you're refusing to acknowledge the fact that, like, some of the, are farther left, again, Kat Abexeli, I'm going to just say it. They count on, the more fringy parts of the left to come out and actually, show up for them.
Yeah, will they?
Whereas they don't cater to the fucking, centrists. They actually actively kind of push them away.
And will they be able to
Hence why Dan Biss got fucking almost, I think it was 4,000 more votes.
pantomime being us?
It has nothing to do with her age, Dave. With all due respect, people were enthusiastic to vote for her in my district. We had so many, again, she did very well. There's no denying it. But realistically, it's because she didn't show to the events that she was, that she really should have. She focused too much on Hassan and CNN, and I know that sounds cunty from me because you guys know the lore, the ins and outs of what happened with me, but outside of that, realistically, she didn't focus on local politics enough. Take me out of this. She blew off an event that had over 1,000 people that again, that would have been more people. And then if she had shown up to that, there's no telling that she could have taken some of Bushra's constituency. There's no telling that she could have taken some of Mike's constituency. There's no telling that they would have been able to work something out. But no. And when I say work something out, Mike and Bushra could not have just left the ballot. They were on it from January 11th. There was no way they were just going to fucking leave the ballot. They can't do that. They already invested so much. They already had that much in their campaign. So what the fuck? This is where I got mad at Mike for kind of being all right, man, you guys stop. You don't understand Illinois politics, apparently. She'd have won if the vote wasn't split. No, that's not necessarily true, because I tallied Mike and Bushra. She still wouldn't have won.
That's the thing, right?
Because there's no guarantee that those votes would have gone towards Kat. They could have gone to Dan. No, Dan, with all due respect, Alex, this is where I'm saying, man, no. If you're taking away that she would have won without XYZ candidate, fuck off. She should have done better. She could have won the popular vote, plain and simple. She could have made this a fucking walk-away election, but she didn't do the right things, and this is where she's not looking at what she did wrong. And I'm gonna say it. This is not good for her to do this shit right here. Protecting her from herself and the realities of why she lost the election is not going to help. We need to look at the objective realities behind why we fucking lost.
Because if Newsom is able to successfully be able to pantomime
2026.
being one of us,
I'm good.
then I agree.
I
He
got
can
it.
dupe the Democratic electorate and probably
I appreciate it because you're of the ninth. You get it.
get in
but
there. But I've already seen signs of I don't know if you could pull it off.
Israel.
And it might be the case that, exactly. It might be the case that Newsom is going to be the most wrong I ever was when I thought DeSantis might be the nominee for the Republicans in 2024.
Oh, yes, I'm agreeing. You were right about the campaign events and the local moods.
Yeah, 2024,
oh, sorry,
right?
man. I misread
I think
that.
it might end up being like that, where, your point on Israel, he criticized Israel tepidly. He gets pushback. He immediately comes out and his spokesperson's he actually wants to defend Israel more than anybody.
Sorry, man. I'm on edge.
Else does. And so that's my hope, right, is that the Kamala types and the Gavin Newsom types, while they will...
We don't need paternal coddling. We need tough love.
Try to-
Well, unfortunately, you have too many people on the left being oh, it wasn't your fault. It was this corrupt establishment.
to sort of mimic the way we are, I don't think they have it in them. I think they're going to shoot themselves
Meanwhile, she literally had dinner with Dan Biss last night, and I think that she's going to get behind him. So
in the dick. And then I think when they do that, you leave the lane wide open. In a weird way, think about it with the election of Barack Obama. He genuinely and sincerely came out of nowhere, where everybody expected Hillary Clinton was going to win that election. Then here comes this young senator who hasn't even been in the Senate that long, and all of a sudden he fucking, barnstorms his way to victory. And I think we're sort of primed for something like that now, where it could be a politician who comes out of nowhere, who says the right things and believes the right things. It could be a celebrity. It could be somebody we're not...
Again, Kyle wants it to be Jon Stewart. And then he also has the idea John Ossoff could be the font. Trust me. I'm not trying to follow these guys, especially Kyle. Kyle likes to kind of be oh, I'm always right about this. It's not really. Not that, who cares? Like, it is nice to, like, kind of predict something, but realistically, it's kind of like, all right, we had a 50-50 shot. But what bothers me is the fact that Kyle and Vosh and everybody else, they can't just think of a candidate that is someone we can get behind. Like, we would love it to be AOC, but we all kind of know it's like, no, they're going to go for her too hard, and realistically, they're likely going to push her, like, they're likely going to make sure that she doesn't win. Which, it'd be nice if we could get over the chauvinism of our country, and it'd be nice if women could actually kind of fucking realize that it is just that simple, where it's like, we live in a very chauvinist country, and you guys are the majority. What are we doing here?
Not even thinking about or talking about right now. I almost feel like Kamala at the top and Newsom at the top at this moment is almost like a placeholder from name recognition in the same way.
Well, that's what it is.
Way that, like,
Fully.
Rudy
No, it's 1,000%.
Giuliani
what
was
it is.
leading in the 2008 Republican primary. Then the second the fucking thing starts, he falls off a cliff.
I think that the Israel is both a blessing and a curse here within the Democratic Party, because Zionists are so
Yeah, but they can't figure out how to fucking, like, use it.
whiny.
What the fuck?
It's really tough for people like Newsom to feign being on the left, because the moment even a milquetoast critique of Israel, every donor group, every funding group, every consultancy group, they all step out and they're like, you can't say that, sir. Sir, how dare you?
Yeah,
and then they
he's
have to
right
walk it
about
back.
that.
So it's really
Yep.
easy to tell there, because they demand like total loyalty, absolute fealty to the state of Israel.
Ro Khan's not going to win.
But on the negative side, there is so much.
He's the best, and again, if we lived in a perfect world where people weren't racist dickheads, yeah, sure.
Pressure out there, man.
But realistically, let's get for a name. We already did that.
I can't imagine. Like, we only catch glimpses of it from the outside. They are.
That's why Trump does the Barack Hussein Obama.
Probably.
Barack Hussein Obama.
Like, squashing so many.
Yeah, xenophobia is like still got its fucking place in American like subconscious.
Any potential presidential hopefuls, like Van Leyen, for example, right? There are so many people, I think, who could potentially run a really good presidential campaign for 2028 from the Democratic side, who are probably facing a lot of internal pressure, and they need to fight that, because if that's the line, like, if you cannot be a Democratic president without bending the knee to some extent, then we're caught in a death spiral. Like, at the very least until 32, we're caught in a death spiral.
So the good news, though, is AIPAC has recently had to get creative. And so they've had to, like, run ads against the candidates they dislike that don't mention anything to do with Israel, because they know how unpopular Israel is
Creating
among
other
Democratic
PACs with
voters.
different names, or like
Yeah.
feigning progressive. Yeah.
Right. And so to me, that's a sign of like, oh, these motherfuckers are on the retreat. They're still on the offense in the sense that they're trying dirty tricks in order to, like, fool Democratic voters into electing the wrong people. But that shows that they can't just forthrightly argue for the things that they believe in, because it's totally out of lockstep with the Democratic voting base. So I take some solace out of that. I guess one of the things I'm concerned about is I wish I was wrong about this, but my gut instinct tells me we're going to deal with another scenario where, even if we get a great Democratic president, that you're going to have another Obama scenario where they go, we look forward, we don't look backward, and, like, we're not going to criminally charge all the people who literally just went on a 4-year-long crime spree. And that, to me, like, I almost want it to be a litmus test in 2028 that, like, you need to openly be on the record. We're going to investigate, prosecute Elon Musk. We're going to go after Stephen Miller. We're going to go after Donald Trump. Like, we cannot let this fucking criminal syndicate get away with everything they've done, because if we do, then genuinely and sincerely, there is no more United States, there is no more rule of law. Like, it's just like you have an emperor and they decide anything and everything, and they don't care about the Constitution.
No, that is a litmus test for me. I'm not voting for any Democratic presidential candidate who's not pledging that. You're completely correct. We literally don't have a country if this is the standard. If every 4 years the Republicans have the opportunity to rape the country to death, and then afterwards they just get away from it, the next Democratic candidate, we saw what happened when with Biden, right? With Merrick Garland, we saw everyone was so hyped up. Trump was incredibly unpopular, even to an extent with Republicans after Jan 6. Everyone was like, oh my God, I can't believe he did that. Fox News wasn't defending him. There was a window of time where the culture turned against him, and everyone thought, okay, well, Biden's going to come in, Merrick Garland's going to annihilate him, like, everyone affiliated with this is going down. This is going to be unthinkable. Like, no one will ever do this again because Trump just fucked up. If he had won, maybe there'd be a different outcome, but he lost. So now he and everyone around him is going to get eviscerated. Then nothing happened. Absolutely nothing happened. And now look where we are. This is what happens when you let lawlessness fester. Any Democratic candidate who refuses to enforce the law, I don't think is worthy of being president. I think that the idea that we can allow these people to get away with this is insane. I want every single gas station receipt these people have ever racked up to be brought in and scrutinized. I want everything they've ever done. I want every security camera that has ever caught them, every text they've ever sent or received. I want a nonstop criminal spectacle of them, and I want there to be results. And I am so hard.
The thing is, that's unrealistic. And dude, we're living in the Epstein age. Like, what are you talking about?
Hard line on this. I would prefer an economic.
WYX, your comment was deleted likely because YouTube deemed it so. I did not have a mod or I did not touch it. So that was YouTube.
Moderate president who annihilates the Republican Party over the crimes they've engaged in, over an economically progressive president who
YouTube has cracked down on their auto modding. So if you're going to complain to them. You can do so over on Twitter.
does not, because I think the long-term consequences. Look, don't get me wrong, not a choice I want to have to make, and probably
that's Pikes watching lots of Game of
not a
Thrones.
choice the universe is going to force on me. But I think the long-term consequences.
Yeah, check out Knights of the Seven Kingdoms
of letting the most criminal presidential administration in history by a long shot get away with it is far worse than almost any other outcome. It's like the doomsday scenario. They're just going to do it again. You're telling them to do it again because all they're doing right now is winning. Like, Trump is unpopular. Sure, yeah, his poll numbers are going down. The country's falling apart. He doesn't care. All the people around him, every time there's a market spike and then a dip, everyone around Trump who insider traded to, buy the dip beforehand, they get $100 million. They're going to walk away. They don't care. They'll just do it again. They don't care how the country's doing.
And
they're winning.
The thing is, they're proud of it. Like, they brag about it on Twitter, like, after it happens.
They're winning, and they're laughing at us, and they're fucking kids. And the idea that they can just get away with this it's unconscionable to me.
Totally agree. Now, let me ask you this. So my reading of the situation is that I genuinely think the empire is already over. Like,
me too.
In name, it still might be occurring. The dollar might still be the world reserve currency.
No, this is the end.
But I think the groundwork is already laid and the seeds are already planted where, like, it's going to blow up. It's going to eventually, the dollar is no longer going to be the world reserve currency.
Nice.
Eventually, all of our allies are going to, like, run into the loving arms of China and totally abandon us. And, like, this is what happens when you launch a trade war against your allies, when you don't give a shit about your own treaties that Trump himself, in many instances, came up with and then pulled out of in his second term, when you use diplomacy and negotiations as basically a lie to drag somebody somewhere and then murder them. Like, you can't act like this on the world stage and then, like, just have everybody accept it and everybody act like this is normal. And so I really think that probably within my lifetime and
Spectre, I would remove 30 years from that.
Your lifetime, like, I think it's a wrap for the empire. And when that happens, when that day comes, when the dollar is no longer the world reserve currency.
Yeah, I've already got that feeling, and China's already pivoting to take us off the world reserve currency. They're also using our bonds against us.
We're looking at, like, a Great Depression, the likes of which people.
But whatever. I thought that, like, Republicans paid attention to the deficit and all that, and who holds our bonds, and I thought that, again, the Republicans were the fucking economic ones. Like, oh, God, what happened?
People can't even wrap their minds around it. It'll make the 2008 subprime mortgage crisis and Great Recession look like child's play. Is this an analysis that you share as well, that it's already over, it's just a matter of time until we get the worst effects?
I think it's pretty likely, yeah. Our economy is pretty much entirely built around the service sector, tourism, and financialization. And the only way the financialization bubble keeps afloat is if we remain the global reserve currency and if we remain, like, the place to invest because we guarantee pretty consistent yearly 3 or 4% S&P 500 returns. Outside of that, that is what our country is built on. If China had a big economic collapse, it still has its factories. It'll always have its factories as long as it keeps maintaining them. France, Germany, Spain, Italy, these countries have a local economy that isn't entirely built around foreign investment, but hype is all we have. And if that falls apart, yeah, it's going to whiplash like crazy and the global economy is going to go to shit. And that's not even to speak of the debt. I mean, our current debt to GDP ratio is equivalent to wartime spending, but we're not at war. I mean, like proper wartime spending, right? Like World War II wartime spending. We're nowhere near there.
No, but we're talking about it because, again, with the $250 billion influx, and then on top of it, they're talking about using wartime production fucking strategy where we have, like, again, we're going to have, like, that bolster the economy because we need to build more weapons.
In terms of what we're committing with the Pentagon, which suggests that like these levels are unsustainable. There's no way to fix it except for mass taxation, and no one has the balls to do it. The Democrats don't have the balls to do it. Like the most they can offer is a tepid wealth tax. And listen, I'm in favor.
Spectre, as I said,
for wealth.
I'm not sure if you were here earlier, but I said that they were priority there. We just don't know about it because of the way that fucking spec ops work.
But like that's not far enough at this point. We need like a mass restructured, like tax code out the window. Just a flat progressive, well, it's not flat, I guess, but like a sturdy progressive tax.
Yeah, great. But that's not, how come leftists can't ever talk in reality and like what we have to do? Like we can't just fucking wipe out whatever system we have and just start anew. Like as much as that's great. And I would back that. The problem is most other people wouldn't. And this is where I think that a lot of leftists kind of lose this, where it's just like their ideas are the highway. It's like, no, we kind of do have to work within a framework.
Taxing unrealized capital gains.
You know, I'm not exactly jazzed about it myself.
Higher corporate tax. It just fucking level the playing field, really.
But Vosh, that's not going to happen. Like, look at the way that most, like, just your average Americans push back against this shit because they believe the myth that if you tax the billionaires, you're coming for us.
Just like a scythe going over wheat, you know, cut up all that excess wealth, bring it into the economy, reinvest it, but no one's going to do it.
No, eat the rich is not exactly, no, don't do the thing where you buy into online politics.
I don't
know
what this country has going for itself outside of the yearly 3% S&P 500 gains that it promises people who invest in its industries. And outside of that, I don't know. I'd like to believe this country
Sage on Twitch 7. The average American is in favor of taxing the wealthy.
has more to offer the world. Certainly, like in terms of our resources, we're a bountiful country.
The average American.
We're large.
The average American understands that taxing the wealthy is...
We have a lot going for us, like in...
Okay, hold on. This is actually a little more complicated than I thought.
You know, in a sort of map allocation way, right? We have
also Sage on Twitch.
A lot to take advantage of, but I don't know.
Welcome, our first time chatter. Hi. Are you a creator? Are you somebody that's like around?
It's going to be enough. It won't cushion our fall. That's for sure.
So the debt...
welcome to the stream, by the way.
Debt right now is not a problem. And I've never been like a debt fearmonger or anything like that because I generally agree with like the MMT philosophy.
Well, see, sorry, back to my point. The reason that I don't believe that this is as popular as people think is because most people can be sold against it just with like a blanket, or not even a blanket, like a fucking just campaign that says no new taxes. That's it. I watched it happen here in Illinois, in Cook County, where they were talking about like the progressive tax. I knew what it was because I read the policy, and I was just like, oh shit, this is going to increase taxes on anybody that's making over $450,000 a year. Great. The rest of my constituency did not read it. They voted against it, and then they raised our taxes anyway.
That like this really isn't an issue because we have our own sovereign currency. However,
bullshit.
having said that, the debt becomes a problem if the dollar is no longer the world reserve currency. Then all of a sudden, it actually matters that we have the massive amount of debt that we do. And we can look at something like hyperinflation with political
floor seats. It's in how it's instituted.
Stability in the dollar not being the world reserve currency. When I look at that mixed with like our economy, to me, just looks like a massive amount of AI hype. It looks like gambling that's now being legalized in like ways I can't even wrap my mind around. It looks
Missy
like
Lane, I haven't forgot about you. You're still my boy. Always have been. Oh, thank you, Missy Lane.
OnlyFans, and it looks like everything in this country is a scam, and the only jobs we have are like less than living wage service sector jobs. When I look at all that, I just don't see, without like a massive reorganization of the economy.
Forgot to ask Sage on Twitch if you wouldn't mind hitting that follow.
I don't see a way out. Like you need, at the very least, a New Deal level, change of the economy. And I think that's even understating it at this point. I think we need more fundamental reform than even what the New Deal offered.
I agree. That's pithy compared to what we need to do. I am a big debt fearmongerer. I'm with the Keynesian.
Yeah. No, mine. I have a pretty honestly. I don't want to be a politician, but I think that I do actually have like a pretty practical solution to this, where it's just like, no, we go back to like the tax rates from the 70s or like what was it, the late 60s, where again, 90% progressive tax.
On this one, right? Like
anything over $1 billion, you charge 90%. I used to be 99%, but fuck it, 90% now.
The government should spend and invest freely when the economy's down, but you have to tighten your belt a little bit when things are good.
Right.
And
oh shit, Mike Compton, I appreciate that. Definitely.
We just never did.
Thank you for subbing.
We have been untightening the belt constantly, and like eventually,
all for tax cuts for the rich. It's all going tax cuts for the rich.
Nonstop. And it's only gone. And the funny thing is too, there's like a reverse bell curve in this too, because very poor people in this country don't pay income
Appreciate that. Bezos bucks. Love those.
tax either. You know, we have a lot. The bottom 50% pay
Give that billionaire's money to me.
very little, and then the top 1% pay very little. Relative to their income, of course. And then like the middle class up to the upper middle class pay the highest proportion because they are neither poor enough to pay little nor wealthy enough to get in with the loopholes. And it leads to this begrudgingness, or I think people feel like they're being taken advantage of because this hits the economic sectors where people are successful enough to be comfortable, but not so much so that they feel like they're guaranteed a lifeline their whole lives. They're worried about saving. They're worried about spending. They're worried about like maximizing their outcomes, but they're not quite there yet in terms of like being able to coast off of interest or whatever. And these people are the ones that are getting taxed the highest, and I think it makes them feel like they're rubes. Everyone thinks that being taxed, that makes you a sucker. You know, if you're being taxed, it means that you're in that unlucky bracket. If you were just a little bit wealthier, you could have an accountant figure out some finicky way to avoid it. And I think that like at the end of the day, I'm with the old, I guess, liberals on this one. Taxation is the price that we pay to live in a civilized society. It is the way we facilitate currency. The government creates currency so that it can recirculate and be taxed. I think that it is good. It is good that this system functions. We should all be paying a strong tax, the wealthy far more, of course. But we need to reorient how we think about it, I mean, as a civil service. We should be proud to know that our money goes towards local infrastructure. If it did, right? It'd be nice if that's where our fucking money went rather than...
Again, it depends on if you're talking about county and fucking city taxes. Like in my case, I know where my taxes go because like in Illinois, we know where our county and city taxes go. You can just look at a website and just fucking literally tracks every dollar that you pay in.
To Israel. I guess this culture, this attitude that being taxed means you're being fleeced in some way, it guarantees the government will...
For instance, I happen to know that like the new fucking bridge that we got was paid for by me and my neighbors. So
never, ever, ever have the balls to tax people the way they need to be taxed because
and we needed that shit.
If they did, they would never be reelected.
It's one of those bridges that if like you stopped on it too long, you were like, I don't want to be here. I can feel every vibration right now. I am scared.
It seems like a death spiral. I don't know how we get out of it. What president could convince the people, listen, I know it sounds crazy, but this is better for the economy in the long run, and then just implement a much harsher sweeping tax? I don't think anyone can do it.
And I mean, I'll go as far as to say that extreme wealth concentration, you could either have like massive income and wealth inequality and extreme wealth concentration among the top 1%, or you can have democracy. I genuinely think they're incompatible. That if you have the amount of income and wealth inequality that we see, if you have people like Elon Musk who has like $850 billion, he's nearly a fucking trillionaire.
Yeah.
When you look at that, like, so the Epstein class has more power than entire governments, and that is unsustainable because what they do is they effectively buy various governments around the world, rig the rules in their favor, run out the back.
Oh, you're going back to YouTube. Just want to throw me the sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Door with all the money, and then leave people with the shittiest jobs where they make next to nothing and they can't even survive. They can't even afford to put a fucking roof over their head and food on the table. So I need people to start looking at this in a way where it's like a life and death matter. I think we should have a no billionaires tax. I think literally everything over 999 million should be taxed at 100%. And I'm sympathetic.
At 100%? Damn, I even said 99% the first time, and then I just walked it back to 90. God damn.
People in my audience,
God damn.
You might say, Kyle, you're being too kind. Maybe we should cut it off.
Yeah, fuck, dude. I didn't realize that I was actually going to be like the lesser of the lefties on this
but
one.
Over 100 million or over 500 million instead of a billion.
No, I know. I don't disagree at all. We basically don't have a democracy right now. The fact that all of our mainstream media is about...
I was about to say, our interstate finally improved. Thank you for that. I approve. You know what? I really appreciate that comment because that makes me feel like my money's actually doing something.
Be owned by like 3 people, right? When the Ellisons get their hands on CNN and everything else. The way, like, you look at the difference between the average person and the average media pundit is allowed to talk about Israel.
I have to use the interstate quite a bit.
The fact that Trump gets sane-washed in even nominally liberal publications talking about him, where they
J Izzo Infinity. I appreciate this.
Assign a level of coherence or responsibility that is clearly not there. Like, Trump mentally is in the shits. He's not present. No, we barely have a functioning democracy. This has always been the critique of bourgeois democracy, right? Like, you can give everyone a vote, but if the only information people are working off of to cast that vote is given to them by
the potholes ain't the problem, bro.
Class, you're not going to get
talking bridges collapsing and shit.
Representative.
Dude, we had a fucking interstate bridge that fucking broke in half.
Outcomes. Certainly, you're not going to get somebody who represents the interests of the working class. Where this administration has been so bad in both its open advocacy for corruption and wealth concentration that I'm like black-pilled on democracy at this point. I think we basically don't have one anyway. I think that we need a strong arm to get us pushed in the correct direction. I don't think there's a clean way of doing that. I think the start is that the Republican Party has to be treated like a criminal organization, and everyone who lied to facilitate their interest needs to be investigated criminally as well. I know that's a very like wide cut, but it's based, in my opinion, it's that or the country dies. It's that or we are in the end days of the Republic, and we're going to turn into Russia. We're going to turn into just this fetid, poor, hilariously unequal was-been of a country where you have a couple of oligarchs raping kids in their palaces, and everyone else is trying to, keep the pipes from freezing in their outhouse. And that's it. And that's the future of America, maybe for 10, maybe for 100 years, unless we do something, and we might be running out of time to do it.
Yeah, and one of the things I felt very similar this entire second Trump term, because what I've come to understand more now that I never understood it before, I certainly understand it now, is like I get where the instinct of authoritarian leftism comes from. Because, you look at like what Cuba had to deal with the United States, like routinely trying to fuck the country, overthrow it, steal it back for the oligarchs. Like, you go, okay, yeah, I guess the leaders had to get their hands a little bit dirty and do some fucked up things just to keep their project alive, right? And so I understand that. I also, now when I look at China and I see like the centralization of power, certainly when it comes to their economic stuff, obviously I don't agree with the whatever restrictions on free speech and a free press and stuff like that. But when it comes to like centralization of power in terms of making economic decisions for the country, I look at that and I go, they just seem to be able to get shit done. Whereas here, even in a best case scenario, it's so fucking limp dick and like procedural in nature,
and
like
our infrastructure is falling apart. It's not like
Right,
they're still interested in nation building. We are actually falling apart at the seams, and we were before Trump too. This is not just a Trump problem. There is a structural problem with our priorities in this country. We shifted everything towards financialization. The only thing we care about is making sure investors get steady returns on their investments. Everything else has been thrown to the wayside with a fraction of the money that we could have skimmed off the top of the stock market. Listen, we could still have billionaires. I don't want them, but we could have had them. All we would need to do is responsibly cut off a couple percentage points of the wealth that circulates in the stock market, and we could have been living in a fucking paradise. All of our roads, pipes, bridges, everything, all of it easily taken care of. We would have had a surplus. We would have paid down the debt. Everything could have been taken care of. And we were so unwilling to fuck with the money. We were so unwilling to touch the streams that we allowed everything to fall apart. And I mean, again, Biden tried, right? The Infrastructure Act, he passed it through, the budget reconciliation. What has it done? It's done some good. It's done nowhere near enough. A tiny fraction of the amount we need to reinvest in this country, and that was the keystone accomplishment of an entire presidency. That's how far behind we are. It takes a president and years of advocacy to get passed through a budget bill a fraction of the work we need. Meanwhile, China just built 5 new cities. Just
right.
How do we compete with that?
And the Republicans come in immediately after a Democrat, even if a Democrat does the most like minor, mild tweak to the system to slightly improve it. The Republicans come in with a fucking sledgehammer.
Just break it, just for
and
fun.
Go to work immediately.
God.
Yeah, and by the way, to your point here, I actually just talked about this in a segment I did before we recorded here. But so the war is costing $1 to $2 billion a day. And this was actually posted by Newsom's press office. I know that account. I would vote for whoever runs that account over Gavin Newsom, because the person that runs that account knows what the fuck they're doing. But they said the war costing up to $2 billion a day. That's the same as 270,000 Pell Grants, a full year of rent for 143,000 families, nearly 4 years of 988 suicide crisis hotline, 3 months of WIC nutrition for moms and babies, 29 days of free breakfast and lunch for every public school kid in America, and the list goes on and on here. A month of Medicaid for nearly 3 million Americans. Like, that's one day in this stupid, illegal, and offensive war against a country that didn't attack us and is not a threat to us.
I was reading on a relation between like excess costs garnered by this administration and the fact that many of our major cities, I think I was reading on Philadelphia. I could be misremembering, but major cities are having like degrading sewage pipes that in many cases we haven't even mapped out their entire sewage lines. We know there are holes. We know excess sewage is being spilled into like rivers, and we're barely able to get the money together to put Band-Aids on it. And with the tiny fraction of the money that they're spending every single day in Iran or with Iran, major American cities could be patched up like that. The money is there. The money has always been there. The idea, and we argue over Medicaid for all. We argue over free college education or like free bachelor's degree up to whatever level you want. We argue over this. There is infinite money. This is, and I mean, whether it's MMT or not or Keynesian, there is so much money out there. We are such a potentially wealthy country. All we have to do is just mildly inconvenience the wealthiest and most evil people alive. That's it. They're the worst humans alive. We just have to mildly, we would take away maybe 1 year of the wealth they've accrued in between like 2025 and 2026. That's it. Just a tiny little drop, and we could fix the entire country up. It would be nothing, but we can't even get that.
No, because I convince all of us that would be us.
I sometimes, it's not just America too.
Like, God forbid that you're in the fucking, top 30%.
Right? Europe might not be as financialized, but there's such a huge schism between what the voters want and what
we used to be,
what their leadership wants, especially with like Israel, for example, right? Like Chancellor.
I'm literally a shining example of like, yeah, things are going in the right direction, and then
or Armor, very unpopular decision making with their support for U.S. Intervention in Iran, even though the population there was much more anti-Israel than the American population. It seems like the West has collectively agreed to suicide. Like, we will not do anything to address this. We will never.
No, but like, oh my God, I don't want to overemphasize this, even though I know that sometimes they do. Healthcare.
Fix that schism.
It's literally the number one thing that like kills Americans that the rest of the world doesn't have to worry about.
We'll never inconvenience the ruling class.
I think that's exactly right. Let me ask you this question. I've referred to this.
I don't know why we became so okay with like milking our populace the way that we do with the medical system, but
this as a moral collapse.
Here we are.
In my opinion, I'm curious what your thoughts of it are. So, like, The Nation has an article out today. Steph Curry works with Penny Jar Capital, which has invested in a pair of Israeli cybersecurity startups. It highlights a pipeline.
I don't have kids, so I likely am going to end up dying in a massive amount of debt. Good luck collecting, bitches.
Of cash that goes from Silicon Valley to the Israeli private sector tech security scene with its close ties to the IDF. So you have Curry investing in that. Actually, Kevin Durant also invested in Israeli drones and was like called out on it and had like some like pithy response. You have LeBron James in a press conference who was like, "Oh yeah, I'd love to visit Israel. I've only heard good things." This is what he said. So like when I look at that, and maybe it's unique to American elites, but I have a sense it probably has gone beyond that too. I call this moral collapse because it's this idea of like,
it's bad when Pep is agreeing band for band with Vosh. Yeah.
I don't know. It's just hyper individualization to the point where you're obsessed with
You're right.
what you're obsessed with, and you focus on whatever.
Holy shit. I didn't even realize that, but you're right.
You want to focus on, and you sort of like disconnect and detach from the impacts on the rest of the world. And so that's how we can have like these multi-millionaire celebrity athletes where everybody looks at like they're their friend and they're like, yeah, I invested in Israeli drones that are currently murdering babies. It is what it is. What's your sense of that phenomenon of like seemingly the moral collapse of this entire country?
Wait, no, because the thing is, that's easy. If you are worried about it being used for transgender surgery, then you just make it a fucking elective. It's that easy, dude. Like, we already have that.
Yeah, I think it goes back to a lack of.
As much as I disagree with that, and I think it should be covered. Like, dude, gender dysmorphia is real. I don't understand why, like, you guys don't. You know what? I actually do. I do understand why you guys might not get it. That's what pains me. But it sucks. Because I grew up in like the religious situation I did, like I get that kind of mental block, but it's also it's a bullshit mental block. Like you're kind of willfully just not getting past it. Because I've gone through years of therapy and deconstruction, I understand that it was literally just like my discomfort with like the idea that these people might be living outside the Bible. And then once I didn't believe in the Bible anymore, I was just like, oh my God, they're not breaking God's laws. Hey. But then it was really weird because of like the deconstruction where like then I came back like a little bit where I was like, wait a minute. But I remember what that Jesus fella said about loving like thy neighbor and like loving like it went to like elementary school songs like Jesus loves the little children. All the children of the world, red, yellow, black, and white, they are precious in his sight. Now, it's funny because I thought about this. A conservative would be like, oh, but they didn't say trans. It's just like, wait a minute. And that's what brought me to my whole, like, where I'm at now, where I'm like, oh, live and let live. Also, I got people in my life that I love that, like, they are transgender, and you know what? I don't love them any differently. They're still, you know, some of the coolest people in my life. They're some of my best friends, and you know, I accept them the way that they are. What sucks is seeing the world not do that, and then when I see it being used disingenuously as like a political fucking subject, that's what like causes the pushback, and that's where I think a lot of leftists come from. They're either trans themselves or they have, you know, trans people that they love in their lives. And it's just like, no, dude, like, why do you have to be this way? Like, you're literally trying to tell me, like, somebody that I care about is less than you or anybody that you know because you deem it so. Where it's just like, I don't get it. I don't get it. It's not for you to get. It's like, honestly, it's not. And I think that realistically, if you're put in a situation where you are just talking to anybody that is trans, I mean, I remember using this with like the gay thing where I'm just like, yeah, dude, like you just don't know. Like, what is wrong with you? Like, I just don't want no gay guys looking at my dick. And it's always the locker room, by the way, which these guys don't even use. Like, let's be real. Most of the people that use the locker room excuse, they don't work out. These are fat fucks that are literally a Mac attack away from fucking seeing the Grim Reaper. But okay. Let's for 1 minute just, you know, use this word, because Anna Kasparian even said this shit. She's like, I just don't want to see a dick in the ladies' locker room. It's just like, okay, are you just reminded that, I don't know, is it bigger than your husband's? What's wrong with you? Number one, why are you looking that way? Number two, why are you looking that way? Mind your fucking business when you're in a goddamn locker room. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, for everybody, like, dude, I played hockey my entire life, right? I'm not sure if you guys know this shit. There were a lot of times where the team, because we had to like use a shower and there were only like 3 shower heads in like most of these fucking places, if there wasn't just one where we literally just had to like, okay, this is going to take forever, which I never waited. I always like, my dad would just be like, oh, you're stinking shit up, huh? It's like, yep. Yes, I am. One time, my dad gave me a complex with that too, where he was just like, "You understand that when you don't shower after hockey, it is so bad that it will seep into the car seats." I'm just like, and I didn't want to explain to him where it's like, yeah, they had one working shower. It's like, bro, what are you doing? We had 21 fucking guys on that team. Like, I'm not sure if you guys could do the math on that one, but that's not fucking feasible. I don't even know where I was going with this. Oh yeah, the whole like, I don't want nobody looking at my dick. Blah. Played hockey my entire life, and if you caught somebody's dick, it's because you literally like were turning around and like, you know, you're getting something out of your bag or something like that, and you did like the periph, and you're just like, oh shit, you know, and then it was always funny where you were just like, damn. Then you were just like, Jesus Christ. But yeah, it's usually a respect thing. Like, you just don't avert your fucking eyes. But the thing is that y'all are fucking sitting here thinking about other dudes' pickles or, you know, trans people's pickles. And that's on you. You're thinking about the pickles. You're a fucking pickle thinker.
You know, I mean, the elites have always engaged in this behavior. It's just we used to have a sense of decorum, and I think the
Sorry, I didn't mean to make it fucking. I had a good point right up until that point where it was like,
decorum was a good thing.
You
I think
ruined
that
it, Pep.
for the most part, since the ruling class sets the moral
pickle thinkers
guidelines for society, it is bad for society that the most powerful and loudest people on earth are just so open and cheerful about the evil they do. It seems to me like it's part of a broader Republican strategy. Like, it is not enough to merely be evil, but
love thy neighbor, man.
They need to be actively pro-evil. They need to make a moral case for evil, or at least towards ambivalence in the face of evil. I think that I will admit this does pill me a little bit because
good.
I think that it's
Hey,
untenable.
look, Vosh has some fucking positivity for once.
I think that this is behavior that can
Jesus
only
Christ.
exist in an environment where there are no consequences. And the moment there are consequences, they're going to either have to shut the fuck up or face immediate reprisal. The problem is that, like, right now, that reprisal only really exists in the cultural spaces. Like, for example, in Hollywood, you know, there are consequences when
I see it now.
Actors or actresses are.
Oh, wait. That's all he had to do. I mean, I got stoner eyes, but
Are very
get it.
openly pro-evil. Like, look at Gal Gadot or that fella from.
Or is it just like because we're like, I don't know? Is it because of the beard, the bylighting? What is it? Why do people fucking make the comparison?
Stranger Things, that Zionism is sexy
'Cause
guy.
before that-
there are
before anybody
people
made a comparison,
participate
I
en
never
masse
saw it.
in the cultural consumption of their products. So there are consequences through evil. For Silicon
At
Valley.
least with Asmund Bronze, I'm like, okay, the long hair, I get it.
Or these companies that exist to be investor like bait, you know.
As Mein Kampf, actually, I gotta give credit. Kyle with the As Mein Kampf, that was pretty fucking funny.
Not so much. Investors are the stupidest and most evil people alive.
Yeah, I was even on
But
stream for that one. I
do
watched
think
that
a
one,
reckoning
and
is
I was
coming.
like,
I think that every day more and more people wake up and they look at like Alex Karp screeching about how like Palantir is going to, you know, look at your asshole while you're taking a shit with their toilet cameras or whatever. And more people are realizing, holy shit, these people are like insanely evil. And eventually it's going to catch up to them.
us trans people would prefer to change in a stall. We don't want to change in front of everyone. Trust me, we're more self-conscious about our bodies than you are. Scared to see.
And I don't think they'll be able to run. Maybe you know what? Maybe they'll run to Israel. A lot of them seem to be they seem to be well received and very fond of that place. So,
Bosch looks like he's cosplaying as a 1920s barber. He does look like. The funniest part is with like this shit. He looks like my old barber.
They can stay there. As far as I'm concerned, the country seems much more tolerant of their moral proclivities than the American public is.
Yeah, as my cop has got to be one of the fucking best ones ever.
True. The
dude,
war has an
it's a banger.
82% approval rating in Israel, and here it ranges from like 25% to like
mental
40%.
chuckle.
Deport every Republican to Israel. Okay, it's the
totally
holy
agree.
land for them. Clearly,
I totally agree. All right,
dude. All right, that's wild. I just realized that he grew so much. Yo.
All right, y'all sign
That's crazy. I'm like a mix between the two of them with my beard.
below on Substack. See the rest of the.
Hey, that's cool. Hey. Appreciate that shit, man. That was fun. Wasn't really expecting to do that. Ooh, main screen. Let's go. Oh, I'm not ending the stream yet, but oh my god, I need a break from videos. Just kind of, let's chill. How we doing? How you guys liking the seamless stream, by the way? Is it working? I think it's cool. I've been doing things so like just off the like what I got comfortable with when I first learned this program, and I was just like, oh yeah, I'm gonna stick to that. Now I kind of like what AI did for me, and that pains me to. Ooh, yes, a sovereign citizen break. That's actually great. Here, let me grab that then. Sovereign citizen. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Oh man, I want to play this too.
what's the 10th Amendment.
I'm not going to get into that.
So,
What's the 10th Amendment? There we go.
you don't, no.
Who is he, Mr. fucking Satan from DBZ?
So now you just committed assault.
Whenever I see another sovereign citizen car stop, I
Man, him in that neckerchief.
always say completely avoidable, because no matter how many times I see it, it always ends the same. Barricading inside the car, the police dragging you out, and then a trip to jail. This is one of those.
Okay, you work under the 10th.
Pat, Trump said Newsom having dyslexia should keep him from being president. Oh. So am I disqualified?
Amendment, right?
No, so I'm
Oh, man.
a police officer,
Damn.
Lieutenant 1. I need to see your license,
Can't have dyslexia and be president?
please.
So you work under
And your
the 10th.
registration.
You work under the 10th
So why
Amendment.
don't you work on that for me really quick?
The 10th Amendment, sovereigns love
Damn, I hate to have solidarity with Gavin Newsom, but
to throw that out. I'm going to read the 10th Amendment.
I hope y'all realize that makes my, like, I don't have dyslexia on my computer because it fucks with all my settings. So, yeah.
Amendment section that they're referring to, and then I'll talk
I just
you
got
through why
used
they
to
said the
this.
10th Amendment. Powers not
dyslexia sucks.
delegated to the federal government are reserved to the states or the people. In this sense, they're trying to conflate the 10th Amendment with an officer having the right to stop a person for a traffic stop. It's never.
And if you're gonna, like, wait a minute. Did Trump actually, like, try to bully him? Dude. No, that's fucked up. Because, like, now I am one of those guys where it's like, dude, I was born with this shit. Like, it wasn't even like it wasn't brain damage or anything. Like, I was literally born with this. Like, what? You're gonna fucking try and, like, tell, like, what? That disqualifies me because I was born with a fucking slight disability? Go fuck yourself.
Ever worked and all the time.
As I said, like, no, I've worked harder. Like, I can read, like, I mean, I can read well, but it takes a minute. Like, this, and dude, I was always self-conscious about that shit. That's what's fucked up. I was diagnosed with my dyslexia, like, not even 2 years ago. So I always thought I was just a fucking poor reader. Like, that also does something to you. But yeah, that's kind of fucked up, man.
Times that I've either dealt with them or watched it
Now
on
that I understand my it's literally a disability. Like, I hate to use the term, but it's literally a fucking disability. Yeah, that's kind of fucked up. Like, how could you use that against me?
video. The 10th Amendment is not going to work to try to get an officer off of your car stop.
Density.
196 county traffic. The Rue at Abington. King Adam King 1629, KAK 1629, blue Nissan, send me another car.
We noticed that the officer had to stop, already made contact with the driver, and then called out the plate and the location. In my opinion, this is not
I've never fully fit in either category. I was reading the puts under the trans umbrella. Yo, Kyle, no, but I can at least use, like, the non-binary terms for you.
a best practice, and it's not
I'm fine with that.
even the
One of
normal
my good
practice that I've
friends is
seen.
fucking
There's sometimes reasons why it happens, but here's the
so-
challenge. If the officer is not called
Again, it's all about respect. Like, I respect my friend, and if that's what they want, then that's what they want.
out the location of the stop, the plate, and the description of the vehicle, if they don't
They're fine.
have a plate, and they go really, really south, then no one even knows that you're out.
I don't call them him or she or her. No.
Out on the stop, or where you are, or the description of your vehicle. In my opinion, that's practice. Call
Why are people so fucking hung up with that shit? I don't get it.
out your stop before you make contact with the driver, because that's when most
I just don't care.
likely the danger
Like, I really don't, you know?
exists, the initial contact.
So are you working right now for DoorDash?
Yes, sir.
So I need to see your driver's license. You got to have a driver's license to operate.
It's actually fucked up because he was also technically committing the F word, FRAUD, because yeah, you need to have a license to do that DoorDash shit.
On a New York State public roadway, so I need to see your driver's
You be good with yourself and labels be damned. Fuck yeah.
license, please.
So,
Again, dude.
do you understand the concept?
No, and that's where like these disingenuous assholes are just like, oh, you got like 50 genders, blah 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 blah. Like, shut the fuck up.
I'm not. So I'm not. I'm not going to get.
Why do you care?
Into that with you, brother.
I just need to see your. I'm just going to.
I need to see your driver's license and registration, please.
You don't need to see that.
I do need to see that. You committed a vehicle and traffic law violation, so I need to see your driver's license.
You have all through the Constitution, right?
That's correct.
Dude, Bad Bunny wears fucking dresses.
All right.
Like, I don't know. And my cat's puking. Great.
Ah, son of a bitch. I just missed it. Really?
All right. Well, that's gross.
What's the 10th Amendment say?
I'm not going to sit here and recite.
If you're not going to abide by the law, then I am going to
So
leave.
sit tight a second. You're not leaving anywhere. You're not free to go.
So I'd like to talk about a couple of safety things, and I think this officer has been very, very professional, and he looks like he's in really good shape and very aware. In my opinion, is it maybe a better practice to conduct business from the passenger side where you don't have all these cars coming by, turn your computer slightly this way, and then if you are engaged with gunfire, that you have the engine block as your protection and you don't have to bail into the street. You have all of this side of the vehicle. I just know that in my experience and what I've seen many times is that conducting business from the passenger side is a safer practice. Happy to hear other sides of this. Comment section, please share.
All right. So you got a rental car, brother. You had
Yes,
you got to have a contract for it, right? And a driver's license. I need to see that, please.
So again, I'm recording this now because normally I'm going to give you a little bit of insight here, right? My uncle was First Sergeant Military Police.
Okay.
My cousin is a police officer in Genesee County.
Okay. Who is it in Genesee County?
That would be, what's his name? Morgan is her first name.
First rule of name dropping, don't do it. And if you're going to name drop, know the name.
So anyway, I also have had federal security clearance of high security public trust, right? So I'm all about Constitution.
Okay.
So I need you as a public servant, because am I a public servant or are you the public servant?
So you're correct. I'm the public servant.
Good. You have an oath of office to that Constitution. Am I correct?
Yep.
What's the 10th Amendment?
So I'm not going to get into that.
So
with you.
you don't, no, 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 no,
We're going to have you step out of the car.
10th Amendment.
We're going to have you step out of the car.
You're not going to do anything.
All right, come on, sir. Get out. Yep. We're going to have you remove out of the car.
So I'm going to record this
You're
again.
free to record. You can record whatever you like.
I'm going to roll up the window.
So both officers on the street side, not normally seen that. In my opinion, it would be better to have one on one side and one on the other side. And then if you have to engage the person, you can engage from two different directions.
I'm going to have 203.
You just yak all over.
196
was
is
just like,
203 at this location.
Next step is I call 911 and I get SWAT here.
10-4. We are SWAT. We are SWAT, so...
Good. You're an insurrectionist at this point in time, because if you're trying to demand anything out of me, now keep in mind, I have no problem with giving you my license and what have you. What I'm doing is I'm ensuring you're abiding by your oath to the Constitution.
So you heard both of the officers say that they're SWAT, and you see them operating in a patrol capacity. For those who don't know, SWAT is Special Weapons and Tactics, and in most larger departments, that is a very specific unit, and that is all they do. They do high-risk entries, they serve search warrants. They are the creme de la creme of tactics on a police department, and they train a lot. When you see patrol officers that are also SWAT officers,
It's also the fact that he chewed off the top of his kitty treats when I wasn't looking.
it's usually a small department, and they have certain officers who are really highly trained, and they can perform a SWAT function as well.
Yeah, I don't know where it exactly is. What road am I
We're on Rui Road, sir.
Do we?
We're on Rui Road.
Rui? Okay, I'll let you, the officer, explain. Right now I have a couple police officers. I'm
Shit.
trying to assert my rights under the Constitution. First Amendment, separation of church of state, but it states clearly in the First Amendment
Oh no, he's not all there. Oh.
that the freedom of exercise of religion, that freedom of exercise, if Congress can't pass a law, then they can't violate, the Judicial Department can't enforce the law, that's the supreme law of the land.
Oh, I don't mean to be this technical, but he doesn't know what he's talking about, even in the context of a sovereign citizen. Oh, I feel very bad for this man.
I'm asserting that
No,
Yeah, with
guys, come on, this is why. No, this is why social workers at these at all stops has got to be a thing. God damn it, it's literally got to be a cop as social
these
worker.
officers there
Trained social
pulling
worker.
me over
Wow.
for a traffic violation, which is
At least have cops trained in social work.
state law. And on the federal level, they refuse to.
Oh my God.
They abide
I'm embarrassed. Oh no.
by their oath of office.
No, dude, stop talking. Stop talking.
Now they're acting under the 10th Amendment, which states clearly to the state or the people. It's not exclusive to the state. So that said, they don't have any authority nor jurisdiction in this matter. Even if I did go through a stop sign, there's nobody that was hurt or injured.
It doesn't matter.
Which doesn't make it
It doesn't matter. They ran their tags. Their tags are not legal.
a crime. And since I follow common law, which is 5 of the 10 commandments, no murder, no theft, no coveting, no bearing false witness, and no adultery, they are currently
They're being very patient.
committing an insurrection.
No, because I think they caught the vibe that we all did, where we're just like, oh no.
Well, I don't know if I
Oh,
did or
shit.
not. That's what they're proclaiming, but state law doesn't supersede federal law. Federal law, First and 10th Amendment, as well as the 9th Amendment apply here, and they're violating their oath of the Constitution, which in turn would make them insurrectionists. Now, I have police officers in my family, and we have...
No, shut up. No, just stop. Just stop. Just stop.
Yeah.
I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed. It's the embarrassed necessities.
Sure, my name is Rick. Driver's license. And
That was a little stretch, but it worked.
just for fun, because I don't have any problem with giving them my license and what have you. I'm just kind of asserting my rights at the moment.
But before we continue, I'd like to share something with you that can genuinely help a lot of you. With the help of today's sponsor, Chapter. If you
got sponsored? Ew.
The emergency is
Yo,
the
YouTube sponsors are fucking.
cops are
Just
violating
fine.
my constitutional rights, and they refuse to leave. They say that I have to step out of the vehicle, and they're trying to demand things out of me. They're acting like they have the authority when there's public service. Alrighty.
Alrighty.
Thank you.
Let me explain something here. In nearly every jurisdiction, there is a charge for misuse of 911. Those are people who call 911 with things that are not emergencies. And the elements are different in different jurisdictions. It is fairly easy to walk this person into the elements of misusing 911 under these circumstances. And in my opinion, it would be a very effective charge under the circumstances. But we'll listen some more to see where the danger exists when dealing with sovereign citizens and why I take it so seriously.
Where were you headed to when you were driving down Rui Road?
Delivering some food. I asked you a question. Why did you report no one?
Right, but you're not even identifying who you were to.
I don't have to.
You do though, because you're driving on.
Sir, hit the traffic.
Sir, speak with my supervisor. I'm the supervisor.
Okay.
It's New York State law. This is a traffic stop. Identify yourself, or you're going to be arrested for obstruction and a misdemeanor.
All right. You have an oath of the Constitution, is that correct?
Yes.
The lieutenant is absolutely correct. Just not a fan of the positioning, as I've mentioned in videos before. Putting your entire torso and leaning into a vehicle.
Oh, wait. Newsom said that?
In this manner is not how most times officers
People with disabilities are not burdens.
train. Maybe he does, but again, you can give yourself a tactical advantage by standing.
No, and you understand, like, when they every once in a while where they're just like, we're getting rid of the gene that causes Down syndrome, and we're getting rid of, like, we have to find the cause of autism, and it's just like, yo, you do understand that you're essentially just saying, like, all these people are mistakes, and, like, if you have this thing, then you're fucked up, and, like, it's just, you know, and then when you listen to someone that literally sounds like, oh, I just think we need to figure out the cause of autism. You know, I shot a bear, and I cheated on all my wives, and I got caught for trying to cheat on a reporter, and I was felching. You know what felching is? It's blowing bubbles out of the girl's butt.
Standing behind the pillar or the
Yeah. Just a reminder, that's a guy that's saying that your disability might be a fucking curse.
door jam.
Like, yeah.
Because he
offsets
you from the person looking directly at you if you engage or if they engage.
It's time to get out of the car and identify yourself.
So if you
Thanks, Laura.
go and do what you're doing,
Yep.
you're violating your oath to the Constitution.
Nope.
Yes.
You're detained right now. You're accused of committing a crime, a vehicle and traffic law. You have to identify yourself. It's basic when you're 16 years old and you get your license. I'm Lieutenant Swick, badge 203. You're to identify yourself to these officers right now. Why are you not identifying yourself?
I already did, actually. On the 911 call, I gave him my driver's license number and everything. But as far as that's concerned, you have an oath to the Constitution. Are you going to
I was just being a dick.
allow me to speak? I'll clarify this for you.
Yep. Are you going to identify yourself?
Are you going to allow me to clarify
Yes.
everything?
Yes.
Oh,
So I already did
man.
on the 911 call. I actually gave you, did you happen to take note?
No, they're talking to him like he's slow, and now he's just being a dick. That's why I was like, oh, dude. God damn it. They gave you, they literally give you chance after chance after chance after chance.
The driver's
Which,
license number that I gave?
Again, I am by no means a fan of cops, but god damn it, dude. Come on.
They get ran at it?
Well, we wouldn't be able to do that because we're having a conversation while you're giving that to
Either way,
dispatch.
right? You have an oath to the Constitution. Now, keep in mind, I don't hate anybody. Again, as I iterated to them, my uncle was First Sergeant Military.
Shut up. That doesn't matter.
My cousin works as police over in my county, Genesee County, right?
Okay.
So I have no problems with the police. What I'm doing right now is I'm asserting my rights, making sure you're abiding by your oath to that Constitution. Why is that important in today's society? Because what I'm saying to you right now, because as much as you're trying to come at me, keep in mind I have the full legal right to remove Joe Biden from his office.
You ever seen one of them cooked ass pigs, like on a spit? That's what RFK looks like.
Right now, with the same context.
Are you okay? Do you know? Do you
Put an apple in his mouth.
do you know what year it is?
That would improve a lot in all of our lives and his.
Do you know what year?
His wife would just be like,
Do you know what year it is?
Okay, let me clarify this for you because
oh, you're going to make fun of my disability. Yeah. Yeah, I am. Yes. You think that autism and fucking all of, and Down syndrome and yeah. You think that we're all cursed? Yeah, I'm gonna make fun of your fucking disability, jackass.
have this kind of argument.
Okay, so
fuck your stupid voice.
Let's go through this because this is incredibly serious. Okay, those questions, do you know what year it is? The lieutenant wasn't being facetious. I mean, those are called A.
Honestly, it would be like I would be so happy to know the backstory of that was just fucking Johnny from fucking Cobra Kai, like when he was in the peak of his youth, just fucking tiger clawed his ass and fucking broke his like whatever trachea.
No questions, alert and oriented. So if a person says things about the president or they're
fuck RFK Jr. his stupid voice,
acting in a confused manner, it is prudent to ask questions to make sure they're alert and oriented, capable of driving or doing whatever it is they're supposed to be able to do. This is the seriousness of this. If this person is talking about taking the president out of office, what does that mean? If the person's saying that this is an insurrection, to what degree are they willing to defend themselves against the police? We have seen the danger of sovereign citizens in the past who have utilized deadly force against officers and others. That's why I don't joke about this and I take it incredibly seriously. I don't call these people names. I call it like it is. This is a very serious movement that should be addressed.
RFK, the beacon of
And
hell.
we have to shine
looking like a roast pig.
a light on it.
You proclaimed
Dude works out in his blue jeans. You don't think that that's sus?
December the 12th month.
Fuck.
Of the year? Yes.
Even though
beef tallow
the word itself state literally means 10th month.
Sir, I don't know if this
So exactly.
I don't know if
Because you don't know.
I want to
anything,
help
don't-
people. I don't know if this is a mental
I wanna
health.
help people
Is
too.
this a mental health issue or are you
God damn it, I needed this. Trump is your daddy, you fucking libtarded dumbass.
Did you hate the cop?
Libtarded. You know what? I haven't heard it put it in that like framing. You might be the first actually. Libtarded.
To be the 12th month when it literally means the 10th means you're probably
Okay,
not in your.
identify yourself to these police
You're
officers,
libtarded.
please.
No.
Right now.
Funny, but it doesn't hit.
Identify yourself to these police officers.
So are you doing an insurrection against people at
You're
No. That's called projection, my dude. He's your daddy. You love him. He's our president, but he's your daddy. You're the one who loves him, doesn't question him, even though, I mean, I love my dad, but I question a lot of his decisions. Like, I don't know, man. When he got divorced, if you saw some of the chicks he dated,
You're about to be removed from this vehicle. Shut the car off. Shut the car off.
he had some good ones, and then there was a few of them where I was just like, what?
the car off. Let's go.
I'm not even kidding.
Shut the car off. Shut it off right now. Come on. Shut it off. Get out of the car. Step up. You got him, Elsie. On your stomach. Get on your stomach.
As someone who has has schizoaffective disorder, even my word salad isn't this bad.
So now you just
Are you talking about me?
committed assault.
On your stomach right now. Give me your hand.
Oh.
Now you just committed.
I was about to like have a like moment where like, hey, my mom was schizophrenic and
assault.
Give me your hand. Relax your arm.
well, moment ruined.
I am fully
Relax your arm.
relaxed. You committed assault.
Wait. Unless you're talking about somebody else and you're a lefty and you're all cool with me, then we cool.
Try to close the window on me if I told you to get out of here. Give you multiple chances to identify yourself.
Now I told you quite often that you're insurrectionist against the people.
Do you have any weapons in the car?
No, now you're performing illegal search and seizures. Violation of the Fourth Amendment.
196 County.
Damn, 8 hours. It's Friday.
1 to 2.
Attempts to roll up the window, does not turn the car
I've been having
off.
fun.
Is it going to take off? Is it going to be a pursuit that you have to go after? This vehicle has not been cleared. The lieutenant has to jump across this
Half of your family has
seat.
it.
We've seen
Damn.
officers inside of cars that have taken off.
Yeah, my mom
To
suffered.
what degree is he
She was schizophrenic, bipolar.
willing to, or another sovereign willing to?
I mean, it's technically schizophrenic, but I don't know.
To protect what they believe to be a
Spelled like schizo.
violation of their rights.
You want to roll to your side here. You can sit on your
Oh, the
bottom.
guy in the video got it.
Sit up. Up on your feet.
1, 2, 3.
3. Okay. Back to 3.
Caldani Mage.
Yes.
Ooh, Mage. Oh yeah. If you haven't subbed to the channel, please do.
I don't have
How do you live stream? Are you like asking how to do?
any weapons.
So you heard, will you please pat him down? Okay, at this point, if you're under arrest,
Do you have kombucha?
it's not a pat down, it's a search. There's a difference between a pat down and a search.
I mean,
A
you're
pat
on
down is of
YouTube, you can
outer
just hit go
clothing.
live.
Search is where you go in there, and after arrest, you have the right to conduct a search. So it's important to be
Although you got to have, I think, a certain amount of followers to go live.
clear about what.
Oh, you're just asking? Shaylin. So yeah, I think that you have to have like, shit. Is it 100? Yeah. Here. Here. You know what? Fuck it. Sorry, I didn't mean to like pause this video and like this chatter. Asked a really good question. Here. How many need to go live on YouTube? I actually don't remember. You need at least 50. Yeah, you need at least 50. So it depends on what you're trying to do. If you want to go live on YouTube the way that I am, you need to have a computer and then a streaming platform, whether it be StreamYards or Streamlabs. Then you tie your stream key to whatever platform you're on, and then boom, you can stream. So yeah, when you get 50. And if you just want to do it from your phone, from my understanding, you could also just do it that way. But I at least recommend getting a like a mobile mic. I'm actually going to be getting myself a new mobile mic and rig for the upcoming protests. So again, thank you for everybody that has donated to the stream and the Cancer Fund. Because, yes, you made it possible for me to be able to at least afford. And I went the economic route. I only got a $20 one. But, yeah, I needed something where I can hold my phone while I do the protest. So, but, yeah, have a question for, well, yeah, just, you can ask your questions. I have depressive type. Oh, shit.
What's being conducted? I know sometimes people think that they're interchangeable, but they're not. Pat down's a pat down.
Wait, Jill Duggar is getting arrested and charged with her husband.
Down a search is a search.
Fucking finally.
I have a right to wear them anyway under the Second Amendment.
Okay.
Oh, schizoaffective is schizophrenia with a mood disorder. Okay.
You got your
My mom had bipolar too.
Yep.
I mean, like bipolar 2, the number. She suffered. And she didn't have proper medication for a long time until, and I know this might make it political, Obamacare. And when Obamacare finally became a thing, it was the whole reason that she couldn't get insurance was because of her pre-existing conditions.
Have a seat, sir. Of note, I'm sure the officers are going to.
How do I show my voice on here on this slide? If you're like trying to like talk here, I don't do call-ins right now. Like I have a very like strict policy for that. I usually invite via Discord, so you got to be part of my community for a certain amount of time for me to even want to or not want to, but to invite you. And now I actually have like if you have a Discord name, I have to like you have to tell me your Discord name and I will fucking
Conduct their search when they need to conduct their search. It's a matter of clarification.
I do kind of different content here, and I also welcome in like all political sides. So yeah,
for the viewer to
are dangerous.
Understand the difference between the two and the distinction, and sometimes officers just say that.
All right.
Sometimes medications are incredibly expensive. That was the problem.
So according to reporting, he was arrested for obstruction, which is one of the charges that you almost see for the people who start to go down the sovereign script. This is dangerous. It continues to grow. The contagion, it seems like it's getting worse and worse, even though some of these videos are older. Other people watch them. I've seen some of the books online that are just still selling like hotcakes. If you know someone who could potentially go down this rabbit hole, please share the video with them. Like the video. Subscribe to the channel so you can watch content just like.
He does do decent work. All right, let's see. Oh, one more. I'm going late. Fuck it. Sovereign citizen. There we go.
You pulled me over in what capacity?
Speed violation! 90 miles an hour on the freeway where it is marked 70.
So you can hand me the ticket?
I can't ticket you if I don't know who you are.
The Michigan State Police have a reputation for being pretty hard-nosed and not to be messed with. Pretty much.
Yeah, they are.
The troopers,
especially Highway Patrol,
don't play that.
They don't play with
However,
shit.
sovereign.
Dude, I had me a fucking nice little traffic infraction in Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Citizen decides to press his luck, and next thing you know, we have him barricaded inside of a car. The cavalry gets called, and he ends up getting booked and off to jail. This is one of those.
Oh shit! Yeah, they got that weird thing on the fucking that looks like a shark fin on the hood.
Can you stop?
Yeah, it's weird.
Stop. Hello, I'm trick-or-treating Michigan State Police. You have your driver's license on you? Speed, sir. I had you going 90 miles an hour down the hill back there.
91 is.
I was trying to catch up for a long time.
I mean, in Chicago, that ain't shit. But...
When people continue to go and you try to stop them, we call that.
Oh, Kenny, why would you type "go ice" right now? Like, come on, dude, don't ruin a perfectly good night.
Slow rolling and a lot.
Oh, put ice. Yeah, go ice in your fucking drink.
A lot of times that raises some
there you go.
Serious red flags, and a lot of times
can have it on the rocks and just fucking enjoy the evening.
They're trying to conceal something in the car. We think that maybe they're trying to run, or maybe they're formulating a plan on what they're going to do when we get to the car, or maybe they just didn't hear us. All things can happen, but it's definitely going to raise red flags.
I need to see your driver's license.
90 miles an hour. How did you clock that?
My radar, sir. I need your driver's license.
Your radar at me?
My radar is mounted in my vehicle. Where is your driver's license?
I'm not traveling at a place that has it.
You don't have to be. Did you see the plate?
Ding, ding, ding. The plate. He's traveling for commerce. We got a sovereign. There's other things that I want to make sure that we take really close attention to right now. Is the officer's positioning, how he's crunched over like that inside of the vehicle. He could be incredibly tall. Does he train like that? And if he does, fine. But it's something that I take note of. And again, if he's super tall, he may have to crouch down like that, but it's something that I take note of. The other thing that I want to mention is this thing about the radar. When he says you point to the radar, I mean, that's going to matter because I can know that he's going somewhere with that.
I don't know what that plate is. It doesn't matter to me when you're speeding. It's a traffic violation. I haven't read this. It's a violation, right? Yes, sir. Okay. So,
yeah, go to sleep. Oh, what? No.
For commercial capacity. No, it does not matter.
I'm not ready to go to sleep
what
yet.
capacity you're in. It's a violation of speed. Where is your driver's license? I'm going to private capacity.
Friday?
Okay. Where is your driver's license?
Before I fell asleep?
Yes, you do. I am conducting a traffic stop. By law, you have to identify yourself.
I have to identify myself?
Yes, sir.
For what reason?
Because I am conducting a traffic stop, aren't you? You are in violation of the law.
No.
I stopped you.
No,
I am conducting an investigation of the violation. You must identify yourself. Where is your driver's license? Illegal. Okay, where is your driver's license? Yes, you do. By law, you are required to identify yourself to a police officer.
I'm not traveling in a commercial.
It does not matter what capacity you're traveling in.
It matters.
It does not matter what capacity you are traveling in.
Oh, he's ready for the shit.
Okay, so we know that we're going to have this sovereign back and forth with the officer. However, there's something that I'd like to share with you and show you that a lot of people haven't seen before, because this is only in a few jurisdictions. If you look at the front of the trooper's car, you see this stop police, this like front-mounted stop police. It's a
It's
deployable
weird. Yeah, I know.
bumper sign that they use.
I know
They're actually
when I
a
saw the
lot
highway
safer a lot
patrol.
of times than putting out traffic cones. I just think it's a cool device, and I know some people are looking at that like, what the heck is that thing? And they just deploy that, and it's a more effective traffic cone in a lot of ways.
What about the plates? What are the plates supposed to mean? I know nothing about what that plate means.
I'm a federally registered private car.
What does that even mean? That means nothing to me. Who are you?
Who are you?
I'm Trooper Cheney with the Michigan State Police. I work at the Brighton Post. My badge number is 1245. Now I have asked you to identify.
Yo, why can't ICE do that? What's up with that? How come it's so easy for that officer to do this on the side of a highway where he is definitely fucking, you know, he even said like he should be on the other side, but
Identify yourself and you will
like make it that easy.
identify yourself.
Damn.
Reasonable articulated suspicion for the stop is speed
Yes, sir.
from a radar gun
Yes, sir.
that you think that you pointed at.
It's mounted in my vehicle. It's pointed at everybody.
Yeah, probably have it. Did you know that state troopers and all police officers all around the world have testicular cancer because they're pointing these guns at themselves all day?
Okay. Well, I haven't experienced that.
Dude, I had a friend like try some shit with that. I you know what? Now that I think about it, he might have been a sovereign citizen. Because he tried to tell me like if a cop loses sight of you, you can prove it. It's like, yeah, then
I feel
your
for
case is
those
over.
state
It's like,
troopers.
how? What? So I'm supposed to like just film with my fucking cell phone behind me?
In the beginning, when he said,
What?
did you
What are
point
you
that
talking
radar
about?
gun at me? I knew that this was going to be coming up. The driver is saying that there are a whole bunch of officers who have testicular cancer from the radar gun being pointed at them. He's telling the truth to the extent that in the 70s or 80s, there was a lawsuit that was filed because there were officers saying that they had cancer from some type of radar gun. And some national institute did a study and found that there was some minor leakage from a handheld radar gun, an older model, but they didn't come to that it was conclusive. So
Yo, dude, put your fucking bias aside. You guys are getting nut cancer from fucking radar guns, and he's right, and you're kind of doing this thing, dude. You neckerchief, motherfucker.
again, this is that sovereign just cherry picking something
No, that's not cherry picking, motherfucker. That's a real one.
and then throwing.
Like, dude, no. And that's not like conspiracy shit, and all of a sudden you're just like, yeah, there was this thing where, you know what, they had a thing where it was a lawsuit, and yeah, the guy got nut cancer.
Get out there.
It's like, yeah, that means that they were getting nut cancer, motherfucker.
When he said about pointing the radar gun, because I've heard
What are you doing?
people say that before.
I need you to identify yourself. What is your name?
You don't have a reason to ask for my.
What is your name?
You don't have a reason to ask for my identification.
Yes, I do.
Do not.
Yes, I do. I am here on the side of the road with you. You need to identify yourself.
Not need to identify myself. I didn't do anything wrong.
Yes, you did. That is why I'm stopping you.
No. You don't understand.
Why?
Did he just wait a minute? Did he just break the fourth wall with his own fucking dash cam?
Did you roll?
Oh, please call your supervisor.
This motherfucker just fucking Always Sunny just.
For what reason? What reason do I have to call my supervisor? Because you don't want to listen to me? Because you are not
I
obeying the
wasn't
law?
prepared for this one.
You are not identifying
That's
yourself.
fucking funny as fuck.
You have to identify yourself. Identification
This
now.
motherfucker.
You need to step out of the vehicle. Yes, you have. That's why I am stopping.
Oh my god. He's talking to him like a kid.
Okay. So you're going to sit here and keep on doing that. You are escalating the situation.
I
You
am here
need
for
to
it.
identify yourself
Fuck
to me.
this guy.
I'm not going to argue with you anymore. You will step out of this vehicle and you will identify yourself.
Look at all of this high-speed traffic going by while the officer is engaged in this argument. The ask, tell, make model can be more effective sometimes in this because if you keep asking him, or telling him, he's continuing to do this. The other thing is you always hear me talk about the passenger side approach. There may be a reason why there might be a berm or something over there. I don't know. But again, you can see how dangerous with that traffic there.
The faster you cooperate with that, the faster we can get you back on the road. Cheney. It's Trooper Cheney. I already said that. Badge number 1245. What am I
This guy needs
calling
pep
my
law.
supervisor for? What am I going to tell
Yeah.
them? Let's.
What am I going to tell him? What am I going to tell him?
Call him right now. What am I going to tell my
This
supervisor?
cop has had it.
You called me over in what capacity?
Get your supervisor. And what am I going to tell him?
90 miles an hour on the freeway where it is marked 70. So you can hand me the
Damn, dude. I mean, he's got you dead to rights there, bro. Like, come on.
don't want this to get any bigger than it is. Then identify yourself. I can take your name. What is your name?
Why is this such a big deal? It's a necessary thing. You have to show your license. Oh, Samantha, we're not pro this guy. This guy sucks. He's a sovereign citizen, so he thinks he's above the law because he read the Magna Carta and somewhere in the Magna Carta like supersedes whatever like our draconian laws are. I don't know.
I don't need to identify myself.
These people suck.
I'm not.
They make it hard. They make life harder for all of us. This is the one time, like, I'm not pro cop. Trust me. My wife would laugh if, like, people said that I was pro cop. Like, there was one time that somebody, like, accused me of being like, oh, you're doing, like, you're showing police propaganda. I'm like, no, I'm trying to laugh at this. No, I am not pro cop by any fucking means. But when it comes to sovereign citizens, these people fucking suck.
Do not leave.
You're pro loser.
I think he's a sovereign citizen.
That after everything, Ryan, dude, you've been here like at least if you're popping in and out, damn, that's commitment. But regardless, that's the best you came up with. I've been on for 8 hours, and you have been popping in almost like on the hour with one comment, and that's the best one you got. Come on. Better.
He's not listening to anything I'm saying, so we're gonna get him out of the car.
Tactical challenge with the trooper turning his back completely to the suspect. Why do the officers have to look each other in the face to talk?
Ryan,
We can
what
hear
up?
each other just fine, but maintaining our eyes and
dude, how are
the
you?
vantage point of looking at the
You good?
suspect and also being away from all of that heavy traffic might be a more tactical advantage. I say these things only because I want to make sure that people can listen to him and officers can go home at the end of the shift.
He's not identifying himself. He's not I've told him to step out of the car multiple times.
Where's Ryan?
All right. Are you listening to me?
If you look closely, you can see partial
Wrong Ryan.
of that weird ambassador-looking plate that he was telling the trooper to look at.
Okay, I need you to step out of the car like I've asked multiple times. My supervisor is not going to come all the way down here for
Thank
you
you for
not
the $2,
listening to me. I do not need a supervisor for you to identify yourself or step out of the vehicle.
At Lori
You are
K122
disobeying lawful order. You are not free to go. Not obeying lawful order to identify yourself or step out of the vehicle.
I have the right.
You are to step out of the vehicle and identify yourself now.
I have the right to a counselor, right?
You are being detained right now. You need to step out of the vehicle. Unlock the door.
Wrong Ryan. Yeah, I was about to
You
say.
are not understanding anything that I am saying up to this point. Yes, you will identify yourself.
Ponytail, put it in a bun.
Let me call my supervisor real fast.
What'd you catch?
I think he's one of those sovereign citizens. He hasn't said it, but I don't think that's a real plate, and he won't identify himself, won't listen to anything. He said that he's not traveling in a
You've actually seen one of those sovereign citizen plates on the road? Yo, one request I have is if you see that shit, please take a picture and send it to the Discord.
commercial capacity, so he's
Sovereign citizen. Probably try as a office employee or an
Samantha
elected
Ann
official. They
Sweeney.
usually believe in that.
What an asshole. Yep.
If you think you...
Samantha, I believe this is your first time here. I appreciate you being here. Thank you for watching the show. And if you haven't already, please sub to the channel and hit the like button. Really helps
You
me.
can talk to him, it'd be better.
Let me go throw my vest on real quick.
So here's what's happening here. There are a few different jurisdictions there. And
Mamdani is by far not the worst mayor. Dude, Eric Adams left them with a huge deficit. Shut up.
sovereigns will many times
Dude, he's only been the mayor for like not even 6 months. Calm down.
believe that the sheriff, who is an elected official, who is in charge of the deputy sheriffs, is a person that they'll deal with, and they'll often ask
Homeless people die in the cold? Yeah, that kind of happens, man.
for that person. This person,
Like, I'm not trying to be like a dick about it, but some people don't go to the homeless shelters.
I believe, is
Like, I live in Chicago. That's how it goes.
one of the people.
Like, We have that happen a lot.
That work for the sheriff. And so that's why they're electing to switch from the state trooper, who the sovereigns don't believe that have any jurisdiction over them, to the deputy who's from the sheriff's department, is what I believe is happening here.
My supervisor's on his way. We've also got an elected employee that's here if you would rather talk to him.
Thank you, Samantha.
Coming up here to talk to you in just a minute, all right?
You are the only one. You can. I can't.
Looks like an Indian.
I'm not gonna stop you from making a phone call.
It's Billy Macy.
I mean, it's a crank window. We can just push down on it.
God damn it.
Probably. If I go that route, though, he's going to jail.
Huh?
If I go
Oh,
that
they got
route,
me
though,
with
he's
that
going
one.
to jail. 1233 secure.
Oh, I mean, we're pretty much already there. If he doesn't kill himself.
What's going on?
I do have 1983 lawsuits.
Okay. Are they criminal?
No, I'm saying.
Okay. I'm not worried about that because I'm acting within the law right now.
He did no, Teddy. You're full of shit.
You are not
You're full of shit.
acting within the law. I am giving you one more chance to step out of the car on your own. Well, you're not.
What you are saying is he got rid of the fucking referendum where like you could essentially just arrest homeless people for being out in the streets, right? Nowhere did he fucking get rid of the whole thing where it's like they could guide them to a homeless shelter. The thing is, there is consent, okay? It's the same way that you can't necessarily blame a drug addict, or like or actually this is going to be controversial, but like a drug dealer for a drug addict's death.
You don't get one right now. I have. You don't get one right now. You'll get one. You'll
You're
get one
playing
before you see a
MTG
judge.
Arena? Oh shit. Diego, are you part of the Discord?
Right now. Yes, you will get one before you see a judge. You have a right to remain silent if that's what you would like before talking until you have talked to a lawyer.
I play Commander and I got my Final Fantasy deck, but no,
No,
I
not
also
right now.
yeah, no. I've been looking at
Step
playing
out
that.
of the car.
so-
That was your last chance.
Hey, hold on.
Oh, you've never been there.
That's the second window I gotta fix, man.
All right. Put your phone down.
All right, 0.7% of like a problem is not an issue.
I'm gonna tell someone else. Step out of the car. Turn and face your vehicle.
Why is that an issue to you? Is the biggest issue,
Said I could keep my
or actually like the biggest question, I should say.
phone recorded.
No,
Yeah,
put
here,
your phone
Diego.
down.
It's gonna be left right now.
I'm gonna leave it recording. I'm just gonna set it here.
Hey,
Way too
Diego, you go to the horizontal
many
stream.
chances to step out of that car.
There's a chance to give me a lawyer and you won't.
You can get a lawyer before you see a judge.
If we look here, I've not seen this tactic to get a window down. It's, in my opinion, incredibly dangerous. If the window shatters with no gloves on, this trooper's hands are going to be completely destroyed. We have the exposure if this subject decides to go to gunfire. We have a crossfire situation. None of the officers seem like they're ready to engage the person if this decides to go lethal. The other thing is, if this goes south, where do these 4 officers have to run but into the busy street as cars are going by? There is just a lot of different exposure that could potentially cause challenges to the officers, and I don't want to see anyone get hurt.
We gave you 100 chances. I did not illegally search you. You're under arrest.
It's been illegal.
None of this has been illegal.
You will.
The only illegal part is you not listening to us.
You will be in federal court.
All of this is on camera.
You've been
My
escalating
smoke
this whole
stick?
time.
Okay.
Sovereign?
Yeah.
Allegedly?
Yeah, I think that's what it is. He never said it specifically, but
He was saying, never said it, he was quoting all the stuff.
yeah, he's pulling all the stuff, and I've never seen that play before.
Yeah, no, that's the sovereign plate.
You know, it would have ended the same way if it was just the sheriff's out here, right?
No.
Because you still did not identify yourself. You still would have been pulled out of the vehicle.
Wrong type, dickhead.
I'm not gonna talk to you no more. I tried. I'll see you in court. You guys are trying to generate revenue, and I was just happy to be the target. You don't know that's what you're
My opinion on the Chicago Bears leaving Chicago, they're not.
doing, but that's what you're doing.
Okay.
Now, I get the public servant part. I
They might go to the suburbs like Arlington Heights, but they're not going to go to Gary.
get, serve and protect, but stalking people and being
There's no
a
fucking
road
way.
pirate isn't it.
If they do,
You poaching
Yeah.
people from the blind isn't it. That's not serving and
I'll go to the
protecting.
games, man. I'll just watch them.
I wasn't poaching anybody from the blind.
Say, you're
That's
hunting.
kind of
I'm not
bullshit if
hunting.
they're
I'm
a take
just
it from,
traveling.
you know,
You're hunting.
the city.
You hunted
I
me
will,
down.
and my
Now you're gonna ask me-
ideal situation is them ending up on the waterfront. they get a sweetheart deal and they get to expand the already existing stadium.
Like this, so you're in federal court.
Dude, Soldier Field's fucking awesome. It just needs to be a little bit bigger.
I remember this forever.
You're seeing something that you don't
Like, knock out one side entirely and just fucking
normally see is the
expand the
front
shit out of it.
passenger seat transport. My beginning of my career, front passenger seat was the place that
Yankees or Red Sox.
we transported people. Sometimes when you have a vehicle that's
I mean, Boston versus New York. I guess actually New York. I don't know. My mom's husband's a fucking
equipped for transporting in
New
the
York guy.
rear seat, then you transport in the front. Some officers actually prefer
I've got a lot of ties to Boston, dude.
to have a person right next to them because you can kind of see what they're doing if they're
Sorry.
moving around, if they're grabbing
I'm a Cubs fan.
anything. And if they start to
Like,
get crazy
actually, no. Proper answer is fuck you both. I'm a Cubs fan.
in the passenger seat, you can put your arm across them and hold them as you take them in. Some officers are going to say, there's no way I'd want anyone sitting next to me, especially if you have a spitter or a person that's
Yanks
really,
all the
really
way.
wild. But some people still do front passenger seat transport.
You need to go to the hospital for any reason?
Yeah, I got
I like the Cubs. Go fuck both your teams.
serious stress.
We're not going
Seriously, I'm not even kidding.
to the hospital for stress.
Bruh.
No, my
Go fuck yeah. Fuck you.
heart's racing.
I love my baseball.
12:33.
Like, that's the thing. I actually watch baseball, and I like the Cubs.
Maybe en route to
I got
Chelsea.
my World Series, and we fucking ended the plant. Like, we ended everything. I'm pretty sure that the world ended the night that we won the World Series.
Split off for reports of
That was a
racing
fucking
So
problem.
I mentioned what we call in policing incarceritis, where a person's going to jail and they want to go to the hospital instead. I don't know if this person legitimately has any kind of medical issue.
Fucking Blackhawks haven't made it into the playoffs since. Like, god damn it, dude.
Under the circumstances,
Like,
one
everything
would
sucks.
think that it was incarceritis, but the best practice is if they say take me to the hospital, they go to the hospital.
Do you want to go to the hospital?
I'm gonna.
Who's winning March Madness? Oh,
That's what I'm
I don't
saying.
see. I don't give a shit about college basketball. I didn't go to college, so I don't give a
If I
fuck.
take you to the jail, if I take you to the
Uh-huh.
jail right now and you tell them that you need to go to the hospital, they won't let me take
Badgers.
you.
Tell them that. They're gonna figure it out. These are vitals, dude.
What does that mean?
I've never once steered you in the wrong direction, bro. You've been escalating this the whole time. I'm telling you what's gonna happen every step of the way, and you just keep doing it. Let's do it. Let's live for it. And you're
I
gonna
watched
see
that game. I don't even like baseball. There's history being made. Fuck, dude.
Okay, my question is,
I don't think you understand how much that meant to Chicago. I don't think you understand how much in my house. Holy shit!
do you need to go to the hospital? You don't
I'm
need
pretty
to
sure
go to
I
the
had permanent damage to my house from that, and it was a celebration.
You go to the hospital, yeah.
It was because we were all
We're going to
fucked
the
up, and we were
hospital.
just like,
Uncle was a trooper, man. I got number.
I had a friend fall. He fucking broke my wall.
Versus traveling privately, it's different.
Like legit.
Thank you so much for educating me.
Let's
Nice
talk
little
about it,
dent
man.
in
I
my
don't wanna
wall
educate
still
you
to
like
this
that.
day.
I wanna be real.
Can we talk about what happens when they reject me?
But that's my World Series dent,
What
you
do we
know?
do?
Now
We'll
it's like a
figure it out when we
tattoo.
get there.
Come on, man. Save me some time, bro. I want to get out of jail.
You could have saved yourself a lot of time.
Oh, dude, you
wouldn't even be going to jail if you would have
violating
just
my
listened.
God, that was a good night.
miles per hour.
God damn, that was a good night. I have pictures of that night.
Going to the hospital before jail.
If you think he's indignant
so
going here,
fucked
wait
up.
till you see him while he talks to the judge in court.
The speed limit is 70.
Dude, we were like,
My God,
"Ah,
20
let's go
miles
to
an
the
hour
World
is commercial
Series.
Speed limit 10 miles per hour. Over.
20 miles per hour over. 90 minus 70.
Those tickets were
Since you
insane.
Are so smart and can do the math.
Everyone around here is either Cubs Sox.
Resource drain.
Cubs all day. I was the only Cubs fan in a family of Sox fans, though.
It's on my computer.
When you post this online, so my chief knows.
Sports.
Oh,
Hey,
he's
as long as
going
everybody's having
to
fun,
YouTube
right?
Video.
Yeah.
You can't obey two masters. You only have one. Did you take an oath for the Constitution? I did. Right, but you also have to protect and serve in the commercial capacity. These procedural stops that violate your oath all the time. The right
I don't
to
know, Bloodstone.
Travel is a privilege.
I think that you even would enjoy a fucking bleachers experience at Wrigley. No, it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. Sweet tea flavor. No, I don't do that shit. No, I don't get flavored or nothing. Like, this is
I don't care what it is.
different, you know what I mean?
Your right to travel is
say.
your right under the Bill of Rights.
He's wrong about the Bill of Rights, but he's right.
No,
that
Bloodstone, for real.
It's a privilege or a right. Those are two different things.
Bleachers at
If
the
it's a
fucking Cubs game is
right,
one of the
it's not a
fucking
privilege. You
funnest
have the right to
experiences.
certain things,
It's a
but the
community.
driving
It's
is
so
a
much fucking fun.
Effectively of the crime. Or Or you guys don't even know this.
Yeah,
the
to this day, I
only
mean,
reason you can stop people is because of the international vehicle theft.
dude, it's $25.
That's it.
$25
That's
bleacher
it.
seats. You
Otherwise,
could go any
your guys
day,
would stop
fucking
these people and be
anytime.
violating people's rights to travel all the time.
Like if there's a game there, you got in. Like God, I miss those days.
That's it. When you
I used to do
registered
that
the
for
VIN,
fun.
when you checked my VIN,
Like I would go for like
your stop could have gone.
I'd be just
As
doing
far as
some
my
fucking
rights
work
go,
downtown.
As far as my rights go, you could have checked to make sure. It
Just
wasn't
go
stolen,
like,
if it
I'm gonna
wasn't
go to Cubs
stolen,
game.
and I wasn't ID'd specifically for a crime. You didn't think I did something. Then I'm free to leave. Not a
Leave
crime.
halfway through, especially if they were losing.
Violation. You gotta know this stuff, man. I understand that there's pumping these systems with you officers and troopers.
Fair weather fucking Cubs fan.
So the trooper charged him with driving while suspended, driving without security, which means insurance, the obstructing charge, and
It's a
refusal
hot
to
dog
obey
or
a
price
PO.
beer.
This
have
never
to
works.
bleachers.
Every time
Fuck,
we
yeah.
see sovereigns get
Splash gets
pulled
it.
over for this, they get the same
Get
types of
it.
charges for
Get
refusing
it.
to get out of the vehicle.
Yeah, that overpriced dog though. The thing is, dude, like when they got
If
the
you know
fucking
someone who
like
will
they
fall
got the
down this
vendors
rabbit
just like
hole,
walking
share
through.
this video
come
with
on,
them. Like this video.
How do you not?
Subscribe to the channel and
I
click
got that relish on them too.
on the video that's on your screen.
Let's go. This is where I'm having fun. All right, fuck it.
Stop, let me talk. You have license plate covers. That's illegal in Washington. Get back in your car.
What are you doing? Are you seriously about to pull out your taser? You're fired. You're gone.
Roadside welfare checks are actually quite frequent in policing. However,
Baseball,
you hope
interesting.
they never end up
I like
in
hot
you
dogs.
having to go hands-on, handcuffing the
Again,
subject. Them
the hot dogs, the beer, and
freaking
just the fucking. It's actually the
out in
conversations,
the back
man.
of your police
Like,
car.
I have
and
met
then
so many
them
cool
filing a
people,
federal
like in the
lawsuit
bleachers.
against
I have a
you, the
lifelong
officer.
friend
This
that
is
I
one of
met in the
those.
bleachers. Like we became like best. It was one of those. Are we best friends? I think we're best friends. What's going on?
A vehicle on the side of the road like that is always going to get an officer's attention. Either we're
Man.
going to think that it's some kind of mechanical issue or a medical issue with the person. But
This
again,
is what
that
I
can
wish
change
everybody
depending
could
on the behavior.
experience. Like,
what's that?
And I get it. Like, I got a little bit of social anxiety myself, but like being able to just go out and do that shit is just
What are you talking about? I'm
like,
seeing if you're okay. I'm okay.
you get so
Okay.
many
No
benefits
problem.
from
All right,
it. So.
I don't need your service.
Can you step back to your car, please?
No, I'm not gonna step back.
Step back
I
to
had a
your car right
lifelong
now.
friend at a fucking concert.
Step back to your car.
Midnight. Midnight concert.
Nothing.
Okay,
You have license.
Wait.
Stop. Let me talk.
Maybe Guinness.
You have license
Ooh.
plate covers. That's illegal in Washington.
I'm
Get back
not.
in your car.
Dude,
Yeah,
Okay,
they got
interesting.
Guinness,
Hand is in the
but-
pocket. This close proximity,
Yeah,
definitely
you
not
gotta pay a
safe. The
little more
officer with that
extra. You gotta pay extra for
struck the
that.
finger snap. That reminds me of
It's
boot
mostly
camp.
old style. Like they got old style. Actually, no. Now that I think about it, most of the beer guys only got like Bud Light and the fucking like the mainstays. You got to go like down to the concourse and get the like an old style or fucking.
But again, this is just not a safe
IPA
proximity,
or whatever.
especially with the subject's hand inside of the pocket. Very concerning from an officer safety perspective.
Get back in your
Call
car.
your sergeant.
Get back in your car.
I'm not gonna take demands from you.
Get
I have a
back
de-
in your car.
That's not how this
Get
works,
back
bro.
in, this is exactly how
No,
it
it
works.
doesn't. I have
Get back in
constitutional
your
rights.
car.
I'm not getting back in my car.
Good for you. Get back in your car.
I'm not obeying an unlawful command.
It's almost
That is a
baseball
lawful
season, by the
command.
way. You're gonna see me in my Cubs jersey.
Get back in your car.
I'm not getting back in my car. Call your sergeant, dude.
Ooh, that makes me want black and tan.
Okay, this is not the best.
We got a pretty kick-ass bar down here. It's called Fit McCool's. Dude.
Practice, in my opinion, for tactics.
They fucking make a fucking mean black and tan.
It's when you have a non-compliant motorist at your driver door, basically, and then you getting back in the car to get on the radio. Maybe he doesn't have a pack set. I thought he had more, should have a
Go
pack set, but if
visit.
he doesn't, you want to get that mic and stand
Or
out of the
Chicago,
vehicle in
if you
case
can.
that you have to engage the person
Honestly.
that you're having this interaction with. Getting back and sitting inside the car, and other LEOs can chime in on this, is not the most ideal tactical position to be in.
510 Roosevelt, North 97 at 3, East Combatant. You're going to get another unit out here.
So he just asked for other units. They're going to roll code, lights and siren likely, because they don't know to what degree of danger this officer is in, which puts the officers in danger, the motorists on the road in danger. So this is just not good from the get-go. And
that's his merch.
It looks like the driver is getting back into their car.
Bro.
Reaching inside their vehicle. What are they reaching in there for? Is a question that I would have as an officer.
Get back in your car.
Dude, my merch is so much better.
You're not gonna violate my rights.
Sir,
I'm
get
an
back
attorney,
in your
bro.
car.
You're not going to violate my rights.
I need to see your license.
Oh, God, he said Andrew Tate wanna bite. You're not gonna... You're not gonna infringe on me rights.
Insurance.
Nope. Yeah, I reserve all rights. I'm done talking to you. I reserve all rights.
Oh my God, no! I'm actually not even kidding. Like he speaks just like Andrew Tate, and this is in California, right?
That's it.
Sir.
Leave me alone.
I'm not leaving you alone.
You are leaving me.
At this time, you're under arrest, sir, if you don't stop this. Stop.
Hey, dude,
Stop moving.
Finn McCool.
Can't do that.
I can.
You can't harass me.
The reason for the stop is your license plate covers.
You didn't stop me. I was already parked on the side of the road.
This is still a contact.
You said to me,
Stop
what did you say?
moving.
I'm checking on you to see if you're okay.
That was
Leave me alone.
the
I'm
initial stop.
Leave me alone.
I drank with Pat Foley from the Blackhawks. He was the Blackhawks. He was the voice of the Blackhawks for over like 20 years. Actually like 30 years. But yeah, me and my wife got to drink with him. We had a great time.
I'm not leaving you. Stop moving right now. Stop.
Dude,
Stop
what
moving.
are you doing? Are you seriously about to pull out your taser?
Also drank with Andrew Shaw.
To a lawful person.
me and Andrew Shaw and this guy Nicoletti, like it was like the off year where they had it was a player strike, so they were down at the AHL affiliate and I was doing some stuff with them and dude, we got fucked up.
And standing here doing nothing, please, dude.
And my favorite thing that happened was after they won the Stanley Cup, we went to like a Blackhawks event. I walk up to this Andrew Shaw event. He's just like, dude!
Schoenborn, de-escalate.
I am. I'm trying.
Okay.
You're the one that's yelling, okay?
That's how you know you had a good night.
I got one leg. I'm an amputee. If you violate me in any way, that's an 88 violation
cool.
because
I
you
want
know
so
that
many
you
weird
do not
times
have
to
the right
see
to
your
I'm
license.
The
not
guys that
giving
won
you
the
anything. I reserve all rights to
Stanley
my
Cup
speech.
too,
don't
like not
provide
like
that,
the
you'll be
main
under arrest.
dudes, like not like Taves and all of them, but like
Okay, good.
So I want to talk about some legal stuff real quick. When the officer made the initial stop, it was for a welfare check, is what he says. Then he
I can say
transitions
this,
to
though. Like I used to do like photography for AHL hockey. My buddy he was actually like it was a legacy position because he used to take pictures for them. And then he left and he kind of like fudged like my credentials for the position, but yeah, dude, I got to
it being for a license plate
nice.
cover. Is that legal? 100%. It's good to go.
Got
Ren
in,
versus
got
U.S.
some
because the
access.
subjective thought of the
Later got some season tickets.
officer doesn't matter as long as there's a legal reason to stop a
That'd be really
person.
fun.
They're good to go to conduct.
Listen,
stop and do their investigation as far as that stop goes. But here's the case most
I
of you
understand
probably
how
don't know
lucky I
as
was.
to why when he says, I'm not getting back in my vehicle, why it makes it a lawful order. United States versus Moorfield, which basically says that
one of my
the
favorite
police have
pictures
the
I
ability
have is actually with those two guys, Andrew Shaw, Nick Letty, and then it's actually with my buddy who gave me that position.
Control the movement of the driver,
and it was
the
taken by Nick
occupants
Letty's
of the
dad,
vehicle
where he
because
was just
it's an
like, I don't
officer
know how to
safety
work
thing.
this thing.
Specifically, Moorfield says the police may exercise reasonable superintendence over the car and its passengers
Good
during a
times.
stop, which makes a lot of sense because who wants someone just wandering around everywhere?
I reserve all
Then
rights.
I need you to turn around. You're under arrest.
For what? What
For
crime?
not providing me the information
I don't
regarding
have
the
to.
question.
I'm
Yes.
reserving all rights. I don't have to give you
You're under
anything.
arrest.
Ace Hardware, hell yeah.
Dude, stop touching me.
I haven't touched you once yet.
Then you're trying to harass me for what?
I am trying to arrest you now.
For what crime?
For not
there has
providing
to be
information.
probable cause and reasonable articulable suspicion.
Turn around right now.
Okay. Don't hurt me, bro.
I will not. Okay?
Why are you doing this to me, bro?
Why?
I'm gonna try and get
Because you're not
Scotty on
providing me
this.
the information.
Just thought about it. Like I haven't talked to him since I started this whole like venture.
This is a major constitutional violation.
Like he's doing stand-up comedy.
Okay, two things. I covered this person twice, and I was fascinated by all the law that he threw out. So I decided I wanted to really make the video interesting to the point that it was educational, where you could understand his mindset as to why he feels the way that he feels. He and I disagree on the law 180 degrees. He believes one thing, I believe something else. But one thing that I know is that he's been incredibly civil and has been very open to providing me information specifically about the stop that I will share with you as the stop goes on. So that's something that I wanted to share, that he's been very respectful in his interactions with me, and that matters.
Okay, don't shove me. I got one leg.
I'm kidding, by the way.
Dude, be nice, bro.
Sorry.
Please be respectful.
All right, let's go.
Okay, why are you pushing me?
Dude,
What
you
crime?
ran from him.
What crime have I committed?
For United States versus Moorfield, it's Mary, Ocean, Robert, Easy, Frank, Ida, Easy, Lincoln, David, and Ren versus U.S. is William, Henry, Easy, Robert, Nora versus U.S.
We're going back to my car. I'm going to read you your constitutional rights, okay?
What am I being arrested for?
Failing to provide information when requested.
That's not
I gotta give Curtis this. At least he like knows the law.
That is a crime.
Name the Oh my God, bro.
I think the reason that these even appealed to me in the first place was because I met enough cops that didn't know the law.
Totally in constitutional violation. All right. Big time, bro. Go ahead, take a seat. Take a seat. You're a state patrol. You know you're not supposed to do this, bro.
Steak. Man, I want something for him.
Why are you doing this right now? I first came to check on you, see if you're okay. I saw the.
Fuck it. This isn't sovereign citizen. We'll just
Go for it. Policing for every shift when we suit up into our uniforms, we know that it could potentially be our last shift. We always hope that it's not going to be at the hands of a person under the influence of controlled substances ramming into the back of our patrol vehicle at a high rate of speed. Sadly, this is one of those. You frequently hear me speak about the dangers of vehicles passing officers while on roadways. This sadly exemplifies the intensity of cars passing by officers. And often while you hear me mention the passenger side approach, there's so much to learn from this. It's really challenging to cover videos like this, but it's important because we can learn from both sides. So continue to watch and I'll share some important facts with you about what things went down on this incident.
Hey, I'm just trying to figure out if, I don't know if that's a lieutenant or somebody higher. We're just trying to determine who's going to take this. It's
Okay.
on us, but I would assume you guys want to investigate it.
Yeah, if that's okay.
Yeah,
I mean, we got
absolutely.
people
We're
coming. Is that all right?
We're going to defer to you guys, absolutely. It's your personnel, and you guys got jurisdiction as well. It is an impaired driver. He's high as hell.
Okay.
And it sounds like your trooper was out of his car when he got struck, and his trooper got rear-ended too. So this is the majority of the scene.
So what you're seeing here is an officer from one jurisdiction explaining to an Ohio State trooper what occurred. And a lot of times there's concurrent jurisdictions. So either of them can handle the case. Out of respect and deference to the fact that it was their trooper that was injured, this deputy or this officer is saying, you guys can take the lead on this case. And here's where you're going to see them kind of converging.
Yeah, like in Illinois we call it the blue and brown. So yeah,
Work together.
It's always a big deal when like the Blues and the Browns are fucking working with each other.
Really closely, because it's really, really challenging when you see an officer injured in this manner.
Where's the at fault guy at?
We got him detained.
Okay.
All right, we already started off. My sergeant here can give you an update on what's going on related to the driver.
So it sounds like your trooper was out. There was an obstruction in the road.
Yeah,
The
this is so
right-hand lane
delicious.
stopped. The Florida
I'm not
female
usually a
driver
stout
right
guy,
there in
but
the
Guinness is
hit
it's
while
there.
he was
I
out.
like
We
it.
got a witness in that white F-150 saying they passed her like
Be
10
a
minutes
nice
ago, on like 100,
draft beer.
driving like a maniac. So we're getting a witness statement from them. The at-fault driver's got hypodermic with fluids and all kinds of shit in the
Oh fuck, dude, he was.
passenger.
Oh
She's
shit.
fucked up. So we have
Yeah,
a
she's
deputy with
fucked
her
up.
and the medic
Yeah.
going to Grant. We already started on a search warrant, but we can stop.
My lieutenant's here.
Okay.
I'll double check with him. Is it if
This is why I always check my mirrors,
We're gonna do
dog.
the crash.
Like for real. If there's one thing that I can like give you guys, check your mirrors like when you're on the highway because there's been a time where I avoided getting rear-ended because I was checking my mirrors and I saw them coming up. So I fucking swerved into the emergency lane and they missed me and they hit the guy in front of me.
we may ask
Yeah.
to do charges?
So just always be on the lookout.
Like just to keep it all like.
Yeah,
Oh,
absolutely.
one envelope,
We'll
is that
do
right?
whatever
Okay.
you guys want to do. This is one of your own. You guys have the jurisdiction with us. It's just we want to make sure
We just wanted
everything
to
is
try to
taken
get
care
it
of
started.
appropriately.
Appreciate it. We have deputies with the trooper, and
We have a chaplain coming down to the scene because one of the
Shit,
witnesses
he's
is
dead.
distraught.
The witness
Damn it.
is a former Grove City police officer, saw the whole thing and stayed with the trooper, so we got a witness statement from them.
Fuck.
So another thing that's really
Fuck.
interesting here that I'd like to share is that when you have this kind of situation, chain of custody is incredibly important. When I say chain of custody, I mean when one person from one jurisdiction or when an officer picks up something, every step that that item takes is monitored and followed and documented. And a defense attorney is going to look really closely that the chain of custody, where a piece of evidence started, where it ended up, and most importantly, how that item got there. Very important stuff.
Basically, that white SUV all the way back is the scene now, because part of some of his uniform is scattered all throughout here from when he got hit. Okay. Yeah, just FYI. Okay.
I appreciate it.
And we're working on, we'll take care of traffic for you. We're getting them flipped right now.
Okay.
So, for sure you guys are doing it so I can cancel our axe investigators?
Yeah,
we've got our
lieutenant's
recon
here.
guys.
Yeah, I think we've got our recon coming. That's my lieutenant there. I will double check with them, but I think that's the preferred.
I'll go check
That's our MO. If you don't mind checking.
Do you know
That's
this
fucking-
asshole?
He's not good. He's not good. He's critical.
Upon reflection, hey man, how are you? How's the wife feeling today? She was feeling pretty good. Bad yesterday, but really good today. Yeah, taking it day by day. We're about 2.5 weeks out from finishing this last bit of chemo radiation treatment. Then she goes in for surgery and possibly I think it's like 2 months after whenever she finishes here, but yeah. I'll keep you guys.
She was in the black car?
She was in the black car, yeah. So,
okay.
Someone said they got video. Someone had video. I don't know if one of the trucks had it or not.
Do you have a name for
It's already 2 months ahead of schedule.
I don't, but they have it up there.
Okay.
So, and so just so you know, there's a shoe there. I don't know if anybody picked that up, and there's one on the other side too, and I think that was his because he was out of the car. So make sure that, because I just saw that when I went to my car.
Officers will confirm this. People almost always get knocked out of their shoes when there's a serious accident. I'm not quite sure from the physics perspective why shoes always come off, especially a police boot that's tied up like that, but they'll almost always find shoes. Officers who have been to these scenes, medical staff as well, will know that people's shoes almost always get knocked off.
I'm guessing that's his because there's another boot that's up there too.
Okay.
So I just want to go over a couple. I just asked the Sarge.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure. We've got our folks coming out, but if you guys want it, it's on you. You have jurisdiction with us.
Yeah.
It's one of your own. So
Thank you, Upon.
looks like an impaired driver.
So that's the chief of police for this jurisdiction here.
Okay.
It's at fault. Struck him.
one.
You probably heard from him. Struck him and then struck the cruiser. So we've got a witness, I guess, that stopped and said about 10 miles down the road, that vehicle was driving at a reckless, at a high rate of speed. We've got some paraphernalia.
Daily dose of crime. Ew.
Stuff.
Ew. And then they did the like and subscribe. This is literally a FOIA video.
So I've got
Ew.
all my folks coming out. We'll shut all that down if you guys are going to handle that.
God, the lack of fucking integrity between these people.
Yeah, we got our recon. Okay. Recon's going to come out. Can I come get that? Yep.
So when there's an accident with a serious injury like this, in some departments they call them fatal detectives, accident reconstructionists, but these people are highly trained. Mathematics, physics, evidence recovery, I mean super duper highly trained. In fact, after they retire, they're one of the most sought after retired law enforcement people on a police department. So if you run into someone who has that kind of training, and hopefully if someone's watching it, please chime in the comments as to some things that people can look out for in this type of video. But those people, shout out to them.
Is this all of it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. There's like hats and stuff in there.
Was that ammo you just found on the ground, the 223?
Yes.
Yeah.
He says he didn't show up. I got his asp, I got his radio.
When he said, I got his asp, he didn't say ASS. That's the expandable baton, which was likely thrown somewhere. So he picked it up. So the baton, expandable baton, it's called an asp.
Yeah, I'm going to start shooting this way.
All the way up here.
Holy shit, that's...
This one here is from the trucker.
Jesus, dude, this guy.
Right here, he said they may have video of it, if you guys
Fucking
want that.
Christ.
If he can get an email address, he can text the guy and they can send it right over.
Okay.
And if you don't get the email address, you can contact Tony Green, it's his phone number, and he'll be able to relay what's going on with that.
Something I'd like you to look for next time you drive by a police car. When we stop our cars, we usually stop them and we cant them to the left a little bit and we turn the wheels so that if, God forbid, our vehicle gets hit, that it pushes the car.
It all depends on how Stan is.
Not into us in the driver.
Stan's a neurotic little mess,
Driver,
and
because we're
ever since his sister died, it's going to be hard to introduce another dog in this family.
Going to be conducting business
Him and
at
the cat
the
have been getting
vehicle in
along,
front
though.
of us. So by canting the car like that, it gives us some protection, and by turning the wheels
Night,
like that, it
Bloodstone.
gives us some additional protection. And you may notice that when you drive by
Yeah, I
cars
got
now.
10 minutes left in me after this one. And it ended at 9 hours.
Do they have a license for her yet?
I have no idea, sir.
Overtime tonight.
Do we have a name for her yet?
Again, I'm not sure.
Do you guys have a driver's license for the girl at all?
Yes. Yeah, I think it's right there on the car.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's her. Okay.
Okay, yeah. Do you want us to assist you with anything at all?
Right now.
We have a lot of guys out here.
Yeah, I mean, right now.
Keep it shut down.
Yeah, let's just keep it shut down.
Okay.
I got our recon on the way.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, we just got our recon truck here now. I told him, I said, oh, we don't need it now, so. Okay.
All right, appreciate it.
Something else to take into consideration. This trooper is working a wreck and seeing blood all of the carnage of someone that he's likely very close to. And there are very few professions where you're required to be that professional and that ready and that prepared to deal with crisis like that of someone that you likely care about and likely want to be at the hospital attending to, but you've got to stand up and do your job while you're out here in the field.
I'd love to know what the heck did this. That's significant.
Yeah.
And I don't think with this rotational pattern being in the middle of it, it came from that.
Yeah, no, I think
Oh,
that
9
had to have
hours,
come
yeah.
from him.
Yeah.
Somehow.
When they talk about rotational patterns and things
I
like
wanted
that,
to do
one
a
of the
fun
things
Friday.
you can always
Like,
look
you know what?
at is the tire marks and
Fun
you're looking at
Friday.
distances.
Yay.
So they're trying to figure out which car made which marks in the road. All of that is evidence and it has to be preserved and photographed.
I don't see anything else. I don't think that's associated. What are you looking at?
Head bounced off of this. You got flash.
Do you? Okay, I'll come over and I didn't get a close up of that yet. It might have been him.
I think it might have hit him. And the car hit him. It's all like.
Oh, Jesus, dude. This guy got torn apart. Natch, am I late? Oh, been doing 9 hours tonight. How you doing, dude?
Yeah, there's some flash on that.
Okay.
Like his head struck it.
I looked in the mirror and saw her coming behind me, and it's like, holy shit. I floored it and got around the semi that was beside me and got over real quick, and she was gone.
Ice cream
And
crash.
she got behind me again somehow. I don't know how she managed that. Saw her coming back up through the traffic, just left to right, in between cars and trucks. This guy said she was behind a blue car that was running pretty fast too, like they were chasing each other. I didn't see that. I got over. She passed me in the left lane. As soon as I cleared the semi, I got over real quick to get out of the way. She went past me in the left lane. This was way back. This was 10 miles ago.
Right.
I didn't see any of this. I just drove up on it.
No, I understand.
Okay.
But, so it was a semi in the center lane, and you were in the left lane.
The semi was in the right lane,
Okay.
and then I was in the left lane. And she come up behind me in the left lane, and I got over, and she went around me.
Okay. So the middle lane was empty.
Yeah, there was only 2 lanes down there. I believe.
okay.
I believe. I may be wrong about that. I'm thinking.
It was 2 lanes. Not
Yeah,
too far
further
from it.
down. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was just 2 lanes down there, and then it comes to 3 lanes when you get up here closer to Columbus.
And were there 3 lanes at this time?
The second time she passed, I'm pretty sure there were 3 lanes, because I think that's how she got behind me. She must have been in the right lane when I was in the far left. Must have been a semi between us or something, because I didn't see her. I didn't see her when I went around her, but like I said, I was surprised that she was behind me again.
Thank you. Yep.
He's sitting in his truck now if you want to ask him more questions or if you want to swear to him, I can do that.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go talk to him. Thank you.
It's a somber situation, so I'm not going to go into the whole thing, but you know what I'm thinking.
I was laying in the road. Yeah, I don't know where the rifle is.
Oh, really?
I don't know if it's
Dude.
in the wind. It's not in there.
Really? So we might want to.
I know. Because his ASP is here, his radio case is here.
So again, it sounds like he's saying ASS, he's saying ASP, ASP, which is the expandable baton. And that was a ponytail reference. There are some people who might not know what I meant by that, but there are other things more pressing.
Yeah, so I said, don't fucking
See it?
worry about the fucking ponytail.
We're good. It's jammed up in there.
Okay, because I was looking at the bottom of that. Okay, so
We
it's
clearly want to take out the mag if there's one in there, if we can get it out.
the mag's out.
Okay. Because I don't know if that thing. Jesus. Who knows what could happen if there's a round chamber.
Yeah, the mag's out.
Okay. At least that's one.
God.
So the concern there is that this rifle that has a magazine inside of it, they're concerned that it could potentially go off depending on how it was manipulated inside of the trunk of the vehicle. Smart thinking.
So we've gotten some reports that there were a couple of people that had seen her driving like an idiot between Cincinnati and here, basically. But if you were on your way up here, but if you didn't notice it, didn't remember, then don't worry about it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't expect you to. As much traffic as you
pretty
see, but okay.
I'm
We'll get you guys turned around.
and stuff like that, but I just didn't see them or notice them.
No worries. We'll get you guys out of here as quick as we can. We're getting ready to start turning the big trucks around, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate your patience.
How are you guys going to turn them around?
We're going to turn you around. We're going to take you southbound in the northbound lanes until we can find a crossover to flip you over on.
Okay. Appreciate it, sir.
Yep, thank you. Safe travels.
So if you see something like this, what are you supposed to
trying to
do?
get his
That's a
quota.
question that I frequently get. Number one is never chase the person. You're not the police. It becomes extremely dangerous and you can ultimately be charged yourself. This has happened. Number two, you can call 911 safely and let a dispatcher know what you see, that you see a person driving recklessly. If you are a passenger and you can safely record, and as a passenger, you can safely record. And I say this because sometimes people are driving and they attempt to record this and they get themselves into a ringer. In every jurisdiction, there is some degree of this charge charge called full attention to driving, where you are responsible to fully pay attention to your driving as opposed to whatever else is going on the road. So again, don't chase them. Call 911 if safe. If you're a passenger, record, and continue to pay full attention to your driving.
Do you remember seeing that black SUV driving like an idiot at all?
I see that guy. I was right behind this guy. That guy came right. I mean, he flew by me.
Okay.
Right
You were behind the DHL?
And DHL went in front of me because I go 65. I know I was moving about 65. I remember the DHL because I was looking at the rear of it and it says change your light.
Right.
This guy came, or whoever was in the, then next thing you know, he was coming to a stop.
Would you happen to have video of that?
I'm not sure if that'll kick on unless I get an accident.
Okay.
So it won't record anything.
It's not? Okay. I may need you to give me a quick statement here in just a second, but we're getting ready to start flipping the big trucks around. We'll get you down the road as quick as we can, okay?
Yeah.
Appreciate your patience. Thank you. I got a witness.
Another one?
Not of the crash, but of him or her driving like an absolute idiot. The swinger truck, the one behind the Dana, she's a retired deputy. Saw this person driving like a moron. Passed her on the berm, I guess. Is that your driver?
Yeah, that's probably what she was doing when she hit him.
Yeah.
28 years old. 29.
I'm going to reshoot the scene with the second card, and then I'm going to...
Make milk. America Gilded again, Donald Swamp.
So this
nice.
White Western,
Deadly
Western
Dude,
Star,
OE,
one's called Western Star.
that's sub, and like...
Saw this one driving
Stick
like
around.
a-
I usually do political content, but we're at the end of the night and doing some sovereign. Well, I did Sovereign Citizen. This one's a little more dour.
Right. Oh yeah, very
but-
good. Yeah, what lane were you in?
I was in the left-hand lane.
Far left one?
Yes,
Okay.
far left lane.
About how far away, if you had to guess?
Me?
Yeah, like when you're coming down through there. from where
I
it
saw
happened.
the whole thing. I mean, I don't know. When she slammed into him, I was probably, I don't know, just past these cruisers right here because, I mean, I immediately just slammed on my brakes and slammed into the median. You know, I don't know. I mean, I was close enough. I saw him. I mean, and I could see what was,
See what happened?
that he had gotten out. I mean, I'm terrible with distances.
I am
but,
too. That's why I hate to even like playing a guess in your head or
yeah,
anything. So that's okay.
I mean, I was just right there. I mean, when she hit him, I had to have been about where that, right behind this first white truck. You know, not far
Jesus,
from
you
there
saw
when
it
she
all.
slammed into it because it hadn't even stopped yet. When I slammed into the ditch, his cruiser was still going.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it was like an explosion, man. As soon as she hit him, it was just like an explosion. So I couldn't have been much farther than maybe, I don't know, a couple hundred feet. 30 years I did this job and never had to do something, never witnessed something like that.
Here's a pro tip. It can be up to an hour before the police ever end up speaking to you if you're a witness. If you have the ability, you can jot down some notes for yourself or dictate them into your phone because your memory is freshest right after an incident like that occurred. And once that adrenaline starts to leave you, you can start to confuse things, especially if there are other people inside the car saying things that can come like the telephone game. So while it's fresh in your mind, you can jot down some of those things that you remember specifically. And then when you have to do a voluntary statement or you have to give your statement to the police, it's something that you know that was a lot fresher in your mind.
Did you have any contact with the driver of the black SUV?
No, nope, I did not. I finally, he stopped and I told him to go check on the driver of this.
The black SUV, like, did it appear to be speeding or anything, or did you even
I
notice it
couldn't
before it
tell
happened?
because I was paying attention to him, and then all I saw was an explosion.
Did anybody see the crash? This guy.
Yeah, he's a retired Grove City officer. So I caught just the basics for now. He gave a really good statement, but he, in his statement, saw that he's over the white line. She was over the white line. He said he was right around here when it happened. So he, like him, he basically bailed in the median. You can see where he cut it hard. And he said he tried to get out in his radio, like he just grabbed his radio and tried to get out, but he was like, he said right around through here.
He was going southbound?
Yeah, in the
So
left
he
lane.
saw it happen
Across, yeah. As far as people this way, he didn't see it. The white truck stopped. He didn't see it, but he had some interaction with her before this. He got passed by her, and then got passed by her a second time. He didn't know where she came from the second time, but he was says same lady, like same car, same everything.
Did anybody have statements regarding like driving beforehand?
Yeah. The white. He said he got passed by her. She come flying up on him, and then he passed her a second time. She was all over the road, hit the rumble strips, was crossing all the lanes, but he didn't see the actual crash. He just saw her terrible driving.
Did anybody get a statement from him already?
Yeah. Okay. As far as
What about the blue car here?
I don't know if they saw anything. I talked to all the people that the deputies pointed me out to.
By any chance, did you guys see anything?
Yeah, but several miles back, there was a red Charger passed us that had to be going under 80s. And there was a black car right behind it, black SUV.
Okay.
And it looked, very hard, it looked like that car. They were flying. We were going 75. They passed us like red blocks. That was, I don't know how.
And how far away was that?
Like 10, 15 miles back.
10, 15 miles back? Okay.
Quite a ways.
So when you got up here,
It already happened.
Okay. Okay.
Another pro tip. A lot of people, when they see a person driving like that, and they're like, oh, they're going to wreck up there, but they don't get the license plate. Because especially if you end up having to give a witness statement or if you end up calling 911, make, model, color of the vehicle, and license plate. Those are three things that you're going to definitely be asked. And if you're the driver, you can dictate that to the passenger because you can pay full attention to driving.
The witness of too many accidents.
That information. And if you're the passenger, you can just do it yourself and take that information down. It's incredibly important and helpful for the police.
She had a Georgia driver's license. Gary's got that.
Can you put out like this announcement or something that if anybody has any information regarding to the crash or something, to please call in? Have you talked to any of these people?
Yes, the only person here that we want to talk to is the one that Gary's getting a statement from now, wherever this straight truck.
Okay.
She said that vehicle passed her on the shoulder before 665.
665 is
or
up there.
whatever that next 662. And then she's a former deputy, so she's a good witness.
Which truck?
The orange one right here. Yeah.
I didn't put in any of the skids or the.
Well, there is an impact. We know where the heat was struck at. About here is where that starts. I would say, like right there, is the first smear, and that tracks all the way to that.
Sorry, but testing stuff.
That big puddle of it.
Hey, here's his body cam. His body cam.
Holy crap, it's still recording. Okay. Yeah, so put that down in its place. Mountain Dew can.
You found the body cam?
It's still on.
What else are you guys looking for?
The mag. Maybe the mag out of the
mag's
rifle.
right there.
Out of the rifle?
There's a mag in the berm right over.
Oh, okay. That's got to be it, man.
Good. Or suspected you got. Can you run them up to the crime lab right now? You can start a case. Just start a case real quick. Print off the evidence, property sheets. Bring that down to crime, hand deliver it to the crime lab. Just do it right now, and then everything. Just give me a call back when you got that complete.
Evidentiary tests that are taken from the suspect driver, the time that elapses from when they contact the person to when they draw blood, because they're going to draw blood on this type of thing, is very, very important. Because remember, these things dissipate from one system. The amount that's in your system at the time they draw blood, that time frame is very, very important.
Unsure at this time. I can find out. Can you? Yeah, because apparently CPD's sitting there waiting. Okay.
They're what?
Barton's sitting there waiting.
Oh.
They're getting the warrant. I don't know what. Is she at Grant too?
She's at Grant. What does he need?
They were going to give him blood sample.
Oh, give our troop the blood sample? Okay.
They have a nurse there that's waiting to do it. So blood draw.
All right. Well, I guess we'll just stand around the circle of everybody else, right?
Do you want them to...
So we can get a picture of the phone, and then try to get it into airplane mode so that we can collect it late. Well, once it gets back to ACF, we'll collect it there, and then it'll go down to CCU.
Yeah.
Is that all right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Have Trevor take some pictures. Just grab Trevor and tell him.
I think Gary said he took some other shit out of the car too.
Yeah, he did. He's heading to the crime lab now.
Oh, he's already gone?
Yeah.
Anyone in the
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that everybody involved in this is not there.
comments can chime in as to why they want the phone in airplane mode.
Yeah.
Yeah, Major Kimmer wants a rush order on the
And the talks.
Yeah.
Sounds like she's on a bunch of stuff. Chris Wells said, talked to Barton. She took her Suboxone today, but she's on gabapentin and all kinds of other stuff.
Okay.
She says she's autistic and suffers from all these other things too. So, except
What's up today?
So remember, there's a collateral investigation going on where there are troopers or detectives and whomever else with the suspect, potentially making sure that all of the evidence that's collected is collected properly. Any utterances that are made by the suspect are made.
She might not be.
Properly, whether or not Miranda.
It sounded like she
is given.
was.
All of that stuff is very, very specific and by design on how that goes down.
So she is also talking and stuff.
So we have her ID or anything?
We have her information.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you send that to me too?
Yeah.
She admitted to like, we found some inside the car. Okay. These gentlemen are with the
I mean, if she admitted to something, then she must be lying.
prosecutor's office. I'm going to give you, this is CJ Niemeyer. He's the post commander here.
Very nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, sir. Okay.
So we found
Well, isn't gabapentin just a nerve thing?
in the car that have already been seized. We're taking them to the crime lab. Okay. Adam is at Grant. He talked to her. She admitted to, Suboxone, gabapentin, just some other. It says she's been sober
Suboxone
for 10 days.
Yeah. Okay.
So, anyways.
So you see that the prosecutor's office has sent some people down to the scene, which is significant because they're going to be there while the collection of evidence goes down, and they're going to see exactly what they have to get and what they have to put together to make the case.
It is a rental car. All right. So you can see he stopped here, moving the tire debris. She rotates off. She rolls once. Yeah. Then the car just starts spinning. He was standing in front of the patrol car whenever it got hit.
So it hit him. Okay.
Appreciate you guys coming out.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, we'll be your points of contact for all of this.
I'll let the Circleville post commander. This is a trooper from Circleville.
Okay.
So I'll let him know. I'll give him your information as well because he'll want to be involved in the process.
Make sure he knows that we were out. We're happy to help out any way we can. And obviously, if we got a prosecutable case, which it sure sounds like we do, we're going to prosecute her.
All right.
So
sounds good. Appreciate it.
Tire went right into the back seat. Luckily, there was nobody in there. Just completely busted through the molded seat.
Let's see if his cell phone's out here.
Oh, is that?
Yeah, I just tried calling it.
How many years on the guy?
He's out of my class. He had
you guys close, 15, 20?
Like 16 and a half.
They were in the same academy. This trooper who's doing the investigation, he's talking about how many years he has on. So I'm sure that those things are going through his mind. When we go to these scenes, the weirdest thoughts go through when you see that this could have been you and the person that it happened to, and you're in the academy with. It's really tough.
Sounded like it was coming from back here. Oh, it's right here.
Got it?
Oh, fuck yeah.
But yeah, we're gonna open up this lane here and the berm. If you want to let them know down there at 62, we're gonna keep these two far right lanes closed for the time being, but we'll be getting pretty close to clearing. Yeah, he's pulling the cruiser right now.
Usually I get an escort when I get one like this, so
Yeah,
no escort today?
We'll give you one.
Absolutely. Okay.
Yeah, why don't you just take it the way it is and we'll...
Shotgun's gone from inside.
Yeah, the shotgun's gone. When you guys both get them loaded up, we'll just escort you all together at once.
So it appears at the time of this recording that the trooper suffered a broken leg and some significant head and body injuries. And he, at the time of this recording, was no longer a trooper. However, he did survive, thank God.
Oh, good God. Okay.
Female, Aaliyah Wheel, received through a plea bargain a 5-year, 72-month sentence for the driving, aggravated vehicular assault, and possession of related compound was what I read in the news story. In a matter of a second, these kind of horrific things can happen. And when you see someone talking about the dangers of being
thank
on the
goodness,
side
right?
of the road, this
all right, after all this, witnessing this entire thing, I thought that this guy's, I mean, I'll be honest, I thought he was liquefied. Like, the way that they were talking about it, I thought that he
drives in a
like,
reckless manner, or who doesn't take driving that seriously, or who decides that they want to have a career in law enforcement so they can understand the dangers that exist in law enforcement. Send this video to them. Like the video, subscribe to the channel, and click on the
you were under the
videos
assumption
on your
that he was
screen for more
dead.
content.
Yeah, me too. I'll be honest. Me too. I was as well. Oh, shit. All right, folks. Well, I did significant overtime tonight. I really appreciate y'all hanging out. If I have time and energy tomorrow, I will pop on, but we'll see. I know. I should probably keep this consistent on Saturdays, but excuse me. Since the wife is home, I like to spend as much time with her as I can, and yeah, Saturdays and Sundays seems to be the day where we get to do that because it doesn't require us to go to other medical appointments. It's the only 2 days we get. So, yep, keep that in your thoughts. So, if you can do me the favor, hit the like. If you have not already, subscribe to the channel. If you have not already, and just in general, be cool. Be good to each other. I know I might be jacking be excellent to each other from Bill and Ted, but for real, be excellent to each other. It costs nothing to be nice, so I appreciate y'all hanging out tonight. As I said, on your way out, please hit the like button. Really, really appreciate it. I will see you guys either tomorrow or on Monday. I'll see. Good night.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Who the heck